Hey guys, Sean here. Welcome to the F1 Word and to Testing Live 2023, which means F1 is back. Finally. Oh, do you know, we are green, by the way. I just didn't update that because I'm slow this morning. But I am so pleased to see Formula One cars on track. I know the winters aren't that long these days, but this one felt really long. Not quite as long as the pandemic shut down, but still long enough. So happy this morning. Great to see you all in chat. It's not been a massively eventful morning so far in testing, but we are getting some times on the board, which I'll go through shortly. Just a heads up as well, timing might take a little bit of time to update today, or first thing this morning, because for some reason the F1 website is playing up with live timing on the main page. So hopefully get that sorted, but we'll do our best. How are we all doing? I guess is the first question. Good morning, afternoon, evening, wherever you are in the world. Good to see some familiar names, some people we've not seen over the winter. Are back by the look of it, although I see recognise a lot of the names there, so I think we're okay, but good to see you all this morning. So I'll do all the usual housekeeping at this point, of course. Get ready to hear this a lot. No on-track footage for obvious copyright reasons. I am not going to lose 6 years worth of work to FOM just to show you some footage of cars. We will have images from XPB. Live timing is manually updated, so this could be fun, by Eru, who is sat downstairs in my living room, puppy sitting and looking after the live timing for me as well. Please do subscribe if you're new. Don't forget to drop a like on the stream as well. That'd be massively appreciated. And if you would like to support the streams, you can do so. We'll try that again through YouTube Super Chat, Streamlabs, and if you prefer the chance to give 100% of your contribution, you can do through PayPal as well. Links in the description. But as always, no pressure on that. This is not expected. These are all free. They just help support the channel a little bit if you are interested in that. Thank you, by the way, to I think Jonathan dropped a Super Chat. Thank you very much, mate. It says happy new season, everyone. Let the waffling begin, and have we got some waffling for you? Oh, yes. In about half an hour-ish, or less than half an hour, 20 minutes, I'll be joined by Aldas for the first morning session of the week. And then this afternoon and every afternoon, I'm going to be joined by Jonty and Dyllan once again. I think we did that a couple of years ago, actually, us three on an afternoon. So should be good fun. And tomorrow morning, I've got Tomo with me, all being well, for a couple of hours. And on Saturday, I'll be joined by Will, who joined us for Brazil, but is back for testing to make his testing debut as well. So lots to talk about, lots to get through. Long winter, so much going on. Your times so far, for what they're worth, I'll give you a quick rundown. And if you are, by the way, same rules as every year. If you are dropping in throughout the day, you're welcome to do so, of course. And I'll update the live timings for you every half hour and on the hour, roughly. I'm usually late, but we'll try and keep up with it this year. Verstappen at the moment with the fastest time, 1:35.653. Gasly 1:36.820, Hulkenberg 1:37.060, Russell 1:37.752, Sainz 1:38.452, and Tsunoda 1:40.409. The laps are wrong on that timing, so it's 8 laps for Verstappen. If I was just read down the order, 8, 8, 7, 11, 8, 9, 4, 8, 2, 1. If you're interested in that, just to let you know as well, we have had a red flag this morning already. I think last year it took forever for us to get a red flag. I think it was well into day 2, if not, unless that was a year before. But we're a long time for red flag. We had one pretty quickly this morning as Felipe Drugovich ground to a halt on track. So not a great start for Aston Martin. Yes, not a great start, but it is only the first day of testing. It is only the first hour, so hopefully all will be well for him. It's great to see Drugovich out there as well. And if you're wondering why Felipe Drugovich is running today, Lance Stroll had an accident on his bike when training for testing in the season ahead, and so won't be able to take part in testing. There are some, I'm not going to speculate, he's not really said how bad things are, but there is some speculation he may not be available for the race, which is next week, of course, in Bahrain. Aston Martin very much saying the goal is that he will be there, but there is some speculation he may not be, which could hand Felipe Drugovich his Formula One debut. So keep an eye on that one over the next few days. Hopefully he will be fine, so he won't be listening to us, but we'll say best wishes to Lance anyway. We will. Also, just to let you know, if you're new, we'll come to you throughout the day for questions and comments and all sorts you want to say. Let's keep it nice. Let's keep it light, first few days of the season. We can all start arguing with each other in a couple of races' time. Let's just enjoy the launch. Thank you, Beth, for becoming a member. I've not seen a new member for a while. Thank you very much, Beth. I really appreciate that. That's great. Memberships, of course, available as well. So what is happening out on track, I guess, is why you're here. Of course, we will give you updates when things are happening on track, but the general update will be cars driving around slower than we know they can go. And, of course, a lot of talk. We will talk about a lot of F1, lots to get through, lots of topics on my whiteboard that I want to talk about this week. And, of course, on top of that, there'll be things like cheese, yogurt, and robot wars, because we're just that weird. And that's how we do things here. FD30 says, surprise Alonso isn't in this morning. Surely Aston want as much time to analyse the experienced driver's feedback as possible. He might have wanted a lion, to be fair. But I was quite surprised by Aston Martin going with Drugovich. I'd have thought maybe Alonso all day today, Drugovich half a day tomorrow, and maybe the same on Saturday. But yeah, I was quite surprised by that. We have got, I think we're getting 19 of the 20 drivers today. The only team not swapping drivers are Red Bull. So we're going to see most of the grid today. So that's good news. That is good news. We will, Ash. I promise we'll talk Robot Wars at some point. I'm not going to do it straight off on the stream. My favourite part from last year's stream was talking about what you and Jonty go for at Greg's. Sounds about right. Yeah, I can't remember that one. Is the Merc looking as revealed? I'll be honest, I've not seen much of the Mercedes. I've been trying to get the stream sorted, but the one thing I have noticed this morning in terms of technical updates, to not dodge your question, but to kind of stay roughly on topic. The AlphaTauri, first of all, looks a million times better out on track, and it is not the car we saw at launch. Shock horror, I know. But the Red Bull, do we call it an undercut on the side pod that sort of runs, got the undercut at the front? It seems to be, to my untrained eye, significantly longer than it was last year. It looks to be about halfway down the car. So they've gone quite extreme with that. But I'm quite surprised at the Red Bull this morning. I honestly thought they've been so secretive. We've seen, the leaks of the Alpine in the shakedown. We've seen I've got shakedown footage B-roll from 4 or 5 teams now. So a lot of people have been sharing stuff, whereas Red Bull have been really secretive. So I was expecting this 8-wheeled, jet engine powered, unicorn toed Red Bull to come out first thing this morning, and it's just like, oh, they've got a bigger undercut and some other thing. It doesn't look as dramatic as I was expecting. I was expecting something like, obviously not the zero pod, but if you remember last year, Mercedes came out with this whole concept that we all sort of went, wow. And I was expecting that from Red Bull, but it's not blowing my mind. I guess evolution is a word we've used a lot over pre-season and are going to continue to use as well over the next few weeks. But yeah, I was quite surprised. I expected something insane from Red Bull, but not really. You never know. You're more likely to get a breakdown this morning, so many as well put the reserve. So may as well put the reserve driver in. Good point from Gingerfest. Get that out of the way. Obviously not great for Drugovich. He'll want to get his laps in and enjoy his moment, but Alonso's the one that needs the time, isn't he? Unless Lance does miss next week, but we shall see. Lance copying Alonso, says Lee. Because Alonso did that a few years ago, didn't he? Came off his bike a couple of years ago. It was okay in the end. Will you be sharing pics of the cars here on the stream? Yes, I will. I absolutely will. We're just waiting for XPB to update them with cars and things. I think we are. Yes, we should get some more images shortly. I'll just have a look and see if we've got any over on Google Drive where we're sharing them. We try to do it all as one thing, so it's all fine. It's all fine. Hopefully there'll be some over there, but yeah, we will. Basically, is what I'm saying to you is the answer to that one. that's the long way around it. That is the long way around it. So we'll see how we go. At the moment, watching Max Verstappen on board in the Red Bull, coming through the final couple of corners. In fact, coming on to the straight before the final corner, which I've completely forgotten what the numbering is. I'll have a look in a moment on my sheets that I've got somewhere. Currently, Gasly up into second place, so good stuff. We're in 10 laps on the board already, 11 for Russell and for Tsunoda. I've said this every year we say this, but lap time's fine. If you want to get really excited about lap times and talk about how important they are, that's up to you, or not important, but it's really all about the laps, isn't it? They want to get as many in as possible. Saw some interesting stuff on sandbagging this morning from some ex-Red Bull folk and how sandbagging isn't maybe what the likes of Sky and that like to make out to us, that they're not necessarily masking performance. It's more about trying to maximise your testing time and your run time and all the things you want to do. So I'm fairly sure that there is a level of I think Max Verstappen did a few years ago, didn't he, in Barcelona, backed off through the final corner, and we all heard it on board so that he didn't deliver the fastest time of the session. So I'm sure there is a level of it, but maybe not the level that I used to believe naively. Yeah. Thank you very much, Gingerfest, for your super chat. Says, here for the waffle, F1 is a bonus. You've been to the streams before, haven't you, mate? You know this one. You understand what we do here. So, yeah, just going to get some pictures for you into the stream. Again, Eru's going to be running all that for me and sending the videos over to pop in. So, Kevin, good question. How can we see the broadcast? So, if you're in the UK, it is on Sky Sports F1 all day, every day. If you want to see the footage, you can also, if F1 TV is available where you are, you can watch it over there if you're subscribed. And there are, how can I word this? Probably a number of other ways to get hold of a stream. Please don't share links. I do tend to say that every year because I don't want to get told off by F1. I did email them this week to just sort of go, hi guys, I'm doing some streams. Please don't be mean. In more professional words than that, of course. But yes, let's see if we can get some more pictures in. That should. There you go. There should be some cars in there as well as time goes on today. Nothing on the leaderboard, still not working properly on live timing for some reason with F1, but Eru's did a good job keeping that one updated. Hey Sean, happy new season. Thank you very much, panels. Happy new season to you too. This is better than Christmas, this is. Thought I looked cute, might delete myself later. That is a great username. It says I have a good feeling about Williams for some reason, and I think they could finish higher in the championship, but the only question is rather who would get worse to end up finishing behind Williams. Interesting. Yeah, no, I'm sure we'll get through every team over the next few days, but yeah, I think Williams will take a step forward. I'm not expecting anyone to really fall backwards to the very back of the grid, but I can definitely see Williams taking a step forward this year. Hopefully, even if they finish 10th in the championship, it would be good, wouldn't it, to see them a bit more in the mix with those teams that you'd expect to be around them. So I hope Williams have a good year. We shall see. We shall see. I can't remember what I said in the launches. I think probably expecting Williams to be 10th. Maybe they could do a P8 again. Maybe we'll get a surprise. We'll see. I think the question marks, and I think you've got a point. Thought I looked cute. that it might be that Haas get worse, or it might be that Alpha go backwards, or one of the Alphas go backwards. You know, Tauri or Romeo. We'll see on that one. But I think Williams. I feel good about Williams. We're not talking race wins. We're not talking titles. We're not talking consistent points. But I feel good about them this year. So, again, for like the third time already in the first 15 minutes of the stream, we shall see. That's very much what testing's about, isn't it? We shall see. And there's a picture of the Alpha on stream, which, by the way, looks really nice out on track. We will be talking about liveries and that in a bit, because I know a lot of people... there's a bit of controversy around the exposed carbon fibre, which... will be interesting to have a conversation about. Morning, Dyllan. Dylan's here early. Dyllan is going to be here this afternoon. So thank you very much, mate. Hope you're okay. Yeah. Looking forward to it, mate. Ernest says Red Bull looks so unstable. Yeah. I mean, it depends what you want to read into testing, but you'll have a better eye for it than I will, mate. That's very true, Thomas. No, Sean, Williams or Pirelli are not good, yeah. You see, they just start straight away. Love it. We've got to go for it. Hey, Sean, sorry if I butchered your name. Has the Porsche deal and Williams sorted now for 2026? Says Turbo Power. Thank you very much for your question. I'm just trying. Nothing on Porsche yet. I've not seen the rumours on Porsche, and Williams for a while. That kind of got all excited from one Instagram post, didn't it? And then went really quiet. So I think that'd be a good deal. The big talk at the moment is Honda, who Honda are going to partner with. Honda. There's talk of. Well, the big talk yesterday was a rumour that McLaren are going to get into bed with Red Bull in some sort of partnership. Red Bull powertrains, which could be fascinating. But Honda have been linked with McLaren, Williams. I saw Aston Martin as a possibility. So, yeah. I'd like to see Porsche in. There's talk that, or the F1 boss, Stefano Domenicali, was talking in his interview about how there is more than those that have vocalised interested in coming into Formula One. So, it could be a really fascinating couple of couple of years, because they're going to want to be making their decision pretty swiftly, aren't they, for the rule change in 2026? Yes, Aldas is coming in. He all guests in the morning, we hear from 8 o'clock. I'll go live from 7:30. I thought I'd let everyone have an extra half hour in bed. I go live at 7:30, and they will go come on at 8. And then the afternoon stint will be 12:30 till 4:30. So Aldas 8 till 12, and then Jonty and Dyllan will join me from 12:30. I'm here literally from now all the way through to 4:30. You have got me for 9 whole hours. This beautiful voice for 9 hours. You are very welcome, and I'm sorry in advance. Who's out on track? Let's do a bit of track. Let's have a look at the track, what's going on. Sam Collins, who I really, really like, by the way, does great insight, is in the pit lane at the moment, having a look at the cars. The Ferrari goes out. We're looking at the Alfa Romeo of Zhou Guanyu on his outlap. I think one thing, I think the Alfa looks good out on track. I really, really do. And I'm hoping they can start the season strong like they did last year, but kind of keep that going for the season. But I guess teams like Alfa, Haas as well, if they can get the points on the board really early on, then they can switch focus to next year, can't they? And sort of maximize efficiency of their resources, if that makes sense, at 5 to 8 in the morning, if you know what I mean. You'll get what I mean. I like Ted. I like, to be honest, Sam, Ted, they're all great in the pit lane. I've heard Jolyon Palmer's on comms today with Will Buxton and Alex Jake, so it's an interesting lineup there. But on board with Zhou, out of the final corner, onto the straight to start his flying lap. It'll be his 5th lap of the session so far, I believe, possibly 6th, depending on... It's just the live time. We're trying to go off the live timing on F1.com, and it's just not working. Morning, Annette. Hello, Annette, or evening where you are. Great to see you. Hope you're okay. I was chatting on Discord briefly yesterday or the day before, so it's good to see you from the land down under. So it is going to be late for you there by the time we've done these streams, and I bet you're here all the way through as well. You're as crackers as I have, but good to see you. I hope you've had a good winter. It's not the same without F1, is it? We love our F1. McLaren Honda guarantee, says Mike. Just watching Zhou, green first sector, so personal best. Lots of Flovis on that rear wing and at the rear of the car generally, actually. So for those of you who like that sort of thing and can spot those bits of airflow you want to look at, then it's there for you. DRS open for Zhou as well. So this will be his 6th lap on the board for Zhou when he gets it done. Coming through now towards the end of the 2nd sector. My least favourite sector on the F1 game in Bahrain, because I cannot get that awkward left-hander right before that straight, that DRS straight. I usually end up just going straight on, but there you go. On his way towards the final corner now. Again, looking okay, the Alfa. I mean, it looks really good out there, to be fair. I don't know what stake is, by the way. If anyone knows what stake is, let me know. I've seen some controversy around them, but I have no idea what they do, and I meant to Google before the stream, but their car is in the F1 game, but Stake are not as a sponsor, so I don't know if there's a licensing thing there, or if there's something that I don't know if it's like a gambling thing. Oh, gambling Stake, yeah. Morning, Sean. Of course, worked that one out. That was easy, wasn't it? It is gambling. Thank you, Ernest. It's so obvious. It says it there. It might as well say, Sean, this is a betting company. Goodness me. Good lap from Zhou. They're up into 3rd place, 1.3 off the pace. And if I can work it out, 1:36.2. In fact, I'm going to go to the driver tracker. I won't get the lap count, but at least I have the lap times on there. So there you go. Love the coloured wheel covers. I like, yes, but again, McLaren, I wish they'd take that Chrome thing, the Google Chrome thing off those wheel covers. I know it doesn't matter. I always get people saying on my launch videos, oh, who cares what the cars look like? It's like, I care, but it really doesn't matter, but I do not like them. I think they look bloody awful. Sight's gone purple in the first sector. I need to get my track map up because I've forgotten all of my corners. All of my corner numbers. Unacceptable. Hey, Sean, listening here from Ireland on the way to college. Just wanted to thank you for your dedication to testing every year. Thank you very much, Gerard. Have a good day at college, and hopefully see you throughout the day if you're free, or later this afternoon. Have a good day, mate. Thank you very much. Sites coming. I think we're about to go top of the timesheets for Carlos Sainz. He does indeed with a 1:33.7. Wow. 1.1 seconds quicker than Verstappen, for what it's worth. Who knows? Pole position and title guaranteed for Carlos Sainz. There you go. Obviously not. I try to do 6 things at once because I've got some things I need to start that I didn't do on my stream because I've had all winter to prepare for these, by the way, and it's just been a mad 2 days trying to get it sorted as Carlos Sainz slows right down. Yeah, should we get a guest on? Because then you can listen to somebody other than me. I know, right? I'm crackers. It's great. Let's hop in there. It's been a while since we've spoke. Usually we have one stream a year together, so this is his annual appearance on the channel. Good morning, Aldas. Welcome back, mate.
Hello. Can you hear me? Am I coming through?
Sorry, mate. Say that again. I didn't have my headphones on. I'm an absolute idiot this morning.
Can you hear me? Am I coming through? This is like the admin poll. We check if people can actually hear me.
You're coming through fine. I just didn't have my headphones on. I'm sat here going, he's quiet.
Oh, that's
not like Aldas.
Well prepared as always. I love it.
Oh yeah, always. Like I just said, I've had all winter to get these ready, and the last 2 days I've been like, oh crap, I've done nothing. Time to crack on. I'm guessing, like me, you're pretty hyped, buzzing this morning to see F1 car. I know it's only testing, but F1 cars back on track. Oh,
honestly, I had actually quite a late night last night because I was finishing a video, and even then I still woke up early, still watched it right from the beginning, still watched Aston Martin absolutely bottle it 5 minutes into testing, but that's what it's all about. So no, this is what it's all about. To be honest, I mean, I've been watching F1 now for over 10 years, I think. Christ.
Oh, you're getting old. Now. You're getting old.
Yeah,
mate.
I know, exactly. But honestly, I'm still buzzing every single time. It's just that anticipation and those butterflies just never go away. So yeah, I can't wait. And whoever finishes day one at the top, that's the world champion. Calling it now.
Absolutely, 100%. Looking forward to Piastri shocking us all with the fastest time, and then you going, oh no, what have I done? Yeah, no, it is exciting, and I think maybe come tomorrow afternoon we'll be going, oh, can we just go racing now? But just this first day, seeing the cars out there, the new liveries, the drivers in their new cars, nothing beats it for me. Obviously, apart from the racing, that was a stupid thing to say, but yeah, really excited for this season. I know we've just about had an hour. Has anything stood out to you so far? Anything you've spotted that's made you go, oh, interesting, or has it just been? Have you just been dancing all morning so far?
To be fair, I've been running around getting my tea sorted just in case. I'm well prepared, getting my headphones sorted. And so yeah, nothing kind of really sticks out. I mean, I suppose really roughly, straight away, the fact that Max was just on like a 10-lap stint or something. Clearly, Red Bull feel confident. I found it strange that he's doing the entire first day because, I mean, that's if you have any reliability problems at all. If you do one whole day as a driver, if you have any reliability problems at all, that is the end of your day. Like and with only 3 days of testing, I mean, yeah, pretty risky from Red Bull, but clearly they're confident. And again, Max straight out of the box did a huge amount of laps, so that's Red Bull already at least looking like they didn't get it massively wrong after going back to back in the Drivers' Championship.
Yeah, I mean, I've already said I'm surprised at Red Bull. I'm also surprised that Aston didn't put Alonso in today, but then somebody pointed out, well, they have reliability issues already. It's best that Drugovich has those problems rather than Alonso because Alonso's your race driver. Just on Aston Martin, actually, have you heard anything at all about Lance Stroll and whether, because I've seen rumours that there's some speculation and all that business that he might not make the race next week, but I don't know if there's anything since I've been live that's concrete on that.
Not really. It kind of,
no.
Someone said, and I mean, again, I don't know if this is true or not. Someone said his accident actually wasn't like outside or something. I forget now, but yeah, I'm not quite sure what happened, but hopefully he's going to be okay. It looks like he's kind of in high spirits. He wasn't, obviously, if you remember Fernando in 2021, he had to have jaw surgery like before preseason testing. Like he still had like metal in his mouth when he was during preseason testing. So yeah, that man is clearly made of metal. And yeah, so but Lance, I don't think it was kind of like that bad. So hopefully he will be here for the first race of the season. Although yeah, we're gonna find out. Although at the same time, it is quite cool to see other drivers in the car as well. I feel like Felipe Drugovich, in a weird way, obviously nothing against Lance, but like in a weird way, I quite like the fact that Felipe did get a chance because being the Formula 2 champion and not being able to kind of go to F1 and, go properly, in a season and have your rookie season, at least he's kind of getting this chance at the beginning of 23. So in a weird way, yeah, I want Lance to get better, but it's also been quite cool to see Felipe in the car until it broke down.
Yeah, Yeah, perfect start for him. I think somebody just said in chat, can we update him to 0.3 laps, which is about all he did in the end. But yeah, I mean, I think, winning the F2 title is never going to guarantee you a seat on the grid, but I know it's a bugbear of mine. I think we've discussed it before. I know it bugs Jonty as well, Stuart too. To have the F2 champion just into a reserve role, whereas some paid driver who finished 12th that year gets an F1 seat, does make you sort of go, oh, I know that teams need the money, but you want to see your Piastris and your Drugoviches and your De Vrieses on the grid. I mean, it's taken Nick De Vries a while, hasn't it? But he got there in the end. It's good to see Drugovic out there, and it would be cool to see him get a chance alongside Alonso. But I've seen all sorts of conspiracy theories. I'm not going to go through them this morning on Stroll. But one I will say is my favourite one on Stroll is that it's not true, and that the team just want to remove him, and Lawrence Stroll wants to remove him, and so they thought if they just say he's got an injury and then say he can't race, I was like, oh my god, what are you drinking?
Chat, give me a rating out of 5 for that conspiracy. I'm giving it like a 3.
I wouldn't even go that far.
I'm giving it like a 3 out of 5 in terms of on the conspiracy scale. But no, it's in terms of the whole F2 thing, I mean, it's just, we go back to it all the time. We just want more teams, we just want more teams, and that's why when you see, I mean, I kind of get a little bit the pushback when it comes to Andretti. I mean, the way they went about it perhaps isn't. I'm seeing the numbers flood in. Yeah, it's not going good. The way Andretti kind of came in, they kind of didn't exactly, do it the right way. But again, we need more teams, because of course, you're always going to get pay drivers, but it gives at least a seat or two more to potentially drivers that should deserve at least a chance in Formula One. I'm not saying, Felipe Drugovich, like, it has taken him a few years and, to win the F2 title, and it wasn't exactly like the strongest field in the world, but you deserve a chance in Formula One, at least a year. And if you can't hack it, then it is what it is. If you do a Mazepin, then you're like, okay, maybe he doesn't deserve it. But then again, Mazepin didn't come even near to the title.
You sort of earn it, don't you, in F2? I get that. It is difficult. We do need more seats. I think we say this all the time on streams. We need more teams. We need more seats. But ultimately, it just look like we're getting it at the minute. There's the right standoff. We'll talk about that in a bit, actually. So I did want to talk about teams and that with you. But Carlos Sainz at the moment is out there on track. Apparently, we've now gone through 100 laps for the day already. Not Carlos Sainz. Christ. Could you imagine that in an hour? If he's on 100 laps in an hour, then don't even bother watching the rest of the season. Ferrari have got this in the bag. But a little bit bouncing down the straight. I think that's the bumps in the track rather than the P word, porpoising. Or it looks... Well, I don't know. Could be bumps, could be a little bit of... I think, porpoising isn't going to be completely eradicated this year. That was never the idea, was it? It was to reduce it so it's not quite so brain rattling, I guess is what I'm going to go with. We saw some pretty extreme stuff last year, so I think the idea was to just bring that down rather than eradicate it altogether. But it could have just been bumps in the track there, as we saw with the Mercedes on their shakedown footage. A lot of people thought that was porpoising, but looked to me like a bump in the track. But I'm an idiot when it comes to that kind of thing, so what do I know?
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, porpoising, it's still going to be here this year. There's no doubt about it, because even though I think what the FI did is raise the floor by, what was it, 10, 11 mils? I forget, 15? I think it might have been 15 millimeters. But either way, the teams are still going to absolutely slam their cars as much as they can, even with that kind of restriction, because that's where the performance is, so they're still gonna push, exactly, even if it does start porpoising and perhaps the car is quicker in that window, they're still gonna try and do it. So yeah, it's a bit of a strange one. It was there, the rules came in to kind of reduce porpoising so that it doesn't kind of become a health hazard. But race cars are stiff. You can't make them. Race cars are always going to be stiff, so there's always going to be bouncing. And with these ground effect cars, there's always going to be some kind of porpoising, especially when you're pushing it to the absolute limit every single time and just slamming it to the floor for performance. So yeah, hopefully it kind of limits it, but I don't think it's going to go away anytime soon.
A couple of people in chat, Marcos and Bloomy, just pointing out that the Ferrari nose had a big depression on the straight there, so at high speed. So that's something to keep an eye on. We've got an Alpha Tauri, Yuki Tsunoda, with massive aero rakes on his car at the moment out there. So always always good to see the aero rakes in testing. Interesting nose on the the AlphaTauri. That's new. We didn't see that at the launch. It's I think it's just because of the way it's shaped and the way it's kind of slightly curved on the end. It looks like it's really pointy, which I quite.
It looks like
looks
it sticks
aggressive.
out over the front wing, doesn't it?
It looks nice and aggressive. I like that. I quite like that one. I mean, you've got Ferrari. Their nose cone is shorter this year, and then you've got the AlphaTauri one that, like you say, looks like it's about a foot too long, which is fine. They do what they want. I've got to say on the livery, but very quickly, the AlphaTauri on track looks way better than what we saw at launch. I mean, I'm still not totally sold on it, but it does look better than it did at launch. So for those who care about liveries, you'll be very pleased to hear that my opinion has briefly changed, but it's not my favourite. I know it doesn't matter, Aldas. I know liveries don't matter, but it's testing. We've got to fill these 9 hours.
To be fair, I voted the AlphaTauri. I did my livery rankings. I voted it as the worst livery on the grid. So yeah, but quite harsher maybe criticism for me. But again, I'm looking at it now. Yeah, it looks better than in the pictures and in the renders because that looked awful. But still, it's a bit, I don't know, random splashes of red. I don't know. It's not. Do you know what? It does remind me a little bit of the Haas, but I think Haas is a much more cohesive and cleaner package. Like it looks like the MoneyGram sponsoring in the Haas looks a lot nicer. The All-in, it's just like, oh Christ, we've got to put red. Oh, bit on the floor.
That'll do.
Oh, the halo's an easy one. Oh, put a rectangle on the back of the end, on the back of the rear wing. That'll do it. Yeah, that'll do it, lads. Job done. So it feels as cohesive, but yeah, we're seeing Pierre Gasly actually in his new race suit. It's still strange to not see him with a Red Bull logo, I must say, but he's clearly buzzing.
Yeah, it's I want to talk about Gasly at some stage this morning with you. So
we'll have time, mate. No problem.
We'll definitely do that. But while we're just doing liveries very quickly, I'm going to ask everybody this because it'll be fascinating to see the reactions. Because I've seen some people who are really quite. I mean, you know how Twitter can get, but there are some people that are really quite angry for some reason about the amount of exposed carbon fiber and how dark the grid's going to look and how the cars aren't going to pop and how terrible it is and how Formula One's destroyed and they should burn it and start again. You know how people get. And then you've got other people that are like, it's fine, who cares? But what's your read on the exposed carbon? Because I think, when you're on board, you're going to know that's exposed carbon. If you watch Formula One all the time, you're going to know that's exposed carbon. But from a distance, it looks mostly like they've just got black paint on the car. I mean, I think the Haas actually looks really, really good out on track, and it doesn't bother me at all. The Alfa Romeo looks cool. But are you one of these that's annoyed at the black carbon, or like most people, do you just not really care? Honestly.
I am one of those. Maybe not all the way. I'll kind of sit on the fence as much as I can because it doesn't annoy me. Don't get me wrong. I don't go to sleep at night thinking, oh my God, that grid is so washed. I can't even watch Formula One anymore. But I do miss the era of when you could just paint your entire car, whatever color you want. Like, again, McLaren, like the one actually criticism that I've had about the McLaren in 2020, even 2022, and obviously this season as well, is that papaya is obviously their heritage color, but it's almost in splotches. It's just like, oh, where can we add it because we want the car to be as light as possible? Whilst, back in the day, I mean, do you remember, again, when I started watching McLaren, the chrome car, the entire car chromed out. Like, the fact that they even develop that paint, like they have to do it themselves, like develop it themselves, which is obviously costs a lot of money. But yeah, I do miss the era of where you could just paint your entire car whatever color you want. You can have a little bit more creative freedom. It's not going to be a massive kind of, it's not going to affect me massively. Obviously, the racing is the important part, but and the liveries do so far look great, but you don't want the livery designers. And I talked to Sean Ball quite a lot, who helped design the Alpine livery. And he already, the amount of restrictions that livery designers have, I mean, fans have absolutely no idea, like, how limited their creativity is as it is. And so for the engineers to then come in and say, yeah, actually, we're going to have to paint half the car, or not paint half the car in general, it just, it kind of stumbles creativity a little bit. But again, I'm looking at the Haas on screen. It looks amazing. Some livery designers clearly do the best that they can with the exposed carbon that they're given. But yeah, I do kind of wish that we could just have the entire car painted if it was possible.
Yeah, it's I think as well, I didn't realise, I mean, this is my 31st year watching Formula One.
Crikey.
You think you're getting on. This is my 31st year watching it. I didn't even realise until I read something by Williams that they did about just how early they start on the following year's livery. They say that work on the livery starts in the summer. So, like, around the summer break time, they start work on the livery. It then goes through this process where a designer comes in, follows a brief outline of what they need to do, puts something together. They then get the specifications for the car a little bit later into the year for the following year's car. They then put that on the car, make the tweaks they need to, and then they're told by sponsors and everybody else they need to rein this in, they need to do that, and they're so restricted. So I didn't. I knew the restrictions were there, but I had no idea just how early they started on a flipping livery. But they have to, because they've got to get the design ready. Then they've got sponsors to say what they want. And then the teams say what they want, and it must be such a frustrating process for somebody like Sean Bull, who does his concepts that look, covered in paint. They look fantastic, and then he goes, "That's what I want on the Alpine," and they say, "Well, you can't make because that needs to be carbon, that needs to be this, that needs to be that needs to be the other." It must be frustrating for them, but the exposed carbon is something. Good news, by the way. Felipe Drugovich is back out on track, so that is good news for Aston Martin. Although he is slow. He might just be
Maybe
slow.
That's just the Aston Martin at top speed, mate.
That's top speed for the Aston. I mean, look, Joe. I shouldn't really joke about it because I'll upset an Alonso fan, but it would be so Alonso that he makes a career choice to go to Aston and the car's terrible, because that is generally what tends to happen for the poor guy when he makes his career choices. But just very quickly on the exposed carbon, I think we have to remember as well that this is the second year of these rules. These cars, they need to get them down to that weight. And as these rules evolve, the cars are going to get lighter. We're going to see more paint, and hopefully we'll get back to something that we're used to just in time for the regulations to change again, and then have to strip paint off because everything will be heavier again. So it's the way F1 goes. It doesn't bother me. I think some have definitely done it better than others. I think the Alpine looks... no disrespect to Sean Bull, he's got rules, but it looks a bit of a mess. I think they've sort of looked like they ran out of paint. I think Alpha, it works, but they have essentially just removed the white from last year, haven't they? That's all they've done, really.
Literally, yeah.
What I do like is how every single car, from what I've seen, with the exception of the Mercedes, because the whole thing is black, a little bit of paint, mostly carbon fibre, but when you look at them from the front, they look mostly covered in paint. It's only when you get the top down view or a side view where you see just how much is missing. So when you are looking at them head on, they do look good, and you can recognize, you can spot them. I think people are concerned you wouldn't be able to tell the difference, but I think that was a bit of an overreaction for people on the old Twitter sphere. You know what it's like as Oscar Piastri goes a little bit wide. I need to get my corner numbers up, mate. I've completely forgotten. How many years have I been doing previews and telling people how long a track is and how many corners they've got, and I can't flipping remember anything this morning, which is absolutely terrible. So I'm going to have to open the old F1 website, or I might even do Wikipedia, because mix it up a little bit.
Also, I will say, I was just watching that Aston Martin go round very slowly, but I mean, that livery looks stunning. It was, that color just looks absolute. I don't know if it's just me. I want to kind of know. Chat, let me know. But am I the only one that thinks that every single time I see that Aston Martin green, the way it just shines in the sun, it just looks absolutely amazing. I think that color really could become iconic in like 10 or 20 years if Aston Martin actually, do have the success that Lawrence Stroll thinks they're going to have. World domination according to him in about 5 years. But yeah, I love that Aston Martin.
Yeah, it's the shade of green. It's perfect. I when they first came back to F1 with the name and brought the colours in, they had the pink from BWT, and I was like, ugh, no, I don't like that at all. But now they've gone to that, I don't know what the colour is. It's a fluorescent-y, yellowy, greeny thing. It looks so much better with those accents. It's a really nice livery, and I think the Williams as well. It looks much better out on track, although not so much with all the orange Flovers all over it.
Can I just say that orange just use the fluorescent one.
Yeah,
don't use the orange one, please, because that does not look right.
I just love dark green. Aston looks so clean. I'm not ready for that team to violate Fernando's career. Please no DNFs. Please no DNFs, says Tuna. I nearly started singing that. Or rapping it. I can't rap, what am I on about? But, it started well there, Tudor. Yeah, I do miss having a yellow Renault, pink Racing Point, and colours that really pop, says Jack. Good morning, mate. I miss a yellow car on the grid. I do. I think, that's from the Jordan days, though, growing up with some of their amazing liveries that still stand up today for me. They've survived the test of time. A little bit of time to contrast the green, and it'll be perfect. A bit of lime, sorry. Yeah, Williams look better in gloss paint. Hate matte cars, says Ernest. I don't mind matte paint except for Ferrari. Every year, You can set your watches by this. I swear, every year Sean has this same point to make. Ferraris should be glossy red. That's it. That's the rule. I will not accept any. I don't care what anybody else thinks. I will not accept any other response to that. Those are the rules.
Well, just to kind of, well, before we completely shoot down the matte red, Ferrari has now been my favorite livery 2 years running. So I will not have the matte red slander. Save it for your other guests. It is absolutely top tier. When it came in 2019, I actually remember when I first saw it. I was actually mid-lecture watching the Ferrari stream in 2019. But yeah, don't worry about it. I was focusing on my work, of course. I'm a big fan of the matte red. As long as it's red, then that's fine. But like, whether it's glossy, to be fair, I really like the 2018 and 2017 livery when they obviously were glossy. But I think the matte looks really good, mate. Especially when they went to the darker, deeper red last season. I think it just looks absolutely amazing. So I will not be having this matte red slander.
Well, look, I have no issue. I think it looks great. It does look good, and the Ferrari. And this will upset people because it's just red. But I think it's the best livery out there. But then I will say that every year because it's a Ferrari. I just think it should be a glossy red. I don't dislike the matte on an Alfa Romeo, for example, if they wanted to use that, or if Haas wanted to closer ties to Ferrari than you already have and they wanted to use the matte red, that's fine. I want a glossy Ferrari. That's it. It's just a personal thing. I'm weird. There are some... the leaderboard is actually starting to get some names on it on the live timing on F1, so that's good. So they are working on it. But Alex Albon has gone fastest on a 1:33.671. Again, I will go through the times on the half hour and on the hour roughly when we get there. I will do that one. I'll read a couple of your comments before we get that far. We will talk about Gasly in a bit as well. We'll talk about... I will get through everybody. We've got... I mean, I've got my fingers out to do my 9 times table. How bad's that? I've got 27 hours to fill, so there's plenty of time. I love these streams. They're so daft, Aldas. They really are. They're so stupid. We're sat here talking about...
I love them, mate. I come back every single year.
And I appreciate it. It's great to have you on. We do need to. Obviously, I know you are mega busy, but we do need to get you on more than once a year. Maybe twice a year. Really push the boat out this year.
I don't honestly. When I went on Discord, which is how we do this, I was like, the last time I went on Discord might have been pre-season testing, maybe day 2 when we streamed in 2022. So yeah, definitely needs to happen more. But I'm loving the comments for Albon World Champion. I see those exactly. Although the car actually didn't look that great considering it went fastest. But yeah, I mean, this is I just love pre-season testing. This is amazing. Such a chill day. Just enjoying testing with you as well. It's brilliant, isn't it? I love it.
Yeah, it's first day back at school vibes. If I can remember what that was like.
That actually wasn't even that long ago for me.
I was going to say it was that last week. Half term's over.
2 weeks ago.
I've got some debris on track, so somebody's missing something, probably the Aston Martin, given how their morning has gone so far. So I don't know if we'll get a red flag for this one. I will keep an eye.
To be fair, that's quite rare because if you remember, before we got to these new rule changes where the cars kind of became a lot cleaner, there wasn't as much of kind of loads of aero parts, really. I remember, obviously, when we had kind of the wider cars in 2017, I remember 2019 in specifically, Renault during preseason testing, like their car just kept shedding parts. I remember their DRS wing fell off with Ricciardo in the car. And then also they kept, their barge board kept like falling apart as well. So yeah, it's something that we don't really see too much of really in terms of like parts falling off these 2022, 2023 cars. So I wonder how that's actually happened.
Andras just saying mirror, question mark. It does look quite boxy, doesn't it? Like it could be a mirror.
The bigger mirrors have come in for 2023 as well compared to last year.
I forgot about that. They don't look... I mean, they are bigger, but they don't look massively different to us. I mean, do you ever really pay attention to mirrors? The drivers don't half the time, do they? So I don't imagine we do. So they're definitely bigger. It could be a mirror. It's a good shout, but no sign of any kind of flag or anything. That's possibly a little bit aggressive over the slightly serrated curbs, maybe a little bit wide. Could have knocked that one off, possibly. That orange flavors looks horrendous, but it's there for a reason. I know it's there for a reason. Chris B says, and the whole engine cover. What are the, I guess you don't mean the whole engine cover's falling off. You might be having another conversation. I will do that a lot, bumping into people's conversations. I did see a comment I wanted to read, actually. I know it's early, but do we know how these cars compare to last year? Not at the moment, Falling Vega, not at all. Other than we could tell you if the liveries are better than they were last year. We're probably not going to get a proper insight into pace and who's where until at the earliest Saturday, probably not until next week. But it's not long to wait. It is only a week away from a week tomorrow before we get FP1 and FP2, and then a week on Saturday it's quali, and then it's race day a week on Sunday. So we'll soon find out, but way too early to be looking at that one. Best time last year was a 1:33.9 day one, so we're 3/10 up on that already from Alex Albon. So yeah,
I forget, was it last year or was it in 2021 where we had like the massive sandstorm? It was definitely in 2021, but I forget if it also happened last year. But that's something that we obviously get with Bahrain. There was this some of the pictures were absolutely stunning. It was like out of Star Wars or something with the sand and everything. But yeah, it's very actually quite. I'm surprised that we're already 3/10 faster than last year. I think that just shows you. And it's only been like an hour and a bit into preseason testing, so I think it just shows you the rate of development. Even though the FIA has raised the floor, which actually takes performance away from the cars, we're already 3/10 quicker than we were on day one. So yeah, that's pretty cool. I like that.
Yeah, I feel like the teams were a little bit more cagey last year as well, weren't they? Because it was such a big change to regulations that I don't think we learned as much from testing it. I mean, we don't always learn a lot from testing. We didn't learn as much last year as we would do, say, this year or the year before. So it's a good point that we're only on, we're only an hour and a half into this session and we're already 3/10 up on last year. And that's Albon that's 3/10 up on last year. So it's an impressive start. Again, times don't matter, but they do. Of course they matter, but not massively. It's not qualifying is what I'm saying.
Yeah, but I think especially with only 3 days of testing, like Aston Martin were very lucky that whatever that reliability issue was, it was clearly just a quick, turn the car off and turn it on and, kind of switch, on and off switch kind of job because Felipe Drugovich was back out. But if one team has, say, I remember Alonso's car was on fire at one point in Spain. So he had to completely, obviously stop and the thing was on smoke. So if that happens to any team, and let's say they lose a day, that is a third of your testing just gone. So I think times are going to matter probably more than ever before because the teams don't have time to mess about. They don't have time to kind of, almost keep pace in hand. They've got to test their cars at some point on soft tires, on the limit, because again, 3 days of testing and that's it. It's gone. And keep in mind, that's between two drivers. So in reality, it's basically a day and a half per driver if they kind of, if you kind of work out like that. So I think times are going to matter more than ever before because of how limited the testing is.
It's a good point, actually. Yeah, I saw a poll yesterday from the race, I think it was yesterday, asking if people think that F1 teams get enough testing time with just the 3 days. And I think if you gave a team a month of testing time, they'd want more. They'd want another few days. Of course they will. They always want a bit more, don't they? But 3 days sort of feels about right. But as you say, if you have, Drugovich this morning lost some time, you get a fire, you're losing a day, it can really hamper your start to the season. So maybe, I don't know what you think, but maybe because we used to have, when I first did these streams, we had 2 tests at 4 days each. So we had, I think it was like Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and then, no, it was something like that. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and then like Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, or something like that. And we had 2 4-day tests in Barcelona. That felt like way too much. Probably because I was doing the streams. It felt like way too much. But again, for a team, they're going to want as much as possible, aren't they? But do you think maybe, I know it's cost cap and they want to save money and all that, but a 4th day, could they do with a 4th day? Just to cover any fires, any problems, potential weather in Bahrain. We know how it likes to snow there and how much it rains. So, like we saw the snow in Barcelona, an extra day just to cover off any... we've got... Is this where we lost? So it isn't a mirror. So it is Hulkenberg bouncing over the curbs down at turn 5, 6, down that way. Yeah, through 5, 6, and 7. So he's lost it over the curbs, and that's where the debris has come. It's come from underneath the car, or on the side of the car where the barge board area used to be. So that is a bit of hass, apparently, just to let you know. But yeah, I think
Yeah,
4
because
days.
your stream, by the way, is a little bit ahead of mine. So as I was still watching Oscar Piastri.
Oh, okay. Well, I was going to say I could pause it and sync up a bit, but actually, in some ways, it's Stuart quite likes it when we run. I'm a little bit ahead because it means that if I spot something, he can have a look afterwards and go, "Did it?" and then call me an idiot when I'm wrong. So yeah, that's off the.
Oh, you see, I've just outed myself. I'm not quite the streaming pro that Stuart is. I should have just kept my mouth shut on that one.
But yeah, do you think a 4th day of testing or a whole week?
I actually quite liked I think 3 days per week is quite good, and I actually quite liked the 2 weeks at 2 different tracks.
Yeah.
I think it's quite cool, to go to. It gives us I think a better picture, because certainly, I mean, last year that first week was for most teams a complete write-off. I mean, Mercedes didn't even turn up with their actual car, so I think having actually 2 weeks at 2 different tracks and then 3 days I think per week is actually fine. So yeah, I think that's where my kind of happy medium would be, because I mean, I think especially for you, from a content point of view, 4 days is, I mean, from a fan's point of view, I'm going to eat that up. I love that. That's brilliant. But from a content point of view, that is absolutely mental to be streaming for 4 days. And what is it? 6, for 6 hours. It's just mental. So yeah, I think for me, 3 days per week for 2 weeks is kind of where I'd be happy.
Yeah, but I make jokes about how, I'm doing 9 hours a day for 3 days. And I make jokes about that being long, but the truth is, if I wasn't streaming, I'd be watching them anyway. I'd be watching the testing anyway on my own. I'd have no one to talk to. So at least this way I get to talk to you in chat about Formula One. The days fly by. I absolutely love it. If we could go testing every week. No, I want to go racing. No, I don't want to test every week. I've changed my mind on that one. Yeah, no, I really enjoy these. They're great. I've got snacks. I've got drinks, mate. It's all good.
I've got my tea. I came kind of prepared. I've got my tea. I've also got, because I'm using actually a little bit of behind the scenes over here. I'm actually using AirPods, and I've got like a second set of AirPods when these probably eventually die. So yeah, actually I do want to ask one thing for everyone in chat, because what track, if you could have a track for testing, where would you like to go? Because I was about to say back in the day, but even in 2012, they used to go to Mugello to do like mid-season testing, and that is a track. I know it's very difficult to overtake, so racing is not amazing, but I would love to see a week of testing at Mugello. I think that would be just absolutely amazing. So yeah, what kind of tracks would you like to see us go testing, maybe just for like 1 week?
Ooh.
Portimao, I'm seeing a few shout. That's definitely a good one.
Cadwell Park. The data will be pointless. It'll mean nothing, but good lord, that could be a laugh. And I could go to that. It's only up the road, so yeah. See, I like Barcelona testing, but there's a theory, isn't there, that with all the testing there, the teams, it makes the race a bit dull and a bit processional because teams have got too much data. But at the same time, we don't seem to have the same problem in Bahrain. We've been testing here for a couple of years now, and the teams, we're still getting decent racing. Oh, jinx that now, I have enough for next week. We're still getting decent racing, so I don't know if that's a thing or if it is just the track layout at Barcelona, which I believe is changing this year, which is very exciting. I believe they're ditching that freaking chicane, that final chicane, and we're going back to 2 super fast right-handers to finish the lap off with, which should, in theory, on paper, all those usual caveats, give us some more overtaking into turn 1, or at least some closer racing down there. So that should be a good one. I'd do Interlagos, 2 cars allowed in a 3-day test, says Alex. I'd like that. Kailami for Stephen. Thought I looked cute, might delete myself later. That's their username. I love it. Said France, maybe. Wouldn't be. I mean, Paul Ricard was built as a test track, wasn't it? So, or was used as a test track. So that wouldn't be a bad place to go. Nürburgring. Rob says the Nordschleife. 1 lap a day each. That's about all you get on the Nordschleife.
I actually think, by the way, on that car, I mean, could you imagine Drugovich breaking down at the about about a mile into the Nordschleife? The amount that he's got to go back, that would be absolutely that'd be terrible. But on the Kailami point, I actually think, because we don't know how. obviously, I think a lot of people want to see Kailami. They want to see a race in Africa because this is a truly international sport. But I don't know how difficult it is for Formula One for that to get sorted in terms of how the promotion is going to be out there. Is that event going to, financially be stable? Because ultimately, that's what keeps races. If fans keep coming back, if it is a sellout year after year, that is what keeps a race on the calendar. But if they can't get it sorted for a Grand Prix, I actually would love to see testing there. I think it'd be amazing to see the cars at Kyalami in South Africa for the very first time. So, I mean, I think that could be, it's strange to call it a middle ground, but if we can't get a Grand Prix there, I'd love to see testing there.
Yeah, some sort of event. Yeah, I like that. That's a good idea, mate. I'm just sorry, just trying to get my timing. So I feel a weird... I'm going to go through the times in a second, but I just want to say on Kyalami, I feel a weird affinity to that track because that was the first ever F1 race I watched, 1992, South African Grand Prix. So I kind of want that back for that reason, but also I think, we've got races on just about every continent. Do with one in Africa, couldn't we, somewhere? So... yeah, I think I'd love to see Kyalami. I'll read some of your track suggestions out in just a moment. Just to go through the times, we've just gone past the half hour. So at the moment, Carlos Sainz has just gone top of the times, I believe, if that's correct, on a 132. 133, sorry, 253. Max Verstappen, second place, 133.593. Alex Albon, 133.671 in third. Nico Hulkenberg, 134.787 in fourth there. Gasly is next on a 34.8 on the board. Zhou Guanyu, 35.386. George Russell, 136.776. And Yuki Tsunoda, a 143.89. Hopefully, if I go over here, the laps will have updated on the official timing. So 22 laps for Carlos Sainz so far. 22 laps as well for Max Verstappen. 15 for Alex Albon. 16 for Zhou Guanyu. 19 for Hulkenberg. 22 for Gasly. 20 for Russell. 15 for whoever I said was in 8th place. And I can't remember. I think it's Tsunoda. There, Piastri, 10 laps on the board, and Drugovich has now got 3 as well. I'll just find a tyre info. It's not, at the moment, I don't know if you're having the issue, Aldas, but the official live timing page is all over the place. So I'm kind of having to rely on what the TV's saying, and the TV isn't saying a lot either in terms of tyres. So as soon as I can get that information, I will let everybody know. But at the moment... Carlos Sainz, that will get updated on stream by the way, but Carlos Sainz is the fastest on track with a 33.253.
And once again, I love the way I was like, oh, Carlos Sainz is on a good lap. Is he going to go fastest?
And Sean ruins it.
And then absolutely spoiled it. No, I love that. That's brilliant. I need to get used to that. But yeah, also, there's been a lot of talk about Mercedes having something on their wheel. Now, I noticed it during their shakedown. But I just thought it was just, I don't know, maybe a sensor that they put on just for the shakedown. But apparently it might still be there on like the right-hand side, the top of the steering wheel, but like on the right side, which is a bit strange. So I wonder what that is. I've seen a few people talk about that and kind of ask about it, but I'm not quite sure what it is yet.
Sorry, thank you to... I am listening to you, mate. I've got emails coming in. So thank you to Brady, by the way, over on Patreon, who's updated their pledge. Thank you very much for that. Really appreciate that, mate. That's awesome stuff. And also PayPal. Thank you to Jack, who sent me £2,995 less than he sent me the other year, and then demanded back. Cheeky bastard. £5. He says it ain't $3,000, but we still have 25 plus hours of testing. Thank you very much, Jack. Really appreciate that, mate. If you do want to support the stream, by the way, you can through PayPal. That way I get 100% of the contribution. You can also do so through Streamlabs and Super Chat as well. Nobody has to. There's no pressure. There's none of that. If you want to, brilliant. If you don't, that's absolutely fine. But if you do send me any money on PayPal, please, as Jack did there, leave a message so I can say hey, even if it's just a wavy emoji or something. Just to say hey. Don't forget to subscribe if you're new as well, and to drop a like on the stream. No live footage for obvious reasons. I'm not going to do that all the time. I think the best way to put it is what I said on Twitter. No footage, copyright exists. You know what FOM are like, Aldas. There is no point risking it.
I do know what FOM are like, mate.
They claim the Alfa Romeo video.
Oh, mate. Also, have you seen the Ferrari nose as well? It's deforming under like high speed, and then when they're braking going into the corner, it like basically pops back out. There's like a dimple when they're going down the straight, and then when they brake, the bodywork kind of deforms back to where it started. That's pretty interesting.
if anybody in chat knows what that is, please do let us know. But I'll keep an eye out for that one. I've seen a glimpse of it, but I've not been able to sort of sit and watch a proper slow-mo of it. So that'll be, if I don't see one on street or while we're watching this, then I will absolutely have a look tonight. I'm sure Ted Kravitz will be all over that in the Notebook tonight.
Yeah, I'm not sure if it's supposed to be happening or not, but I think Tommy has posted it on their brand new Insta. I think actually either Matt. Matt posted on his Twitter, and it's just, yeah, it's unreal. I'm not quite sure like what's happening there. So Ferrari clearly been cooking up something crazy there in Maranello.
Yeah, I mean, there was already question marks over their front wing, wasn't there? But that was apparently it's perfectly legal because they updated the rules around that, so it is absolutely legal. So, but I know that there are some teams that want that clarity. You know what teams are like this time of year? Can we clarify this? Can we clarify? Did you say Matt? As in,
I think, yeah, I get lost now. Matt. Oh no, it's on their Matt P1 Tommy Twitter. So yeah, it's literally their newest post. Matt P1 with Tommy. So yeah.
Oh yeah.
Do you see what I mean?
That's really weird.
It's kind of difficult to tell chat, but if you have Twitter, then go and check their Twitter out. And they posted like two pictures, and yeah, it's strange, isn't it?
Yeah, it just looks like it's just a dimple, isn't it? It's a pretty hefty dimple, but it's just a dimple just for the tip of the nose, which is how interesting. I'll try to see if we spot that. That might be something that you need in in a proper slow-mo. We are watching sites, or I am. I don't know if you are yet, Aldas. We're watching sites at the moment. So
I'm watching Joe. Stop, Sean. Stop doing this to me. No, I'm joking. Also, by the way, Joe's helmet looks absolutely stunning. I absolutely love it. Back to you, Sean.
Is that there's a I mean, have you seen Bottas's first?
Oh yeah, I mean,
sake.
Valtteri always comes through. I'm loving this Valtteri Alfa Romeo era. Like he's just so much more himself. And even when he was at Williams, before he got to Mercedes, I don't remember Valtteri being kind of this fun, this laid back, just having these crazy ideas. Like, yeah, let me let Tiffany paint my face on my helmet for testing. So I'm loving this this new Valtteri. I actually had the chance to meet him last year when I was at preseason testing, and honestly, one of the chillest, nicest guys you're ever gonna meet. Like, yeah, it was really amazing. Although there was actually a funny moment because Alfa Romeo last year had a little bit of especially in Bahrain, they had quite a few reliability issues, and so at one point I was in kind of the Ferrari, the Alfa Romeo kind of building, watching the screen and watching I think Joe breaking down, and I remember talking to a friend of mine, Hayden, and I said to him, "Oh, that's not great." And then I look behind me, and Valtteri is literally standing like less than a meter away, and I just said, "Oh, that's not great." And I didn't actually spot him there. I was like, "Oh my god, that's so embarrassing." He just basically heard me say that his car's shit, but you know. So yeah, that was a fun one.
He's gone to Alpha and he sort of just doesn't give a damn anymore, does he? He's just like, yes, I have a mullet. Yes, I have a mustache. Yes, it's painted on my helmet. Who cares? And I think it's just a testing special, isn't it? It's not a permanent thing. But if he wants to keep it, that's absolutely fine. But yeah, the Zhou one, I think there's a reason behind the Zhou one. I can't. If there was a partnership thing, I could have dreamt it. It is me. But I'm pretty sure I had an email or something from... I mean, I drew about some weird stuff, but I don't tend to drew about emails from teams. I'll see if there's anything hovering about. But I thought there was a reason for it, some kind of special reason behind the helmet, but maybe not. We'll see. I'll keep an eye on see if I can find it, but... Yeah, I've just got Andres Seidel emails for some reason. So yeah, we know. I'm
actually going to miss seeing not seeing Andres Seidel. I'm not going to lie. I'm going to miss not seeing him as much on the kind of the pit wall, and because he's going to be taking a bit of a bigger role as kind of the CEO.
Yeah. So there you've got Aluni Bravi, haven't you? Who's going to be? He's not actually. His title isn't team principal, but he's sort of de facto. So he's going to take a lot of the roles.
Team representative,
something like
that.
And he's going to do stuff around race weekends.
Is it just me, or is that a bit odd? I mean, just either have Andres Seidel run as a kind of de facto or, team principal until he gets the right, man or woman in, or just don't have someone at all. I don't understand why they have this almost team representative, because it's like, wait, So is he the man in charge of the team? Is he the team principal, or is he just the guy that's kind of there until they find someone better? So it's a little bit strange. I don't get, if you have a team principal, then call him a team principal. If you don't, then why are you hiring someone just in the short term? It's a bit strange for me.
I suspect that it's an interim situation, and Andreas Seidel will be team principal of Audi Sauber, or Sauber Audi, whatever they're going to call themselves, because he's got the links there, hasn't he? So I think he'll end up as their team principal effectively from 2026, I think. Yes, I think that's what it could be, that Aluni Bravi's in just to look after things. I don't know until Andreas Seidel comes in with Audi, but like you say, if he is going to come in 2026, and my theory is correct, why not just put him in now and get him a few years under his belt of the team, get things how he wants it? Because obviously Alfa Romeo are, as things stand, leaving Sauber at the end of the year, so they're going to be Sauber again next year, or whatever they choose to call themselves. So having him there with the team for a couple of years before 26 would make sense. So maybe my theory is a little bit off, but it feels like that's what they're trying. Because I think Andreas Seidel was I thought he was great at McLaren, and I really rate him. I think he'd be brilliant at Audi as well. It's just a thought. It's probably way off. You know what my predictions are like. You probably put Ferrari. What was I going to say? Yeah, thank you to Annette. Thank you very much for your super chat, Annette. Really appreciate that. Since the season has officially begun, it has indeed. I know you are just as hyped as I am, or PayPal contribution rather than super chat. I'll say a PayPal chat. A pal chat. Oh, I like that. Anyway, Trev says Merc sandbagging ? Nobody's giving us their real pace at the moment. George Russell, 36.7 at the moment, 21 laps. I mean, 21 laps is a decent haul for the morning session so far. So it's all about the laps. Get the laps in nice and early, or throughout the day. That's the priority, but I don't think there's anything to worry about. There are some Mercedes fans that see Mercedes down the timesheets and think, uh-oh, what's going on? But nothing to worry about. Very early days. Although they've been... We'll talk about Mercedes for a second. Why not? They've been a bit cautious with their expectations. I know Toto Wolff was sort of coming out with some statements, big statements at the launch about how they want to get back to the front, which isn't a great surprise. Of course, that's where they want to be, and they want to be challenging for championships and wins again consistently. But the noises seem to be that they're still not totally happy with the car going into this season, but it's a step forward from last year, which is good, but there's still some things they need to understand. So I think they've got, has it been confirmed that they're changing their side pods at some point early on in the season, that we're going to see a new package there? So they're not totally happy with the car. I'm going to Google that because I'm not sure if I've dreamt that, but I read a lot of stuff and then I forget what's real. So they're sort of not bigging the season up just yet. Do you think that's just Mercedes playing their chances down, or do you think last year has sort of brought them back down to earth a little bit and they're not going to get too overexcited for the season ahead with their expectations, if that makes sense?
I think it could be a little bit of both. I think there could be a little bit of just lowering the expectations. Perhaps 2022 has kind of humbled them a little bit because Mercedes have been the kings of sandbagging, and in the past, how many times? I remember 2019 just sticks out like a sore thumb. I remember Ferrari looking absolutely strong, Mercedes kind of struggling, looking like they're not struggling, but they didn't look like the quickest team. And then we rock up to Australia, and then Lewis Hamilton puts it on pole by 7/10 ahead of the next Ferrari. So although Ferrari then did qualify 1-2, so the car did have pace, but it's one of those. I think it's one of those things where Toto Wolff definitely kept it open. He did say that he didn't come out and basically say that we have got the exact car that we won right from the beginning of the season. He hinted at we want to develop this car throughout the season, which kind of hints that he's not, and they're not 100% confident that the car that we're going to see in Bahrain is going to be the best car on the grid. It's going to challenge for the championship. It's more one of those things that maybe they're going to develop throughout the season, perhaps hopefully be closer to the front than they were last year, but maybe not have the outright package at the beginning of the season. So yeah, he's definitely played expectations down. He's definitely kind of kept that door open for potentially changing their car and changing their side pods, which is obviously a big visual thing, but there's a lot of things going on. I think it's a weird one. Ultimately, we don't know until we see them, in qualifying, because that's when everyone has to, show up. So yeah, it's going to be interesting. But you want to you want to have a strong test as well, because I think it just gives the fans, it gives the team also more confidence as well. People are going to say that testing times don't matter, but they do. They absolutely do, especially with only 3 days of testing. If you are consistently in that top five, if you're doing lap times, if the lap time is coming quite easily out of the car for the drivers, then that is a good sign that gives the team confidence. So yeah, we're going to wait and see. I think we're going to see a bit more towards the end of the day. I think Lewis is going to be in the afternoon session potentially.
Yes.
So yes, it's an interesting one with Mercedes. They're being a lot more cautious than they have been in the past. But yeah, I still think that the likes of Red Bull and maybe even Ferrari are potentially the ones to beat still.
So apparently, according to somebody in chat, if I can find your thing, so Ash said Mercedes said it's an option to change the side pods to Red Bull style design if the car doesn't perform. And all I found from what I've seen, I must have read it on the race and just put two things together and come up with 25, but put two and two together and come up with 25. But the signs are that perhaps there is the option to change the side pods, which I guess is always the option to change the side pods. But it's the thing with Mercedes is that, and I totally agree with you, Aldas, but the thing with Mercedes as well is that what I find weird is that their insistence on the side pods being the way to go when nobody else has gone that way. Now, the side pods may not be the issue, probably aren't, but it's surprising that they didn't switch to the more Red Bull style side pods this year. But then at the same time, out of the box thinking, we've got to applaud that, haven't we? They've tried something different. Maybe it hasn't worked. Maybe it's not a big deal. Maybe it is part of the reason. I don't know, but it is fascinating. I think, and I suspect we'll see some Red Bull side pods on that car. If not this year, probably by next year. Not actual Red Bull side pods, of course. Mercedes, if you remember the past two seasons, all drivers are complaining about the car at testing. So it's a little setup. I saw somebody else saying actually during their domination phase, Mercedes were consistently quite low on the timesheets, weren't they? So if you're a Mercedes fan, maybe this is an early sign. Maybe. Russell down in 7th place. But like I say, laps, that's what we want to look at for the first 2.5 days, Aldas, do you reckon? Maybe we'll get some fast laps Saturday afternoon, somebody trying to grab some headlines. But the general school of thought from F1 drivers and teams is you don't want to top testing, do you? You want to keep something close to your chest.
Yeah, it's an interesting balance, but again, every single driver is gonna have to do a quick run. They're gonna find out or have to find out, like Nico Hulkenberg did. When I actually push the car, is it gonna start breaking to pieces basically over the curb? So I think definitely day 3 is gonna be. I think day 3 and the end of day 2 are gonna be like the big times where we are gonna see the true potential of these cars. But yeah, it's also on the Mercedes, not just the side pods, because there is so much more going on underneath, actually. I mean, even they admitted that the side pods, it's just the most visual thing that the fans and, we can see. The truth is actually what's going on with the floor is actually what's causing their problems. But when you look at the top 3 teams last year, they all launched with their own concepts. And unlike some of the midfield teams, they've actually stayed with their concepts. Red Bull are obviously exactly the same as they were last year. Ferrari have also kept their side pods with kind of those massive, like, just dips in the where the radiator is. And Mercedes have also kind of evolved their zero pod design. So even though Red Bull were the team to beat, the top 3 teams have stayed with their designs. They've developed their concepts, and they're happy with where they are at the moment. So it will be interesting because even in the previous generation of cars, what was with the high rake and low rake cars, Mercedes was one of the very few teams actually to have a low rake car, which is amazing considering the fact that they dominated that era and won every single constructors championship. But a lot of the teams on the grid actually went with the Red Bull concept of having a high rake. So it depends where your engineers are able to find performance from. It always kind of fascinated me that most of the grid went with the Red Bull concept of running a high rake, despite the championship winning team that won every single constructors having a completely different concept and being one of the very few teams actually to stay with that concept. So yeah, it's very interesting, but I actually quite like the variability that we still have in 2023 of seeing different side pods, seeing different noses. And I think it's better than all of the cars looking like a Red Bull, aren't they?
Oh yeah, it's we want to see. I know that the rules are quite restrictive versus what they used to be, but we still want to see that innovation, don't we? you don't have to be brilliant on your technical stuff, which I'm not, but you still want to see, like you say, different side pods, different noses, different interpretations of the regulations. We don't want a grid that's maybe not spec in terms of parts, but where every single car looks like it's spec, do we? That's not what Formula One is. We need to see innovation. We need to see designers given... I mean, I'd like to see designers, the rules relaxed a bit and designers given a bit more freedom. I know that that's not the way they want to take the sport. I know they want to try and keep it a bit more as equal as it can be. They want to try and, give people a chance, and that's why we have the cost cap, and that's why we have these regulations. They want to stop designers being able to stick all these winglets and that on the car that deflect air over the place and cause all this dirty air. It's all about allowing these cars to follow more closely. But I imagine if you gave... In fact, I think we've seen some of his concepts before. Imagine if you gave Adrian Newey, for example, I know he doesn't really work on the racing side as Red Bull as full-time as he used to, but imagine giving him completely free reign on an F1 car. Could you imagine the kind of thing he would come up with? So I'd love to see them get a bit more freedom, but you also don't want to give them too much, because if you do, then, like I say, you're just going to end up with a field that is really far spread. They can't follow, totally reliant on push to pass, DRS, whatever thing they'd have to come up with to try and give us some close racing and overtaking. So it's about finding a balance. And maybe I've noticed on this year's cars, we're seeing a lot more, Ferrari have got a winglet behind the cockpit, that we've now started to see those little deflectors appear on the side pods again on some cars, and the floors are now more serrated than they were a year ago. So designers are finding their way around it, and I'm looking forward to FOM getting angry and then decided to change the regulations again massively in 26 because the teams have found their way around them. But it's part of the sport, isn't it? It's important that we have that innovation. It's the only word I can say for it. We want some imagination. That's another one on these cars, not just everything looking the same. And I think we've got a good grid for that. I'm trying to think if there's two cars that look anything like the same. I mean, you look at Red Bull, they've got Red Bull and AlphaTauri, but the cars, whilst there are some things on the AlphaTauri that were on the Red Bull, they're not anywhere near identical, are they? So I love that.
And I think AlphaTauri have actually... I think they've actually come under a bit of fire from what I've seen, because a lot of people are saying you're using so many Red Bull components, which they're obviously allowed, but their car actually is nothing like the Red Bull. They're not actually trying to imitate the Red Bull. They're totally going with what their own design team is coming up with. So, and I think it's a double-edged sword, because on one hand, you could say that's fantastic. They're obviously, they've got their own people. They're not Red Bull people. It's AlphaTauri. So, they're going by their own designers, their own engineers, and what they're, coming up with in their own wind tunnel. But at the same time, whilst that might be commendable, when they're not getting the results on the track, some people might say, well, you've got all the resources that Red Bull provide, so why aren't you copying their car to potentially get closer to them? So yeah, it's an interesting one, but it's the conundrum that I think that team has because of their association with Red Bull, really.
So Felipe Drugovich, by the way, I've just gone on Twitter to check. Mike Cracker said that Felipe stopped on track due to an electronics issue that has now been resolved back to it. So electrical problem for Drugovich was the issue this morning. He is out on track. He's got time on the board, 6 laps as well. So he is out there. So that's good. Good stuff. So electrical problem for anyone wondering. I'm going to try and go on Twitter every sort of half hour. I don't want to be on there too much because then I'm not listening to Aldas or paying attention to you guys. On the subject of paying attention, we need to give a shout out to Sasha, who desperately wants a pizza.
Oh, that's just made me hungry now.
Yep. So I've been keeping an eye on it and just looking at some. I've seen somebody say that apparently where they are, a banana curry pizza is popular, which sounds absolutely disgusting, but probably is actually quite delicious. I've had a few things like that. I mean, nothing's as bad as Checo's pizza from a couple of years ago, but yeah. So I can't order you all a pizza. I can't. Otherwise, I would. I mean, I wouldn't because I don't know where you all live, but I could order a pizza and eat it on behalf of you, on your behalf, and then just really rub it in. But there you go. We'll do pizza toppings another day, but I'll go through the times at 9, and then we'll have a chat about... I think we both want to talk about Pierre Gasly, don't we? I think that feels like a good place to go. Jonathan said that's popular in Sweden, apparently, banana and curry.
Crikey.
I'm not sure how I feel about that. I mean, I will upset a lot of people. I love pineapple on pizza, but I'm not sure about banana.
I'm not a pineapple on pizza kind of. I might have to rethink about staying on this stream right now. Pineapple on pizza, that's very controversial. But no, actually, to be fair, I've never had it. I'm sure it's all right, but I'm one of the classics. Just yeah, pineapple on pizza. It's always been that controversial one, but yeah, nothing is ever gonna top that Sergio Perez moment. Where was it? 2018, 2019? I forget now. What did he have? Tuna. What was on that? Tuna and chips on a pizza. I mean, it was absolutely shocking.
The internet just blew up over a pizza. It's like you think the pineapple debate is bad. That was absolutely. I don't know what it was. It looked a mess. It really, really did. Look, I like it.
I love kebab pizza. 10 out of 10. Love that. I'm reading. I love that.
Doner, yeah. Doner kebab on a pizza is good. Doner meat on a pizza with some onions, bit of chili sauce.
Oh, I'm getting well hungry now.
I'm ending the stream. We're off a pizza. I'll meet you halfway. Let's have a look. Let's do some of your questions or comments for a few minutes then before I do updates for you. Hello to Liam. Hi, Liam. Haven't heard from you for a while, mate. Hope you're well. Brady McDonald Racing. I'm good, mate. How are you? Liam's like somebody I know IRL, like a real life person. Not that you're not a real life person, Aldas, or people in the chat, but you know what I mean. Used to work with him at our German discount supermarket that begins with an A and isn't Lidl. So yes, good to see you, mate. Hope you're well. Hope everything's going well with Brady as well. He does his karting. He's into karting, bless him, young lad, and I think from what I've seen on Facebook, he's getting pretty damn quick. So one for the future. Keep an eye out for him. He could be a Formula One driver of the future and a guest on my stream. He ain't going tested. I'll be like, Liam, I need him, please, for this one. Hello from Australia. Albert Park is getting ready. I love Albert Park. Hello to you as well. What time is it there? Getting on. But yeah, looking forward to Australia this year. 4 DRS zones. Apparently, they're bringing that controversial one back that they took out last year. So that could be interesting. Never pineapple, never, says JB. I think that's it. JB hates me. Bloomy's called me a heathen, so that's me doing my own graphic design now. That's shockingly bad news. That can't be good. Thank you for the streams. Thank you for your videos. Niketo, see you, enjoy. Thanks, Sean. Thanks, Aldas. No problem at all. Thank you very much for being here, mate. Any porpoising, says TP. We've seen bouncing, haven't we? I don't want to commit and say we've absolutely seen porpoising, but we've seen bouncing, which could be bumps in the track, but we'll see. I'm hoping. We've both kind of agreed, haven't we, Aldas? It's not going anywhere. It's still going to be a thing, but hopefully it won't be as bad as it was last year. Because I saw somebody that it looked quite a little bit embarrassing for Formula One. It is a phrase I saw used a few days ago, actually, but also sort of during testing last year. That was kind of like, this is the pinnacle of motorsport, and we've got drivers being thrown around like that. But it's all part of that. I mean, I'm honestly, I don't think coming into this year we needed the rules change. I think come the back end of last year, most teams had solved the worst of it, hadn't they? We still had moments, but it was mostly solved, and that's how these rules evolve. So I think bringing in regulations and getting teams to spend money again seems now like it was a little bit unnecessary, but I guess they've got to protect, as you said earlier, around us, health reasons, they've got to protect against it happening again, particularly somewhere like Baku, where it was so bad last year for some. So I wouldn't say we've seen a lot of it, but we've definitely seen some bouncing. I'll take one more before I go through the times and the laps and things. Thank you, Finter. Says, thanks for the stream. Much appreciated. No problem. Really enjoy doing these. So it's good to talk to you all. And porpoising is nowhere near as bad as the 2014 noses as an embarrassment. That's very true.
I was literally reading
FD30.
that comment, actually. Honestly, no. When you were saying, I mean, I don't know who these people are that said porpoising was an embarrassment for the sport in terms of like, that genuinely, I actually completely agree with FD30 that comment to me is totally on point. The 2014 noses, that was an embarrassment to the sport. Like that, it not only were they like, inappropriate for one, but they just looked horrible anyway. Like they were so weird, and they made the cars look so ugly. I absolutely hate the 2014 grid. So that to me is like an embarrassment to the sport. Porpoising is I mean, it's physics, it's you can't. And also, some teams did fix it. Like some teams, right from the get-go,
Yeah.
they barely had any porpoising. So I don't think it was an embarrassment to the sport. It was just some teams did a better job than others. So it's I think embarrassment for the sport is a bit too strong because again, you can't fight the laws of physics. You can only kind of contain them. And well, hopefully we'll see a lesser porpoising, but. The teams put it on themselves. They run their cars as low as possible because even when the car is porpoising, that's when they get the most amount of downforce through high-speed corners. But then the consequence of that is porpoising down the straights if you can't manage the airflow. So it's, again, the teams do it to themselves. It's not as if the FIA just out of nowhere decided to make the cars porpoise. So yeah, it's something that we'll see a little bit less of, but we'll definitely see plenty of it, I'm sure, a little bit.
Yeah, and I think, those noses now, they definitely get your stream and your video taken down by YouTube for inappropriate content. They were absolutely shocking. But no, well, it's Twitter. I've promised myself, my partner, people that I know. I've told people through DMs on Twitter. I'm spending less time on Twitter this year because it doesn't influence my opinion, but sometimes it makes me think something is a bigger issue than it actually is. It's the best way to put that. It's such a massive echo chamber. It's all so hyperbolic, and I'm just kind of like done with it. So I'll be there and I'll be about, but I am not going to be on Twitter much this year because for that very reason, you get those opinions that are like, this is embarrassing for Formula One, and then you speak to people in the real world, or I come on YouTube and do a stream and people are like, why? I give you a prime example very quickly for other times. AlphaTauri last year, Zandvoort. There was a massive conspiracy doing the rounds on Twitter. Most people, when I streamed, didn't know anything about it, and I went off on one, and people were like, whoa, there's no need for that. That's on Twitter, mate. Just ignore Twitter. I was like, do you know what? That's what I'm going to do. Anyway, that's it. That's my Twitter rant over for today. I'll have another one tomorrow. Apparently
no, it's over
images.
for just the hour. There'll be another one. Don't worry about that, ladies and gentlemen. 10
minutes. Back for another one in 10 minutes. Your times then so far. Let's see if F1 live timing is working properly yet. The answer is sort of. I know they said on the commentary on TV that they are working on it at Biggin Hill, so hopefully it'll get sorted. But that one's working okay, so we'll go with that one. So Carlos Sainz still topping the times at the moment, 33.2. What did we say last year's fastest time for day one was? 33.9. So we're well ahead of that one with 30 laps on the board. Max Verstappen, 133.593. He has got, I've used 2 pages here, 31 laps on the board. Alex Albon, third place on a 133.671. He's done 27 laps so far. Zhou, 133.723. 4/10 off the fastest time. He's done 23 laps. 26 laps for Nico Hulkenberg, who's done a 134.787. Still, quite jarring to see his name back on the timing screen. I don't know why. Pierre Gasly, 134.822. 29 laps. 22 laps for George Russell, who's done a 136.776, his fastest time. 8th place, Yuki Tsunoda, 137.100. He has done 18 laps. 16 laps for Piastri in 9th place on a 37.5. And Felipe Drugovich, who is starting to put the laps in, 8 laps so far on a 137.718. I'm struggling to find the tyre info. I know some of you really like to make sure I go through the tyres, so as soon as I can find that, I will. All I can tell you is, because the problem with the live timing is they tell you what compound, they don't tell you what compound they're on, they tell you what that compound is. So, for example, currently, Alex Albon's on the medium, which tells me nothing because there are 2 mediums and a prototype tyre this year that's classed as a medium. So I will try and find that info from somewhere. If not, then I would definitely try and get it for tomorrow. So, yeah. I'm just trying to look at, has anybody used, I'll go to the tyre history, but see what people have used. We've seen Carlos Sainz has done 8 and 3 laps on the prototype tyre. I'll tell you what that's about in just a moment. Hulkenberg has only been on the prototype tyre, according to the live timing. So that's an interesting one there. So not going to be reading too much into his times at all. Albon has done 1 7-lap stint on the mediums, and it's 5 on the softs, 1 on the softs, 1 on the softs, 2 and 2. Probably the same set of softs there for that one, probably coming in and out of the pits. Gasly's only used mediums and hards so far. Russell has only used a hard tyre. Tsunoda only used a soft tyre. It's only hard tyre for Piastri, and mostly, in fact, it's all mediums, I think, for Drugovich as well. So I did actually, because I'm really organised like that, download a graphic from Pirelli, which I have since lost. So, I mean, my heart was in the right place, Aldas. I downloaded it, it was all sorted, and then I have lost it. So, there we go, found it. So, the compounds available...
It's the effort that counts, mate. It's the effort that counts.
It's a thought. And I did think. So, yeah, so your compounds available for this one. So, we've got the C0, which has no white brackets, just the white lettering. That is last year's C1. Then we've got the C1, which does have the white brackets on it, so you can tell that apart. That's a new compound, which is harder than the C2, but softer than last year's C1. Yeah. Whatever. Yeah. Yellow medium, C2 with no brackets. C3 is yellow with brackets. You can tell that apart. The prototype is a medium tyre. It's also listed as C3. And the prototype is to benchmark products from the Turkey backup factory against the standard tyre. The C4 is going to be red with no brackets. The C5 is red with brackets. That's going to be the softest option available. And then, of course, we've got the intermediates and wets, which I'm imagining we're not going to be seeing much, if any, of in Bahrain because it's in the desert. So it's unlikely we're going to see an awful lot of rain this week. But you never know. You never know. We might get a shock. So some good stuff there. But like I say, I keep saying it. Keep an eye on those lap times. That is the stuff that matters, really, in testing. So, yeah. I'm just trying to think if there's a better way they could have done all that with the C0 and the C1. But I guess without shuffling everything down, you can't really, can you? Because then you've got to make your C5 the C6 and everything else has got to follow it down. So, yeah. It's just F1 being F1, isn't it? Or Pirelli being F1 about it. So 6 compounds this year. Yes, it is. So, as I say, C0 the hardest, C5 the softest. So, yeah. I'm not sure. I think from what I understand, the C0 will be seen at places like Silverstone. Possibly Spa. They might want to go with a hard tyre. I doubt the hardest tyre, but yeah, that's that one. So 0 down to 5, and then intermediates and wets. And I think as well, I thought we're getting a new wet from Imola. They're bringing a wet tyre that we might actually see in wet conditions, possibly.
I mean, yeah, imagine that. It's been weird. I don't know if it's these cars or what it is, but the wet tyre, we haven't seen it as much because by the time the conditions kind of get to that stage, usually Formula One have put out a red flag, and by the time the conditions clear up, like the wet tyre is kind of obsolete at that point. They're all jumping straight to the inters at some point. So it would be interesting to see if the wet tyre kind of does anything different compared to the old wet tyre, but. Yeah, tyre talk. I mean, this is what it's all about, isn't it? Just tyre talk in Formula One. But yeah, I think the tyres made it frustrating a little bit in some of the wet races. I remember Monaco, we were there for so long. I think the race could have actually got going a little bit before the race, but before it actually did. So it's a little bit frustrating. Hopefully Pirelli always have all of the teams and all of the fans on their back. They have a very, very difficult job to do, but ultimately as the sole tyre supplier, that's their challenge. I mean, I remember I was talking to Blake, who's Break F1 on YouTube, and he was saying that last year's front tires were kind of inducing a lot of understeer, and the drivers really hated it. So that's something that's changed. The front tires have changed a little bit for this year, so we'll see how the drivers kind of react to that. So it is a really important, aspect. It's the thing that connects the road to the car. So yeah, we'll have to see how that goes.
Yeah, a couple people saying they want to see the rainbow tires back. See, I preferred that. But I can also understand how it might get a bit confusing for casual fans. But at the same time, you watch 2 race weekends in a row, and one week the C3 is the medium or whatever, and then the next week it's the soft. That's not that much less confusing, is it? Unless I'm trying
I think for casual fans, it is just better to have the 3 colors, and that it goes from hard, medium to soft. And then you can cut. But the thing is, they do mention it during the broadcast that, even though the colors stay the same every single weekend, the tire compounds are actually, shifted on track to track, depending on what the degradation is on that particular circuit, and kind of how much they want to push it, because you want to give a tire that you want to, give access to a tire that is going to degrade, but is also going to be fast. That potentially might give us a lot of pit stops, but you don't want to overshoot that margin, because then there could be a safety risk if, if your car during a race stint on full fuel can't even do 7 laps on the hard tire or something, then you've got a disaster going on. So I think for the casual fans, the fact that it is just 3 colors, and then in the background you can also tell them that the compounds are actually changing from race to race depending on the track. I think it's the happy medium, to be honest, because as much as I absolutely loved the rainbow tires of 2017, 2018, maybe for some people it was just a little bit confusing. So, and actually, in a sport where there is so many rules, in a sport that is already as confusing to, again, regular fans and maybe casual fans as it is, I think it's perhaps quite good that some of it is a bit simplified.
Yeah, but I think Beth kind of nails it for me. He says, if you've got 6 compounds that are always the same colour, you know what you're looking at. Do you know what I mean? So
True.
But at the same time, if you're a casual fan, you're not going to know what you're looking at, because if I'm a casual fan of some other sports, there are certain things I don't care about, and I'd imagine casual fans of F1 are like, I don't care what colour I'm looking at, it doesn't matter. But yeah, that's the only thing, is if you've got the different colours for each compound, every weekend that, oh, that's the super soft, so that's the softest we've got, or that's the super hard, or whatever they called it. I don't remember now, but yeah. Thank you to Stefan as well. Says, testing live stream, favourite time of year. How are you going to handle your famous tyre talk segue this year with 6 tyres? Thank you very much for your super chat, Stefan. Yeah, tyre talk, that could be interesting. I'll have to come up with some good segues for 6 tyres. I'll have to redo maths and everything. Shocking, absolutely shocking. Thank you very much for your super chat, Stefan. If you do want to support the stream, you can do so through Super Chat, Streamlabs, or through PayPal. All the information for that in the description down below. And if you want to support the streams and the channel for a longer period of time, then Patreon is also there as well. But yeah, that's all optional. I don't lock anything behind a paywall, so well, that's a lie. Apart from practice watch-alongs, which we're going to do in the voice chat, 1 or 2 a month this season in Discord for Patreon. So, but that's not like prime content, so forgive me for that one. Yeah, people are supporting me. I've got to give them something. So yeah. Well, yeah, all right, Jordan, I get that. They watch more races and learn, but not everyone's going to watch all races and learn. So I mean, that's I agree. We watch every single race, and that's fine. We're going to know this, but not everyone can or wants to watch every single race. And even if you forget that for a second, you've still got new people coming to the sport all the time, and you don't want to overcomplicate an incredibly complicated sport. So I get your point, and bitter Sean would be like, yeah, learn it. It's your problem, not mine. But reasonable Sean isn't going to say that. So when the soft tyres were the hardest available, says Gingerfest. Actually, just on tyres quickly as well. If we could skip some compounds, I'm doing that again this year. If we could skip some compounds, race weekend, so like C2, C3, C5, just mix it up a bit. Give us a qualifying style tyre, and 4 engines for the season. There you go. That's.
I think the only problem with that
weekend.
I think the only problem with that plan is if you're skipping compounds, then there is literally just going to be there's only going to be one tyre that's going to be even suitable for the race. Like, let's say it's a high deg track. You're not even going to be touching the qualifying tyre, which probably can only even do 1 lap. Potentially, on the really high deg tracks, like, if you take the C5 tyre, which I believe is the softest compound, if you take that tyre to Spa, that can probably do about 2 sectors max. Like, by the 3rd sector, that tyre is probably toast.
Yeah.
So that's the only problem, because if you kind of miss the 2 compounds, then there's only really going to be 1 suitable tyre, and then it kind of makes the strategy boring. Also, again, are you seeing the blue wires on the steering wheel of the Mercedes?
Not. I haven't seen it in testing yet, but I saw some pictures on social media of some stuff that was taped up on the steering wheel that could have been the same thing. But I'll keep an eye out. I've not seen it on the stream yet. It's Crofty and Anthony Davidson in the commentary box now. Yeah,
Love that combination.
I like Anthony Davidson. I think haven't they axed Paul di Resta this year, and Johnny Herbert.
I mean, To be fair, just to kind of pull the rest, he is racing for the Peugeot manufacturer team in WEC.
Then, yeah.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think a lot of people were like, oh my God, the guy, basically a lot of people who don't like Paul di Resta on Twitter were just celebrating like, oh, finally the guy's jobless. Actually, he's racing in like the most exciting kind of season of endurance racing that I've ever seen, more hype than ever before because of all of these brand new kind of hybrid LMP cars. And so, yeah, he's racing for the factory Peugeot team up against Ferrari have a car in there, Porsche as well. So I actually can't wait to see WEC this year. I think it's going to be absolutely awesome. And yeah, so he's not quite jobless. He's actually racing in like one of the most elite forms of motorsport. But yeah.
Lewis Bloomfield has just sent me a mock-up of this year's Ferrari with a 2014 style nose.
Oh, no, I don't need to see that this early in the morning.
I might try and put it in the stream in a bit if he doesn't mind me doing that. That's hilarious. Thank you, Bloomy. That's made me giggle this morning. I was just going to say, actually, somebody said earlier that the Red Bull looks a little bit ropey out there. I must admit, coming out of that final corner, turn 15, looked a bit twitchy out of there. So, yeah.
So, Verstappen in the bin?
Yeah, that's it. Season over, all done. No, yeah, so just on the wires as well. A couple of people in chat saying, Phil Jones says, Scarbs tweeted about the wire connection to an accelerometer. Oh, I can't even speak. Oh, no.
Accelerometer.
That's the one. Thank you very much. He said, and Beth says the race say that the wire on the Merc steering wheel is testing bounce. Thank you for saving me there, Aldas. That was bad.
It's what I'm here for, mate. It's what I'm here for. We're a team, you know? We're a team. 1-2 driver pairing.
Oh, that brings up the next question then, doesn't it? Who's number one? I'll be number two. It's fine. I'll get out of the way.
I'll let you have it. All right, go on then.
I'll put it up later. I'll maybe send it to. No, I won't. I'll pop it in the stream in a bit. The Ferrari, and then Aldas can close his eyes for a minute if you don't want to see it. So, but yeah, good point on di Resta. If he's racing in, with the greatest of respect to Sky, if I'm a racing driver and I have the choice of racing in WEC or standing in the pit lane talking to Simon Lazenby, then I'm in the car doing WEC. So that's probably why. No disrespect to Simon Lazenby, of course.
I mean, hang on a minute. You can't just say no. Double down on it, Sean. Double down on it. Like if you're going to shade Simon Lazenby, then you got to go all the way.
Do you know my issue with Simon Lazenby? He's not Jake Humphries.
Yes. No, Jake, he was absolute top quality. I think Jake Humphries, because he's the guy that was there doing the BBC stuff, like when I started watching, he was absolutely just top quality in terms of, like, he wasn't the most knowledgeable guy, but as a fan, you totally related to him, and he was a really kind of good gateway into, as a presenter, he was a really good gateway asking the questions that we kind of wanted to know from the more experienced, obviously, actual Formula One drivers that were presenters. And Chris B, I see that Aldas is too young to be exposed to that kind of filth. Exactly. But also, as a young person, I kind of want to see it as well. When when you're like, oh,
I'll put it in. I'll nip off for a 2-minute break in a few minutes or half an hour or so, and then I'll pop it in then. But yeah, just to let you know, just while we're talking Formula One, which is what we're here for and testing. Out on track, we've got Verstappen, Tsunoda, Piastri, Sainz, Albon, Hulkenberg, and Russell. Piastri just coming onto the start-finish straight, opening his DRS. So Sainz about to come through the final corner as well. Nothing. It's just really logging the laps at the moment. Sainz has got the most on the board at the moment with 37, closely followed by Verstappen on 34. Some Flovers as well at the back left corner as we look at it from the rear. Right corner on the actually also on the front of the Red Bull, or towards the front of the Red Bull. So your Craig Scarboroughs and your Matthew Summerfield and that are all going to be pouring over this Flovers, aren't they, tonight, ready for lots of stuff, so we can all go read that before the streams tomorrow. As long as the rest doesn't start talking about tractors on track, says Chris B. Yeah. No, I don't want to get into that again. Although it would lead us quite nicely onto Pierre Gasly, Aldas, actually. That's a great segue. Tractors on track. Let's talk about Pierre Gasly. Not that his car's a tractor. We saw Japan last year. Oh, it might be. We'll see. Yeah, it's quite a lot of people have talked about, and we are talking Gasly, but I need to mention him as well. A lot of people have talked about this is a big year for Gasly because we saw at Red Bull, didn't work out for him. He went back to Toro Rosso, eventually became AlphaTauri. He performed really well, picked up some podiums, picked up a win, for goodness sake. Did a great job. He bounced back. A lot of people making quite a bit of fuss about how this is his first chance, really, since Red Bull to be in potentially a top end of the midfield team, with a team with a lot of potential, who want to be challenging for podiums long term. This is it for Gasly. He's got to show us that he's still got what I think a lot of people believe he has got, and that this return to AlphaTauri or whatever wasn't just because that car suited him or that team suited him or whatever. But I actually think this is, in many ways, a bigger year for Esteban Ocon, because yes, we know reliability issues, but he did beat Alonso last year for whatever reason. He still did it, and even if Alonso didn't have the retirements, Ocon still would have had a good season. He would have been probably beaten by Alonso if Alonso had got the 70-something points he thinks he lost. But yeah, I think Ocon did a really good job last season. But now this is kind of his team. He's been there for a couple of years now. He had the long-term contract. There are no excuses for him. If Gasly gets in that car this year and batters him, where does that leave Ocon? Do you know what I mean? So I actually think that whilst it is an important year for Gasly, in a lot of ways, it's just, if not more important, for Ocon. I think there's a lot of pressure on both drivers, and that could give us one hell of a teammate battle, and two, could actually see Alpine have a very good season, or of course it could go the other way and they could keep running into each other. But there you go. It's just how I feel about it. It's really weird. It's a bit of a weird dynamic, but it's one of the rivalries or the teammate battles I'm so hyped for this year.
I think that's why that driver lineup worries me a little bit. I think both of them have a huge amount to prove, and that can manifest in a really good way. Perhaps they can be the ultimate partnership. I think on paper, you've got two drivers who in the midfield should, they're both race winners, for God's sake. They've been on the podium, on the F1 podium multiple times. On paper, they should be a fantastic combination, easily good enough to get Alpine best of the rest if they get the right car, and also if it, doesn't blow up every other race. But I think individually, they also have so much to prove. So I kind of disagree a little bit. I think that Gasly is still the one that potentially has more to prove, because when it comes to Pierre Gasly, how good is he really? I don't think we actually know that still, because when you look at, again, his time at Red Bull is way, that was back in the day when TVs were black and white, so we can forget about 2019. Since he's come back to AlphaTauri, he's been a race winner. In 2021, many people were saying, and I remember this because I was putting out polls on Twitter, that he was even better than Lando Norris in 2021, because when he had that car, he was qualifying in the top 5. He was always fighting for points with that, really good AlphaTauri. But then the next season in 2022, when the AlphaTauri wasn't as good, all of a sudden public perception of him kind of went down a little bit. And some people were like, how can you even compare Gasly to Norris? So it's quite interesting what a bad car in the course of just 1 year can do to your perception as a driver. And so what I am looking to find out with Gasly at Alpine, even in this first season, which I think is massive, is Gasly genuinely someone that is good enough now after his Red Bull days, after the start of his career? Is he now genuinely a driver that can say, go to a team like Alpine and be the leader, be a race winner if given the car, maybe even in the future a title challenger? Or is he actually just a really good midfield driver that, yes, can get that odd win when the occasion presents itself, and actually Ocon is still the overall kind of stronger driver? So I think for me, it's all about how good is Pierre Gasly really, because I can't judge it. I still don't actually know how good he is relative to the top field, because at AlphaTauri, it's so difficult to judge you as a driver, especially when you only have Yuki Tsunoda as your teammate. But he is now in a brand new environment. He is now the shackles, the Red Bull shackles, and all of that baggage is now gone. And he's up against a quality midfield driver. We know exactly how good Esteban Ocon is. We know that, we saw what he was able to do up against the likes of Sergio Perez, and then even up against Fernando Alonso the last 2 years, which I think were very telling in terms of how good of a driver he is. And now Gasly is really got nowhere to hide. He's really going to be tested. So yeah, I can't wait to see this driver lineup. But if things don't go right, then I think it could get very explosive. And with those two, it's easy to get explosive.
I think, and a couple of people agreeing with you in chat. I think the only thing I'd add to what you said and what a couple of people are saying in chat, I think thought I looked cute said the same goes for Gasly if Ocon beats him. But I think Gasly, he doesn't get a pass this season. But if Ocon beats him this year, I don't think there's any threat to his seat, because Alpine will say, well, it's his first year in the team. Ocon's been here for a couple of years. He's established. Takes time to get up to speed in a new car and a new team. Whereas with Ocon, if Gasly, I mean, I'm not talking if Gasly beats him by 5 or 6 points, but if let's say Fantasyland. In fact, I tell you what, I will do Fantasyland, but I'm going to do it based on something that was sent to me yesterday. So Lewis has been doing my graphic design for the season, tweaking my tables because I am crap at it, and he put on his table, just as an example, put Gasly on 4th place in the championship on 96 points, right? Don't know what's happened that season for 4th place to only have 96 points, but he did. Ocon's not in there on the top 10. So if Gasly picks up 96 points and Ocon picks up 10, and there's no big reason for that, no reliability problems, for example, then Ocon's in trouble. If you flip that the other way, I don't think Gasly's in trouble, because the team have the excuse that it's his, or he has the excuse, it's his first season car. So that's kind of why I think that there's a lot of pressure on Ocon as well. But at the same time, to kind of add to what you've said and kind of take your point, this isn't Gasly's rookie season. He is going to a new team, but it's not his rookie season. He's been in Formula One for, when did he debut? Was it late 2017?
Yeah, he jumped in late 2017 when Carlos Sainz, Jolyon Palmer was booted out of Renault early. Then Carlos Sainz jumped in the US in Austin in 2017, and then Gasly was in for the back end of 2017.
Yeah. So, do you know what I mean? It's not his first season, so he's not going to get the same pass as, say, like Logan Sargent. There should be a lot of leeway given to him up against Alex Albon. I think Piastri, the McLaren lineup, by the way, the lineup I am most excited about this season. But
yes,
Piastri against Norris. If Piastri doesn't beat Norris, that's not to destroy his career. You'll go against Lando Norris. Whereas I'm trying to explain it the best I can, but I'm not expecting Ocon to get dropped, if I'm being honest. I think he'll see his contract out, because I think what may well save Ocon is Oscar Piastri going to McLaren, because I wouldn't say, depending on his season, I wouldn't imagine Jack Doohan is top of the list for next year if they need to replace a driver. So they may have to stick with Ocon and Gasly, whatever. But
there's no way. I mean, if Oscar Piastri, with what is pretty much a perfect single-seater resume, like you can't get any better than what Oscar Piastri was able to do. Like, 1 in Renault Formula, then in his first year 1 Formula 3, then in his first year 1 Formula 2. He had the absolute perfect resume, and he still wasn't a surefire, we're going to promote you straight to the Alpine top team. There's no way Jack Doohan, if Jack Doohan wins the Formula 2 championship, then they're going to try and find a Williams or a Haas or, a something else for him. So I think Esteban Ocon has got kind of a decent blanket in terms of, I don't think there's any drivers good enough to kind of jump into his seat for next year. And he does have a contract, but it's big for Ocon as well. I mean, Ocon, the reason why Ocon has got this reputation as a little bit feisty with teammates, doesn't mind to have a scrap with the car that's painted the exact same colors as his, is because he's a fighter. He knows exactly how quickly this Formula One dream can end. His Formula One career almost did end when he obviously got booted out of Racing Point, unjustly in my opinion, or Force India as it was at the time, because Lance Stroll was he was never a better driver than Esteban Ocon. But when your dad buys the team, it is what it is.
Ocon was excellent up against Perez, wasn't he?
Exactly, but also a bit of a fiery relationship there as well. So potentially, did that have a sell-by date? So, but that's just Esteban Ocon, that fighter mentality that many people criticize him for, and at times it has actually, I think, hurt him. It's the very reason why he is where he is. If he was a pushover, then I don't think he would have got that long-term contract, and he definitely wouldn't be a race winner as well. So, it feels like Esteban is always trying to prove himself every single time up against some of the best drivers on the field, and he has had difficult teammates. There's no doubt about it. He has not had a Yuki Tsunoda. He's not had a De Vries or someone. Exactly, a Latifi as his teammate. He's always had quality drivers. So. And at the very least, all you can say is that even if sometimes even if you can say that last season was actually the first time in his career when he beat a teammate, he's always had quality drivers, and relatively speaking, apart from 2020, he's always been pretty close to all of those quality drivers. So it's a fascinating lineup. I just feel like at one point they're gonna butt heads. They're gonna butt heads. There's too much riding on it for both of them for it to be a, harmonious relationship. And I have noticed that Alpine, they're trying to push it so much that they're like, Esty Bestie and Gasly, they're like best friends, it's going so
Esty
great.
Bestie.
Look, exactly, yeah. They're trying to push their like really good relationship so much on social media, but when you're in that car, when the visor is down, the smoke can
Yeah.
easily start pouring out your
yeah.
ears easily.
No, I'm glad you made the point because I was going to make it as well. And actually, Charles has made it in chat about Ocon always having to prove himself. My point is that the pressure's there if Gasly beats him, and that would be the same. I think... I was going to say it. I think there was some pressure on Lewis Hamilton last year. He was never getting dropped. Let me stress that immediately. He was never getting dropped. Mercedes are not going to drop a 7-time world champion because of one season where he got beat by George Russell. But I think there was a bit of pressure on him at times last season because Russell got in that car and did such a cracking job. So what I mean is that Ocon's going to be under that pressure, but also if you throw in there that Ocon always seems to have to prove himself anyway, there's extra pressure there, isn't there? But it's a good point because I feel like I've defended Esteban Ocon probably way too much on this channel over the last few years. I've done videos on it. I've said on streams, people need to just back off a little bit, and then I'm here putting the pressure on myself. But he is one of those drivers that no matter what he does, there's always a yeah, but. So it's like last year he beat Alonso. Yeah, but only because of reliability. Goes up against Perez. Yeah, but only because he kept hitting Perez when actually, when you go back and watch those seasons, I think it was the other way around. I think me and Jonty both said at the time, I think Ocon rattled Perez big time. That was his team. In comes Ocon and starts giving him grief. I don't think he liked that. They both were as bad as each other at times, but Perez was, with Ocon sometimes. So you kind of have this constant need to prove himself, and I don't think that's necessarily justified, despite what I've said about him being under pressure this year if Gasly comes in and beats him. But I think that's... You've said about teammates. Alonso, teammate. Yes, reliability, that's the yeah, but. He beat him last year, but he wasn't a million miles away from him the year before. They raced hard together. They worked well together. Alonso helped by holding up Lewis Hamilton in Hungary to help Ocon get that win. He's been up against Sergio Perez, which isn't easy. Even down at Mercedes when he was a young driver, he's in a team with the likes of Bottas and Hamilton. He's not had the easiest rides, and I sometimes feel like life isn't fair, but I sometimes feel like it's unfair, the opinions, some of the attitudes that Ocon gets thrown at him, if that makes sense. I think there are some drivers on the grid that everyone raves about being the greatest thing since sliced bread, but who have they faced as a teammate?
Yeah, and especially when it comes to last year, I'm a big Alonso fan, and I'm going to, last year, Fernando Alonso was the better driver. There's no doubt about it. He was quicker, he was more consistent, but that doesn't take away from the fact that the reason why Ocon beat him is because Esteban was always up there. He was whenever Fernando or the team, or let's be honest, the car dropped the ball and, didn't allow Fernando to kind of finish where he should have finished. Esteban Ocon was always there for the team, consistent point scorer. And so, yeah, it's, again, someone just said in the chat, it's not Ocon's fault that he's holding his own. I mean, it's like, it's totally true. He's a quality racing driver. He's not a world champion, in my opinion. He is a race winner, and rightly so. But he's just a great driver. He's someone who's really solid. I just feel like on a character level, I do think he could just tone it down a little bit. But at the same time, with all drivers, and especially with someone like Fernando Alonso, for example, you get the good with the bad, and you have to take it. These guys are humans. These guys are people, and it is what it is,
I'll come back to that in a second. I'm just going to go through the times for everybody who might have popped back on the half hour and they're like, come on, Sean, you said every half hour and you're 3 minutes late. No great surprises there. So, super quickly, Carlos Sainz still the fastest, 1:33.2, 40 laps, 42 laps for Verstappen in second place, 33.549. Albon 33.671, 40 laps. It's been updated as I speak. Zhou Guanyu 33.723, 31 laps. Russell 34.1, 35 laps, 33 laps for Nico Hulkenberg. He's on a 34 7, Gasly, 31 laps on the board. That's the thing that counts, 34.8. In 7th place, Yuki Tsunoda, 8th place, 135.3, 30 laps on the board so far. Piastri's done 28 laps, and his fastest time is a 135.599. And Felipe Drugovich, now it was a 16 laps, so he's getting there now, 136.907. If you are just tuning in, then we had one red flag. That was for Felipe Drugovich right at the start of the session with an electrical issue, which has now been resolved. 2 cars out on track, and that is Alex Albon and Zhou Guanyu. Zhou just coming through the final corner now, Albon through turn 1. So that's your leaderboard as things stand at the moment. So yes, but I wanted to come back to that because you said there about Ocon not world champion material, or you don't think he'll be a world champion. My take on this upsets a lot of people, but I actually think that literally anybody can be world champion. It's all about the car. If you put Esteban Ocon in the 2014 Mercedes alongside, I don't know. Let's have a look through the leaderboard. A Felipe Drugovich, or I don't know, he's not that bad. A Nicholas Latifi, Ocon wins the championship. So I think that if you put everybody in equal, I know this is the point you mean, Aldas. I'm just being a pedantic old man. But if you put everyone in equal cars, he's probably not going to be winning the world championship. But it's all about that car, isn't it? So to say anybody could win it is maybe a stretch because you still have to have somebody who can't as a weaker driver as a number 2. But I think you put Ocon or Wehrlein in the fastest car in 2014 or whatever. A car that's 1.5, 2 seconds a lap quicker, Stroll could win the championship. Do you know what I mean? So I know I'm being pedantic. You can tell me off, mate. It's fine.
Yeah, I think that's... Yeah, that is not a great argument by any stretch of the imagination. The fact that you went from, let's put him up against not Max Verstappen, not Lewis Hamilton, Felipe Drugovich. Let's put him up against the guy that's done 5 laps before the car blew up. I mean, yes, obviously everyone. Actually, no. I mean, again, I don't think he is world championship material because there is a reason why not just anyone ends up in a race-winning car. You know, Red Bull, Ferrari, Mercedes, Ferrari maybe not in that conversation, but the championship-winning teams of the past decade, Mercedes and Red Bull, there is a reason why their drivers are all-time great drivers. They don't just take anyone. You know, Red Bull don't think, we got a car that's a second quicker than anyone else. Let's get Latifi in for the bands because maybe he's cheap. They get the best drivers, and that's ultimately what, the best drivers get into the best teams. It's always been like that. And even if you do have, say, not to be too harsh, but even if you have, say, a mediocre driver in a dominant car, they usually have a pretty good teammate anyway. So, and again, even the number 2 drivers, let's talk about the likes of Perez and Bottas. They are quality drivers.
Oh, God,
They have been completely done over by the likes of Lewis Hamilton and Max Verstappen, but don't get it twisted. In a midfield car, like Perez and Bottas are easily some of the best drivers on the grid. So the best drivers always end up in the best cars in it, and that's why I don't think anyone can be a world champion because, you can say, you can put them all in the same car and put them up against, Latifi, and then you go, they'll be a world champion, but that team won't have that driver because they're looking for the best of the best. And that's why, it's your argument's a bit weak there, but I know what you mean.
No, I don't think it's weak. I think the point I'm making is, I'm crap at making points. That's the issue. I never explain things properly. The point is that anybody can win a world championship if you put them in the fastest car that's 2 seconds a lap quicker. I'm not talking about. You're right. Teams are always going to get the best drivers. Of course they are, but I'm talking about how if they don't have the option to have the best drivers for whatever reason, then if you've got Ocon and Latifi, Ocon wins the championship in a car that's 2 seconds a lap quicker than anybody else. That's my point. I agree with you. If you put Ocon and everyone in equal cars, he's not winning the world championship. I totally agree with you, but I'm just saying if you've got a car that's crazy fast, and you've got a really strong driver like, let's use somebody else, Alex Albon against a Latifi like we saw. Like, imagine that Williams was Fantasyland, I know, 2 seconds a lap quicker than everybody else last year. Albon wins the championship, and some people might say Albon's not world championship material. That's the point I'm making. I agree with your point, but that's the point I'm making, and I think that the only thing I would add on Ocon, and I know this will annoy you as well, because I know we've had this debate many a time before, but Ocon did a pretty good job in Junior Series against Max Verstappen. I'm just going to sit back and let Aldas have a rant at me now about that one. Junior careers don't mean anything when you get to F1.
He did do a decent... No, I don't know. He did do a decent job in, I think, 2015. No, 2014 it would have been, because that's when Max made his debut a year later. But yeah, he did a great job up against Max Verstappen in Euro F3, I think it was, in 2014. So he is a quality driver. He won that championship. Obviously, it's just Max Verstappen. He was just nuts. Like, that was out of cards. He goes to Euro F3, and then half a season in, he's a Formula One driver. He's confirmed. I mean, it's just, yeah, that's mental. That's Max Verstappen for you. But I mean, he did a decent job, obviously, up against Max. And he is a quality driver, that's why he's in Formula One. That's why he got signed onto I think it was first, actually, he was a Renault driver first at the time, and then he got signed by Mercedes. So, yeah, that's why they saw something in him, and that's why Toto Wolff, went to bat for him and got him the Renault seat in 2020. That was kind of his last kind of hurrah to help Ocon's career. I don't know if there's any Mercedes ties with him anymore. I think I don't think he is associated with them, but he's still clearly got the good relationship. So maybe if Ocon goes to the next level, if Alpine can give him a car that can challenge semi-consistently for podiums, and Ocon becomes a brand new driver, with his own team, perhaps Gasly is not quite close to him, maybe he will end up in a Mercedes in the future if he kind of puts himself out there and is good enough to be at Mercedes. So yeah, we're going to find out. But it's just, I think he's a really interesting driver, Esteban Ocon. He's super quiet, doesn't have a massive flamboyant personality like some of the others, but yeah, he's a very good driver, and don't underestimate him.
He doesn't come from a well-off background either, does he? He's got there, yes, backed by Mercedes, but he's got there because he's good enough. He's not got there because he's paid to be there, is my point. I mean, he has paid. He has to pay his fees to get through but you know what I mean? He's not rocked up to Williams or Sauber and said, here's X million dollars, can I have your second seat, please? He's got there because, yes, he was backed by Mercedes, but kind of as an extension to your point, teams like Red Bull and Mercedes generally are only going to back a driver they think has the talent. So he's got there because he deserves to be there, and I think he gets a lot. I guess the big argument around this conversation about Gasly, which we're having, which has turned into an Ocon conversation, I mean, the big argument is just maybe we all need to back off him a bit. Because he's not, as you said, he's holding his own as somebody else did. I don't know if he's trying to be rude or whatever about it, but I'm taking it as a compliment. Stephen McCarthy says you do speak some rubbish. I'm taking that as a compliment that I only speak some rubbish. So that's a massive improvement compared to where I used to be. So thank you, Stephen. I appreciate that one. I used to talk total rubbish. Now it's just some. So next year, or within the next couple of years, hopefully I'll talk no rubbish.
Who would you... Okay, actually... And you can ask your guest tomorrow morning, who do you think would come out on top in the same car, Albon or Ocon?
Well, I'm going to have to say Ocon because I know that tomorrow I'm going to get a big case for Albon, aren't I? So I have to mix it up a bit. No, I've been impressed with Albon. I wasn't... what's the word I'm looking for? I wasn't unhappy or disappointed to see him back in F1, but I wasn't like, yay, Albon's back when he got his seat last year. But he really impressed me last year. And again, I know we're talking about him being up against a teammate in Latifi, who isn't an awful driver, by the way. He's just maybe not up to the scratch of the rest of the grid. But I think he did a great job at Williams last year. And there were some really surprising performances in a car that wasn't horrendous, but wasn't anywhere near... I'd argue a midfield car. So I think he did a great job. So it's difficult. It could even depend on where they go. If Albon goes to Alpine, you could argue it'd be Ocon because he knows the team. If Ocon goes to Williams, you could argue it'd be Albon. So it's an interesting one. I might have to think on that.
What about both of them in the Aston Martin? Both of them in the Aston Martin. I want to see actually. Chat, give me one word. Who is coming out on top in equal cars if they're both in the Aston Martin, a car they've never driven? Albon or Ocon? Give me one word.
And while chat do that, I've just got to ask you one question. What happened to Alonso and Stroll for them two to end up in the Aston Martin? That's the big question, mate. That's what we need to know. I'll say Ocon. I think it'd be very close.
I'm seeing a lot of shouts for... Actually, I'm seeing quite a few shout-outs for Albon which is it's quite balanced actually. Ocon and Albon on equal points. On countback, someone is gonna have to beat someone, even if they're on equal points. So who's gonna get that bigger? Who you can't do that. Who's gonna get that bigger position? But yeah, I'm seeing a lot. Actually, it's much more closer than I thought it was gonna be.
It'd be a good battle. It'd be a really good battle.
I think I'm gonna put that as a Twitter poll right now.
Hey,
I'm gonna let the people decide. Right.
Oscar Pastry's getting in his car, so that's good. Drugovic's the only one out on track at the moment, by the way, so not much to tell you about on track. Aldas doing a poll.
Yeah. Who's coming out on top in equal cars? Here we go. Albon, Ocon. We'll come back to you with the results in a little bit.
I'm gonna laugh my ass off if somebody's first response is, "What happened to Alonso? You're a typical Alonso hater. You want him out of that car."
I don't know. It's Fernando. I honestly, his career has just started to make no sense to me. It's just absolutely brilliant. I mean, he's still performing at such a nuts level. Like I still think he could be a championship level driver. Like to me, he is one of those people where if you put him in that Red Bull up against Max Verstappen, he will adapt to whatever he needs to adapt. He'll give him a shopping trolley and he will get the most out of it. I think he's still good enough right here, right now to win a world championship at 41 years old, 42 in the summer.
Yeah, I mean, again, it all comes down to who he's up against, doesn't it, I suppose? But yeah, no, I have no doubt about Fernando's talent. I don't think... I mean, is he at the level he was winning titles? Probably not, but he's not at a bad level, is he? Let's be honest about it. He's still one of the best out there. So,
what was his level when he was winning titles? Because to me, this guy, exactly. But to me, this guy doesn't have a prime because his cars have varied so much. Like, to me, he doesn't have a kind of a prime of his career. All you can compare is what his teammate is doing in the same car. And Fernando's been producing for 20 odd years. You know, apart from a few little gaps where he did a bit of WEC, you know, when he was winning championships even there. So he's one of those drivers where I try to find kind of spots in his career where I think, in what season do you look back and go, with that car in year X, Fernando underdelivered. He didn't get the most out of it. You know, he was bad. I can't really think. I mean, yes, he's lost out to teammates sometimes. Yes, he hasn't driven kind of the best, but at no point have I ever thought that he's past it, if that kind of makes sense.
No, that's a really fascinating point. And now when you say it, you can sort of look at like a Raikkonen, can't you? And you can pick his peak, and you can kind of do the same with Vettel. But I'm just trying to think now. I mean, we're live, so it's difficult to off the top of my head. But I'm trying to think now if there's, because even you think when he went back to Renault in 2008, he was still probably getting everything he could out of that car. You know, the McLaren Honda days, he was doing that. So
FD30 in the chat said the 2015 McLaren Button thrashed him. First of all, that car spent more time on fire than it did on track. So it's like, even in 2015, I disagree with that. Like, even though he got beat by Button, do you know how many reliability issues Alonso had in 2015? It's like...
Also, that's only one season. That's not like if that had been a few over like 2 or 3 seasons. Do you know? I think it's like, I don't know. What am I going to say? I just basing things off of one season or what? Like, for example, Russell beat Hamilton last year. Does that mean Hamilton's finished? No, of course it doesn't. Of course it doesn't. But there'll be people that say, like, based on one season, I don't. You've not blown my mind, mate, but you've really got me thinking about Alonso's career now and where he's been, and trying to think of a really properly bad season where I can, like you say, I can honestly say he didn't get the most out of the car. Like you say, 2015 reliability.
And then in 2016, the year after, he thoroughly beat Jenson Button when the car kind of worked a little bit more. Because someone's in the chat said, don't use reliability as an excuse, but reliability is a reason. You could just easily say that Fernando Alonso won the 2005 World Championship because reliability was in his favor. If Kimi Raikkonen, if the car didn't break down as much, the McLaren, potentially Kimi could be a 2-time world champion. So reliability sometimes is an excuse, but you have to also judge outside of that reliability. And what happened a year later in 2016? He completely dominated Jenson Button. So it's interesting. Yeah, but Button didn't care in 2016. I mean,
it's not an excuse. You're right. Reliability is part of the reason. Your entire package isn't just how fast your car will go. You can have a car that's 5 seconds a lap quicker than anybody else, but if it only completes 5 laps and it keeps blowing up, it's pointless. I'll go back to last year when I said this then. The old GP Grand Prix Manager 2 game used to be able to do a cheat, and the cheat was literally I am a cheat, which is great. And you could unlock everything, and then you could develop all the best parts, but your car didn't do more than about 3 laps because it all kept failing. It's no point having, it's a really crap example again, but the point is there's no point having a car that's super quick and keeps blowing up. So reliability is part of the package. So it's not an excuse. It's a reason. Some might argue that's the same thing, but I know what I mean by that. Jackson still don't like Alonso because he took away 2 championships from Schumacher. Son of a bitch.
I literally saw that, yeah.
Look, no, I mean, he didn't take 2 championships from Schumacher. In 2005, that Ferrari was crap by comparison to what we've seen, and if it wasn't for the farce in Indy, then it wouldn't have won a race. So you can't take 2005 off Fernando. We will 2006 though. That's it, it's done. Update me on Mercedes, says Ramsey Gaming. So Russell is up to 5th. We'll go through the times in about 10 minutes fully, but Russell's up to 5th on a 1:34.174, 35 laps. I'll have a look at the old Mercedes Twitter and see what is going on over there, because not that they'll say a lot. I'm trying not to choke on my own breath there. Genius. Soaking up the sun in Bahrain was the last the last tweet from them. So it looks like everything's going as planned. Anything on Mercedes, Aldas, we've spotted? We've seen him on TV, but I've not seen anything specific to worry about or to get excited about with Mercedes, or anybody for that matter, really. The only really worrying thing we've had is the Drugovich red flag, which was an electronical issue, and the bit of debris that came off Hulkenberg's Haas.
I think in terms of like the people that are worrying me at the moment, McLaren with Oscar Piastri, there was not necessarily the fact that the times are not great, but every single time he was on track, there was a lot of lockups, a lot of going wide. He didn't look 100% comfortable. So perhaps, he's obviously been out of racing for a year, so it's going to take a little bit more time. But yeah, just out of the box, it's clearly going to, he needs a little bit more time with that car. And I think it's only when Lando really steps into it. Do you know, is Lando coming into the afternoon session, or has Oscar got the entire day? Do you know?
The only team not swapping out are Red Bull. So yeah, Norris in this afternoon. It's only Perez that we won't see. I don't think we'll see Perez till tomorrow afternoon. Verstappen's in until lunchtime tomorrow. So he might run all night. Crazy.
But yes, I think we will only really kind of get to see a bit more of that car when Norris steps in, because I think for Piastri, it's just about getting back to the speed of racing. Even being in a Formula One car, experiencing the G-forces, which he hasn't been, he's never actually obviously done it. He's done obviously tests and stuff like that, but that's not the same. So yeah, I think that's the only thing. Obviously, rookie season, there's a lot of pressure on the guy. There's no doubt about it. And he's one of those people that I'm looking at all the time because he's so exciting. Like the potential of him could be off the charts. I mean, he's one of those drivers where it's so exciting because he could be something really special. McLaren went out their way to drop a, what was it, 9-time race winner or something? I forget now actually how many race wins Ricciardo had. So they went to big lengths to get him, and that puts pressure on him, which I think in a way is exciting for us as fans.
Yeah. How's your poll going, by the way?
So it's actually a lot closer than it's pretty close.
It surprised you, hasn't it?
Yeah. Just for context, I've put a poll for Albon versus Ocon. Who would come out on top in equal cars? Currently, it is Esteban Ocon winning with only 51.8% of the vote, but Albon's got 48.2%. So it's basically neck and neck. So it's a lot closer. Yeah. Keep those coming in.
I've stopped doing polls because I'm sick to death of getting 50-50. Unless you want, I could poll chat as well so we can get a wider thing. But now I've said that, they'll all try and make sure it's 50-50. So I'll leave your poll. I'll save my polls for later if I come up with anything. Don't hype him up too much, Aldas, says Annette.
No, impossible. You can't come in and make the splash that he made with his junior career and not hype him up. I mean, he's a driver who deserves the hype, but whether he's going to live up to it is a whole different question. But again, that's the exciting thing. It could go both ways. He could, honestly, with Oscar Piastri, I mean, he could come out and be like the best driver ever and literally even beat Lando Norris. He could get absolutely pummeled, or maybe he'll be close to Lando. You never know. So it's why he is the driver I am most excited to watch in 2023.
somebody wanted an update on Russell, just a little lock up into turn 10. I say a little lock up. It's it's in slow mo, so it always looks more dramatic, doesn't it? But a little lock up into turn 10, that awkward turn 10. So he is out on track, which is good stuff. I'm not speculating on who's fastest and who's slowest based on what 3 hours of testing. We'll come into who's doing what. Probably by the end of tomorrow, we'll start to look at anyone we're concerned about. The most important column for me, everyone's different, but my most important column is that right-hand one with the laps. At the moment, Drugovich. I mean, I don't think 20 laps is bad for Drugovich, given that he lost time this morning, and Tsunoda's got 30. So we're seeing the laps. That's a good thing. Has the Ferrari S-Duct been commented on at all today? Not that I've heard. Oh, hang on a second. Ted is talking about the Ferrari dimple. I've got two headphones on again now. It's hilarious.
It's not easy, this, is it?
No.
I think from what I've read, someone at Ferrari said that their dimple actually wasn't on purpose. Like, it's actually a fault. I saw that on Twitter somewhere.
So Ted is saying a dimple shouldn't be there, and that what's happened is something that was supposed to support it isn't there. And they will fix that for the rest of the test. So it's not some kind of clever... I mean, I don't think we suspect it was some kind of clever aero thing, because a dimple in your nose probably isn't going to do an awful lot of anything, but you never quite know in Formula One, do you? So that's what I think I heard Ted say. But like I say, I've got the TV on very quietly in one ear, and just in case I catch anything like that. So an unintended structural problem is a great way to word it, Minty. Thank you very much. That's a great one. So it's nothing. It's not some kind of clever innovation. But just on the S-Ducts, I've seen. I think they want some clarification, don't they, for the teams? They want to know, is this okay? But all I've read on it really is that Ferrari are confident that they are within the regulations with it.
Yeah, I'm sure they're going to be fine. It's, by the sounds of it, it's just a little fault. It's just a little break with the front wing or something that should be there. But Carlos Sainz has a bit of a moment. But I think other than that, it's looking pretty good for Ferrari, though. I mean, I think going into the season, and I want to see what chat is going to say. But certainly before testing kicked off, I think there was quite a lot of pessimism about Ferrari and the fact that Mercedes are going to overtake them. I think some people almost took it for granted. So it'll be interesting to see how that shakes out over the next 3 days of testing, and obviously at the beginning of the season as well, because I mean, Ferrari potentially, I haven't actually heard a lot of people talk about this, but what about if Ferrari actually do have the fastest car, even better than Mercedes, even better than Red Bull? I think after last year, it left such a bitter taste in a lot of people's mouths that it was almost like, Ferrari are definitely going to get worse in 2023, but you never know.
I'll start this now, and then I'll go through the times, and we'll carry on afterwards. But I have a couple of people on this channel, regulars on the channel, who in the chat and in comments get quite annoyed when I talk about how Red Bull were the team to beat in the back end of last year. They're quite adamant that Ferrari still had the fastest car. Just look at qualifying and all of that kind of thing. But it goes back a little bit to that reliability thing that we were talking about a second ago, and it's all right them having that amazing engine, but they had to turn it down for a huge chunk of the season, which means they didn't have the fastest car because they couldn't run it at the fastest. I know if you turn everything up, maybe it would have been, but because they had to turn everything down, it wasn't. So Red Bull were the team to beat. So I don't buy that based on what we saw and the circumstances around it, Ferrari had the fastest car because they had to turn their engine down. But if they fix that reliability problem, then they could very well be the team to beat this year, because they were so dominant in qualifying. I know qualifying doesn't pay out the points, but qualifying is a good measure of who's got at least over one lap an incredibly quick car. So if they've sorted the reliability, and I'd say just as equally importantly, their strategy, hopefully Fred Vassera's gone in there with a massive steel toe cap boot and stuck it up some backsides, sorted some people out, then they're going to be a threat this year. I don't think Red Bull will have this wrapped up by Japan. Probably Belgium now said that. But yeah, I don't think we're looking at a comfortable win for a Verstappen, for example. But I still think the top two will be, in some order, Red Bull, Ferrari. But I do expect Mercedes to be closer this year. That's based on nothing other than a gut feeling. But it's that reliability thing, isn't it? If Ferrari have got that right in the strategy, They could be. I mean, look at the start of the season. I mean, imagine what we saw in Bahrain and Saudi Arabia last year, all year. I mean, come on. That was great. Leclerc versus Verstappen was some of the best stuff early season. Absolutely fantastic. So it's just that big question mark over reliability, which I think Ferrari have said they believe they've solved it. So
I think there's also, though, on the team side is going to be massively important because Max and Red Bull, I think they ran rings around Ferrari just on a strategical and operational front. Like, forget the cars. Max had an answer to everything that Leclerc was kind of chucking at him. And ultimately, when Leclerc started to kind of, because of Ferrari and a little bit because of him, it's a combination of both. But when he did start to make those mistakes and crumble just a little bit, and as their title challenge kind of collapsed, Max didn't take it easy. Where he completely just ran over Ferrari because he's that good. Max Verstappen, when he's totally in the zone, he's just unbeatable. And he's definitely, Leclerc definitely on pace is up there with Max. Again, going back to the beginning of last season, when it was kind of equalish and, we had that title fight race to race, Leclerc was more than able to go toe-to-toe with Max. And so I do think that Leclerc is a championship caliber driver, but when Max Verstappen is in the zone, when he smells weakness, he totally pounced on it, and Red Bull as well. And yeah, that's why we saw kind of the dominance that we saw last season. I mean, if it hadn't been for that kind of botched fuel call in Singapore during qualifying, which kind of maybe cost Max pole position, we obviously don't know what would have happened. He could have beaten Seb's kind of, 9 straight wins, something like that.
Yeah.
He would have had that. Singapore was kind of taken away from Max more by his team. He was totally dominant in that second half of the season. Obviously, broke the record with, I think, 15 Grand Prix wins, which, again, even he said it's easier now because there's more races, but he still had to go out and do it. And yeah, we knew Max is an all-time great driver. I mean, despite all of the controversies, whatever you want to say about his championships, just the talent of the guy, he's always had that championship potential, and now we're seeing him in his prime kind of do what he does best. So yeah, Ferrari have a very high bar to pass because Max is not going to roll over.
Yep. We'll come back to that, mate. I'm just going to go through the times. A couple of people coming in asking for an update, so I'll go through the times once again. It's 10 o'clock in the UK. These go so quick. It's ridiculous. Carlos Sainz still the fastest, 133.2. In fact, I'll go to the other screen and we can do the laps as well. So 133.2. That's 49 laps for him so far. It's 47 laps for Max Verstappen in second place on a 133.549. Albon 133.6. He's done 50 laps so far. In fact, the first driver to go through the half century. So congrats, Alex Albon. Zhou Guanyu, 133.7, 37 laps. George Russell, 134.1, 44 laps. He's currently on the prototype tyre, which is a medium. Hulkenberg is on the medium, but normal medium. 40 laps and a 134.4. Yuki Tsunoda, 134.67, 133 laps. It's 31 laps for Pierre Gasly on a 134.8, 35 laps for Oscar Piastri on a 34.8 as well. And Felipe Drugovich, a 136.9, 22 laps on the board. Just if you are joining late, Felipe Drugovich, red flag very early on after he'd done about half a lap, had to stop on track with an electrical issue. That has been resolved. And we've had some debris off Hulkenberg's car, which got us all very excited, but nothing came of that. No flag or anything like that. So all good. He's still running. Drugovich's been running as well. In terms of tyres, again, the app is not... Or not the app. The timing page is not giving us the tyre information, so we might have to wait for that, or I might have to find a source for tomorrow's news. That's generally the thing I struggle with every year, but Sainz has used only either a C3 or C2 or C3 and the prototype tyre. Verstappen has only used a medium tyre as well. Albon is on a soft compound, or has been on a soft compound with 5 laps, currently on the medium. All mediums for Zhou. Prototype tyre, which is a medium, and then mediums and hards for Russell. Hulkenberg, mediums and the prototype. Tsunoda's done the prototype and the softs. Gasly, mediums and a set of hards. Piastri, mediums and the prototype and a set of hards. And Drugovich, mediums only at the moment. So again, I'll keep an eye out for the tyre stuff best I can. I'll do all the housekeeping as usual because we're on the hour. If you are new to the channel, please do subscribe. Lots to come this season. Very much looking forward to Bahrain next week. Not that this isn't fun. Of course it's fun. Please do leave a like as well. 1,100 watching, 279 likes. Let's bump that up a little bit more. Thank you very much. That's going to help in the YouTube algorithm. You can support the streams as well through Super Chat and Streamlabs. And if you want the channel to keep 100% of your contribution, then you can do so through PayPal. Links in the description. Patreon is down there as well. I think my social media links are down there, but I rarely tweet. So you're not missing much over there. But yeah, there'll be more tweeting as the season goes on, but not as much as it used to be. So there we go. Aldas.
Yes.
Me old mucker. Don't know why I said that. Are you all right just to cover with chat for 2 minutes while I nip off for a moment? Use your imagination.
Yeah, go for it.
I won't be long.
Right, here we go. The Aldas takeover is here. This is what we've all been waiting for, really, isn't it? So we can talk about Sean behind his back. Let me know your predictions for the season in terms of who do you think is going to finish high, Ferrari or Mercedes? Because, again, it's been one of those kind of, as I said, a lot of people have just thought that it's automatic that Mercedes have to improve and that they're going to be higher than Ferrari. But, I mean, so far, Ferrari have looked pretty good. But who is going to finish high, Ferrari or Mercedes? Because I think Red Bull are definitely going to be strong because they have Max Verstappen. The car was very strong last year. At the very least, I think they've got to be a race winner. But also Ferrari were pretty strong as well. I mean, it was just a few little reliability issues that kind of cost them. Lots of Ferrari, lots of Ferrari. Also, that Ferrari just does look good. I mean, that red in the sun is just unreal. I absolutely love it. Yes, Mercedes definitely do need more consistency from track to track. I think that was one of the weird things last year where did they really get the car sorted? I mean, it doesn't feel like they did because from track to track, it was, yeah, they were very strong. I mean, even early in the season, remember Spain? I mean, Spain was a big race. I think if Lewis didn't have that damage from K-Mag at the beginning, he had some unbelievable pace in Spain. They had some really good pace in Austria as well, but then there were some other races like in Spa where they were just nowhere. So it really did feel even at the back end of the season, yeah, they were strong in Sao Paulo, but then come Abu Dhabi, they were again kind of nowhere. So that car is very inconsistent. And have they dialed in a bit more kind of consistency into the car so that it works across a range of tracks? We're gonna have to wait and see. But certainly Mercedes, I think, are going to be the team that a lot of people are going to be looking out for because Red Bull looks strong, Ferrari looks strong. Obviously, very early days, but yeah. Do I think Mercedes? It's way too early for anyone to be sandbagging, especially for Mercedes. I think this first day, it's very difficult to judge everything on day one. I think when you get to day 2 and day 3, that's going to be the really big one because in the first day, it's just all about getting miles on the car. Again, we only have 3 days of testing. Testing has been cut completely in half from 6 days to just 3. So this first one is just all about just doing your regular checks. So even, for example, you saw some cars at the beginning of the session, they were going at kind of a slow speed down the main straight. And I think that's called like a constant speed run, which is just, again, about checking the car, checking the aero balance. So getting a lot of those kind of things sorted. Good to see Felipe Drugovich on the track as well. Mercedes driver lineup is stronger. I definitely think Mercedes have the strongest driver lineup because I think Carlos Sainz I think Sergio is probably the weakest out of those 6 drivers, in the top 3 teams. I think Carlos Sainz has quite a bit to prove because he definitely disappointed me in 2022. It was the first year where he got a race-winning and championship contender, at least for the first half of the season. He was given that car and he was nowhere near Leclerc, which I think was a bit disappointing from his side. Whilst when you look at Mercedes, I have no doubt that both, George and Lewis are still capable of, fighting for championships. So I do think that Mercedes do have the stronger driver lineup. Wow, I think McLaren has the 3rd strongest lineup. They just need a good car for once.
That's what I want to know. Who the top 2 are.
I want to know who's dropping out if McLaren's got the 3rd best driver lineup. Red Bull? No. Obviously not.
I can't think of driver lineups now. Verstappen, Perez, Leclerc, Sainz, Hamilton, Russell. I'd say they're all stronger than McLaren.
Sean's come back. Don't worry, Adam. He's literally come back now just for you.
I'm back here for you, Adam. When you go, Adam, let me know and I'll go as well, mate. Well, yes. That's fascinating. Sorry, I'm just trying to think. Also, I mean, look, Piastri, very good in F2, but a bit early to judge him as well. So he could, I don't feel like he will, but he could flop. Interesting. Can you show a picture of the Ferrari dimple? I haven't got one unless XPB upload one. I don't want to go nicking stuff from people without permission. But if you go over to Matt P1 Tommy on Twitter, there's a picture on there. He's even circled it. He's really good like that. Former WTF1 boys, yeah. A lot of interesting changes over the winter, not just in F1, also in content creation.
Can you believe it?
Dramatic winter.
We had a driver crazy season, team principal crazy season, and then content creator crazy season. So yeah, I don't know what's coming next.
Hopefully nothing. Give us a break. Give us a break for it for a bit. Big question mark over how well Piastri will do in the McLaren for me. Other teams have proven experienced drivers in their lineups. Other rookies until question marks over other rookies until we've seen something from them. I think that's fair. Piastri could be brilliant. I think the potential's there. He was so good in F2, but we're 3 hours into testing. We can't base anything on Piastri based on that. Can't come to a conclusion on Piastri based on that is what I'm saying. So
yeah, I think we're going to learn more by the end of testing. I think I said, this first day is totally just about getting used to the cars, just getting mileage down. Like, you want to be fast, of course, because if your car is quick out of the box, if your car is, quick after the outlap, then you're going to have that confidence of like, I've got a pretty decent car to work with here. And when you have that confidence, it just allows you to drive a lot easier. But when you're fighting that car, especially on high fuel, it's a bit more frustrating. I'm guessing, especially for a rookie as well. Because you also, obviously people are going to say times don't matter, but they do. And especially like when you see that you are quick, or at least when you can extract performance a lot easier, especially for a rookie, it just gives you that immediate kind of punch of confidence. And so I think it is maybe a little bit of a frustrating day for Piastri. I think he would have wanted a little bit more, but yeah, obviously we've still got a decent way to go even today.
It's going to be a fascinating few days, but I think, and somebody made the point in chat earlier actually, that we're not going to get a true picture of any running order until sort of 3 or 4 races in. But I said this last year, so I'll make the point again. We also have to remember that we've got some very different style of circuits to kick the season off. So you've got Bahrain, which is very different to Saudi. You've got Saudi, which is very different to Australia. And then you've got Imola and Miami. So it's not going to be until we get to possibly even 5 races in before we get any idea of the running order. Because, for example, Red Bull could be incredible around Bahrain, but Ferrari could be the team to beat in Saudi, and Mercedes could be the team to beat in Australia. So it's why I quite like, especially the early season. I know every track is different, but they feel early on like they're all very, very, very different, if that makes sense. You've got a good mix of street tracks and real tracks. And Baku's 4th this year, isn't it? They've moved. That's just. And we're gonna have,
I think it's a month break. I forget
spring
the date
break
now.
Woo!
It's gonna be a long break. I think. When am I? Yeah. So in between the 3rd race of the season, which is at Australia, on the 2nd of April, and then the next race is basically 3 weeks later on the 30th of April in Baku. I mean, that is nuts. That is like. To be fair, it's quite cool though, because I think there'll be a lot of changes after that. Like, teams will have a pretty decent amount of time to put some upgrades on, kind of really assess their season assess their car after the first 3 races. So it's almost like the season kind of gets restarted almost when we come back. When we come back, because I'm sure there'll be a lot of different upgrade packages. Teams are going to be learning after the first 3 races in terms of what they need to improve on. And so yeah, I think Baku, race 4 is almost like actually the beginning of the season, where hopefully the teams are gonna have a lot more knowledge about their cars, which is gonna be interesting.
Yeah, it's a 4-week break overall, 3 weeks with nothing to do with F1 in there. It's it reminds Grandad's off. It reminds me of the old days in Formula One when we didn't have a race every week or every 2 weeks. You'd have the first race and then like a 3-week break or something like that, and it's I don't like it. We've got a summer break as it is, and we've just come off the winter. I know it's necessity. It was out of necessity because they chose not to replace China, or they couldn't replace China. And as much as a fan from the outside looking in, you think, well, then just move Baku forward by a week so it's not such a big gap. But you also have to remember Baku have been selling tickets, then people have, arranged flights and travel and accommodation. The freight would have started to be being arranged at that point. So you can't just move a race up. You could during sort of after the season had restarted after COVID, you could, because there were no fans, so you could shuffle things around all you wanted, couldn't you? But you can't have fans going out buying tickets and booking hotels and flights and all of that business and then say, actually, we're going to do it a week earlier. It does look like it's an easy fix, but it's not as simple as just go, well, we're going to move you to there, because it's a shame they couldn't squeeze in a Portimao or
Mugello. I'm gonna keep championing Mugello for every single conversation because I absolutely love that track. And I just remember seeing the cars go around. Like, I think that track actually it wasn't like the best for racing, but just the track I think just invited carnage, and that's why we got the crazy race that we did. But just seeing the cars around that track, especially in 2020 with all of their downforce, it was unbelievable. It was a beautiful track as well. It's one of those that I want to visit. Like, it's on my bucket list. I want to go to that track. But yeah, so I'm going to keep championing that Mugello.
Do you think China will ever come back? I think next year probably. They've lifted a lot, if not most, of their restrictions, haven't they? The last I heard, or the last I read. So I would imagine it will be back next year, because there was even talk they might try and reinstate it for this year, but that didn't happen. So I think it'll be back for next year. They've got a contract in place, so it's such a huge market for F1. They're so desperate to be there that if they can get back there, they absolutely will.
Chinese driver on the grid now as well, which is massive.
Yeah. Although, he's only got a contract for this year, though, hasn't he? That would suck for Zhou, wouldn't it? If he got bumped out of the seat at the end of this year and then China came back next year, that'd be a shame for him. I like Zhou. I think he got a lot of stick last year, and I think he did all right. He didn't blow my mind or anything like that, but I think he did all right for a first season. Again, back to your point on Bottas. Bottas is a quality driver, tough going up against him, so he did okay. Car was a bit unreliable as well, wasn't it? It wasn't the best, particularly the second half of the season, but Zhou did okay. What track is first on your list? For me, it's the Red Bull Ring, says Uzair. See, I could say Spa, I could say Monza and go with the usual Sean cliche, but to be honest, I love Montreal. I love the circuit Gilles Villeneuve. Absolutely adore it. So I'd probably weird that or Interlagos would be first on my list.
I mean, Montreal, Canada is literally my favorite track of all time. I absolutely love that track. It's just, I don't know what it is about. It's honestly just such a cool track. I'd love to drive it. It's one of those, back when I used to actually play the F1 game many, many, many years ago. I always used to just play around Canada just because it was such a nice track to drive. But yeah, it's a long season though. I mean, what is it? 23 races, and it was supposed to be 24, obviously, because China was taken off. But that's so many races. That is unreal. Obviously, all a big push for the American market. We know that a lot of people. It's weird. A lot of people are saying, they're looking forward to like the Las Vegas race, and I'm quietly cautious about going to Miami again and Las Vegas, because Miami, I think, really disappointed in terms of the track. I remember even the surface was horrible, apparently. I remember the drivers complaining a massive amount about it. So it's going to be, I want these tracks and I want these races to stand up because of the racing, not just, oh, look, Vegas has got a lot of money, let's just go there. I know that sometimes that's the argument with Monaco, but Monaco, that track can never be built again under the new FIA regulations. That Monaco track is the only one in the world. You can't even build another track like that for Formula One because there isn't enough runoff. So there is something unique about Monaco beyond the scenery and the money and whatever. But with Vegas and Miami, it's just like, let's just go there because that's where the money is. And that's, I think, that's the only worry for me. I want the race to actually live up to the hype and not just be there's a bunch of neons in buildings, and there you go. That's it. So yeah, we'll see.
See, you're right. Monaco has got something special because I remember being one of those people that was like, look, do we really need this? You know, it's not great for racing. It's a procession. It's all about the spectacle. This isn't what we should be doing. Da, 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 da. Then, you know, the pandemic, I don't know if you've heard about it, that hit. And the one race I missed the most was Monaco. And I was like, wow, this thing really has got something special. It's managed to convert Sean. I was like, there you go then. Monaco can't ever go as far as I'm concerned. It was the one that I really missed because maybe more out of habit than anything. It was just there was no Monaco, so it was weird. So yeah, I love Monaco. And that's the other argument as well. Max saying there, Monaco isn't a procession, it's an endurance challenge. Somebody else swung my opinion on that a couple of years ago when they said the best way to look at Monaco is that this is a world championship of teams and drivers. And Monaco, of course, it's about the drivers because they've got to keep it out the wall, but it's also a great race for teams with their strategy to pick out the best teams that can get their strategy right, their pit stop bang on and all of that business. And that is something to focus on for Monaco. And I was like, yeah, you're right. So there you go. That's
100%. I mean, last year is the perfect example. Like Ferrari had the best car from start to finish. Leclerc arguably would have won, potentially, but ultimately Ferrari didn't do the best job. Carlos Sainz actually jumped his teammate because he could think, he thought on his feet and dictated the strategy more. So I think Monaco, I mean, I'm a Monaco defender. Always will, always am, always will be. And just because I like the variety in the calendar, and I feel like Monaco is it's still a specific challenge. Yes, the race is not that exciting, and you know what? Actually, the one thing I've always said that I find really funny is that all of the drivers that have a bad result after the race complain about Monaco. Oh, it's boring, you can't pass this and that. You never hear the guy that qualified on pole, did the best job on a Saturday, and then converted that into a race win. Go, yeah, that was horrible. I never want to do that ever again. It's only ever the people that have a bad result that actually complain about Monaco. So it's one of those where, yes, the Saturday is maybe more important than the race, but that's the variety. That's, it's a unique challenge on the F1 grid. And I think the drivers are just hypocrites anyway, because when you ask, what race do you want to win, apart from their home Grand Prix, they always say Monaco. How is the most boring race on the calendar the one that you want to win? How does that make sense? So yeah, I like Monaco, but it is, I get why people don't like it as well.
You really are a Monaco defender. I love that. That's it, drivers.
I was put on the stand. And had to, plead the case for Monaco, and I did it.
4 cars on track at the moment: Zhou, Gasly, Tsunoda, and Sainz. So the lap's still been racked up. So 54 laps apiece for Sainz and Verstappen at the moment. Who's leading? 57 laps for Albon. He's doing the most at the moment. So yeah, I think lappage is pretty good today. Drugovich, I still think doing all right. 24, considering he lost a bit of time this morning. Yeah, it's so difficult to read the first day, isn't it? And I think a lot of it is that we're just very, very excited to see cars out on track. More than anything. Gasly's out there as well. I don't know if I'd already said Gasly, but I will say it anyway. He's out on track. Anybody wondering where you can watch it? I've seen a couple of asking. If you're in the UK, you can watch on Sky Sports F1. If you've got F1 TV where you are, then it is on F1 TV, but there are other ways, I'm sure, that you can be creative and find ways to watch it. There'll be somebody out there somewhere. I was going to say something really bitter then, but I chose not to. You can be willing to win Monaco for the fact it's iconic, but still hate it and say it's lame. You're not making any sense, apparently, Aldas. I thought you made sense. I know the point you were making, mate. Vested interests. Drivers who finish 15th are going to be grumpy about it, but a winner isn't going to be grumpy. I think you make perfect sense, mate. Are you guys happy with Sky or prefer F1 TV, says Minty? I've never had F1 TV, so I've not been able to... I can't really comment on that one, but I would like the option in the UK to choose between the two. Difficult, isn't it?
I'd love for F1 TV to actually show the races for us in the UK, but obviously we don't have that. I will say though, I quite like F1 TV for watching some of the classic races. No longer in the past I had to go to nefarious websites to watch a full Grand Prix from 2003 or even 1995 or something. Just watching a classic race. and now I actually don't have to. Unbelievable. I can actually watch the actual broadcast from like 1995 or something, which is quite cool.
The only thing I would say is, and I know that we're talking about conventional TV versus streaming here, but I watch on a Sky Q box. I'm not a Sky Glass customer. I have a Sky Q one, so I can rewind and watch race highlights. But I've got a Sky Q box, so I watch it, and I never have any issues. Sky always works. There's no buffering, there's no problems, anything like that. Whereas with F1 TV, I see a lot of people complaining about it not working. And I think until that's ironed out, I'd probably stick with Sky. But as soon as if F1 TV got to a point where, and again, I know, just to be clear, I'm talking about traditional TV, if you like, versus streaming, and that's got to be taken into account. But until that's ironed out, I'd probably end up sticking with Sky, because I don't want to be getting frustrated at buffering halfway through a race or whatever, if that makes sense. It's not, F1 TV. I'd love to have Alex Jakes as an option on commentary and things like that. I'd love to have. I think Sky are actually doing more of that this year, but I'd like to have the option to have multi-screen and things like that if I ever did watch-alongs. But F1 TV is not. It's not new, but it's still, compared to, again, your traditional TV channels, it's still quite a relatively new thing, isn't it? It's still evolving. So hopefully, in fact, there you go. Gingerfest says F1 TV is getting better. So, yeah, I don't know how the red button works. I used to watch the F1 forum on BBC on the red button. The old red button days.
Honestly, that was peak F1, like. To me, that I don't even know what the word for it is, but it's like peak F1 to the fans in terms of like on channels. To see like, free to air BBC qualifying, and then also the race, and then the red button afterwards, where I remember they got like they did some hilarious stuff, like get Jenson Button to actually present it, like, and he was a driver, like after the race or something. He was like presenting it with the BBC team, and it was like Lewis in the back of the van, in the TV van, actually like talking to him on like the on the headphones, and like giving him directions. It was just really fun stuff like that they just don't do anymore. Everything's behind a paywall. Everything is, you got to pay £10 this and £20 that to access it, and it's a bit annoying, to be honest. It's a bit frustrating, but it's is that where the money is coming from? Is that why Formula One is so desirable? I mean, everyone wants the rights to Formula One. Everyone is paying through the nose to have the rights, and it's a double-edged sword. It shows that clearly there's a lot of money in the sport, but it's also a little bit sad, because so much of it is behind a paywall. It's like, you want to watch, if you want to watch the tiniest thing, you got to pay a massive amount for it, and it's expensive, So, and it's also not easy as well, because it's different from country to country. Like, no joke, when I didn't actually know what F1 TV was, and I literally thought that you could just buy F1 TV and just watch all of the races, and then I was like, oh, and then I realized I bought it. And then realized, oh, well, you actually can't in the UK, because it doesn't allow you. So I was like, brilliant. But it was still a decent £25 well spent. But yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I see somebody said the other day, oh, it's only £10 or £15 a month for Sky F1, but it's like, yeah, but that's on top of having to have a basic package. And your basic package is 20 something pound a month. So it does get quite pricey. I'm not going to tell you how much our Sky bill is, because we have basically everything, and it's insane. I really should just ring them and tell them to stick some of it, but I get stuck on the phone, then I threaten to leave, and then end up with a package on a 300-year contract and £8,000 a month or something stupid like that, because I'm just not very good at negotiating those things. So it isn't cheap, but an F1 TV would be a nice option for people. I know you've got Now TV as an option, isn't it, that you can pay a little bit less for, but it's pricey. But you're right. I mean, you look at, again, not the best example, but you look at the Premier League. I mean, the money in there because of TV. With that, what could that do for F1? I mean, it's an expensive sport, so it can't be expensive to show it, and it's very expensive to run it. So I don't know.
But the Premier League is crazy. I mean, to me, that's even more insane, because what I found, so I actually use, if anyone's wondering how I'm watching F1 right now, I'm actually using someone else's Now TV account that I know, which is brilliant. I love it. It's never easy with me, and usually they have Premier League games on Now TV. And then I think a few weeks ago it was the Arsenal Man City game, and I was like, oh, I might just like put that on in the background. And I realized they're not even showing it. It's on BT. It's not even on Now TV, that specific game. You have to have BT Sport, to see. It's not even on Sky. You have to go to BT to watch it. And so you have in one league you have different service providers that.
Oh. Aldas has
to show you
vanished.
Bahrain. Then then for the next race well, actually, what is the next race? I forget now. Is it like Jeddah still? But anyway, for the next
Yeah.
race, and then in Jeddah, only the BBC can show it, and then it's back to Sky Sports for Australia. Then it's maybe Channel 4 for Azerbaijan. It's just, I mean, that's just mental to me.
Yeah, because I know we're on football now, but you've got Sky, BT Sport, and Amazon. Are you three? So, yeah, I hope F1 never goes that way, but you never know. I don't think we'll. The question I was going to ask you was, do you think we'll see F1 back on free-to-air TV full time? But I think that ship sailed, hasn't it? I think now it will be, if not Sky, it'll be a BT Sport or an Amazon or something like that going forward. I know Sky have got a new contract now, but once that's up, it'll be the highest bidder, won't it? Because the thing is, once they've seen the money, they're not going to pass up on that. And Channel 4 and BBC, they can't afford to pay it. So I think we're stuck with. What was I stuck with? It's not. If you can afford it, it's great. It's just not everyone can. Times are tough. I'm not going to go into that. We're not getting into that. Just resting on Twitter though. Sad news. While we're on football, ironically, John Motson, BBC football commentator, has passed away, which is sad. That's probably the most iconic football commentary voice, I'd say, in the UK at least. I don't know what it's like worldwide. So sad news there. Rest in peace, John Motson. Is it Sir John Motson? I want to say.
I actually don't know now.
If he wasn't, I feel like he should have been. But yeah, so that's I've just spotted that on Twitter, which is sad news. That's match of the day. That is. Oh, I remember those days. Prix Sky couldn't afford it. Parents couldn't afford it, so it's match of the day. John Motson. Yeah, that's sad news. There you go. There's always some sad news, isn't there? Before testing or whatever, but there you go. Absolute legend. Could you? He was the Murray of F1, but I was just thinking, could you imagine John Motson doing F1 commentary with Murray Walker? That'd be crackers. We'll go through the times super quickly on the half hour. Has the leaderboard. We've still got names missing from the leaderboard, but I'll try and fill it in as best I can. So, Carlos Sainz, oh, come on, F1, don't be like that. Carlos Sainz, still fastest of the day. In fact, they've not even got the times on. I'm going to have to go on to that one. So, Carlos Sainz, yes, 133.2 for Carlos in the Ferrari. Can you tell I'm still having issues? 60 laps for him. Max Verstappen, second place at the moment, 133.5. He's done 54 laps. Alex Albon has done 60 laps. He has done a 133.6. 49 laps for Zhou Guanyu, 33.7. Russell, a 34.1. 53 laps for him. 40 laps for Nico Hulkenberg in sixth place on a 34.4. 34.6 for Yuki Tsunoda. He's done 36 laps. Pierre Gasly, 34.8. He has done 43 laps. Oscar Piastri, 43 laps for him as well, on a 134.8 and a 136.9 for Felipe Drugovich, who is now on 28 laps and out on track at the moment. We have got Piastri, Zhou, Russell and Sainz, who's just crossed the line to start another lap. So there's your leaderboard. We are updating, or Eru is downstairs in my living room, puppy sitting and updating the live timing manually. So bear with us, that does get updated regularly. It's so much easier than just having to mess about with trying to get permission from people, so just do your own. It's if you've got somebody you can use and stick in your living room, do it for you, then do it. So yeah, they're your times so far. It's again about lappage today. Seen plenty of them. We are well below last year's fastest time for day one, 0.7 of a second down. So that's good. So what was the fastest lap of the race? I know, again, testing races don't really matter to put those two together, but I'm just intrigued. So it was the 2022 Bahrain Grand Prix, because we are in 2023, because I keep forgetting what year it is, because 1 minute 34.5 from Charles Leclerc. So we're not actually that far off that, are we?
Yeah, they're really,
7/10.
Again, it's kind of what we talked about earlier, though, because testing is so limited. As I see Andreas Stella actually on the McLaren pit wall, which is quite cool. Obviously, a brand new team principal, but Because testing is so limited, I think they're pushing a lot more than they were last year. You gotta get your quick runs, done. You gotta show your performance. You gotta give the team the information, of how good the car actually is. Not too much messing about. So yeah, pretty good to see.
Yeah, yeah. I was going to ask you something. It's just gone out of my head now, so it'll come back.
We always have one of these. This is the one thing I do remember. We always have at least like 2 or 3 of these every single time we record. But only 41 minutes left, by the way. Unreal.
I know.
This has gone so quick.
Done. And then it's their lunch break. You're with me till 12, aren't you, Aldas? Yeah. I've forgotten what I've agreed with people. People turn up and I'll put them on and that's it. Are you meant to be here? Yeah, I am. Can we have a side photo of the actual Red Bull? If you at EruVR, he will take image requests. He's going to hate me for that. I'm going to get so much stick. He'll sort that out for you. He's dealing with all of that for me. Yeah, well, let's do sort of 20 minutes of comments and questions while we come to the end of the session. Then we'll see him across the line for the first half of the day. Murray Walker and James Hunt were the best commentators for me. Says Platilobium. That's a classic. I was Murray and Martin, you see, growing up. And then James Allen and Martin. And then, was it Jonathan Ledyard? And then Martin took lead as well, didn't he, with David Coulthard at one point, which was like listening to a podcast. It was brilliant before they were popular. Is F1 TV not in the UK? Says Barrett. It's not as you can't watch the races live, but you've got a really good archive on there, which, as Aldas already said, is great to get you through the winter. It's a great archive on there. I really enjoy watching the classic races. I watched all of 2012 last year. What's your favourite all-time race? Says Elliot Talks F1. Why do I ask these questions? Well, I need to read these before asking them because now I've got to think.
The 2012 Brazilian Grand Prix is probably my all-time favourite.
That had everything, didn't it? Absolutely everything.
It did. It also, by the way, had the championship on the final lap it was decided under the safety car. People forget that. It didn't finish under racing conditions, and no one talks about it.
Paul di Resta's crash, wasn't it, that brought out the safety car?
Yes, right at the end. Jensen. Oh, it was just. Do you know what's nuts about that race? Obviously, it's such a long time ago. And apart from Ricciardo winning for McLaren in Monza 2021, that was kind of that was a bit, not a fluke win, but it was just one in a pan. And just, I can't believe McLaren, they were a top team back then. Like, at no point did anyone expect McLaren to go on such a drought for year after year, and basically to become a backmarker team. In 2015, it's crazy how quickly things can turn around.
Do you know what was mad about that race? The fact that Hulkenberg was in it for the win. He was in the mix for the win.
And then he bottled it big time. And I think that actually took the win away from Lewis, because if I remember, Lewis was kind of on the charge against Jensen, potentially even in front of him, or looking like he had more pace. And then obviously Hulkenberg just absolutely, in his last race for McLaren, Hulkenberg just drove right into, basically lost it. I think I lost the rear in the first corner and then just, took Lewis out. Max is on an absolute storming lap, so he's opened the engine up a little bit.
I was just going to say, spoiler alert, Max Verstappen has topped the timesheets. Sorry, Aldas. On a 1:32.959. So
wow.
There we go. We are into the 32s. We're only 4/10 off the fastest lap from last year's race. So Max Verstappen fastest at the moment and still pumping the laps in as well. So that's...
So that Red Bull's looking good.
It's good to see them just... Again, it's difficult to know where everybody is, but it is nice to see those purple sectors. And it's more because I've not seen purple sectors since Abu Dhabi, so it's just nice to see it on the timing screen. But yes, Max Verstappen has gone fastest. Red Bull looks on rails, says JM. I've seen a couple of moments where it's not looked all that great, but I mean, it's going to happen, is it? It's not always going to be perfect. What were we saying, Alice? Where were we at? Yeah, Hulkenberg has a habit, doesn't he, of being in great positions for potential podiums and either bottling it or things going wrong. I'm thinking, obviously, I don't blame him for Germany a few years ago when he went straight on when he had a chance of a podium, because those conditions were crazy, weren't they? Once you got onto that drag strip, you were in the wall. I mean, we saw Leclerc, didn't we? Did it. We saw Hamilton off there, and if they can do it, then Nico Hulkenberg can. But the one that always stands out for me, is Baku one year. He was in a Renault.
Yes.
He was fourth, and he turned in too early, didn't he? And
was it?
clunked the wall, something like that. Yeah, just hit the wall, took his wheel off, and that was it. And you think, oh, what have you done? Because I know.
And I believe at the time, he was actually ahead of both Felipe Massa and Lance Stroll.
Yeah.
And obviously Lance Stroll went on to get on the podium, so it was just. But the thing about, he has bottled quite a few podium opportunities. He's also been unlucky in some. I remember there was a Monaco race where it was actually his teammate that got the podium, but I think Nico was actually quicker than Perez in that race, and strategy didn't really help him out. So yes, he's definitely bottled a few podiums, but I think it's one thing that I honestly think gets overplayed, because he's still a solid driver, isn't he? He's one of those guys that, yes, I see some people, he's the king of throwing away results. I see, that comment, but he is also, if you take away those big results, when it comes to just scoring points, he actually doesn't crash that much. Like, he's just a solid driver. I don't think when he came into Formula One, he came in with a bang, didn't he? I mean, he was GP2 champion, pole position in Sao Paulo in his rookie season in a Williams. And it wasn't like an amazing Williams car. So he really came in with a bang, and I think he has kind of I think he's underachieved relative to the talent I think we thought he had. But he's still a solid driver. He's still a really good driver, and someone who I think is still capable of doing a decent job. I'm not saying he's a world beater, definitely not a world champion, Sean. But he's a good driver nonetheless, and I'm looking forward to seeing how he's going to do this year.
Yeah, it's
as he locks up. On my screen.
He messes that one up big time. What was I thinking? That's just my life generally. What was I thinking? No, I don't agree with the comment that from chat that he is the king of throwing away results. Because when was it? He just had this period, didn't he, of just being P7 consistently, like Lando Norris the other year or last year. P7. That's consistent. And when you are a midfield team, what do you want? Consistency. Yes, a podium is nice. Yes, a shock result is amazing, but maybe I'm wrong, maybe I disagree, but if you're a Haas, would you rather have 22 seventh place finishes or one podium and nothing else all season? From a driver, I mean, you want that consistency, don't you, from Hulkenberg? Yes, you want the podiums, yes, you want the wins, but that's what he does so well. I think he's a weird one, Hulkenberg, anyway. I think he's one of those that a lot of people underrate, but some people seem to go a bit mad on him as well. But he's a very good driver, and he's proven that. He wouldn't be in that Haas if he wasn't a good driver, would he? So, I mean, just on that point with Haas, actually, I think, interested to know what you think, but I think it's actually probably worked out quite nicely for Mick Schumacher to be at Mercedes. I think he's in a very good spot there, potentially, for a return. Obviously, he'd prefer to be racing, I'm sure. But I don't think if he can't have a seat, being Mercedes reserve is a bad place to be at all, is it?
I mean, yeah, if you got to pick out of the reserves, I mean, and also because most of the Ferrari reserve seats are completely full. I mean, they've got Robert Schwartzman, Giovinazzi, they've got plenty. Red Bull's the only one that potentially is that, they've also got a few young drivers, but that could have been open. But the Mercedes one literally is the best, because they seem to kind of, between all of the Mercedes power unit teams, like, it's pretty open when it comes to reserve drivers. People can kind of float around, as we saw with the Nick De Vries last season. So yeah, to be a 100% Mercedes reserve driver, so if anything goes wrong, in 2023, which you obviously don't want, you don't want to see anything go wrong for Lewis or George, even, an injury or something. So, you don't want to see that, but he is at the right place in just in case something does happen to any of those drivers, to be able to jump into a top car. So yeah, it's with Mick, it's a strange one. He's got a big year ahead. He's got a lot of work to do. I mean, I know he's not going to be in the car a lot, but if he wants to be on the grid next year, then it's it's going to take impressing the other teams and almost doing as much as you can at Mercedes to kind of make yourself look like a better driver if you want to get back into Formula One. It's not the same, I don't think. It's nothing like when Ocon, for example, as we talked about earlier, when Ocon got kind of, shafted out of Formula One, he was actually a desirable driver. He did a fantastic job up against Perez, whilst with Mick, he's almost got to prove himself yet again, and he's got to find a team that potentially can trust in his potential to give him another chance, and that's not easy. There's there's limited seats in Formula One as it is.
I was thinking about over the winter, I actually think Hulkenberg, for the way that Haas like to go about things, I think he's a good pick for them. Because they've generally been a team, haven't they, that like to back experience. You look at Grosjean and Magnussen, for example. I know Magnussen was relatively youngish when he got the seat at Haas originally, but he'd been in a few years, and Grosjean as well. So they like to back experience. So when they went with the two rookies, it was quite surprising. Maybe not one of them for a financial reason. So going back to having Magnussen and then Hülkenberg and having that two drivers with experience is maybe not that much of a surprise thinking about it over the winter, like I say, and reflecting on some of the decisions taken. It's maybe something we should have seen coming earlier than when the rumours started, that not necessarily Hülkenberg himself, but they go for experience again because the rookies didn't really work for them. I don't know. Haas, I've said it so many times, Haas are such a weird team to me. I don't know what they want to be. I don't know what the goal is. I look at some teams go, they want to be winning. They want to be winning championships and podiums, and that absolutely is the goal for Haas. Of course they want to do that, but they're not going to do that at the moment, and not for a very long time, potentially, if ever. So what is that goal? And I look at 2021 writing the season off for 22. That made sense, but then one major update in 22, and then they write the rest of the year off for focusing on 23. Is that the team they are? Is that out of necessity? I can't explain it. I try and put it into words, and then I end up upsetting Haas fans. But it's not that I don't like Haas. It's that I just don't understand what they want to be. I can't explain it, mate. It's so weird. I just look at Haas and I'm like, I like Haas, but I don't know why, and I don't know what they want to be. But leave me be. I'm only talking some rubbish, remember? So
no, I know what you mean. I kind of want to hear the thoughts of actually chat as well, because Haas they're just, honestly, they're a team I sometimes forget are on the grid. That sounds really bad, I know, but I honestly sometimes just forget that they're there, because we're talking, and it was quite funny because with the Andretti news, it was like, let's get an American team on the grid, and then I think everyone forgets, oh wait, yeah, we do have an American team on the grid. Haas are there.
Yeah, Gene Haas is like, hello.
Exactly. That's why I think it's just, they're such a strange team, because they had a pretty they had a long driver lineup with Grosjean and K-Mag. I mean, look, we all love Dan, but I think even he admitted that it was like maybe a year or two too late for that driver lineup and for Rogro to be in the sport. But then they went with two rookies. I mean, that was a necessity. That was COVID. That was because of COVID, we know, but that was a disaster. And it didn't, even though it was crucial to the team's survival, and I totally understand. I totally get taking Mazepin and taking his money, but boy did it put a cloud over that team. And luckily they were able to bounce back. So maybe you can say that it was worth it because they're no longer a backmarker. But it's tough with that team. I don't really. I'm just like you. I don't know what they are. I mean, I'm guessing they're a decent independent team, but they don't excite me like an Alfa Romeo or an Aston Martin, and that's the teams that are kind of around them. It's last year Alfa Romeo and Aston Martin were kind of all in that, and Haas were kind of all in that similar position. So yeah, it's a weird one with them, but I'm more excited about Aston and even Alfa Romeo turning into Audi.
Brandon says, as an American, we don't claim them.
I don't blame him. I don't blame him.
Yeah, it's a difficult one to sort of explain. I think you've done well there. I struggle with it, but I don't dislike them. I have no bad feeling towards them. I just don't get them.
I don't think I don't think they've cultivated an American audience. I don't think that comment. I think people, as an American, we don't claim them. I think that's the problem, because Americans don't. There's a huge fan, but if anything, Haas should be in the absolute best position possible. I mean, they were a brand new team in 2016, and now they are right at the boom of Formula One in the US, and it doesn't seem like people are really. I mean, this is a kind of a bad comparison because Ferrari are Ferrari. They stand above everyone else, but the way Ferrari, have that kind of Italian audience at their fingertips, it almost feels like, Haas should be able to do the same, but. Yeah, something about that team just isn't working. I think it's because they don't really have I don't feel like they have an image or a brand or something. They don't have their specific color. They're just kind of black and white and gray and a bit of red. So, just things like that. I don't see them like with Aston Martin, you support the green. With Alfa Romeo, there's kind of an Italian brand there. With an independent, perhaps it is a little bit just more difficult to kind of find something that connects you to the team. So, with McLaren, for example, it's their heritage, it's their history, it's the fact that they're a racing team, the papaya. It makes you excited to be a McLaren fan. With Haas, it just seems like they're just a good independent team that do a solid job.
Yeah, I mean, they've got the American thing. They've got some more American sponsors this year. They seem to be embracing that side a little bit more. Give us money and we'll love you, kind of thing. But I think there is positivity with Haas in that I think, they're getting up to the budget cap. They're sort of the cost cap. They're sort of finding that money now. And maybe with that, the financial outlook looking better, maybe they are going to start to try stuff. Because they made such good progress. They were fifth one year, weren't they, in the constructors? And they seem to be making this really, really good progress. And then they've just sort of fallen away. And it's the whole... And again, when I say out of necessity, maybe because their finance at the time made them, but having to... they write off a whole season for 22, which a lot of teams did in many ways. But then to sort of only bring one update in only bring one update in last year, and then say at the summer, that's it, we're focused on next year's car. You think, well, you've got some points on the board early on, but keep developing the car. Easier said than done, I know, but keep developing the car. You never know what could come of that, and then you get more money if you get more. But I don't know, it's...
And keep in mind, 2021 was the season where we had an Aston Martin on the podium. We had an Alpine winning a race. We had also an Alpha Tauri on the podium. There was all of the lower teams, we had a McLaren winning a race. We had Ferrari on the podium. We had a Ferrari on pole position. So you never know. 2021 was the season where all of the midfield teams actually got their moment in the sun in all of the races. And pretty much all of them had some good results. I mean, we had George Russell on the podium in a Williams in 2021. So, it's... And if they did kind of decide to develop the car even more, you never know what would have happened. Maybe they would have had a podium as well. So, yeah, it's just... maybe it was worth it because they were looking at the long term of the future. They were looking at the long term, of the team. But I'm going to be interested to see where they're going to be this year, because if they can kind of push into that top end in the midfield, which I don't think many people are expecting them to do. I think that people like me are looking at teams like Aston Martin and Alfa Romeo and thinking they really could be. Yes, Spa 2021 does count because it was George Russell, King Russell. But yeah, it'll be interesting to see if there is going to be more excitement and what they can do this year in 2023. I am not having this Spa 2021, what is it? I'm not having this slander for Spa 2021 because George set a pole position. George qualified in second just behind a Red Bull, and that counts to me in qualifying. He deserved that podium.
Yeah. It's not his fault the race didn't run. He did the job on Saturday, and that ended up being the result, didn't it? So, I agree. It doesn't count as a race. I'll give you that. It wasn't a race. I mean, they've changed that, haven't they, as well? They've changed the rules on that this year, so now it's to do with shortened races. I'm sure it'll get explained properly at some point by somebody, but there was a F1 commission meeting, FIA commission. They've signed off on some stuff, which I'll have a look for later. We'll go over that this afternoon. We'll save that for a little bit later. Somebody was asking why Aston Martin at bottom. Drugovic... I mean, first of all, we don't know what programs they're running. Secondly, he lost some time this morning. Thirdly, as well, first session in the car properly. Young driver, still getting up to speed. There's part of that in there as well. So I wouldn't read too much into the times. Look at the laps. I think 33 laps, given that he lost quite a bit of time this morning. That's pretty solid for him. Albans on 71.
Do you remember, did Felipe Drugovich do any laps in the 2022 Aston Martin in the test after Abu Dhabi?
Yes, I believe. Yes, he did. Yeah, he also did a filming run for Aston Martin as well at one point.
Yeah, because I know he definitely did. His big kind of test with Aston Martin was in their 2021 car at Silverstone, but. Yeah, I think for him, it's obviously a bit of a tricky situation. Obviously called in at not the last second. He's not like kind of the Hulkenberg special where it's literally like 2 days before. But yeah, it's still tricky. Obviously, he just wants to get the mileage under the belt. He doesn't want to do anything stupid. Obviously, even for example, even when he retired the car, for him, it would have been important to just follow what the team say. Follow a procedure, make sure that everything is fine. Don't do anything crazy. So for him, it's just about the experience. And I think hopefully we do get to see him push a little bit more in the coming days. I mean, is this his only day, do you think? Or because if Stroll's missing the entire test, if Is he going to get all of Lance's time?
Unfortunately, Stoffel is with Formula E this weekend. Gutted. Great for Drugovich.
That would have been your moment.
God, that would be it. That would just be Van Dorn all stream. I would imagine if Lance is out for the whole of testing, which sounds like he will be, he'll be in Lance's. But they might sort of give Alonso all day tomorrow and then Drugovich half a day on Saturday. But yeah, I think it will be. I can't think of... It won't be Van Dorn, and I can't see who else there is to put in there. If you've got to have anyone, it's got to be a reserve driver, hasn't it? So I would imagine it'll be him, unless they spring a surprise. But Lance turns up tomorrow absolutely fine. I had a hangover, I was lying. I was going
to say, like, if he does get some, like, let's say he gets half a day on Saturday, so obviously Alonso maybe gets, I don't know how many time Alonso gets, but if Felipe Drugovich does get a little bit more time right at the end of the test, the track rubbering in, maybe then on the final day he'll really be able to kind of show what he's all about, which I think would be really exciting.
Matthew said, I'd like to I think you would want to just have Alonso both days, new car to him and all that. I do wonder if that's what because they could have easily announced it there. I wonder if that's why they've sort of said to be confirmed on that. They might have said to Fernando, do you want to do 2 full days of testing? And he might have gone, yes. Or he's gone, oh, please.
Fernando's all about that. Trust me, Fernando would have gone, yes. He would have gone, I want all 3 days. Just stick me in.
Well, because didn't Norris do all the testing for McLaren last year? I know they had problems, but he did all the testing last year. So there you go.
He did.
Could Williams become more of an American team if Logan somehow beats Albon and exceeds expectations, says Brandon. I still think that was a great shout on Logan Sargent. You've got 3 races in the USA this year, a number of others in North America. So getting an American driver in as Williams was such a... I mean, first he was their young driver, so they were always going to give him that opportunity if they felt it was good enough. But I think as well from a PR, marketing, sponsorship, whatever point of view, it was a really smart call because Haas are an American team, but I suspect that in Miami and Vegas and at COTA, all the attention is going to be on Logan Sargent and Williams, and that's got to be a good thing for Williams, and maybe some TV time as well. We might see a bit more of him. So I think maybe not become almost an American team, but I think that's where the focus will be in the US races on Logan Sargent. If you are in the US, I mean, let me know. Are you more invested in an American driver or an American team, or there might be too many variables in there? But yeah, Sargent will crash the Williams plenty of times this season. The new Mazepin says to Everett. Is Logan from Florida? Says Max Flashheart. I'm not sure. I can have a Google in a minute though. I'm puzzled why they haven't put Alonso in for all of it. He's an expert veteran. His feedback would be the best, says Gabe. Yeah, but I think somebody said towards the start of the stream in the comments, the only thing is they've had a mechanical failure this morning, so you'd rather Drugovich had that issue than Alonso. So get Drugovich out this morning, shake the car down properly, and then resolve any issues you've got, and then give Alonso 2.5 days. So
I will also say, just as a bit of for anyone that's done any racing, I mean, 3 days flat out in a Formula One car. I mean, that's a lot, and the season's not even started yet. So you do, don't get me wrong, you want to give Fernando kind of the majority of the testing time, but physically, I mean, if you do, especially, I know that he's kind of defied, father time, and that what he's doing at 41 is nuts, but unlike a Lando last year, Lando's young, he's got plenty of energy, he's fine. Fernando does need to be a little bit, obviously, smart with how he kind of, conserves his energy. So going 3 days flat out of just Fernando Alonso on the track before the beginning of the season, I think that would be maybe, even for Fernando, I think that might be asking just a little bit too much. So spreading it out, giving some time to their reserve driver, their brand new young driver that they signed last year. Felipe, obviously, I think he, again, Felipe, Formula 2 champion, like, he's a guy that can turn, he can turn the wheel, he's not just someone that, they've put in for no reason. So I think Aston Martin are doing the right thing, but again, they've probably kept it open in terms of, they'll hear the feedback from Felipe, and then in terms of what Fernando wants to do. So yeah, it'll be interesting.
Florida. It is Florida for Logan Sargent. Let's look at his name again. I forgot what we were talking about. Yes, so it is Florida for those asked. Couple more comments, questions. I'll read through some. A few people saying that they're definitely more invested in the driver than a team, which that's not surprising because I feel like, again, looking at Twitter, Lewis Hamilton, people that are supporting Mercedes, they're supporting a driver generally, aren't they? You're going to be more, a Brit will be more invested in Lando Norris than
a Williams.
Yeah, it's
nothing.
I was going
motivates...
to say McLaren, but they are a British team.
Yeah.
But
no, but that's the point. That's the point. Nothing motivates a group of fans, especially when we're talking about a nation, than a driver. Nothing motivates and gets them excited and invested into the sport. Nothing gets them more kind of amped up than a driver that they can relate to, that they can have them represent kind of their community. So teams can only go so far, and again, Ferrari is the only one where I think the team trumps the driver, but that's because of their history, that's because of their heritage over Christ, are we over 100 years now? I forget actually when Ferrari, when Enzo Ferrari actually started, his company officially, but that's 100 years of heritage. So that's why it's easier for, for fans more commonly to root for a driver.
Yeah, I think Ferrari fans, they're a whole different thing, aren't they? You don't see that for Red Bull or for Williams, or you've got Williams fans. I've got some that follow me on Twitter and I follow, but I mean, the point is, I said Norris, that's my example, but I'm just, when we had a grid full of German drivers, German people are more likely to support a Vettel or a Schumacher than they are a Mercedes. But they're still going to back their British teams, their German teams, like we'd back British teams or whatever. I don't know. I know what I'm saying. Let's do the times before I put my foot right in it. Fastest at the moment, Max Verstappen, the only driver in the 132.959, 69 laps on the board. Nice. Carlos Sainz, you're 36, sure, come on. Carlos Sainz, 71 laps on the board, 133.2. Alex Albon's done a 133.6, he's done 73 laps. Zhou Guanyu, a 133.7. 63 laps. The timing screen's a yellow flag, so I will give 2 seconds. We'll go through the times because a yellow could quickly turn to a red. I'll go to the driver tracker. We'll come back to timings in just a second. We have drama. Driver tracker says nobody stopped, so could be debris, could be a test of the yellow flags. But I'll give it a second. Make sure who's out there. Verstappen, he's coming into the pits. Zhou's out there, Sainz, Piastri, Tsunoda, Drugovich and Albon. Nobody showing has stopped at the moment, so we'll keep an eye on that one. I'll go through the times. Let's go. There's nothing showing, and it's a virtual safety car test by look. It's just gone VSC, so that drama and excitement is all over. Verstappen fastest 32.9, 69 laps. Sainz at 133.2, 70 laps, 71 laps for him, 74 laps for Albon, 33.6. Zhou a 133.7 on 63 laps. Russell has done 66 laps on a 134.1, 134.4 for Hulkenberg. 51 laps. Tsunoda 134.6 on 46 laps. Pierre Gasly 55 laps for him on a 134.8. 134.8 for Piastri, 51 laps as well. And Drugovich 134.9 and 37 laps. Current tyres for those on track. Sainz is on the mediums. Albon softs. Zhou is on the mediums as well. Piastri on the hards. Drugovich on the mediums. And the only driver to do a stint on the soft tyres is Yuki Tsunoda, who did 3 laps. A lot of use of mediums and a lot of use of the prototype tyre as well. So once again, I still haven't found a place that will tell me reliably who is doing what in terms of tyres, who's done what on what tyre is what I'm saying. If I can't find one today, I keep looking on Twitter. If I can't find one today, I will try and find one for tomorrow. So apologies about that, but I can tell you what tyres they've used. I just can't tell you when they used them, what they set the times on. Hopefully, if I keep it on the TV, they'll say as well. But Sainz, Albon, Zhou, Piastri, Drugovich on track. And that's it.
That was my dog, by the way.
Was it?
Right. Someone's actually knocking on my door, so I'll have to come back in a bit.
Yeah, no worries, mate. I'll just do the what I will do. I did the housekeeping as well, seeing as we're on the hour. If you are new to the channel, please do subscribe. Don't forget to drop a like as well. 384 likes, 1,200 watching. Keep bumping that up. It's always great to battle the YouTube algorithm. You can support the stream as well through PayPal. If you want the channel to keep 100% of your contribution, you can do through Streamlabs as well, and with a YouTube super chat. I'll get there in the end, and with Patreon. As always, though, content isn't locked away, so it's free. It's completely optional. Yeah. It's up to you guys, but I appreciate it. I appreciate every penny. So thank you to those who are supporting the stream. But that's the housekeeping out the way. Still got a virtual safety car. Looks like it's just a test. I've not seen anything dramatic going on. So I have just noticed, though, and I didn't notice it on the launch pictures, the Ferrari has a big black stripe on the front of it near the halo, just in front of the halo, down the middle of the monocoque, something like that. So didn't spot that one. There you go.
Also, I am now back. The postman wanted an appearance on the stream.
That's fine.
Are we still? Is it still virtual safety car? I'm guessing they're testing it out at the moment.
Yeah, it's just a VSC test. I did see it looked like somebody had stopped, but they haven't. It was just they were going slowly because it's the virtual safety car, Sean. So it surprised me. But yes, Jonty, yeah, super chats. Google take 30%. They do all the work, you see. So.
Almost
Anyway.
1,200 people watching the stream as well, which is fantastic. Don't forget to hit that like button. Really helps out that evil YouTube algorithm.
Oh, it is evil, isn't it? Oh, the swines. It's a constant battle, but it's it's all part of the fun. If you are, by the way, anybody getting into YouTube or wants to, my advice, don't pay too much attention to the numbers. They're so frustrating. Especially that 1 to 10, when it's like this video is doing amazingly, or the most annoying one for me is when it's like, oh, the average view time on this video is better than usual, and it's like the video is twice the length of my usual videos. It's like, well, that'll be why then. it tells you something, but doesn't always give you the full story behind it, does it? Thank you to Ironblood for your super chat. Really appreciate that, mate. Thank you very much for your support. But yeah, numbers don't always tell the full story. So, but it is great. I love having so many people here with us for testing. I tell you what, it still baffles me they want to listen to it, to be honest.
I don't know what you're talking about. This is, I mean, the last 4 hours have been nothing but pure genius from us. So yeah, speak for yourself. No, I'm joking. No, it's always fantastic to, have a great audience and also be here with you as well. I mean, who have you got? You got some actually great guests, aren't you, coming up for the next couple of days?
Got Jonty and Dyllan are going to be doing the afternoon stints with me. I like to have two on for the afternoons because I slowly lose my mind, and Jonty's very good at reining me in when I start. So it's good to have him there. We've got Tomo tomorrow morning for a couple of hours, and then on Saturday we've got Will from FP1 on. He did the Brazil reaction with me, so he's coming on to make his testing debut as well. So looking forward to it. It's always nice to have new voices on as well. Not that it's not nice to have you on, but you know what I mean. Get some new voices on from time to time. So yeah, it's looking forward to the whole week. I'd do them on my own if I had to. I just enjoy them. But
no, you'd go mad, mate. Honestly, you'd absolutely lose it. And I do love hearing Jonty's voice as well. So I'm going to be listening out in the afternoon session. That's for sure. So but it's good. I mean, there is such a good community. I mean, we've been doing these kind of streams for 2-3 years. I actually forget when we first actually did a video together, but it must have been 2020 maybe, 2019, something like that. I think it might have been 20. I think it might have been actually pre-season of 2020. So that's a long time ago.
I feel like it was earlier than that. I feel like it was a 2019.
Oh, side by side Will to. I know this is late for you, but Felipe Drugovich sending it down the inside of maybe an Alfa Romeo.
It's an overtake. It counts. I don't care.
He's got to get his money's worth. If he's seeing a gap, he's just got to center it and send it.
Too right. Why not, eh? It's his opportunity, isn't it, to impress? And he's doing all right out there. I just staring at the chat. I'm trying to read the same message 3 times. Sorry. Miss ZZ says all listed times are on C3, which will be the softs for race 1, except for Albon, who was on the C5, which is the softest. Thank you very much. If anybody knows where I can get that info consistently, let me know, and I'll get that open so I can keep an eye on it. But I appreciate that. Thank you very much. So everyone on the C3s, which makes sense because, like I say, there's only Tsunoda who's done a stint on the softs, and that was after he set his time. So, and they're not going to be doing it on the prototype. Yeah. Following since before lockdown, so that's 2018, I think, it's a cited canvas. Thank you for your support. It's always... There's Thomas is about somewhere. DJ Naked, who's been like a channel OG, has been here since day one, pretty much.
And we love to see it.
So it's always nice to hear that people have been listening. Doesn't matter if you've been here 2 minutes or the full 6 years, nearly 6 years. Christ, in June. It's appreciated. So thank you very much. Let's see what we've got. Yeah, I've seen I'll put those in the stream for this afternoon. I don't want Aldas to see them while he's live. He might pass out. They're horrendous. Your first stream, mate, was January 27th, 2019. Jonty says.
See, I'm already getting old.
No,
I'm already forgetting it. It's just blurring into one.
That's before testing as well.
Yeah, that's nuts. I love that.
That's me trying out to see if I get on with you or not in the winter.
I mean, yeah. Luckily, I passed the test. I mean, I'm back. What 3? Yeah, not bad. Not bad.
So is it Red Bull season dominance again? Says Rami. Far too early to be looking at that. But I said earlier, I do think I was going to say they're the team to beat, but of course they're the team to beat because they've got the championship, hasn't they? But you know what I mean when I say team to beat. I still think they're gonna be right up there. I think Verstappen, you've made the point as well, Aldas. You know, on his day, you know, he'll take the fight to anyone. He's a serious talent, is that young Max Verstappen. I don't know if you've noticed. Double world champion, of course, so you might have noticed. But yeah, I think he'll be in the mix. But I'm feeling good about Ferrari, but I do board the Ferrari hype train every single winter, and they always let me down. So, you know, I
think I'm pretty sure I predicted, because I did my season predictions. I think I predicted Ferrari to finish third in the constructors. And then the moment that I saw their livery and just the moment they did their launch of like in Fiorano with their fans and seeing the SF23 actually on track, I was just like, oh my God, Ferrari world champions. This is their year. This is it. This is what we want to see. This is Leclerc's title winning car. And so, yeah, I get suckered up into that Ferrari hype train so easily. It's unreal.
Drugovich moves up to 7th place on the 34.5. So a 10th quicker than Sonoda and a 10th off of Hulkenberg. So good stuff. Still got 40 laps in as well. But currently Albon looks like he's going to, or it's close between him, Verstappen and Sainz. But Albon's 74 laps with 4 minutes to go. They've got weird timings today. Their morning session finishes at 11:15. And I think their afternoon one starts at 12:15. It's like, come on, do it on the hour. That's just unacceptable. My OCD ain't going to cope with that. Yeah, absolutely. Wheelie Bin says fancy reveals mean nothing. True, but to do the car run as part of your launch, to me, exudes confidence. It doesn't mean that the car will be any good. It could be crap, but at least they know they're confident the car's running okay and that they can show it off at that early stage. It's quite refreshing, wasn't it? I know we get like Mercedes launch the car and then they do their shakedown, and Williams did the same, but to actually do it all as part of a live stream, as part of the same thing, was really refreshing to see. So if teams want to do that in future, that's great. You know, launch your car and then you have to take it out on track immediately and show us it for real. That's great. I enjoyed the Ferrari launch. I know launches don't matter, but probably my favourite of them all. The worst one, without doubt, not because of what we saw, but because it was just so unbelievably boring, was Red Bull. And Haas, by the way. I'm giving them credit as well. We will launch our livery at 2:00 on this day. Guess what? They launched the livery at 2:00. That was it. No more.
I think what's actually the thing about Red Bull, and again, obviously launches don't mean anything. I mean, Red Bull had the worst launch I think I've ever seen. And clearly Max is doing okay on the track, to say the least. So but what really frustrated me is that Red Bull used to be the party team. They used to be the exciting team, the ones that are out of the box. You know, it was McLaren and Ferrari who were like the commercial teams, and Red Bull were the crazy ones, you know, I don't know, doing donuts with their car on the side of a mountain or something. And it just feels like they've lost a little bit of that. It feels like they're no longer the fun and the party team. It's like, you know, here's the commercial launch of our old car and let's talk about Ford. So it's just, yeah, I understand, of course, sponsors, and that's a massive announcement for them. You know, Ford are going on with a partnership from 2026, but give something back to the actual fans. And the way, I mean, I was speaking to I was on a podcast called the Red Flags podcast, who are an American podcast. And to me, it's almost like patronizing to say like, oh, you know, if Red Bull are in America, let's make it a really commercial launch because that's what America is all about. But that's not what the American fans want to see. They want to see the cars. They want to see the drivers. They want to see the real RB19, or at the very least, they don't want to be lied to, you know? So, you know, Max, what do you think of your 2023 car when you're actually looking at your last year's car? So yeah, it was just, yeah, it was a bit frustrating. But again, it doesn't actually mean anything because, it's all about what you do on the track. And now we're really seeing the fruits of their labor.
Yeah, I mean, I'm agreeing with Minty in chat. Says that they did do the doodle car, which was quite neat. I did like the doodle car. But the thing the one that bothers me with launches, and it's always the same, is when the hosts come out and they say, "We know you're here to see the car. Not long to wait now." And then like an hour later, you're like, "I thought you said not long." Come on. The Red Bull one. I mean, I don't know what anybody expected, but I fully expected last year's car or a very early version of this year's car with the same similar livery on. It's their branding, isn't it? It's not. It's like being shocked when a Ferrari is red. I know that the Ferrari this year it looks a little bit different in livery to last year, but it's not a shock to see the Red Bull in Red Bull colours. There you go. People. Don't know what that even means. But yeah, no, it's all right. It's all right.
Only a few cars, I think, on track at the moment with only a minute to go.
Still trying to work out why the leaderboard on F1 is not showing me everything I need to on one page, but everything is on the other. It's very weird. But yeah, we've actually got Gasly out there and Russell out there. We've got 30 seconds, less than 30 seconds to go in session 1. The teams
I'm exactly
are off from lunch.
30 seconds behind you then. I'm exactly 30 seconds.
Teams will then go for lunch. I won't be breaking for lunch though. Aldas is with me till about 12. And then Jonty and Dyllan will join me from 12:30. I will be here taking your questions for half an hour on my own. So I've warmed up from this morning, so it should be a little bit better than it was first thing. And yeah, we're about to get the checkered flag so I can get me a little thingy ready. There you go. First session is in the bag, in the book. Done. Doesn't really tell us anything, but it is done and dusted. Checkered flag is out for session 1. Session 2 will cover 12:15 if you're watching. I will give you the times in a minute. Just make sure everyone gets across the line first. If you are disappearing now from the stream for your lunch, then thank you for joining us. Hopefully see you this afternoon. I'm going to be here answering questions throughout. So yeah, I'm not going anywhere. I wouldn't. There's no point. I used to do it. I used to go off for the hour for lunch and then come back. But by the time you've ended your stream, sorted it out on YouTube to put it public, gone downstairs and picked up something to eat, you've got to come back upstairs and start setting the next one up anyway, so you might as well stay live. But that's just me. Brandon says Williams title contenders. Be right back. Yuki versus Gasly should be fun, says Minty. Are we already on pot noodle disaster? Not quite, Ricky. God, that was embarrassing. Tandem says to get a separate budget for car launches. Are car launches part of the cost cap? I don't think they are they? Because they're an event, aren't they? And the sort of launches and things like that I didn't think were. I might be wrong.
No, they're definitely not. I mean, that's
from my head. I don't think they are because they
Red Bull should be really in trouble then.
Big trouble. They've sent 2 teams to New York. Imagine if it broke down during the event. Yeah, that would have been rough for Ferrari. Jonty says Pedro de la Rosa is so underrated. I like his punditry. I mean, I liked him as a driver, but I like his punditry as well. I think he's quite, yeah. Main talking points. I tell you what, yeah, good one, Mark. What are the main talking points from the morning? Then we'll say Aldas. Obviously, the Drugovich red flag first thing was the big talking point with that electrical issue that they fixed and got him back out, and he still managed to put in a really solid 40 laps, 7th in the end on a 34.5. So that's probably one of the big talking points. The Haas lost a bit of debris as well, but I think really the big talking point that isn't really a big talking point is that nothing has surprised me. That felt very much like your typical first test session of the new season. Cars getting out, putting the laps in, a few teething issues for some cars looking on rails at times and then not at other times. I don't know. It's really hard to sum up the first one, but I think the talking point is the Drugovich Verstappen's lap time? Or am I getting too ahead of myself?
So. I mean, yeah, no, I definitely think so because it's, again, with the limited amount of testing, I think it's been very impressive how Red Bull are right there. You know, they didn't drop the ball in the second season for the moment. I mean, again, just after the first day, but you've got to look at the times on face value. You know, Red Bull have done a great job, Max. Even though there was a few moments, you know, he was kind of testing the limits of the car, but he looked pretty comfortable. You know, when he needed to do a purple sector, there was one in there. And I always get a bit, because he went purple, and then I think he went yellow on his third sector, and I always wonder if they're on a good lap, if they just let off the throttle just slightly before the line, you know? So it's, yeah, for Ferrari also looking like they're kind of, it looks like it's just 2022.5, if it kind of makes sense. But to be fair, good for Aston Martin as well to kind of, even though they had that problem, they sorted it very quickly and got Felipe back out on track, which I think is very good to see from them. It's not something that should be worrying them for the entire day. It was just a little glitch, but yeah, at the moment, I think the only takeaway is the midfield's a bit too blurry, especially with Albon setting that time on a softer tyre. But it looks like Ferrari and Red Bull are kind of on a pretty even playing field, which is actually good because, again, we want to see that title fight this time go all the way throughout the season.
You've also got the Ferrari dimple, of course. We forgot about the Ferrari dimple. That was a big
Yes.
talking point. What was going on there? It turned out to be nothing, really, didn't it? We got excited, think it was something dramatic, but it's not. Just a structural issue, which will be fixed, hopefully. I'd imagine that'll be a tomorrow thing, unless they've just changed the nose. Maybe, I don't know. But keep in mind, Red Bull did not use new chassis updates in 2022, as they were already quick. Yep. I'm trying to read. Oh, they're having doesn't matter. They're having a conversation with somebody else. Which drivers do you expect to perform the worst this year? We'll come back to that, Ingmar, in just a moment. I'm going to run through the times because Crofty's just started it and reminded me to do it. Thank you, Crofty. I wonder if they've got comms this afternoon over on Sky. But Max Verstappen topping the day so far on a 132.9. That was on a medium tyre. 71 laps in the end. Carlos Sainz managed to put in 72 laps at 133.2, also on a medium tyre, believe C3. Alex Albon 133.6. He set his on the C4, I think somebody said. Definitely a soft tyre. 74 laps for him. 67 laps for Zhou Guanyu. 33.7 on a medium. Russell 34.1 also on a medium. There's a theme here. 69 laps for him. 51 for Hulkenberg. 134.4. That was set on a medium tyre as well. He has run a prototype as well today. Drugovic up to 7th place, 134.5 on the medium tyre, 40 laps for him. 46 laps for Yuki Tsunoda, a 134.6, again on a medium tyre. He's actually run a stint on the softs and the prototype as well. Gasly, 34.8, 60 laps. His last tyre was on the hard, but that lap would have been on the mediums as well. And Piastri, 134.9. 134.888, 52 laps on a medium tyre. And this afternoon, Red Bull are the only team not swapping drivers. So Verstappen is in for the afternoon. He will be joined by, as they're listed on the timing screen, Logan Sargent, Lando Norris, Fernando Alonso, Charles Leclerc, Kevin Magnussen. I assume that blank space is supposed to be Nick de Vries, Esteban Ocon, Lewis Hamilton, and Valtteri Bottas. We will see 19 of the 20 drivers on track today. F's in chat for Sergio Perez. He's not on the track until tomorrow afternoon. He's sat there twiddling his thumbs, bless him. Probably eating a terrible pizza, but there you go. What was the question I asked? Which drivers do you expect to perform the worst this year? Aldas. It's a difficult one, actually, isn't it? Because I know a lot's difficult in testing, but I don't think we've got. Lovely man. Great tasting chocolate spread, but I feel like I'm bashing it, but we've not got a Latifi on the grid this year, if that makes sense. Not somebody you could, like we had with Mazepin, where you could just go, Mazepin will be last, and that's your easy get-out clause. It's a tricky one, because I think there's some good teammate battles there, and we've got some good drivers. So I think Zhou, I think he did okay last year, but there could be a bit of pressure on him there. We'll need to keep an eye on that one. Everyone's going to say Stroll. Of course, they're going to throw Stroll in there. If you're talking about up against a teammate, he's going to struggle against a Fernando Alonso for sure. And I think that's about it, really. I mean, if you're talking teammate battles, Piastri's got a tough job up against Norris. Outside of your obvious Perez, Verstappen, and co, Ferrari lineup would be great fun. The Mercedes one will as well. But I think looking at that midfield, I think Piastri's got a tough job against Norris. I think Gasly Ocon's going to be fascinating. Zhou's going to really have to step up against Bottas. He can't use excuses his first year. But to pick somebody who's absolutely going to underperform or to perform the worst, it's tough, because I've just got a feeling And it is only a feeling that, you know, we could see 20 drivers with points this year again.
I think that's what we would love to see,
because,
it, yeah. I get what you mean, actually, because we don't have a Latifi, do we? I mean, I think it looks like a quality field. Logan Sargent's the only one, but again, he's in a Williams, so I think the car's going to dictate, and it's always more difficult when you're a rookie, and you get given a bad car. So it's
tough when they're a rookie to sit and say they will underperform, isn't it? Because you don't know that he could hop in that car and surprise us all and be right on the pace of Albon. We literally don't know, do we? We've only got his feeder series stuff to go off.
But even then, actually, no. I mean, people were joking and saying, Lance Stroll as well, but I actually do think that we do have a strong crop of drivers. Even even the likes of Zhou and Lance. I mean, they're still, Lance is a quality driver. Like he's not amazing, but he can do a decent job. I'm interested to see how he's going to be up against Fernando. But even Zhou, as the season progressed in 2022, the problem for Alpha is that the car actually got worse. But I do think that Zhou was improving like as the season progressed, and I think it made it difficult to judge how well he improved over the season, but by the end, he was out qualifying Valtteri in a few races. He was a lot closer to him in the second half, so I'm looking forward to seeing, hopefully, Alpha, if they have a more consistent car across the season, how Zhou will do, because I do think he's going to potentially surprise a few people.
Did you say Zhou? Sorry, I'm just trying to... I'm having an issue. Bear with, sorry. I'm just... slight problem with this. So I'm kind of having a moment of trying to do two things at once, which is, not easy for me anyway. Yeah. Sort the timer out and that. There we go. Sorted. It's all relative. They're all great drivers, but Lance would be like Van Dorn to Alonso, says Johnny. Ouch. Johnny just kicked me right in the nuts. Thank you very much, mate. Hey, Stoffel was just a testing driver. They just kept giving him all the bad updates. Like it was all a big conspiracy. Porpoising wise, so Sai says it's the Merc bouncing, and I've seen some other stuff. I was watching an onboard with Gasly in the Alpine, and it was very bouncy, but that doesn't necessarily equal porpoising, does it? It could be the track, it could be bumpy part of the track, it could be just a bit bouncy. It doesn't necessarily mean porpoising, but I've not seen, unless I've missed it, and please do jump in out as I've had, but I've not seen anything from Mercedes that makes me go, oh god, that's jumping around a lot. Nothing's jumping out at me. It's not nothing shocking on the Mercedes in terms of its bouncing. It mostly looks like bumps in the road and just general bouncing at 180 mile an hour or whatever.
Yeah, I don't think it's been anything like it was last year. Last year, maybe because it was new to us and we really noticed it. But even in Bahrain, there was some. I remember Gasly in particular in the AlphaTauri. See, I was about to say Alpine. I'm already getting used to Pierre being in the Alpine, but in the AlphaTauri, I remember there was some unbelievable bouncing down the main straight for Pierre Gasly. Like, honestly, stuff that made me go, that is not normal for a race car to be doing that. So we haven't seen anything like that. So it does look like there is a lot less porpoising. There's always going to be a bit of bouncing because the teams are going to run their cars as low as they can. They're going to try, and get as much performance out of it before it basically becomes undrivable. So yeah, but definitely nothing like as bad as we saw last year, which I think the FIA will be happy. Hopefully the teams will also be happy, although the teams are never happy, especially if they're not quick. So yeah, don't look for them for advice, but it does look like it isn't as big of an issue as it was last year.
Next session, Brian, is 12:15, I believe. So just less than an hour. It'll fly by. It'll soon be here again. I'm trying not to read people's conversations out they're having with each other because then I just end up with a really confusing stream. Sonoda needs to beat De Vries, says Ingmar. De Vries is an interesting one because it is his first full year in F1, so he is officially a rookie. But he's not a 19-year-old young hotshot, is he? He's 27? Somewhere around there.
I think even 28. I think. Let me actually check.
28. Yeah. So he's not. Yeah.
Yeah, 28 years old. So I think that actually he. It's a weird one. He's more of like if I was to compare him to a driver, because he's such a rare kind of driver. He's kind of the Brendan Hartley type, where when Brendan came into Formula One, like he also was a I think it was a 24-hour champion with a Porsche. So, and when you look at De Vries, he's already had this kind of really impressive motorsport career. Formula 2 champion, that's massive. Formula E champion, a top line racing in single seaters. He's also had some pretty decent success in sports cars as well. So he is a well seasoned racing driver that's already actually got a pretty decent kind of career for a racing driver. And also he's very experienced of working with top organizations and handling that pressure, being prepared for anything: single seaters, sports cars, endurance racing, circuit driving. So he's got already a vast amount of experience that basically means that despite the fact that he's a rookie in Formula One, he's also obviously tested for loads of the teams as well. He's driven loads of the Formula One cars. So he is much better prepared than someone like a Brendan Hartley was. And I don't think we can judge him as a traditional rookie. Like, yes, he might make mistakes, but I know it might be harsh, but even then I'd be like, you shouldn't be making mistakes. You're a mature, very experienced racing driver. In testing, you should get to the limits of that car and then know how far you can push it. So there's a lot of pressure. I think maybe not a lot of pressure because Yuki is an interesting kind of benchmark, but I think there's actually more pressure on Yuki. There's no doubt about it. And he is up against probably one of the best and most well-prepared rookies there's ever been in kind of recent Formula One, where there is such a lack of testing. So I'm actually quite excited to see how that driver lineup plays out. And I've seen a lot of people kind of already say that De Vries is going to outperform Yuki. So yeah, going to be very, very interesting, but he's certainly not your traditional rookie. And ultimately, I think that means that the expectations for us shouldn't be of a traditional rookie as well.
Do you think that puts a bit more pressure on De Vries? Because he's which is kind of what I was going to get to. It's like, if you look at Sargent, for example, we were talking about a bit ago. If you look at Sargent, he's got no F1 experience except his FP1 sessions. He's not raced in F1. He's not, outside of the feeder series, he's not really done much, has he? It's all been about his junior career and coming through. Whereas Nick has had an F1 race in Monza. He's done lots of FP. I mean, how many teams did he drive for last year in FP1? So he did lots of FP1 sessions. He's done testing. He's done demo runs as well at Mercedes. He's Formula E world champion
running for Mercedes. He's done a huge amount of running with the Mercedes F1, especially after the season has ended. He was always in those kind of Abu Dhabi postseason tests. So he's had a huge amount of mileage in Formula One cars. He's also had a huge amount of mileage for a rookie in the 2022 ground effect cars, more than any. Yeah. I think at one point, I think even actually still, he's the driver in the world that has driven the most 2022 ground effect style F1 cars. Like, it's kind of nuts, isn't it?
Yeah, and like I was saying, he's got like a, say what you like about Formula E. He's still Formula E world champion. He's delivered that one. What else he won? I've got. Well, no, we've already done that. We know he's an F2 champion as well. So it's sort of, my point is, he doesn't come in as somebody who's won a junior title and they're being given their first chance. I feel like he's been around enough that there might be a little bit more pressure on him to deliver in a set. I'm trying to word it in the right way, because I think he still gets a bit of slack, I think, but he'll get less slack than Yuki got in his first season. For example, if De Vries does what Yuki did in his first season, I'd be surprised if he's in the car next year.
And actually, I've got a question. I want to ask a question. Years. I've got a question actually for you, and I also want to ask a chat the question if they know the answer. But when was the last time in Formula One where a rookie has come into the team and they're actually older than their more experienced teammate? Because that's also, Yuki is only 22 years old, and he's the guy with going into his third season, whilst De Vries is 28 years old going into his rookie season. When was the last time that happened? Does anyone know? I mean, throw me some names in chat if it comes, off the top of your head.
Hartley?
Again, Hartley's because Hartley's of that kind of, that's why the only driver that you can kind of compare is Hartley, so.
Alan McNish, Damon Hill, Nicholas Latifi, Kubica.
I suppose the weird thing with I suppose Damon Hill is that he kind of made his debut for, I think, Brabham midway through a season. So, but I'm pretty sure when he actually made his full Formula One debut or full season in 1993 with Prost, I'm pretty sure Prost was older.
can't remember, mate. I was just trying to think. I can't remember. Yeah, Damon Hill's cropped up a couple of times in the chat. God, yeah.
But it's strange, isn't it? It's kind of you don't see that a lot.
Because I've said this before as well. Like, Nick de Vries is just such a fascinating person in my head because he's 28, but I still think he's like 20. I still think he's a really young... Look, he's 8 years younger than me, but I still think he's a really young up-and-coming driver. But I think it's because every time, when I've done streams about driver lineups and things over the last few years, it's always, do you think de Vries should get a seat? Do you think de Vries... And I've been talking about it for so long, but it still feels like he's so young, but he's 28. To be fair, Del, he does look very young as well. He does. Very jealous. Yeah. Oh, fast. Yeah. You put that in my head now. That's it. Now you've ruined it. You've ruined my season.
But yeah,
now.
Latifi. Someone's mentioned Latifi and Russell in 2020.
Yep.
So that's another one. But again, they were kind of close on age though, because I think there's only like a 4 or 5 year gap in between. I think it's like a 4-year gap, in between Russell and Latifi. But I mean, Yuki's 22 and Nick is 28. So 6 years between them. That's pretty hefty.
So we sort of touched on it earlier, before you disappear, because it's something that I always like talking teammate battles with you. It seems like we're both in agreement that the one we're most excited for this year in terms of the new teammates is Norris versus Piastri.
Yes.
That for me, I think what happened last summer with the driver transfer, I think that adds a little bit of intrigue to it, just because you're instantly going, did Oscar make the right choice? Not that it was his choice, but you know what I mean. Was he right to go, do you know what, Alpine, if you're going to mess me about like this, I'm going to go talk to McLaren or whatever the circumstances were. Was that the right move for him? I guess is the question that I'm putting forward rather than choice. But that adds a little bit of intrigue. But also, it's how does he fare against Norris, and how does Norris fare against Piastri? I feel like Ricciardo last year was dreadful, wasn't he? Let's be honest. For whatever reasons, he was absolutely dreadful. So is Piastri going to push Norris more this year than Ricciardo did? I'm so excited to see this lineup. I mean, there's some great lineups on the grid this year. I weirdly am fascinated about Alonso and Stroll. I'm really fascinated by where that's going to go. I think Ocon and Gasly could be either incredibly beautiful or massively explosive. Albon and Sargent, that fascinates me as well. So, and that's on top of the likes of Sainz versus Leclerc and Russell versus Hamilton 2.0. Who's going to come out on top in that one? It's got some great lineups, but for some reason, it's that of the new ones, it is the McLaren lineup that's got me the most excited this season, and it's that up and coming young driver versus who. Let's face it, Lando Norris is still young, another young driver. McLaren's settled in driver, a driver that's been out of the team for a long time, very much seen as by a lot of people as their number one. It's going to be great, and I can't wait for it. And I think the jury is out on Piastri to an extent, isn't it? Because we've not seen him race in F1 yet. But I think in terms of potential, he's got a massive potential.
Undoubtedly, yeah. That McLaren lineup, I am so excited to see how it goes, because I don't think... Do you know what? The excitement for me is not even can Piastri beat Norris, because I'd be massively surprised if he does. I mean, Lando is, in my opinion, he's got championship potential. He's got nothing left to prove in the midfield. Yes, he bottled that win in Russia 2021, which people still talk about even now. But apart from that one race, he's been unbelievable. The only driver to get a podium last season. What he did to almost single-handedly beat Alpine by himself with McLaren last year. So for me, Lando is just a guy that's now, he's just waiting for that. He's just waiting for that race-winning, championship-winning car, exactly like Leclerc was in 2020 and 2021. He was also waiting for Ferrari to deliver him the car. So, yes, I think Lando to me is a guy who's a very, very good driver, one of the best on the grid. So that's not what I'm looking forward to. What I'm looking forward to most is to see how close can Oscar Piastri actually get to Lando. Because, again, when McLaren picked up Oscar Piastri, they were expecting him to be the difference maker. The reason why they pay, they're paying Daniel Ricciardo basically 20 million a year to do donuts in a Red Bull, in Red Bull gear. And the reason why they paid that much is because they thought Piastri would be the difference maker in 2023 in the Constructors' Championship. So he has to he can't come in and just do an okay job. He's got to be a guy that's actually going to help the team and really push them over the edge over teams like, Alpine and Aston Martin. So there is a huge amount of pressure on his shoulders because of everything that happened last year, the splash that he made in Formula One before he even drove a Formula One car, and then the circumstances around McLaren taking him, over Daniel Ricciardo. So, he's got a lot of pressure on his shoulders, and that's why I'm so excited, because he isn't just some rookie driver. He's the guy that's had probably the cleanest and best kind of junior career, winning 3 straight championships in 3 different single-seater series. And so he comes in with the pedigree, he comes in with the talent, he comes in with the buzz of everything around McLaren and what happened last year with Alpine. And, he is up against an almighty teammate in Lando Norris. So that's why he's just the driver that I'm going to be looking forward to most.
What do you make of the Aston Martin dynamic? Because there's Alonso, I am fairly confident is going to get in that car and is going to beat Stroll this season. I know, big controversial take. I like the controversial takes, but it'll be interesting to see what Stroll can do, how close he can beat him, because whether his father owns the team or not, there surely has to come a point, if Aston truly want to fight for world championships and take the fight to the top teams, where Lance has got... I don't think he had a bad season last year, and I don't care what anyone says. I don't think he's a bad driver at all. But if Alonso beats him comfortably and Stroll is struggling over the next couple of seasons, at what point does Lawrence Stroll say, look, you're my son, I want to support you, I love you to bits, of course I want to, but we want to, this is about the team, we've got to move forward, we want to win world championships, and you're not delivering. He might deliver, but you know what I mean? I'm asking the hypothetical question. If he doesn't, can you see a point where Lawrence just sort of goes, we love you, Lance, but we need to get somebody in who is going to give us the consistency we need? Because again, he didn't have a bad season, and I don't think he did badly against Vettel at all. I know Vettel coming to the end of his career, we talked about peaks earlier. It wasn't peak Vettel by a long way, was it? But he still did well against him. So can you see a point where Aston might do that? Or do you think my constant joke about how Lance is in there until he decides to retire is true?
I actually made a video about Lance quite recently, like in the past month, and talking exactly about this. Basically, first of all, Lance is a good driver. He's a better driver than some people give him credit for. He's not the type of guy to be bringing up the rear. He can have his days where he's a very good driver, but he is frustratingly inconsistent, frustratingly so, because he just doesn't... I think he turns up for about a third of the year at his absolute peak, and the rest of the time, he is just okay. And that is not going to cut it. In the midfield where there's more opportunities perhaps to have one big result and jump up a bunch of places, that's great. But if Aston Martin have genuine... and if they really want to be a Red Bull, a Mercedes, a Ferrari, like they're, doing all of this talking... I don't think that he's the driver that's gonna be able to be there. If they really have that ambition, I don't think he's gonna be able to go up against, the likes of... I mean, let's be honest, let's put them all in the same car. Let's put all of the top 3 teams in the same car and all of the top 6 drivers in those teams in the same car. If you add Alonso into that mix, I think he's mixing it up with the likes of Russell, Leclerc, and Verstappen and Hamilton. I think for Alonso, like I said, I still think that he could, perform at that level. I think Lance is by far the weakest of all of those top 6 drivers. So that's the problem there. Even if he was given a great car, that'd be great, but he isn't on the level of a Verstappen or a Hamilton or even a Perez. He's definitely not on the level of a Perez. I mean, as we saw in 2020, when he was given a great car in 2020, let's not forget Sergio Perez finished best of the rest in 4th, which with a brilliant car, and also got a win. Do you remember where Lance Stroll finished in a car that was the 3rd best car on the grid? Because I do.
Stroll?
Yeah.
I might be way off. He might be about 12th, wasn't he?
Yeah. He was in 12th place in the 4th best car. Actually, no, tell a lie. I've just looked. He's actually in 11th. So he's one better.
Hang on. 11th?
11th, yeah. So, hey. But still, that is not good enough in the 4th best car on the grid. The best car he was given, and yes, he was a little bit unlucky that season with a few reliability issues, and he did have obviously a big crash in Mugello, but let's not forget that Sergio Perez also had two big reliability issues at the end of the season and also missed 2 races because of COVID. So he missed just as many races as Lance, and I think he scored more than double the points or something like that. So that's my problem with Lance. Even when he was given the, or maybe not quite double the points, but even when he was given the absolute best car of his career, he didn't get even close to what, Sergio Perez was able to get out of it. And look at how much Perez is struggling up against Verstappen. So we talk about levels and we talk about echelons of drivers in Formula One. That shows you the gap between the absolute best of the best drivers in Formula One and a good driver like Lance Stroll. And that's my problem. If they do give him a car that is up there like Aston Martin want to, I don't think he can raise his game to get the most out of it up against the top drivers.
No, and for the one person in chat who's not listening, we're not saying Stroll's a bad driver in the slightest. Listen. Got 2 ears.
There's levels in Formula One. Stroll is a good driver. He's driving at the level now where I think he's comfortable. He's driving in a midfield team where he can get some really good results. But if you put him into that absolute cauldron with the likes of Lewis, Max, Charles, he's nowhere near, and that's the problem.
But that's the problem. But that's also okay, because there are some drivers in F1 who, in F1 history, whose entire career has been just a solid driver in the midfield. So if Lance can be more consistent, particularly on a Saturday, his Saturdays really annoy me. But if he can be more consistent, he'll have he's had a good career, but he'll continue to have a good career if he can get that. You're right with the consistency thing, get that right, and he'll be there. But there's nothing wrong with being. I'm not saying you're saying there is, by the way, but a lot of people will say, oh, he's not on Hamilton's level of Verstappen. Well, who is? You can't. It doesn't matter if a driver is, because for a long time Perez was just seen as a good midfield driver or a very good midfield driver, and then he gets a seat at Red Bull. So consistently, back to the Hulkenberg thing, plug away, be consistent, get the points in a midfield team, and you'll have a good solid career. And maybe if you keep doing that, again like Perez, somebody might come along and go, you'll do alongside Hamilton, or you'll do alongside Leclerc, or whoever. So, yeah, Saturdays are what wind me up though with Stroll. But I just think it's fascinating to see if he struggles over the next couple of years or whatever. Would Lawrence move him on, or is he there forever? That's what makes the lineup fascinating. I have no doubt Alonso will get in that car and will come out on top come the end of the season, because he is, as you've already said, he's another level, isn't he, to Stroll? So, but I think that's the two teammate battles that really intrigue me. The McLaren one excites me, but I think the Alpine one, we've already talked about this, we won't do it again, but that really gets me quite excited as well, because, as I say, that could go either way in terms of it could be the most harmonious, wonderful team, and they work brilliantly together, and Alpine have an amazing season, or they could be in the side of each other every other weekend. I think Ocon and Perez, for example. So, really exciting lineups. And again, Williams, what can Sargent do against Albon is really exciting too, and De Vries against AlphaTauri. We've got a good grid. I think we've got a good grid. I wouldn't say every single driver out there is the best in the world, but that's just not realistic, is it? You can't have, as amazing as it would be, 20 Hamiltons or 20 Verstappens, can you? I mean, that would be... Oh, imagine that season. God, that'd be good. All in equal cars. 10 Hamiltons, 10 Verstappens. There you go. That'll do. I hope the points come across, but there we go. Tim C. Hey, Tim, says that Diniz. The reason it just jumped out at me because I haven't heard that name for a very long time. Yeah, Pedro Diniz. Anyway, Stroll is actually good, but he's hated because his dad bought the team. For a lot of people, that doesn't bother me. It just
Can I just say actually
me.
on that, because that same person has also put, Stroll got a podium in a Williams in Baku, and he also then got pole in really nasty conditions, and that was in 2020. Totally right. And his peaks are unbelievable. Like, his peaks are of a really, really great driver. But let's compare, that pole position was amazing, but then he wasn't consistent in 2020. When you look at Sergio Perez, he was on the podium multiple times. He was consistent throughout the season. Lance just isn't consistent, and that's my biggest problem with him. Like, there is a driver in Lance Stroll that honestly could be a race winner. Like, on his best day when all of the stars align, he is an amazing driver, but he just isn't consistent throughout his season. And when you don't have consistency, that's just not what great teams and great drivers are built on. It's about doing it race after race after race, just being metronomic, and he just doesn't have that in the midfield. And if he doesn't have that in the midfield, then it's going to be even worse when he's got a good car or race winning car potentially. If that's what Aston Martin can give him.
Yeah, led well in Turkey, didn't he? Until the team kind of did what seemed at the time like the right thing and pitted him. I'm not saying he would have won the race. So, the others may have come back at him, but they pitted him, didn't they, for tyres, and that was the wrong call at the time. I think he had some damage as well, was a point made at the time by a lot of people, but he led well in Turkey, got that pole position, and that, I think that, whilst the conditions were tough, as we said about Russell earlier, he's still delivered in tough conditions, hasn't he? And it silenced a few people for half an hour that he managed to do that. So, podiums as well. He's not a bad driver. And I think a lot of the Stroll's crap stuff is just people... Some people will believe it, but I think a lot of it is people just being funny. They've got to have somebody that they can pick as the worst out there. It was Latifi last year and Stroll, and now it's just Stroll. I don't know. He's all right. I like Lance Stroll. Hopefully he's okay as well. Hopefully we'll see him for Bahrain. We'll hopefully get some news as well over the next couple of days from Aston Martin. I think would like to see him there. Like you said earlier, it would be nice to see, like Drugovic, for example, get an opportunity in Bahrain, or maybe Stoffel. It'd be amazing to see that. But also, I'd kind of want Lance in there just because he's there from the start of the season, then, isn't he? And it doesn't mess up my my results table, my stats.
I will also say, actually, I mean, we love to bring like Stoffel Van Dorn up as much as possible, but I remember reading something from the race actually last year, and obviously when you look at drivers like De Vries, who's getting a chance in Formula One, when you look at the likes of Hulkenberg, who's obviously got us, even more than a second chance in Formula One. He's been back quite multiple times. This is a really big one now for him if he really wants to grab it. I genuinely do think that Stoffel Van Dorn is a driver who deserves one more shot. He deserves one more season for a team to kind of trust him and back him, because aside from his time at McLaren, like, let's just forget that for a second. His career has actually been stunning, because he had one of the most dominant GP2 championship winning seasons. I think it was the most dominant season at the time. And then what he's done in Formula E, even though Nick De Vries is also a Formula E champion, no one's under the illusion Stoffel Van Dorn is a better driver than Nick De Vries, like in Formula E at least. He's more consistent. He's been better throughout the kind of their time as teammates. It was just that De Vries won his kind of Formula E title during that crazy pandemic year where there was even more randomness. I mean, I think 4 or 3 drivers went into the title decider that year who could have won it. So I think Stoffel Van Dorn genuinely is a driver who, in my opinion, he deserves one last shot. He deserves one more chance in Formula One, and I actually do hope that he gets it. Maybe it's next year. Maybe hopefully he can get himself in some kind of frame for some seat. Maybe if it doesn't work out at Williams with Sargent or something, and they're looking for maybe a driver with a bit more experience that they could give a chance to. But yeah, Stoffel Van Dorn is genuinely a driver I think that deserves a chance.
I ain't going to argue with that. I'm 100% on board with it. I think Formula E, they had that crackers qualifying format, didn't they, as well? Which I think helped De Vries a little bit, but he still won it, didn't he? So it's on his CV. But yeah, Stoffel Van Dorn, easily the greatest driver in the world. So
steady on.
My take is that Van Dorn was a victim of being at McLaren during the Alonso toxicity area, says Lewis the Grim. I can't deal with another bad season for Merc. My anxiety's off the charts, says Abs. I think De Vries is going to struggle with consistency in F1, says Cassandra. Ironblood says apparently large updates are coming early once season starts, like in Spain, or likely Spain. Spain's usually a good spot for update spotting. They like that one. Thank you very much, Marks. Marks is loving the commentary. And DJ Bolter says everyone said Merc were sandbagging last season, and look what happened. Stroll and Latifi have very similar grumpy brat-like nature, says Alan. And I'll read one more. Let's wait and see what Stroll can do if they have a front-running car. I think people will be harsh towards him because he hasn't earned the right to be up there like Seitz did with McLaren. I always forget Stroll was part of the Ferrari Academy once. So, the ties are there. You never know. Just to answer the question, when is the first race? The first race of the season, deep breath, stay calm, is a week on Sunday. So it is only just over a week away, not long now, until we get to F1 proper for the new season. I can't wait. It's going to be so exciting. Perez will be in this afternoon. We've got lots of changes coming. Everybody but he won't be in tomorrow afternoon, sorry. Everybody but Red Bull is swapping their drivers out for this afternoon. Perez won't be in until 12:15 tomorrow. So yes, Salim says Lewis will show us the real Mercedes later. Don't read too much into testing times. Thoughts on how the inter-team dynamics between Hulkenberg and Magnussen will play out, says Tani. I might get into that this afternoon if that's okay. I feel like I've bothered Aldas enough with driver partnerships. Good mileage so far for all teams, minimal issues so far, says that racing guy. Just really the Drugovich thing, wasn't it? First thing, and even then he's got out there and got some laps on the board, so that's good stuff. And anything else that I want to pick up on before we roll on? Any insights on Mercedes? Not really a lot to say, really, because it is only the first morning of testing, but the key thing, 69 laps from Russell. It's a good tally for the morning. Not quite up there with Albon, 5 laps short, but it's still pretty good. And I don't know what to read. I don't know what to read into the times. Should we read into the times at all?
Yes.
Yes. Okay, fine. Then Verstappen, comfortably world champion, and Williams are third. Imagine that one.
No, I do. I genuinely think that with the fact that both Red Bull and Ferrari are straight up bang at the top, we saw even from, let's be honest, the first hour or two, like Max and Carlos were kind of up there pretty quickly. It just shows you that at the very least, out the box, the Red Bull and Ferrari, there's just performance there that the drivers can quite easily access. With Mercedes, again, it's looking a little bit more difficult. Yes, maybe they were doing just nothing but long runs. Maybe they didn't even focus on at least one fast lap, but it clearly shows that there's just some kind, maybe out of the box, it's still not effortlessly quick, if that kind of makes sense, where it looks a little bit more like that with Red Bull and Ferrari. But again, we won't know until they really put the soft tires on, until they really crank everything up during the second and third day. But so yeah,
I'm looking forward to another year of Sky telling us on Friday that Mercedes are right in the mix, and then come Sunday they were nowhere. Nothing against Mercedes, they just constantly last season. Every single time the Mercedes was second in FP1, Sky were like, oh, this is it, they're back, they're right in the mix, and then you get Sunday and they're 30 seconds off the lead, and you're like, well, it didn't quite work out, did it, Crofty, mate? But
close enough.
Close enough, yeah. Couple more comments then, and then I'm going to throw one final question at Aldas before he deserts me for the day. Williams were on the C5 tyres, so you can guess there is around a second tyre advantage. Would be great for Williams to be close to the back of the midfield. Would love to see Williams right in the mix for... I mean, I'd love consistent points, but if they can be there to be, around your AlphaTauris and that, if that's where they are, then a 10th place here and there, some good points. I'd love them to finish above 10th, actually, if I'm being honest. So there you go. That's a different conversation. Don't read that one. Williams is back, says Don, laughing at that one. Stroll is very good at starting races in the rain, says Max. Ask Jonty this afternoon. He's great on the cold tyres, definitely. I'm trying to find out, William, officially what tyres they're all on. The live timing isn't telling me, but I can tell you that Verstappen has only run a medium tyre. Sainz the same. Albon did his fastest time, we know, on the soft tyre. Zhou has run the mediums and the prototype tyre, which is also a medium for Russell. Same for Hulkenberg, same for Drugovich. Sonoda did run a brief stint on the softs, but otherwise it was the mediums. Mediums for Gasly, and Piastri did 1 lap on the hards and then a load on the mediums and a testing tyre as well. So, and Albon did get the points for most laps in the morning session at 74. Before you go then, Aldas, it's been a pleasure having you on, mate, but I'm going to throw a question at you. Maybe not early season predictions. I feel that'd be a little bit harsh, but who do you think is going to... In fact, you know what? Actually, I'm going to do this for everybody this year. I'm going to get a pen or I'm going to write on my phone. Who do you think will top testing with the fastest time come the end of Saturday? So across 3 days, who'll have the fastest time? And what will that time be? Because I'm just a rotter.
I am going to go with Charles Leclerc. I think he's going to top the times, and I think it's going to be. I mean, if Max has got a 1:32.9, I think that's easily going to come down 2 seconds easily. So I'm going to go with a 1:30.5. Let's go there.
I love that. That's obvious. That's definitely going to come down 2 seconds. I can't wait till Saturday when it's come down by 0.2, and you're like, damn it, I got my twos the wrong way around. Yeah, that's a bold call. But I'm not necessarily Leclerc, but a couple of. I mean, that'd be amazing, wouldn't it? A couple of seconds, 2.5 seconds off that time, nearly. Would be quite a big lap for what we can read into it. Just have a look at chat, see what they think to that. Charles Leclerc 29.9 says that racing guy. Minty's
I love that. Maybe I was a bit pessimistic.
I'm laughing at you, and they're all coming at like 1:14.6, 1:30.2 from Minty. Also saying Ferrari, despite being a Red Bull fan, and Curtis says Verstappen P1 season over.
Love it. McLaren 1 minute.
Yeah, that's it. If McLaren set a time at 1 minute, then we all just go home and come back next year.
Piastri's fighting for a title in his first season. This could go really well.
Could be fascinating. 29.5 for Antonio. So a couple going into 29s there, which is interesting. But yeah, great stuff. I'll let you go, mate. It's been a pleasure chatting to you again. As I keep saying, we should do this more than once a year. Because we do have good fun. It's great talking to you, and thank you for keeping me company for the 4 hours. Just over, actually.
No, thank you very. Yeah. No, this is brilliant. I love always kind of coming on these testing streams because it's just the excitement at the beginning of the season. Obviously, to do it with you as well, and obviously having everyone in chat as well. It's amazing to speak. We're all watching it together. We're all doing the stream together, which is amazing. Getting the questions in. So yes, keep supporting the channel. Keep supporting the stream, guys. Don't forget to like it as well. I'm going to be listening throughout all of the 2.5 days that I left. So yeah, thank you again for having me on, and can't wait for next time.
No, it's been a pleasure, mate. And yeah, I'll DM you at some point. We'll sort something out. We will. But yeah, it's been great, and enjoy whatever you've got planned. I'm guessing just watching testing, but what else you've got planned? I know you said you're busy, so hopefully some good stuff for you. But thank you very much, mate, and we will definitely talk very soon. I'll let you get off.
Cheers.
Yes, thank you very much to Aldas for that one. We've got Jonty and Dyllan joining me in around about half an hour's time for the afternoon session, which starts in about 15 minutes. So for goodness sake, remind me to do the timer because I will forget, and then we'll spend about 20 minutes trying to sync it up and lose a load of time. So it's me and you for the next half an hour. So if you've got any questions you want to throw at me, then please do. Thank you, Tyler. Says it's so good to hear that intro tune again. The F1 season really comes around so fast. Thank you so much for your super chats, Tyler. Really appreciate that one. If you would like to support the channel, you can do through PayPal for 100% contribution towards the channel, or you can do it with super chat or with Streamlabs as well. Nobody has to. It does help out massively. It's a really crappy winter. Had to sell a load of setup stuff, which is annoying. Got to pay the bills. So I'm probably going to buy some of that back with or put money that we get from the streams and ad revenue and all that towards buying some of those bits back. So support massively appreciated as always. Don't forget to subscribe as well. Seeing lots of new subs coming in. I would do shout outs, but there's quite a few, so I don't want to go crazy on that one, but I might do some a little bit later if I remember to. So thank you for subs, and don't forget to drop a like. 551 likes, nearly 1,500 of you watching. Let's get that one up a little bit. Restart time, Savas, is in about 14 minutes time. That was very specific, so not long now. Hey Sean, Alpine team boss Omar Safin said they will likely finish top 3. What are your thoughts on this? That's bold. Are my thoughts on that? Straight in with that. Wow. I know in the launch they were talking about. Take my headphones off for a minute, actually. They were talking about consistent points, sorting out their reliability and being at least 4th, and then maybe hoping for some cheeky podiums. But it's, I think, top 3. I'm not sold on that at all. I don't see. I think your top 3 in some order will be the same as last year. Red Bull, Ferrari, and Mercedes. I would like to see Alpine close the gap, and McLaren as well, but I think Alpine's fight will be with McLaren. Although McLaren are interesting, aren't they? Because they're sort of not talking themselves down, but I said in the launch video, it feels a little bit like a transitional year for McLaren because they're waiting for the wind tunnel, aren't they? Which I think kicks in later this year. So they're waiting for that really. So 2024 feels like a bigger year for McLaren than this year. They're going to want to finish at least top 5. If they can get 4th, then brilliant. But I think that's what they're pushing towards now. So I think watch McLaren for next year. But I think that'll be the fight. McLaren versus Alpine for 4th. If they get top 3 Alpine, that'll be amazing. And they'll, it'll blow my mind. But I can't see, Mercedes had their issues last year. But I'm going to knock on wood for any Mercedes fans who think I might be jinxing them. But I can't see them taking a massive step backwards because that's what they need to do. Well, I mean, what was the... Let me pull my phone out. Let's have a look at what the standings were last year because it's not like Alpine were a comfortable 4th place and right on the back of Mercedes, was it? They were a long way off. So come the end of the season, they were Mercedes 515 points. Yeah, Alpine 173. That's ambitious. But I will say the Alpine design, the changes they've made, those insane side pods, that massive dip down. I mean, that's quite aggressive. So they've gone for it with the car, and they talked about evolution, but they also said that they've redesigned quite a lot. So my answer to that, my short version of the long-winded answer is I'd be amazed if they make top 3, but stranger things have happened in Formula One. You just never know, do you? It is the lunch break, STR, but it's kicking off again in just a few minutes for the second one. That racing guy, ambitious much. Absolutely agree on that one. Absolutely crazy. Reliability sorted. How many points would they have lost last season? I mean, Alonso reckons 70, so that does bring them closer to Mercedes, but they're still a long way off. Orange says, excited for DTS tomorrow. Excited isn't the word. I'll probably watch it, and it'll be something interesting to watch. Probably Sunday and early next week, but it's not something I've enjoyed. I know they've said they've made changes for it this year, but it's not something I've enjoyed since I was in it. I bought that off again. That was the best one, easy. But it's not something I've really enjoyed. I thought last year's was a bit. We had a dramatic season. I don't think it needed the added manufactured drama. When you had such a dramatic season as 2021, did you really need all the extras? Do you know what I mean? So I'll watch it and I will let you know what I think of it. If I watch some of it tomorrow or Saturday, I'll let you know well, I won't be doing it Saturday, I'm streaming. But you know what I mean? I will let you know what I think of it, but not really. Do you have any pics of the Alpine, says Max? Eru has gone for his lunch break. So as soon as he's done from that, then he'll get you some pictures up for the second half of the afternoon. We'll see if we can find some. Curious says, how was your off season? Thank you very much. That's a good question. Boring. we've got the puppy, so he kept me entertained. Not. It's always a little bit more dull without Formula One. People always say to me, "Oh, there are other motorsports," but Formula One is my thing. Really, that's the thing I enjoy the most. So it's not quite the same, but yeah, nothing much happened. Good Christmas, good New Year. Yeah, just been pretty much waiting for launches, testing, in the first race of the season. That racing guy says World Cup carry. I didn't watch any of the World Cup actually, for no reason other than I just wasn't interested in the Winter World Cup. It felt weird, so I just couldn't really get into it. So I was like, oh, shan't bother. None of the build-up or anything. Yeah, force. That's a good word. 4 hours, 35 minutes till Sean mentioned being in DTS. Who bet closest? Thank you, Jonty. Yeah, whole 5-minute lunch break. That's all he's getting. He ain't getting more than that. Get back to work, Haru. Unacceptable. Formula E was pretty fun to watch. Yeah, I don't like the new cars in Formula E. I much preferred the Gen 2, but it's always a bit chaotic, isn't it? And fun to watch is Formula E. Definitely. Why did Piastri only get 52 laps? Did McLaren have a problem? I'll just check the Twitter. The Twitter. That's an age thing. The Twitter. But I don't think there's been an issue as far as I know. I know it's 52 laps isn't a bad morning. I'll just double check. No, doesn't appear to be any issue. Nothing on the official feed. I'll have a quick scroll through some of the other things, motorsport blogs and things like that from other people. See if there's anything on there about McLaren, but I don't think there are any issues. I just think that's probably their program. To be honest, you might see Norris this afternoon do 80 laps, for example. It's just about what program they're running. We've got 10 teams out there all running different programs, different fuel loads, different setups. It's nothing at all on McLaren, so all good. I think just that's what they were running. It's all very confusing in testing, isn't it? It's why we keep saying you know people will read into things, and I think you can read into some of it, but we keep saying don't read too much into it just because you don't know who's doing what. So Albon was surprising, but he was also on the softer tyre as well, the soft, so that could be why. Can we not watch pre-season live on ESPN, says Ryan. I don't know about ESPN, to be honest, Ryan. All I know is it's Sky Sports F1 in the UK and then F1 TV elsewhere, so I don't know if it's on ESPN. If anyone can help in chat, that'd be great. Help Ryan out there. Have you tested the Alpha on F1 22 yet? I haven't. No, I did want to do that, but I don't think I get a chance now. If I'm going to be finishing here, having tea, boring adult housework things, and then bed pretty much ready for the morning. So I don't think I'll get a chance now, but I might do on Sunday when I've got a bit of quiet time. Although I'm going to take the dog around the lakes because I'm going to need to get out after 3 days in my office. 52 laps of the morning session isn't bad. No, that's what I'm thinking. It looks, when you look at Albon on 74, you can see why it looks a little bit, and he's bottom of the timesheets, but I shouldn't worry too much about him. I will, by the way, that timing tower thing that I've got, I will extend that into the bottom half of the stream for the rest of the afternoon once we get some more times on the board. So you won't just see the top 10. We'll have everybody, all 19 drivers. Don't forget, we've got Alonso replacing Drugovich, we've got Magnussen replacing Hulkenberg, De Vries replacing Tsunoda, Sargent in for Albon, Leclerc in for Sainz, Hamilton in for Russell, Ocon in for Gasly, Norris in for Piastri, Bottas in for Zhou, Verstappen doing all day, and as I've said a couple of times now, poor Checo, he isn't in the car till tomorrow afternoon, so it's all Verstappen, and then I think it's all Perez from tomorrow afternoon until Saturday finish, so there you go. It's probably a good way to do it from Red Bull, to be fair. No severe bouncing, but it is bouncing. There's definitely bouncing, but it's not anything like the porpoising we saw last year. That's for sure. It was quite surprising, wasn't it, last year? But Aldas made a good point. We noticed it last year more because it was new. Is it something that we've got used to? But I think if you put a side by side of last year versus this year, it'll look very, very, very different. We are about to go green in about 5 minutes' time, so I will try and remember to do the timer. That's what I was going to say. Try and get that synced up nicely again, ready for the session starts shortly. So Norris had the fastest lap on day one testing last year. You can't read too much into it. It won't really know until the race. Yeah, definitely, Stephen. Times, you can pick out bits of the times. A lot of people will be able to pull out a vague running order that's sometimes bang on, sometimes a little bit off, sometimes nowhere near. But for me, there are two things about testing. First of all, it's a great chance for us fans to come together at this stage of the season after the winter and just catch up and talk about everything we've got to look forward to before we get into the proper racing seriously, which is why we get away with talking about robot wars and things like that on these streams, because we can just all chat and have a bit of fun. You can ask questions, but also the most important part, I think, is the laps and reliability. Actually, throw that in there. 3 things. The most laps on the board and the best reliability, you've probably got a pretty decent package. And even if, it's not the fastest car, you've got a good package if it's reliable and you're ranking up the laps. You just need to hope you got the speed there. I think Williams a few years ago, really bad car, but they finished pretty much every race in the first half of the season with no issues at all, didn't they? But it didn't do anything for them, but they had a good package in that regard. It's just the speed that we can't really read into. But again, Red Bull, Ferrari, Mercedes is going to be your top 3 in some order, so that's kind of where I am with it. I know people would love me to sit here and say Williams, Alfa, and Haas as your top 3, but being realistic, we know what the top 3 are going to be, and that's the other thing with Otmar Safnau's comments. It's going to be tough to break into that top 3 anyway. It's not an easy top 3 to break into. So, yeah. Yeah, Craig Charles, best Robot Wars host, definitely minty. Jeremy Clarkson did it first, which was weird. There you go, straight onto it again. My prediction is the first 6 positions won't change a lot from last season at the start of the year, but the midfield will be very different. That's from Kenneth. Thank you very much, mate. Yeah. So Red Bull, so you're thinking in some order, Red Bull, Ferrari, Mercedes, Alpine, McLaren. Yeah, I'd say top 5. And then I think the jury's out on Aston, Alfa, Williams and Haas. Definitely the top 5. I'd be surprised. Would I don't know. I could, because Aston Martin seem confident they can jump the midfield, which would put them 4th. It's bold. There are some bold, but then it's the season's not started yet, so I kind of like in some ways that Alpine and Aston and Co are going bold, because at least I'd rather that than them say we're probably going to be last. I'd rather them go, yeah, we're going for 4th than aim low, because then you'd have to question a bit of ambition, wouldn't you? In some ways, it is, Joel. But I learned a few things last year about it. It's not on TV. But Robot Wars is still a thing, in that there are still Robot Wars events and championships all over. It's just not televised anymore. So I learned that last year, which was really interesting. I really hope Aston Martin improves this year, even though I'd be sad for Seb missing out. Says Del Brooks, and Max says Aston Martin are confident they can win the championship. They've yet to do so. I will say that actually very quickly before we start the session. Lawrence Stroll's comments about how, what was it? He wants to win, and if he doesn't win, he's not happy, or something like that. And it's like, you must have been miserable the last couple of years then, mate, because you've not won anything yet. I love their ambition, though. Say what you like. I love the ambition at Aston Martin. Even if it never comes to anything, for them to be talking about, they've got the new factory, and then to be talking about championships in a few years and wins and things like that. I love that ambition. I'd much rather hear that than, yeah, we're going for 9th. Do you know what I mean? So maybe just me, maybe you there are people out there who much prefer people to be realistic, but I like that. I'm very happy for them to go with that one. I think we're green. I believe it's still saying session finished. I thought we were starting at 12:15, unless it's 12:30 and I've got myself in a muddle, which is very possible. No, we are green. So pop the green flag on, and now I've got to try and work out how to do the timer. Sean, timer. Oh my God, they're not. Of course, yeah. Sorry, no. I've got my morning timer set up, which was stupid. So we're going to have 1:14 on the clock, I believe, when we get there. Is that 1:14? Sorry, 4:14, not 1:14. So just over 4 hours of the session. So I'm looking forward to this one. Jonty and Dyllan will be here very, very shortly, as I've already said. So we shall hopefully sync this up quite nicely. Yeah, that'll do. We're about half a second off the TV one, so that'll do nicely. So we are green for the second session. Just a reminder, Verstappen set the fastest time of the morning on a 1:32.9, did 71 laps. Carlos Sainz a 1:33.253 on 72 laps. Albon top 3, soft tyre he ran, so everyone else on the mediums, so that's possibly where some of that time's come from. 1:33.6, or it is where some of that time's come from. 33.6, 74 laps, 67 laps for Zhou in 4th place, a 1:33.7. George Russell, a 1:34.1, 69 laps. Nico Hulkenberg, 51 laps, 1:34.424. Felipe Drugovich brought out a red flag early on with a mechanical issue and an electronic issue, which the team managed to fix and get him back out. He eventually did a 1:34.5 for 7th place and 40 laps, 46 laps for Tsunoda, and a 1:34.671. Gasly a 1:34.822, 60 laps, and Oscar Piastri last this morning, a 1:34.888, 52 laps. But as I say, nothing really from McLaren in terms of issues. Again, I haven't got an absolute definitive list of who's done what on what tyre, but we believe that Verstappen, Sainz, Zhou, Russell, Hulkenberg, Drugovich, Tsunoda, Gasly and Piastri all set their fastest times on at least a medium tyre. We believe the C3, and Albon did his on a soft tyre. So read into that what you will. I need to try and find a reliable list this year again. I managed to get one in the end last year, but I can't remember where it was, and I've not seen anything at the moment. So if anybody knows, please do feel free to throw that in chat. But that's how we believe it is at the moment. It's the F1 TV website app thing does say that the time they set their fastest lap on should be underlined with a purple, but there's nothing, unfortunately, which is a shame. Hopefully that's something they can bring in for the season. What's your take on the Ferrari insider leak? Is the 20 horsepower increase the power unit a blatant lie to create ruckus? I'd seen that they'd claimed to have found horsepower. But my query is how much of that would come from reliability, if that makes sense. So we know they had to crank things down last year because, well, I mean, we all saw the state of, Carlos Sainz's car, for example, in Austria. So they had to turn the engine down in the end. So I don't know how much of that is they've been able to unlock the horsepower that was already there because they can run the engine faster now, if that makes sense, in a higher mode, or can get more out of the engine, and how much is it they've actually found 20 horsepower. I hope that makes sense. There are ways that I don't totally understand, that I've tried to read up on, so I'm not going to try and go through it and make myself look a total tit, quite frankly, but there are ways, even with the engine freeze, to unlock performance without actually breaching the engine. It's all very complicated, but reliability was the issue for Ferrari. So if they've managed to sort that and they can crank the engine up, then I could believe they found it. But the other question is if they, just because it's like the Mercedes argument, or not Mercedes argument. I can't remember what team it was, but a team came out saying they found like 2, 3, 4 tenths of a second or half a second a lap, something like that. That's fine. But your rivals could also have found half a second lap. So if Ferrari have found 20 horsepower, that's great. But what if Red Bull Powertrains has found 20 and Mercedes have found 25? And do you know what I mean? It probably will all even out to be very similar to last year as it is. So, yeah. Sighted Canvas says maybe they simply fix the reliability and the car can now stay in their party mode for longer. John says 20 horsepower is so much. This can't be real. Take it all with a pinch of salt, or if the phrase is grain of salt where you are, then go with that one. But yeah, you never know with these teams. It's all part of their poker game, isn't it? The swines. It's all good fun though. I like it. Yeah, I think we've gone through everything we need to for the start of this one. The afternoon session has started. 4 hours, 9 minutes and 30 seconds to go. Having said that, the official live timing is saying that the session hasn't started. So still having issues with the official live timing. So they need to get on that for the season, is my argument there. Hopefully that'll get sorted very shortly. Yeah, Driver Tracker also saying nobody out on track. So I'm going into the rest of this blind by the look of it until they manage to sort the issues they've had today. Not a great surprise. I think they tend to have the issues with timing. It's a new timing setup as well. So probably just a pre-season thing. Hopefully be sorted for the new season though. Any cars on track? Nobody at the moment. Max, all very quiet. They're all in the garage, of course. They've only had an hour to swap things over for the drivers, apart from Red Bull, of course, who are keeping Verstappen in for the full day. Software engine mapping can also increase horsepower. Thank you, Jay. That was one of the many things I've read. It's already started. We've answered that one. Robots make the best robots. They do. Does the standing matter, says Vlad? If it's important to you, then of course it does. But I think, again, laps. Look at the laps. That's really key. Who's reliable? We'll look at that one. But I wouldn't, Verstappen's done a 32.9. That doesn't mean he's definitely 100% 3/10 of a lap quicker than Carlos Sainz this year. So Saturday afternoon, we could get some good times. But Aldas has put his prediction in. He reckons that'll come down by 2.5 seconds. So read into that what you will. But yeah, Red Bull looks solid. They do. They look. A few people say they look on rails. I've seen a few twitchy moments, but that doesn't mean that I've seen it right. It could have just been a mistake. Good question. Comparisons to last year's test. I did somewhere. Is it? Yeah, I did somewhere put. It was Bahrain, wasn't it? So day one, I had a list of times. There we go. So that's Barcelona. That's no use to anybody. So you want day 2, so I can find the times for day 1, Sean. So day 1 times, I'll give you a fastest time. So the fastest time in day 1 in Bahrain last year was a 1:33.9, and that was Pierre Gasly on the C5 tyre with 103 laps. So yeah, 33.9 was the fastest time. The fastest lap of the race was a 30. I can't remember what we said now, but it's we're not a million miles away from it. So yeah, that was a 33.9. Sainz was second, Leclerc third, 34.3, 34.5. So if we compare that to what we've had so far, actually on the drivers alone, Gasly was in a different car, so we'll not do that. So Sainz in the Ferrari today, 33.2. Last year, 34.3. Albon in the Williams last year did a 34.0. Today did a 33.6 on a similar tyre. We've not seen Norris. We've not seen Bottas. Vettel is no longer here, bless him. Russell 34.1 this year, 35.9 last year. The fastest Red Bull time on day 1 was a 35.9, and that was Sergio Perez. So, yeah, compared to last year, they are quicker. So that's what I'll tell you what. That's what you could read into the times. Actually, good point. Yeah, I mean, Gasly's time compared to now is irrelevant because it's a different car. But yeah, good shout. Good shout to get me to check that one. I like that. Yeah, second faster with the C3. It's not a great surprise. I mean, they should be quicker than they were last testing, and they're doing quicker pretty damn swiftly, wouldn't they, in the season? Because they'd have just kept developing as the season went on. But yeah, really interesting, that one. I'm glad I checked that one. There you go. Nobody out on track just yet, according to my screens, and nothing on the TV either. So we're just waiting. We might find that this first 15 minutes is a pointless 15 minutes. As drivers, etc., take a little bit of time to get back to the cars. But I'm hoping, yeah. And just to confirm, I will try and find a reliable source for tyres for tomorrow. I'm going to run out of time today by the look of it. I can't find it anywhere. So Franz Tost talking to Will Buxton at the moment. Franz looking very happy. Looks like De Vries is about to get in the car. So we're going to see some Nick De Vries action soon. Hopefully Ferrari hire a better strategist after the yeah, well, actually, that racing guy. Thank you for reminding me. I'll see if I can find it now. I did find it earlier. But I believe Ferrari have hired a new head strategist, or a new strategist at least. So yeah, new chief strategist to join Ferrari. Ravin Jane. Apologies to butcher that one. He is, according to Fanatics Ferrari, brought up in England, physics undergraduate degree and a master in mathematical and theoretical physics, both from the University of Oxford. So better than me, basically. So yeah, they have replaced their strategist. So chief strategist has come in. So that's the first one for you there, which is great. I mean, if there's one thing Ferrari needed, it was that, and then swiftly reliability. Definitely. So there you go. We've got a new strategist, chief strategist down at Ferrari to answer that query. It does surprise me, given how things have gone at times over the last couple of years, that it's taken this amount of time to bring in a new chief strategist. I feel like that's something that could have been done a couple of seasons ago, but they had their Binotto had his way of doing things, didn't he? What is it they keep calling it on sort of analysis on no blame culture or something like that? It's something that he was quite keen on. So yeah, we've got a new strategist in at Ferrari. Is it true that Singapore will change the track layout slightly this year? Not sure if I heard it correctly. They will indeed, cited Canvas. So, you know, the bit. This is where, I swear to God, this is where having a face cam, which I don't have and I can't afford, would be absolutely perfect. I can actually point at you and show you what I'm trying to do. But I'm going to try. Hang on, let me just find the corner names or corner numbers, because it'll just be easier. So previously, they used to do a right turn, then they come around, they go under the grandstand. If you remember, in that final sector, so they go under the grandstand in there. That now is just going to be a straight. So you'll come off turn 14 off the bridge, and then you will just be flat out all the way to turn 16 and 17, which is the chicane after you'd come out of the the grandstand bit, and that is just while they do some development work on that waterfront. So they're basically cutting all that out. So it's going to be slightly shorter, I believe, and a little bit quicker as well. So they're just going to go flat out from 14 to 16. So, I mean, I suspect that'll be a DRS zone as well. So you might see a bit of overtaking, although it's a bit tight. So, but it is just for the while they do the construction work, and then I assume it's going back to what it was. And there is still, I've not seen if it has been officially confirmed. If it has, please do let me know in chat. But I believe Barcelona are going back to the old layout, or a version of the old layout with the 2 fast right-handers rather than having that chicane there for the final 2 corners. So they're going to get rid of the chicane. I don't know if it has been homologated. The last I read on it was that they were looking at it and it would need to be homologated. So hopefully that will be the case. But yes, that's the changes coming. Max Verstappen out on track. We've got Esteban Ocon in the car as well, not in the Red Bull. He's not sat on his knee. In the Alpine as well. That'd be an image for you. 2-seater F1 car with 1 seat. Yeah, it doesn't quite work, does it? But yeah, there you go. Max Verstappen out on track. I'd watch of him before I bring Jonty and Dyllan in just for a moment. See what we think. I'm going to put my other headphones in so I can hear what Crofty's got to say. Well, is it Crofty? We'll find out in a minute. I'll tell you in a sec. It is nobody, according to my thing. I'm assuming that my earphones aren't working, but there you go. My headphones. I'll tell you, do you know what it is? I've turned the volume down. God's sake, Sean. Sounds like Jolyon Palmer. Anyway, yes, they're out on track. Max Verstappen, we're just looking back at him on board now, coming through the first couple of corners. I do like the camera on the front of the car that looks back at the drivers. Also, just a reminder, if you join us for the afternoon, I'll do the line. It's coming. No on-track footage in the stream for, I think, obvious copyright reasons. The law exists, unfortunately. Otherwise, I'd be all over it. Or if I had £1 billion or 2 billion, I'd buy the rights and we'd watch it together. It'd be brilliant. But you can watch on Sky in the UK, and F1 TV is showing it if it's available where you are as well. Sure, there'll be some. I think there's some good roundups as well on YouTube from F1 that will come out later today as well. So yeah, apologies. I'd love to be able to. I really would. Yeah. I hate using the line on no footage for copyright reasons because it should be obvious to anybody who understands how law works. But anyway, sorry. Shaw's been in too long. He's getting catty. Let's get some guests on before he upsets somebody. Let's go in and say, I'm going to have to do levels live, aren't I? So I'm going to do one at a time is the best way to do this. Afternoon, Jonty. How are you, mate? F1's back.
Hello. Yes. Finally. Even though this has been like a really, really short gap compared to previous years, it feels longer, and I don't know why.
It feels, I said to somebody in comments the other day, it feels simultaneously like Abu Dhabi was a long time ago, but also yesterday.
Yeah.
Such a weird feeling.
I suppose it's probably sort of like a symptom of the title being done early.
Good point,
you know what I mean?
Yeah.
There wasn't really anything to worry about from like middle of October.
Some might argue the summer break. It was all pretty wrapped up quite early, wasn't it, in the end?
Yeah, fairly.
Yeah. And also, I'll do Dylan's levels as well. I'll turn you down first, mate, just in case you shout at me and scare me. That's a bit harsh.
I hope I
don't. Good afternoon, Dylan, mate. Welcome back. We've missed you, mate. How are you?
Thank you. I'm good. I look forward to this every year now. You know, our little waffles. I mean, we all love a good waffle, right? So what better way than spending, well, for you, 9 hours a day waffling, you know? You're feeding them what they need. But no, I'm good. I made myself some toast. I made myself a brew. And I'm excited.
He's ready to go. I mean, I know. You were messaging me the other day. You're pretty damn hyped to have F1 back, aren't you? I mean, we all are. That's why we're here.
I just said to Jonty then, just chatting then, he said, you know, it's like this time of year is like Christmas for F1 fans. And I was like, for me, I like testing because there is that little bit of uncertainty. You know, if there's one team that's made something very unique, even though the regulations haven't changed much, if they make a breakthrough and they jump up a few places, it's so exciting to see that. Whereas when the season starts, obviously we love that, but then you kind of know the pecking order, and you're kind of like, okay, Red Bull's going to be first, then Ferrari, then Mercedes, and like Williams at the back. But you just hope in testing that someone's made a jump, and then they're going to be like up there, you know.
That's the hope, isn't it? That
It
is
is
the
the
hope.
hope.
I was
Never
talking
happens, but
talking in the break there. Apparently, Otmar Safnauer. I'll come to you first, Jonty, for a view on this. You're probably skeptical like me, but Otmar Safnauer saying that they think they can get top 3 this year at Alpine. I mean, I said that's ambitious, but some in chat think that's bordering on delusional. But I mean, I made the argument that it is nice to hear the ambition, though. Same with Aston Martin. You know, go for it, aim high.
I might surprise you here, but I don't think it's that unreasonable.
Okay. I'm
Yeah,
listening.
I'll let you recover from the shock of that. No, I mean, looking at the cars and what we know from last year, there's pretty much 2 directions to go with the car design that work. We've seen Red Bull's direction with the really strong undercut on the side pods, and you've got Ferrari's direction, which is pretty much no undercut on the sides and using that big scoop and divot in the top of the side pods. And we've actually seen a fairly strong split in the field of some going one way, some going the other. And Alpine have just grabbed hold of the Ferrari idea and they have gone all in on it. I mean, there's not that many shots from a good angle, but like when you're looking from above, the slots they've got going down the side are really deep, really sharp, and they go all the way up to the front. Like the tip, you know, the scoop that Ferrari's got that gives it that lovely shape. The Alpine one starts in front of the cockpit. They've gone all in on it. Now, if they can fix the reliability, in theory, that should work. But there's one thing I'm thinking that's going to hold them back. Losing Alonso.
Yeah, no. You know, actually, that didn't come up this morning. We talked about Alonso, but it didn't really come up that how that might impact Alpine. That's a good point, John. I mean, you always make good points. What I'm on about, but that's a very good point. You know, Alonso's valuable, isn't he? His experience, his talent. I mean, his speed. That's going to be a loss to any team in a big game for Aston, but it could hit. I mean, I think they've got a very solid replacement in Gasly. I think Ocon does a good job as well. So I think they might be okay. But I think the thing for me is can they overcome a 300-odd, 400-odd point gap to Mercedes from last year? It just looks, when you look at where they were last year versus this year, it does look like a big jump, even if you put in the points that Alonso thinks that they lost.
Yeah, there's
like
a
the
lot of
ambition.
ifs. There's a hell of a lot of ifs, as there always is. But the other part is, I mean, however much people want to read into fate and things repeating themselves, but it really would fit with Alonso's career decisions of the last sort of 10 years, wouldn't it?
Yeah. It'd be classic Alonso, wouldn't it?
Yeah,
Poor
all
guy.
of a sudden Alpine develop a super strong front-running car, and he's gone back to Aston, who are going nowhere.
It's... I think essentially it's just one of those things where it's like, it would not surprise me if that just happened to Alonso again. It's just a bad. By the way, Nick De Vries, or Debris, as Carlos Sainz knows him, is out on track, and Charles Leclerc as well. So I'm just looking at what De Vries is doing. 39.2 for his 30.2. That'd be impressive. 39.2 for his first hot lap. So keep an eye on him climbing the time. I will, as we get a few more drivers on, I'll extend that timing tower down a little bit, but I don't want to leave a massive blank space at the moment, so bear with. Ocon's going out, Sargent as well. Everybody but Red Bull have swapped drivers for the afternoon, so 19 drivers today. That race, you guys, has 80% pace, so yeah. What do you make of that then, Dyllan? The idea of Alpine, I know they said in the launch, we'd like to get a podium, we want to get reliability sorted, be more comfortably top 4. Could you see them springing a surprise and challenge? Have you got Jonty's optimism? That's what I'm asking, really.
I'm not as optimistic. I think they can get 4th place. Obviously, no doubt, last year they didn't have good reliability. On top of that, like with McLaren, it was basically Lando versus, I love Daniel Ricciardo. he was definitely a lot better towards the end of the season, but it was basically Lando versus Alpine for fourth for the majority of the season. I think being third is optimistic, even though, in the morning, Ted said all eyes were on Alpine. Apparently the front wing and the front suspension or something like that, like everyone was talking about Alpine as far as like what was being brought forward. So I guess that's good news for them if it works. But I think third is probably optimistic. I would say they would get third if Ferrari was just as unreliable as they was last year, with their engines blowing up and the strategies being nowhere near, pitting Leclerc from second and finishing in sixth, and things like that. Like, yeah, I don't think they would get third. I think Mercedes, Red Bull, and Ferrari are just going to be too far clear. I feel like Mercedes, they've hoped they've got their porpoising under control towards the end of last season. They were more competitive than Ferrari. They were closer to Red Bull than Ferrari were for the last couple of races. Abu Dhabi, obviously, they weren't, but for a few races, America, Brazil, Mexico, they were much closer to Red Bull than Ferrari were. So they're gonna build on that. So I think Mercedes are definitely going to be up there. And Red Bull should be, and Ferrari. I'm hoping all three of those teams are going to be fighting for wins each race, each weekend, and I think Alpine might be that team that's in the middle. Like a few years ago when it was Verstappen, 30 seconds ahead was one team, 30 seconds behind was the other team, and then just Verstappen was on it all. Alpine could potentially be that that middle team that doesn't have a lot going on. The three teams are too far ahead, and then they could be ahead of the other teams.
I've popped a poll in chat. Please do vote on it. I've just literally asked a question. Will Alpine challenge for top three in the championship? Yes or no? No one's sure. I'm just going yes or no. We'll see how that comes out shortly. I'll end that in a bit and see what you guys think. It's ambitious. And like I've said a few times, there's nothing wrong with ambition, but...
It's better looking further ahead, right? If they've
definitely
got third in mind, that's good. Whereas I found it crazy last year going into the season. I think... Matteo was like, yeah, we're not going for the World Championship before the season had even started. And it's like, why? That to me didn't make sense. I swear he went in saying, yeah, we're not going for the World Championship. We're just going to try and, see how we do. And it's like, that wasn't the right approach. You want to be optimistic. And if, you don't make it, you don't make it. But don't be like, yeah, we'll aim for fourth. And then if you get fourth, you're happy. Aim for higher than what you might think you'll get.
Yeah, that's what I say about the... What's the word I'm looking for? The ambition. You say looking forward. I know those that have been here during the break are going to hear me repeat what I said, but I'm just going to say it to you two as well. I would much rather have a team say we're going to go for third than we're targeting eighth this year. Even if they end up eighth, I'd rather hear them aiming high. I know that might look a bit. I'd probably have to be careful what they can say because of sponsors and things like that. But I'd rather hear that than somebody being like, oh yeah, we might do all right. So I hope that, I'd love it if they could. I'd love it if we had, Fantasyland, all 10 teams fighting for the championship. But it'd be great to see Alpine at least mixing it with the top three from time to time. But if not top, I know you're optimistic, Jonty, and you're impressed with the design in that. But if not the top three in the championship, could you see Gasly and Ocon picking up the odd podium this year?
I think they could be picking up the odd podium. But again, this comes back to losing Alonso. It's not to say anything against Ocon and Gasly. They're obviously good drivers. They wouldn't be where they are if they weren't. But if they've got a car where they can fight for the occasional third place, Alonso would be fighting for the occasional win. I know I'm sounding like a massive fanboy now. I really am not.
I agree with that.
But yeah, I definitely think they could be in the scrap for a couple of podiums.
I don't know if this is going to be, you're going to be either Team Ocon or Team Gasly, and I love both of them, but I think Ocon's going to beat Gasly this year. I think Ocon did well last year in a few races. He got the maximum out of the car in Austria. He got the maximum out of the car in... was it Japan, holding Lewis back? He had some very good performances. I know obviously Alonso had a lot of reliability issues as well, but Ocon did what he could in that car a few times last year. Whereas I know the AlphaTauri wasn't as competitive last year, but I think Gasly was a little bit like he was just there. He didn't show anything. I know the AlphaTauri was incredible, but comparing him to Tsunoda, who the previous year, Gasly was incredible and Tsunoda was nowhere. Tsunoda wasn't too far behind Gasly, and I kind of think that was like Gasly wasn't that special last year. So I'm kind of worried that Ocon's just gonna, especially having experience in that car as well, Ocon's gonna be quite clear of him. But
yeah, that the AlphaTauri took a big step back last year as well, didn't it? Not an excuse, but it's one of the reasons why he was so off. I'm
just trying to compare him to Tsunoda. The previous year when they're more competitive, Gasly was so much clearer Tsunoda, whereas last year Tsunoda was a lot closer than him. Obviously, that's probably a mix of Tsunoda improving, but also I think Gasly kind of dropped off last year a little bit as well.
What I will say is it's good to see Gasly getting another opportunity away from.
He's finally got out to Red Bull.
Yeah.
He should have, honestly, as soon as he went back to Toro Rosso. Wow. Was it still Toro Rosso when he went back from Red Bull? I can't remember.
It was. Then it became AlphaTauri, didn't it? Yeah.
Yeah. Like, as soon as he went back, I reckon he should have been like, right, I've got to try to get another seat elsewhere. Especially with rumours going around that there obviously wasn't great atmosphere between him and Red Bull. So, like, it was like, is he ever going to get that seat again? I feel like he should have tried to get out as soon as he could. I don't know what contract he signed, but yeah, try getting that McLaren instead of Ricciardo, or I don't know if he was going for it and stuff, but yeah.
What a chat saying. I'm Team Gasly, rooting for the underdog. Kate says, let's go, Lewis Hamilton. He is out there. It angers me that Ocon says he beat Alonso because of his skill and not because of reliability problems. I wouldn't say it angers me, but I do think, even if Ocon thinks it was his skill that helped him, I think he should still acknowledge but reliability was a problem as well. But then at the same time, he's got to big himself up as a driver, hasn't he? And as me and Aldas talked about this morning, he needs to big himself up because nobody else seems to want to. So he may as well.
Good old Esty Bestie.
Esty Bestie, don't get me started on that. What about Aston Martin then, while we're talking about ambition? Jonty, I know that Silverstone team is a favourite of ours, generally as the underdog, but they've got pretty big plans for the future. The factory later this year. Apparently, they've said they feel they could jump the midfield. So that'd be what, P4-ish? Kind of on the same level as Alpine in some ways. Do you think that's a bit too ambitious? Or I'll give you my opinion quickly. If you look at the back end of last year, they definitely made progress, and I can see them ahead of Alfa Romeo and right in the scrap with McLaren and Alpine this year. Whether they'll get to fourth is a different matter, obviously.
Well, it's definitely ambitious, but I'm not sure it'll happen. I mean, I've seen some shots today where obviously people can get a better look now that there's actual testing going on of the real cars. But apart from a little bit of a scoop in those side pods, there's nothing that stands out on the Aston. It's probably the safest and most bland interpretation of the rules. So I can't see them really going anywhere other than backwards. Even the Williams and the Haas have got more interesting design to them.
See, I thought
that's the problem with the Aston. There's just nothing there that suggests it's going to do well. Now that could be completely wrong. They could have just tried to go the middle of the road for everything instead of trying to have high-low speed downforce or very low drag for long straight races. But it's just meh. That's all I can think of for the Aston.
A little moment there as Esteban Ocon kicked some dust at turn 3. But I thought when it launched that the Aston Martin looked quite aggressive. But I think, again, on reflection, I think that's more to do with the fact that it's one of the cars on the grid that looks significantly and obviously different to their car last year. So I think it feels like it's a bit more aggressive than perhaps it is, if that makes sense. Because obviously, if you compare it to last year's car, it's very different. So it looks like they've gone for, they've said evolution, but they've also said that they've gone, radical in their changes. So I think that's where my feeling is. It looks probably more aggressive than it comes from. But I think I can see them. I can't see how they're going to be. Well, I can, but I'm not sure they're going to be sort of where they were start of last season, struggling, battling with, your Alpha Tauris and people like that. I think they are going to be up in the mix with Alpine and McLaren. And sort of coming to your point again about Alonso, Jonty, they've also, that side that is going to negatively impact or potentially negatively impact Alpine is potentially going to positively impact Aston Martin. They've replaced an incredibly experienced driver with an even more experienced driver who is still, as Aldas was saying this morning, delivering fantastic results. This really is the Fernando Alonso fan channel today. It's appalling. I can't ever accept that.
I personally think that Aston Martin have probably got a better chance of finishing 4th than Alpine do of finishing 3rd. I feel like, especially with Alonso coming in, that's going to add pace on the car straight away. I think towards the end of last season, Aston Martin wasn't doing too bad. Vettel picked up a huge chunk of points towards the end, and arguably, if they didn't, give Stroll the better strategy half the time, he would have got even more points. So throw Alonso into that instead of Vettel, he probably would have picked up even more points. And, probably the top 6 places are locked out. So 7th, 8th, 9th, to 10th is kind of what you're fighting over. I reckon Alonso could get 7th, 8th, probably most races, if they're just as competitive as they were potentially towards the end of last season. So I don't think 4th's out of the question if they can be consistent.
It depends as well, doesn't it? Have Alpine sorted their reliability? How transitional will this year? There's that. How transitional will this year be for McLaren? They could capitalise on that for 4th place. It's an interest. I think Alpine and Aston Martin are 2 of the teams who I think could cause a stir this year. But I think both have aimed a little bit too high, in my opinion.
One thing I will give Alpine, I think Ted said this, apparently Alpine are one of the only teams, if not the only team, that's significantly under the minimum weight. So obviously they'll get weight put on it to put it up to the minimum, whereas everybody else is over it. So Alpine could be quite quick off the bat, like Alfa Romeo were last year. They started off very strong because the car was actually a decent weight, and then dropped off as the other cars kind of improved. So Alpine could start out quite strong with them being a lot lighter, potentially, as well.
Yeah, it's that's the thing. They can use the ballast, can't they, to help with car balance and things like that. And that's why, because a few people questioned why, if Alpine are under the weight limit, why did they have to strip the paint off? But teams would much rather put the weight on in areas in the form of ballast where they need it and want it, rather than slapping paint on the car. So it should help with balance, which, it's all fascinating. It's all fascinating Formula One. Let's have a look at this poll then, see what you guys have said. It's close. 897 votes now. Will Alpine challenge for top 3 in the championship? A whopping 18% said yes. 81% said no, and 1% are missing. So yes, 81% no, 18% yes. If you want to watch live Inferno, if you're in the UK, it is on Sky Sports F1 and it's on F1 TV if it's available in your region. Otherwise, again, there are more creative ways to find a stream. Please try not to share it in the chat, though, because I don't think it would get me into trouble, although I've been warned about it in the past. So just be steady. Ocon beat Alonso, and that is a fact, says Hammer Time. He did. But you also have to acknowledge the reasons behind that. You can give credit where it's due, but you also have to acknowledge the reasons behind that, because that's the beauty of having a balanced opinion. I
think both of them are quite quick. They both had good performances where they outshone. Like Alonso getting front row of the grid in Montreal and stuff like that. But consistently, I think Alonso was more competitive.
Yeah. I see what you're saying. It's
But is it fine to talk all there? Mouthway worky. It's fine to have all this talk about Alpine and Aston fighting for 4th, but McLaren will be in there somewhere.
To be
Whether
fair,
it's ahead or behind remains to be seen. Because as good as we know he is,
competitive.
I was just going to say, as good as we know he is as a driver, he's still very much an unknown quantity.
Like, it didn't really work for Van Dorn, did it? He joined F1.
Oh,
obviously, I know that was McLaren. No. I think he's incredible, but sometimes F1 just either it takes longer for them to get into it or something like that. You know, sometimes it's just the wrong time, the wrong moment at the wrong time. You know, maybe McLaren have reliability this year, and Piastri can't show what he's got. That he'd lose his confidence, and then obviously that goes to worse performance on the track. Also depends how good Lando is. You know, we obviously rate Lando. Well, I personally rate Lando very high. If he's doing very, very well, is that going to knock Piastri and make him not perform as well? You know.
Yeah, the thing with McLaren again is I may have completely misinterpreted how it all sounded in the launches, but they sounded very much like a team that might be in a bit of a transition this year as they wait for that wind tunnel, the new wind tunnel to kick into operation later this year. So if Alpine, Aston Martin, they keep developing and they're not so transitional, if that makes sense, and McLaren are sort of a little bit on the back foot. I don't know if they will be because of that. It's just a vibe I got from what they were talking about in launches. Then that could give them... I still think McLaren will be in that mix. It's just whether or not they're looking more to 24. They're not giving up. They're not writing off 2023. Let me make that clear now. But are they looking more towards 24 because of that wind tunnel? And the reason I keep mentioning that is because they've made quite a big thing about this new wind tunnel, so it's important to them. It ultimately comes down to classic Sean statement, but we shall see. Watch this space, because we could end up with an amazing three-way fight for the title, an incredible three-way battle for the fourth place spot, and then everybody else really close as well. You never know. So that's the beauty of testing and early season stuff, is that we can just speculate on that just a little bit.
Latifi coming in with his own team and winning the championship.
He could easily do it as number one
driver.
Nutella
Racing F1, you know.
Nutella Racing. Major branding, brown car.
Hey, at least it won't be carbon fiber black, right?
Well, that's true, yeah. We're watching Bottas on board at the minute, just on F1's coverage on Sky. I'm just going to have a look, because people get talking about bouncing and porpoising and all of this business, but there's bumping because of the track, but I don't think that's porpoising, and even if it was, it's nowhere near as violent as last year. So we'll keep an eye on that one when we get some on boards.
When you're on about brown car, have you noticed that Sure Who's Racing in F2 have got a new sort of title sponsor, and their livery's gone brown?
Is it?
Which is interesting, with Roy Nissany driving for them.
Well, what's the sponsor? That's what I'm trying to think of.
PHM, or I'm not sure who they are.
Okay.
I found that deeply amusing. Like, yep, that's the colour that describes his racing.
Yeah, brown. A bit shit. Excuse
that could
the
be
language.
Slogan, you know. That could be their slogan.
That's the new slogan. Yeah, bit rubbish.
Valtteri's really having to fight this Alpha.
The Red Bull was quite all over the place this morning, I felt, as well. Max was fighting that quite a lot.
Have we got any reports on what the wind's like out there at the moment?
Not since Crofty did his track chat thingy just before they went live, but I can't remember what that was now.
I remember this morning there was a crosswind at turn just before, like, turn 6, maybe? Turn 8, something like that.
Oh, it was a lock-up for the Haas.
I know there was a crosswind at the corner just before the straight, before that heavy braking. You know, that one that dips down? There's that corner, what's not really a corner. That's turn 10, I think, the heavy braking, where there's a lot of lockups. I think the corner just before the straight, before that, I don't know if it's turn 7 or 8.
Yeah, it was coming up to there. It was coming up to there that Magnussen just had a massive lockup. Anyway, I have picked out some things from this morning.
Go on then, Jonty. Technical head on.
Well, F1 data analysis on Twitter, superb account to follow. I think it's run by Denny. Anyway, speed trap comparisons. Everyone is faster than they were in qualifying last year.
Wow.
In the top speed. With McLaren seemingly gaining the most. They're 8 kilometres an hour up on what they were last year in qualifying, which is massive.
Do you reckon that's down to with the cars being risen? There's less downforce sucking them down so they can go faster on the straight?
Yeah, it could well be. I mean, less downforce means less drag.
Yeah.
I mean, Haas have only gone up 2. We got Red Bull gained 4, Ferrari 7, Williams 7, AlphaTauri 6. No data on the others apart from just being faster, so it's probably just 1. But that is positive.
Have they got... who did you say that was on Twitter?
F1 data analysis.
Have they got tyre info on there? Who's done what on what? Because I am struggling this year to find anything. Oh, I know who you mean, yeah. I know who you mean, yeah. I don't know if I follow them, but I do keep an eye on them.
Oh, no, sorry. Alpine haven't gone faster. But they're supposedly running a lower PU mode at the moment.
Okay.
Aston are 11 kilometers an hour faster than in qualifying last year.
How much?
11 kilometers an hour faster on the straight. That's huge.
I mean, Ferrari were predicting they were going to be a second quicker this year. If they can keep that speed into the corners, then...
And this is part of the rules evolving, isn't it? This is the cars are going to get quicker. That they talked about them being so much slower with the new regulations, but then as the clever engineers and everything else they all start to work it out and find their ways around things, then they just get quicker and quicker, don't they? We end up back where we were, if not quicker. So that's quite a gain. I mean, I was going to say how much of that is fuel loads and setup, but that's versus prime low fuel qualifying setup, isn't it? So whatever the setup is, it's going to be impressive.
I guess the only thing you've got as well is qualifying was at night, so it would have been cooler. So the tyres might have not been in that. Actually, no, it's just straights, isn't it? So it won't really matter too much apart from traction.
Well, I mean, you got your traction at your final corner, but I wouldn't imagine that makes a difference to 11 kilometres. If it does, wow. Pirelli have nailed it with the tyres this year.
So maybe Aston have gone more towards the low drag setup, which will probably hurt them on lap time, though.
If they can qualify okay, it's going to be hard for cars to overtake them, sort of like the Williams last year, wasn't it? If they got up in a position that was 8th, 9th, 10th, so hard to overtake, because even with DRS, they were so quick.
I'll run through the times because we're on the hour. It is 1 p.m. here in the UK. Max Verstappen is still the fastest out there on a 1:32.9. He's completed 84 laps. He looks set without jinxing him to go through the 100 today. Carlos Sainz second. He's not in the car this afternoon. I'm going to say that a lot in a moment. 1:33.2, nearly 0.3 off the fastest time. 72 laps. 74 laps for Albon. He is not in the car this afternoon. He did a 1:33.671. Zhou 1:33.7, 67 laps this morning. 69 laps for George Russell. Looking at chat straight away, waiting for it. 1:34.1. Zhou and Russell, of course, not in the car. Neither is Nico Hülkenberg. He did a 1:34.4 this morning. 51 laps. 40 laps for Drugovich. He managed to post a 1:34.5. Tsunoda a 1:34.6, 46 laps, 60 laps for Gasly on a 1:34.8. Piastri 1:34.8, 52 laps. And then into the afternoon runners, Kevin Magnussen is currently the fastest of those on a 1:36.225. He's done 6 laps. It is 5 laps for Lando Norris on a 1:36.8 as his fastest. Valtteri Bottas 13th, a 1:37.116. He's done 6 laps. 10 laps for Nick Debris. He's in 14th place on a 1:37.532. Lewis Hamilton a 1:38.071. 8 laps so far. 7 laps for Esteban Ocon on a 1:39.848. And Charles Leclerc, the last one at the moment with the time on the board, 1:41.245. 7 laps for him, just updating. Logan Sargent and Fernando Alonso are yet to run. In terms of tyres for your afternoon runners, Magnussen is on the mediums. Mediums as well for Norris. Bottas on the mediums. De Vries on the mediums. Hamilton mediums. Hards for Ocon. Leclerc was on the mediums is currently on the prototype tyre, which I'll tell you about in a moment if you're just joining us. Logan Sargent is out on the soft tyre and Fernando Alonso on the medium. And just very quickly on that prototype tyre to let you know what that is all about. That is to do with, I'll tell you what, actually, rather than try to explain it in my own incredibly daft way, I will just read you what Pirelli said. It'll be the easiest way to do it. Pirelli explaining, and I shall quote them, that the prototype tyre is to benchmark products from the Turkey backup factory against the standard tyre. So it's nothing exciting for us as viewers and fans, but it is important information for Pirelli. Please do subscribe. We've got nearly 2,000 of you here, so please do subscribe if you are new. It would be great to have you with me or with us for this journey throughout testing and throughout the rest of the season. Lots to come this year. Please do leave a like. We've got 674 likes. Let's see if we can get that to 1,000. I can't remember the last time we did 1,000 likes on the stream. It's been a while, probably a testing stream actually. So please do. That would be fantastic. You can also support the channel, as I've said a few times already, through Super Chat on YouTube. You can use Streamlabs as well, or you can, if you would prefer the channel to keep 100% of your contribution, then you can also support the stream through PayPal. I might put a goal on screen tomorrow. There isn't a goal as such, but all the money that is raised in these streams and through advertising and all of that, the adverts on it will be going back into buying some of the stuff back from my setup that I had to sell over the winter to pay the rent. It wasn't a good winter for reasons I am not going to bore you with because a lot of it's personal, but there you go. So thank you to everyone who's supporting the stream. And anyway, even if you're just here, say hello. It's great to have you. If you're watching later and you're still watching, hello. Please say hi in the comments. I'm just going to double check that I've not had nothing on PayPal, nothing. I just want to make sure I'm not missing super chats because that's incredibly rude to go missing.
Damn it, you saying that means I can't usurp the goal.
What's the goal?
To replace my graphics card.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
I'm here, Honor.
You are. Jonty needs £1 million, please. He wants to build the greatest PC ever. And he's going to move here and he's going to work with me.
No, don't say joking things like that. Someone jokingly asked me once, like, what would, not long ago actually, what the ultimate build would be. And I think I sunk about 400 grand into a PC.
Bloody hell.
On potentials. All highly hypothetical though, because obviously I don't have 400 grand.
Oh, yeah, I wish I had 400 grand.
No, I was late watching this morning, but did you talk about the dimple?
Yes, we did. Now that's a structural issue, isn't it? They've got some stuff that they need to repair under there. It's not some clever aerodynamic feature, but I'd imagine, knowing you, Jonty, you got a little bit excited by that.
What I'm thinking is, I wonder how many teams sort of back at the factories are now running quick little CFD models to see if it could actually do anything, to see if they could do it on purpose.
That would be, sorry, I was talking into my bottle then. Massive echo. That's a good point, because I mean, what would it do? I'm trying to think it'd be an airflow thing, wouldn't it? I would assume, but
yeah, I mean, it could affect the airflow. I mean, I'm no aerodynamicist, but I mean, it could do something with, affecting the boundary layer as it goes along the nose to help it either stick a bit better or detach where they want it to. I mean, until they actually have a look, they don't really know, and that would lead to where else could they do it? And then you'd have people arguing about the regulations. Is this a movable aero device? Blah, 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 blah. I really hope someone does have a look and tries it, and just tries something out so that we can get some off-track drama to go with all the racing, because that would be great.
Space says what dimples were on the car. So I haven't got an image of it, and I can't go stealing other people's pictures, unfortunately. Plus their F1 TV screenshots, and you push to look with FOM half the time anyway with these streams. But so on the just ever so slightly above the tip of the nose, it was sort of depressing in and causing like a little dip. Not totally circle, was it? It was kind of a slightly squarey, triangular type dip. And nobody really understood what it was, and everyone started to speculate about, what have they found here, and then Ferrari were like, actually, it's just a structural issue that we need to sort out for the rest of testing. So egg shaped is a good one for Freeze. I like that, just a little bit squarer than egg shape, but it's around that, isn't it?
Yeah,
it's just
like someone's just gone up to the nose and just like punched it slightly.
I was just going to say, it's like, if somebody jumps on the top of your car, that's parked, it dips, that kind of thing.
Yeah, there were rumors that, like, I think Ted said they made it on the nose thinner to like save weight, but then obviously some structure bits failed as well. It shouldn't have done that. So yeah, they've apparently they're looking into fixing that while they're using other noses.
But that's the kind of thing I want to see. I want to see people trying mad stuff.
What's your guys' thoughts on? Is it the AlphaTauri? I can't remember, but they've got like a little thing on top of the halo, and I'm surprised that's allowed. Because imagine if like a car goes over the halo and then that bit of carbon fiber snaps off and it can like hit the driver or something like that in the helmet. I'm surprised that was allowed.
Yeah, quite a few have got that. That's been AlphaTauri have got one, Mercedes have got one. It's just a little fairing.
I'm surprised that they allow that, considering the halo's meant to be there for safety.
I was surprised that they allowed any kind of fairing on the halo, to be honest, when it first came in. But apparently it's fine.
Because I'm trying to think to, a couple of times there has been cars that have gone over the halos, and it's like, if that snaps off and that hits the driver's helmet because it's like a thinner piece of carbon fiber, it's going to be dangerous.
I mean, it wouldn't do anything at all to the helmet. I'm 100% certain of that. But the overalls, as thick and tough as they are, if it's going fast enough, that carbon fiber is literally razor sharp.
Yeah.
I mean, I've got an older brake duct on the shelf behind me, and I could probably shave with it. And that's not broken. That's complete as it is.
Yeah.
Please don't. I don't want to have to sit here. Jonty can't join us this afternoon because he decided to have a shave with some carbon fiber yesterday, and he's now in hospital.
Hey, it'd make a great viral video, though, right? Joking.
Just a couple of shout outs. Hi to the Max. Says hello, Sean and Jonty. Dyllan just dropped in. How's it going? As a Bottas fan, that Alpha is looking quite dashing this season, eh? Good afternoon, mate. And hello to Mechanized Chaos. So how are we doing? Very excited to see cars back on track. And I'm gonna try and find your comment because I want to shout you out. Eliza says 6th season of watching this channel. Good afternoon, Sean and the crew. Thank you very much for your support, Eliza. 6 years. 6 years in June. It'll be, won't it? So yeah, goodness me. Doesn't time fly?
You know the little low-down intake that Ferrari have got, which people are thinking is a bit of a pass-through. Yeah, a bit of an S-duct. But it's like right under the main intakes on the side. They've just shown the Alpine in the garage, and I swear there was something similar, but hidden way inside the actual intake. I don't know if it's just electronics cooling, but it looked very much like there was a little extra inlet about 6 inches inside. It was a really good angle from the cameraman.
Keep an eye on some images for that one, see what we can find. Just for those asking about the Mercedes, I'm waiting to see an onboard. I'll be keeping an eye on the TV of the Mercedes to see what it's doing in a straight line. So, but
it wasn't porpoising this morning, from what I could see.
Well,
but obviously, it's very. I mean, like the Ferrari was porpoising quite significant down the straights, but I didn't see the Mercedes.
The internet being the internet, I don't know who is genuinely meaning that the Mercedes is bouncing like crazy and who's doing it to wind up Mercedes fans. That's the problem with being an F1 content creator. You have to try and work out who's being serious and who's just been a bit cheeky. So, I mean, Lewis Hamilton's going out now, so hopefully we'll get some shots at some point. Apologies if I bang the mic. I'm just going to turn around a little bit so I can watch a bit more closely. But yeah, I'm just trying to work out. I'm watching Verstappen at the moment, who's pumping the laps in. What's he on now? 91, so he's 9 away from the century. Yeah, that's. I'm not 100% sure on it. A couple of people asking about it being illegal, but I don't think, as Ariel says there, it's not the same S duct. It's not. And I think it was the F. Was it the F duct that was made illegal, Jonty, and not the S duct?
Yeah, the 2000s McLaren. Well, it was 20 11, I think, actually. McLaren trick was the F duct, and
Well,
that was definitely
yeah.
illegal because
Putting their
Ferrari
hand over it,
ruined
didn't
it
they?
for everyone.
Yeah.
Well, McLaren were doing it with their knee. It was actually
Yeah, they're like, well, we're not
a left
taking our
knee.
hands off our steering wheel now, so it's
Yeah,
you know,
and
it's not a
then-
safety issue.
Then the onboard footage of Massa came in with him going around the last corner, going around the parabolica with taking his hand off the wheel. It's like, oh, for God's sake, Ferrari.
Anything they do to get extra pace, right? Yeah, that's fine. You know, go around this corner at how many 100 miles an hour?
You can go around parabolica at about 180.
One hand as well. Like, all you need is a little snap, and then, you know, you've lost it.
So, the onboard of the Red Bull, I mean, there is bouncing. There is bouncing in the Alpine. There is bouncing in the Alfa Romeo we've seen, and I think the Williams as well. But it's not. It doesn't necessarily mean it's porpoising. And again, even if it is porpoising, it's nowhere near to the extent that we saw last year. So there's always going to be movement. There's always going to be bouncing. Even on a smooth track, you're still going to get bouncing. Some of it will be because of the track, some of it because of the car. But I just because it's bouncing doesn't mean it's porpoising. Was one of the things I was taught a lot last year from people. Thank you to those. People point things out to me all the time, and I don't take offense to that. I may have been watching 31 years, but I'm still learning. So I appreciate that. So it's just because it bounces doesn't mean it's porpoising. So I'm just going to watch. I'll let you come in a second, John. I'm going to watch Lewis Hamilton down the straight on board if he puts his foot down, and then I'll be able to tell you because there's some videos going online that are very, very well clipped that make things look worse than they are for certain teams. There's movement.
Oh, would that be the shakedown?
I'm not saying anymore.
I think Anthony Davidson said that.
Yeah, there's no. To me, that's a bit of bouncing. There's bumps on the track. Car might be a bit bouncy, but it's not. That's not popular. I know you guys are a little bit behind on your feed, but there is not really anything there at all. So
I think Anthony Davidson said that with these ground effect cars, you're always going to get porpoising. It's not going to go away. It's just not going to be as significant as what it was prior. Like, it's always going to be there because that's how these cars are. So, you know, you can have porpoising as long as it's not too significant. You might get a little bit here and there, but then as soon as you put the brakes on, if you get it back under control and you don't lose too much speed on the straight, then it's going to be, you know, safe. And they're keeping track of how much they bounce for safety as well. So as long as they're still at that limit, you know, they want to try and be...
But there's no... I mean, we're looking back at him now. It's... You know, you look back to last year, good Lord, you know, the brains were being rattled. There's just not really anything there at all. One thing I will say very quickly, and you know, I know we were talking technical stuff with porpoising, but I just want to say, I really wish, you know, I respect Mercedes for embracing the exposed carbon fibre, but I almost wish they'd just done the whole car in exposed carbon fibre rather than that stupid black paint at the top that just cuts off a third of the way down or whatever in this straight line. I kind of feel like if you just go completely exposed carbon fibre, I know sponsors and all that, but
yeah, I'd say it's something to do with the sponsors, isn't it? Just makes them pop a little bit more, but yeah.
I completely agree.
I wish they just had a rule though, where it's like, yeah, your minimum weight's this, but you've all still got to paint your entire car. You know, or give them an allocation of X amount of weight in paint that's not going to your allocation or something like that, because it's a bit crazy that half the cars have got no paint on it just because they need to save the weight.
Yeah, I mean, the Mercedes, I think that's perfectly fair on just do the whole thing bare carbon fibre with the sponsors on and then give it a really thin gloss lacquer instead of actual paint. So they're still saving a load of weight and it looks that much better.
It's the Alpine I don't like. Like
It's
the
just the
pink one.
line.
The all pink one with the black is fine, but they're mixing it with the blue and the pink on the other car. Oh, it just doesn't look good. If they didn't have to weight save, then they could just paint it all pink or all blue or whatever, you know?
Yeah. I mean, that was the one issue I had with the Force Indias a couple of years where they had like a random blue or grey chunk. It was just like, what's that doing there? It's just ruining everything else. But I do much prefer the pink and black one.
Yeah, definitely. I wish they'd just run that
entire.
entire season.
Just to clarify as well for those in chat that are asking, I be as clear as I can. There is no, I do not see any porpoising on the Mercedes. As Space has said there could be oscillations, but that could be caused by track bumps triggering it. I would not call that porpoising. That's bouncing, looks perfectly fine. And again, even if it was porpoising and some expert comes in and proves that it was, then it is not a concern versus what we had last year. So I'm going to put my neck on the line boldly and say no, the Mercedes is not porpoising.
Well, I was going to go the other way and say every single car is porpoising, because we fully expect every single car to porpoise. I think the difference being that it's fully under control.
Yeah, it's not significant, is it?
Yeah, there was a lot of times early on last year where I was genuinely concerned for the safety of the drivers, not just for the continued impacts, that the head and neck will be taking, but also the control of the car. Because if it's bouncing that much, you're losing that grip contact, even in an F1 car. But
we'll probably
it's all
see
fully under control now.
We'll probably see more porpoising, I think, as testing goes on, as cars they'll lower the ride height, and then it'll create more porpoising. Because I'm assuming most of the teams would have the ride height a little bit higher, so they can get aero testing done without potentially damaging those sensors of the cars. And then as the day goes on, they'll slowly lower it, and that's when you'll probably get more porpoising.
I mean, I think in testing, what I always assume goes on in testing is that they pretty much start off with every possible setting slap in the middle and do the morning and do a full reliability check, and then start moving things forward, back to see how far they can get. And then obviously by the time testing ends, they've got a baseline to work from everywhere else to tweak.
Yeah.
So
you don't want to go in with porpoising at the start, damage loads of sensors, damage loads of parts of the cars or something like that, and you've got no information that's useful.
Yeah, I mean, I would guess that Saturday morning would be when you probably see the most, as they're sort of pushing the limits, and then Saturday afternoon they'll maybe do a couple of quick runs when they've dialed it back down again. Of that was too far. This is what we're going to go with.
Potentially, we could see more. Oh, God. Sorry.
Thomas Mayer on Twitter says Toto Wolff confirms there's minimal bouncing on the W14, aside from a little on display at turn 12. He says it is not performance limiting. Thank you to McLaren and Jaguar Empire over on Discord for sharing that one for me. So minimal. And he said bouncing, by the way, not porpoising, so minimal bouncing. So we'll go with that one.
I was going to say we might see more porpoising potential on the Ferrari. They might run their car lower and try and turn their engine up, because obviously I think they said that they found some speed on the engine and stuff like that. So maybe they want to run the engine at a higher mode now so they can get information to know how reliable that will be going into the season. So if they need to make changes, they can make them sooner as well.
Yeah.
For people asking in chat, where is Perez? Red Bull is splitting their drivers up differently. Everyone else is doing morning and afternoon sessions split up, whereas Red Bull is just doing first 3 sessions, Max, last 3 sessions, Sergio. Just going to put the kettle on.
Yeah, I mean, I can tell people if they want to know who's doing what and when. I mean, I won't go through literally everybody, but just try and see if anyone's doing anything differently. But Perez isn't in until Friday afternoon, so tomorrow afternoon. Ferrari are splitting theirs all week between the drivers morning and afternoon. Mercedes are splitting theirs as well, as are Alpine, McLaren. Yes, McLaren. Alfa Romeo, Zhou is in all day tomorrow. Bottas is in all day Saturday. They're splitting them at Haas as well. And at Alpha Tauri, and then at Williams, Sargent is in all day tomorrow, and Albon is in all day on Saturday. Aston Martin still have not confirmed, unless I'm going to double check the feed now, who will be in the car tomorrow. There is a rumour, and I'm going to be clear here, it is only a rumour that Lance Stroll has broken his wrist. If that is the case, he's unlikely to race next week. However, I'm going to say it again because I want to be clear. That is just a rumour. That is nothing confirmed from anybody. But we'll find out in due course what's going on there. But hopefully, we'll at least get the Aston Martin lineup sorted soon. I assume Alonso tomorrow all day would be my guess.
If Stroll has broken his wrist and he's not taking part in the first race, do you reckon because obviously Drugovich did testing today, they would have Drugovich in that weekend, or do you reckon they would bring Stoffel in? Because obviously he's at Formula E right now, isn't he? So he couldn't do this test. But would you want someone that's been in the car, or someone that has experience in Formula One? Or would you get on the phone and just be like, yo, Seb, do you want to come do a race?
I would assume it would be Drugovich. I think he's got a super license, hasn't he? So that shouldn't be an issue. So I would say, I mean, look,
should do,
I would like
right?
Stoffel. You know the answer to that. But I think I would assume Drugovich.
I can't help but feel that if Formula E wasn't on this weekend, Aston Martin would have put Stoffel in instead of Drugovich.
I don't know, because they've really got behind him, haven't they, Felipe Drugovich? They ran him in, obviously, young driver test. Stoffel's not going to do that, but they ran him in some FP1 sessions. They've been quite keen to get him involved. I think they might run him, and I think they always would have done this weekend. This week, it is a weekend technically. I'm going to call it a weekend, even though it's a Thursday. Yeah. It's an interesting one, though. I can't think who else, because Alfie Alf says Super Sub Hulken. Oh, yeah. He can't. He's racing for Haas this year.
Ricardo, bring him back.
What about Vettel? Vettel might come back for an afternoon, do a Sunday afternoon drive. You never know.
I would love that.
Valtteri Bottas wide in the final corner. Nothing dramatic, just a little wander wide. I think we've seen a couple of drivers wide today. Piastri had one at turn 15, 14, 13, 11, 10, somewhere around there earlier today. I need to get the map open again. I'm trying to count back numbers and I can't count back from numbers. So turn 10. I was nearly there. Turn 10. I missed a corner off.
It's not really. It's one of those corners that's not really a corner, is it? It's like turn 1 at Silverstone. It's not really a corner in cars these days.
The last corner?
Oh, I thought you were saying turn 10. So obviously you said you missed a corner.
Turn 10's
so
the really awkward,
yeah,
horrible left-hander. Horrible to drive, but great to watch because it really does test the drivers. It's a bit like the penultimate corner at Sepang. It's, I know computer game, real life, all that business, but you play that on a game. It's a horrible corner, but it's a great one to see the drivers challenged around.
I don't think I've ever nailed turn 10 on the F1 game. Never once in my entire
life. I have to run assists on the F1 game because I can't. Every time I go and try and put the throttle, and it's by the way, before anyone goes, sounds like a skill issue. It's definitely a skill issue. I cannot get the traction. I just spin every time I come out of a slow corner, so I've got assists on like a loser. Which is annoying because I didn't used to run them on F1 2021 on the rare occasion I played it, but there you go.
22, as soon as I jumped into it, it felt different and I was spinning more when I was accelerating. Yeah.
That's all I did. It's like literally nobody, Sean spinning. That was it. That was my whole life on that game. Also, if you are just joining us, by the way, I will go through the times quickly on the half hour and then a little bit more in depth. Not really in depth, but a little bit more in depth on the hour. And if we're a couple of minutes late, I'm sorry. It's just because we're waffling.
I've tried to find information on tyres, but I literally do not know where to look properly, apart from I know what the fastest lap time was set on, so that's not really any useful.
I agree. It's a game. It's supposed to be fun. I agree. There's absolutely, it's a game. Should be fun. That should be first and foremost. But it's not fun when you're spinning all the time and when you've got your traction control on full and you're trying to get off a corner and everyone in front of you just pulls away and your difficulty's down at 50%. It's like, it's not quite as fun as having your difficulty high and a bit of slide with your medium traction control for me. My opinion, everyone's different.
If you're going to spin, at least you want to be spinning and taking out your mate at the same time, right?
Do you know, out the corner of my eye then, I just thought I saw that Haas in the wall, but I didn't. It was just my peripherals played tricks on me. Are you talking, Jonty?
He's gone making a cup of tea.
I pressed the bloody mute button on my microphone.
It sounds like, hello, you're green, but I wasn't sure if you were talking.
Yeah, I just had a very smart comment on Twitter from RJ at SilverJ, if you're in chat, saying, I'm thinking insurance legal matters, meaning they don't want to disclose exactly what's happened just yet. That's a very, very smart thing to comment.
On Stroll?
On Stroll,
yeah.
Yeah. that makes a lot of sense, especially in something with so much money involved.
I mean, we don't know the full picture, and I know I've shared a rumor there, but reality is it's up to Lance Stroll to tell us what's wrong, what happened, and when he's ready to, isn't it? Whatever it is. So, I'm just trying to think ahead with my F1 newsy brain on what that means for next week. Because Aston so far have been very much talking about how, I know we can take a lot, the words goal and intention do a lot of lifting in these things, but their intention is that he will be racing next week. That intention doesn't mean anything, does it? You can intend not to, or to do something and then not do it. So,
and I know it was in poor taste, but I did have to make sort of a jokey comment in someone's. I think I was watching Dre on Twitch the other day. People talking about whether Stroll could fight for podiums if Aston are up there. I couldn't help it. I was like, well, he's already got a podium this year. He's the third driver to miss the start of season because of a cycling accident.
Now then, Alonso and Mark Webber?
Yeah.
Yes.
Not quite as severely as Webber and Alonso.
No. Alonso also, I mean, not the first time Alonso's missed pre-season or parts of pre-season and the start of the season, was it? Because he missed pre-season because he had that weird crash in Barcelona a few years ago. Can you remember when Stoffel made his debut? Bizarre crash.
That's still one of the ongoing conspiracy theories on unanswered questions in F1. And I still have no explanation for it at all.
I honestly couldn't tell you. I've not seen any definitive answer, and I don't think, because there's talk of blacking out and all sorts, wasn't there, at the time?
Yeah,
and
it was really, really strange
and worrying.
Thankfully, he's all right now. Did he get? Do we know if he ever actually got the metal plates taken out after the cycling accident?
It's still there. Well, he was running with them at times last season, wasn't he? At the start of the season, I don't know if he ever got them taken out. No, I couldn't honestly say.
There we go. There's something to keep the conversation going. What's your favourite sort of weird F1 conspiracy thing?
I'll tell you what. Chat start on that. Dyllan, have a think. I'll have a think. But what I'll do is I'll go through the times before we do that, Jonty. We're nearly at the half hour, so I'll run through them quickly. I've got a few. We love Tim 4 hat time. Max Verstappen, still the fastest at the moment, 132.9. He's on 94 laps for the day. He's doing all day, of course. Carlos Sainz, 133.253. 72 laps this morning, 74 laps for Albon this morning, 133.671. Zhou, again this morning, 133.723, 67 laps, 69 laps for George Russell on a 134.174 as his fastest time, 134.424 for Hulkenberg, 51 laps, 40 laps for Drugovic, 34.564, Sonoda, 34.671, 46 laps, Gasly, 34.822. He did 60 laps. Piastri 134.888, 52 laps for him. And then the afternoon runners, because none of the afternoon runners are yet in the top 10. Leclerc currently fastest. He's run the prototype tyre and the medium tyre as well. 17 laps so far, 134.896. Bottas 12th place overall, 135.206. 17 laps, has run only the mediums. 135.958 for Hamilton. 14 laps, again, just the medium tyre. Magnussen 136.225. He's run the medium, 14 laps for him. Logan Sargent, 15th place, 136.556 is his best time. He's done 15 laps. He has run five laps on the medium, and then soft tyre for 1 and 2 laps, so that'll be the same soft tyre. Lando Norris 16th, 136.872, 5 laps for him. Medium tyre. Nick De Vries at 137.532, medium tyre again, 18 laps so far. Esteban Ocon 8 laps. He's only run the hard tyre at 139.848, and Fernando Alonso medium tyre, 2 laps so far on the board. I will say, good example actually on the timing tower of why we have to be careful with testing, because all of the afternoon runners are quite clearly on a different program to at least their teammates, because none of them are anywhere, well, they're not in the top 10 yet. They're not even on the top 10 on the leaderboard. That's all morning times, apart from Verstappen, who's still out there going round. So different programs this morning for all the teams by the look of it, and I'd assume Red Bull are pretty much doing the same as well. So they are your times. I'll go through again on the hour and do all my housekeeping. Then conspiracy theories. I'm going to read a couple from chat just to warm us up. Max says, my favourite F1 conspiracy is literally anything to do with Andre Moda.
Oh, God, yes. If you haven't sorry to advertise other people, but he has been on this channel. You need to watch Josh Revel's video about that, because the stuff he dug up. My God. We need a movie. Forget these, movies about, Hunt Lauder rivalry and whatever Brad Pitt's coming up with. I want a movie about Andrea Moda, because you can't make that stuff up.
Look
Probably
get a Max versus Lewis
helmet.
movie in years' time to come.
Yeah.
The 2007 McLaren being gimped to prevent more scrutiny after Spygate. I'm grinning as I read that one. Alonso came up with the Singapore 2008 crash plan, and Ferrari paid the FIA to say he wasn't involved. Wow, FD30, that's big. These are just conspiracy theories.
That's a good one.
Red Bull, oh no, that's sorry. Pirelli gave special birthday present tyres to Frank Williams for Williams' 2012 win. Maldonado, of course, in Barcelona. Sometimes things are just everything aligns and it's just a lovely moment. But even in those lovely moments, and everything's a bit too convenient, you do think
birthday self-igniting tyres.
Yes. Purple Zebra, the missing diamond. Where is that diamond?
Yeah, I stick by my theory on that one. Because they're not going to scrimp on the glue used for that, are they?
No.
That's going to be locked on there pretty solid. And he balked the front wing, right, and loosened it a little bit. Came in to change the front wing, and whoever changed the front wing just slipped it in a pocket. It was gone. Took the wing off, and it just wasn't there anymore. I know I would have.
I mean, yeah, you want to be rich, don't you? No, it's the whole diamond thing is just so. First of all, who came up with it? Who thought sticking that on the front of an F1 car in Monaco, where there are barriers, was a good idea?
Lawrence Stroll.
Secondly, you absolutely, I'm sorry, you would pocket it. Just something very quick, actually. Good point. We get to conspiracies. I'll try that sentence again. Good point to go over before we get to conspiracies. Travis asking how the tyres are allocated for testing. So, the teams all get 30 sets, ranging from the C0, the hardest compound, down to the C5. They get 2 sets of the prototype tyre, which is a tyre to help Pirelli benchmark their products from the Turkey backup factory against the normal factory. They get 35 slicks in total. 2 lots of intermediates and 2 wets. I don't think we'll need to see them. So just to confirm, that's 30 sets plus 2 sets of the prototype tyre, and the allocation is 35 slicks overall. So 35 slicks was the quicker way to answer that, and 2 intermediates and 2 wets.
Are they going to go along the track with massive water trucks to wet the track out, do you know, this weekend? Because they usually sometimes
did it in Barcelona, didn't they?
Yeah.
But I guess it kind of depends how hot it is, because
it'll just dry straight away.
Evaporate in the desert, won't it?
Yeah.
Like, I don't know how hot it is out there. Maybe, I don't know. But we should start to see the light dim quite nicely now. No sandstorms this year, though, which is good.
They should actually do that little feature, especially if it is used as a testing track. Is just install sprinklers on the side. What Bernie said a few years ago, and just turn them on and just wet the tracks.
Masterclass has a conspiracy. Says, I like the Glock slowing down so Lewis could win the first championship. Conspiracy. Just as crazy as Max being helped by Massey. Clown still living in 2021. By the way, the season wasn't one race long, people. There you go.
Yeah.
I didn't mean to keep reading all of that, but I kind of committed to it. So opinions are opinions.
I mean, I must admit, I did think that Glock had slowed down of his own volition to help Lewis. They knew each other. They were on relatively good terms.
Look at his onboard, though.
Until I saw his onboard.
Yeah.
Glock should get a trophy just for getting around the lap and not putting it in a wall.
Yeah. Also, with the Massey one, not necessarily just the last race, but the last 4 or 5 races, I feel like all decisions were made to keep both of them as close as possible. to make it exciting. They just thought, yeah, let's just make it entertainment rather than the sport.
Do you know?
It feels that way.
I don't want to get into it too much because it's just like you can't have a conversation about it really without somebody starting. But Brazil, what happened in Brazil?
That's for me is the
Anywhere else
biggest one.
earlier in the season gets a penalty.
Like how that even wasn't a penalty. Like Max didn't even make the corner himself. He missed it by 20 feet. How that wasn't anything is beyond me.
That's earlier in the. If that happens to that extent earlier in the season, like Bahrain, then that's probably a 5-second penalty. But even if Verstappen had got a 5-second penalty, he still would have been second. So the point I'm getting at is I totally understand why you're saying it felt like decisions were being made because they wanted this big grandstand finish. That could just be a big conspiracy, but that's
it's not like Saudi
reason.
Arabia as well. I feel like if that was anywhere else in the season or potentially another driver, that would have been a bigger penalty. The penalty just happened to be a penalty which puts him in a place that ties him with Lewis on points, things like that. I feel like there's just a lot of decisions. I feel like Lewis should have got a penalty for Abu Dhabi going across the after the first straight. He should have been told to give that place back, but
well, the thing is with 2021, if I go through the whole season, there's lots of stuff I raise an eyebrow at. Not just about Lewis Hamilton and Max Verstappen. There are lots of decisions. So the whole thing, again, last line, then we're going to conspiracies. The whole thing, we're kind of on a conspiracy, aren't we? But the whole thing with Massey, for me, it wasn't even just about what happened in the back end of the season. It was him as a whole. We discussed many times on stream, didn't we, Jonty, about some of the decision making and it was inevitable that somebody had to get the slap on the wrist for that, and there had to be some kind of movement. But I'm not going to dwell on it too much because it's 2023.
They've been inconsistent for years, haven't they? Last year, how some people got the meatball flag, other people didn't. No red flag coming out with the the recovery vehicle and stuff like that. Just for the last few years, so many decisions have just been like anyone watching it, just an average F1 viewer is like, why have they not done this? It's common sense to do this or that, or that is a penalty. That's not a I feel like it's just been so all over the place, and they need to sort that out. Get Fred Vasseur in the FI.
Only got the one race director this year, so that in theory should help with consistency because you're not going to have two different race directors with two different interpretations. With one might give a meatball flag for something, another won't. At least we're going to have is it Vitic we've kept?
I have no idea.
I think it's Niels Vitic.
I remember when they first came out, they've got two race directors, and everyone's like, oh, great, you're going to have more people in the room, you've got more people viewing over the thing, they'll be able to come to a decision. It's like, oh no, they're just going to be rotating. It's like, oh.
Yeah, I think you're being very generous by saying that we discussed Massey a lot over the years. I mean, I'll be quite honest, it was me raging about his stupid safety decisions from as early as, I want to say, Monaco 2019.
Which, say that again, Jonty.
2019 Monaco?
We've all gone brain dead.
Yeah, I missed like the first part of that conversation, so I missed what he was.
I heard
it was something with Massey and
head.
Monaco 2019.
Yeah, yes, I'm with you. Yes, yeah. The pit exit incident, or you think of something else?
Sorry, I got distracted. But yeah, this is his safety calls from that early, and it was constantly making the same mistakes over and over again. That's what bugged me. People make mistakes, happens all the time in every profession and walk of life, but making the same one over and over and over is just unforgivable.
Last year, you have Sonoda that hits the barrier and a tiny bit of carbon fiber comes off. In practice, red flag. Mick Schumacher smashes his car in half. Maybe a virtual safety car. Maybe a safety car. You know what I mean? It's like, what?
Yeah, exactly. Some of those decisions were just, ugh.
They're just too slow sometimes. Sometimes you need to be on it. Sometimes they're on it when they don't need to be as strict, and then other times when it needs to be strict and straight on it, it's like they're just going to make a brew, have a nap, and then decide what they want to do.
Well, yeah, I mean, look at Baku 2021.
Yeah.
You got, half the car strewn across the track,
Yeah.
and you've got guys doing half a lap before there's even a virtual safety car.
Yeah. I can understand it a little bit at the start of the race because they usually do that so the pack spreads out a bit and then call it before they get to the accident. But apart from that, there's no reason not to call like a yellow or a red or whatever like straight away.
Has Fernando gone back to a more traditional Fernando Alonso helmet for this year, or is it just me? That yellow is really, that looks like the old Fernando helmet with the yellow and the
it reminds me
blue.
of Norris's, what Norris has used the last few years. Is Norris's inspired off Alonso?
I don't know, but it just jumped out at me. It looked like, and this is so daft because he's been in the car for years, but it just looked like Fernando Alonso was in the car. That's why I like a driver to have pretty much just not the same helmet, but a variation of the same helmet, because that is their identity. And I just looked at him and was like, that's Fernando.
See Aston Martin and give him the yellow bit.
Bored with him, just see what he's like. Yeah, a bit of bouncing. Again, nothing as bad as last year, but I'm trying to look for these things that Jonty spotted. Oh, there's a good undercut in there, isn't there? The Alpine undercut's quite big as well, isn't it? It goes, like you say, half the car.
Yeah, there's a bit of an undercut. They've got quite a deep but quite short and narrow scallop in the top of the side pod as well. But it's nothing as severe as Ferrari, Haas, and Alpine have got. And the undercut underneath the side pod, it's only right at the front. It doesn't follow all the way. It's like they've tried to have a bit of both design philosophies. But speaking of helmets,
oh, don't talk about Bottas, please.
It's absolutely amazing.
He needs to have that for the season, not just testing.
Yeah. But the other one I really love is Esteban Ocon. The black with the red pinstriping design on it. That looks as though it lights up.
I'll have to have a look at that.
I tweeted a picture of it, but it's exactly like the helicopter in Tron. It looks just like the Encom helicopter, and I absolutely love that. It's one of my all-time favourite films. I'm hoping that somehow those are just little LED strips that light up, because that will be incredible.
Especially in a night race, it'd be beautiful.
And I don't care how cheesy it is, the cars should still have LEDs under those.
Oh, neon lights! Imagine Aston Martin with neon green, like the green, like underneath the light. Oh,
they should just have the same colour that the team has well, they don't have it on the timing tower anymore, but you know what I mean. Remember that each team used to have just a little coloured swatch next to the number.
Yeah.
They should just have that. It would be awesome.
I reckon they'd have to be cautious of what colours you have to go, because if it was like Ferrari had red underneath, people would think that's them with the, I guess, might mix it up with the taillight if it's like bad conditions and stuff, but...
Maybe.
Quick question to people watching. For tomorrow, if you're going to be with us, do you want me, or specifically Eru, to change the position number next to the drivers to red if they're not running in a session? So you've got green for those who are running for the morning or afternoon session, and then red for those who aren't, just to kind of, because a few people are confused as to why Hamilton's only got 17 laps, but that's because he's only done the afternoon. So let me know in chat, or some kind of thing we could do, fade it or something, so it looks a bit more obvious that, or are you happy with it as it is? Just let me know. I'm not sure it's something Eru will hear this,
idea.
And that way you'll know that, you know, Sainz is second, but he's not running because he's in red, or the number's in red. So we'll do that. So then you'll know we've got green and red. Yeah, that's pretty damn emphatic in the chat. That's a yes. We'll go with yes.
I don't think you'll need to do a poll.
I was just saying on LEDs. Remember Seb Vettel's Singapore helmet in his Red Bull days? His little flashing LEDs. Such a Seb thing. Anyway, I said that like he was a child, and it mean, oh bless him. But the neon's under the car. No, thank you. I will accept it in Vegas, what? And that only in Vegas, and that's it.
Who would look so cool?
I'll have a look at tyres tomorrow, Raja. I'm not sure if we can, because I can't. I don't want to put information on there that isn't accurate. We can guess it, but I'd rather have definitive. This is the tyre used for the fastest time, if that makes sense. If we can find a source, then I will do it. If not, then I'd rather just tell you as I'm going through the times. But I'll see what I can do.
Right, make a poll.
Oh God,
make a poll in the chat. Undercar
Is
lights, yes or
Jonty
no?
absolutely crackers?
Yes,
Under...
but that's beside the point.
If you manage to finish the race and all of your lights are still intact and not broken or fallen off the car, you get bonus points.
I'll put undercar neons if that's how you spell neons. It's telling me that is not how you spell neons. I'll tell you what, neon lights then. Oh, yeah, stupid thing. I'll ask him.
I did see someone do a
Jonty a
question.
nutter? Yes.
I saw someone ask a question in the chat earlier on as well, saying like, do they only have one engine for 3 days of testing? As far as I'm aware, they have as many as they want to, right? It's
I
just
believe
obviously
so,
that's
yeah.
going into their budget. As
Yeah,
soon
yeah.
as first practice starts or next week, that's when your allocation
Well,
starts.
it goes
for the
into your
season.
manufacturer's budget, doesn't it? I don't.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's not.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, it's not the same. So yeah, they can have as many as they want. It's still only 3 for the season though, and I know it's about we're trying to cut costs and all of that, but could they not have stretched to a 4th? Because Ferrari have already
feel
come out
like,
and said, I think it was Ferrari have come out and said we will need to use 4 engines this year, which isn't a surprise. We know that, but I don't like teams having to come out and say, yeah, we're probably going to have to take penalties later in the year. Let's give us a 4th. We've got extra. We've got not just have we got 1 extra full Grand Prix weekend, we've also got 6 sprints as well.
Plus, if there's a 4th engine, they could maybe run more races at higher power, which means more exciting racing as well.
Yeah, that's a good point, actually, yeah. They can put more strain through, can't they, through some of the engines?
You know, if Red Bull's 30 seconds in front, sure, turn the engine down. Actually, can you even still turn the engine down? There's just you're not allowed to.
Not
now,
in the
right?
race, no.
Yeah.
You have to pick before quali, I believe.
But, you know, if you have one team that's saving their engines, they're a bit slower, and the other one's not, then it's not going to be a nice fight.
Because
if they're both running
otherwise
at
you just
high
get
power.
you just get a race like Monza where everyone takes penalties and qualifying. Qualifying is not pointless, but the result is pointless because it doesn't mean it. Because you're like, oh well, they qualify second, but they're starting 12th. Oh, but they're not going to start 12th because somebody else has taken more, and it's just like, oh. I know they've tweaked it, but it's like, God, just give them a 4th. I know that if you gave F1 teams a 4th engine, they'd want a 5th, and they'd probably use a 5th and all that. But maybe if we go to 24 races, I'll go to 4. Maybe
We've got more races, more sprints, and nothing's changed.
Exactly. Jonty, it's been an hour since you asked your question, believe it or not, about conspiracies. What I read some from chat that conspiracy. You know, I firmly believe that Spygate 2007 deals were done behind the scenes that prevented McLaren winning the championship. I'm sorry. That's why I can't wait for Hamilton's autobiography. I'm a nutter,
Yeah.
I know, I don't care.
The only one that sticks out to me on that is obviously China.
Yeah.
But the part that goes against that is how could they possibly arrange that? They didn't know it was going to rain. They couldn't, predict the rain a year in advance. They couldn't predict the race order or
Yeah.
what would be going on. You know what I mean? It was a case of just await a potential chance or something, or deliberately under refuel so he runs out if that chance doesn't arrive. Whilst I can see the plausibility of it, I can also see the impossibility of doing it on purpose. You know what I mean?
Yeah. No, I'm not saying it necessarily makes sense. And actually, to be fair, Platalobium, True Conspiracy, Balestra rigged the 1989 championship for Prost.
He did.
There's more than the odd conspiracy around him, isn't there?
That's no conspiracy. He did. I don't.
It's 1989. It's the video. It's in the Senna movie, but I'd seen it before, and it's of Ron Dennis afterwards showing footage of cars cutting the corner at Hockenheim, I believe, and there were no penalties given, but Senna was thrown out of Suzuka conveniently. Yeah. It's like, and that also, by the way, is another great example of why criticize Massey, Vitic, Freitas when he was in there, whoever you want, but this inconsistency with regulations, whether it's conspiracy or just through incompetence, isn't anything new in Formula One. Charlie Whiting, absolute legend. He is greatly missed in F1. Nobody could do the job. I think this is why a lot of the race directors struggle, because he did more than just race director. He took on so many roles over his years. Mostly by accident. Well, he made a lot of mistakes.
But I mean, it wasn't anything that was deemed over the last few years the amount of crazy mistakes we've had, though.
I mean, what I'm saying is that even someone like Whiting made mistakes. It's something that's always been in Formula One with race direction. And then, there's loads of reasons. loads of things that were done wrong over the years from different race directors. But I think the race director role has become an impossible job, or not an impossible job, but a difficult job for one person, because we've discussed it before, haven't we, Jonty? Charlie Whiting came in to do a job that I don't think he wanted originally. I might be wrong. I think he was filling in. I could be wrong. It could be something else I'm thinking of, but he ultimately took on extra roles as people left and things got moved around, and he just ended up with this massive job. And then you go to a Michael Massey and you go, they are. And the way he had to jump into it as well, Michael Massey, very short notice. And they've been working with Charlie, but sadly very short notice, and then was expected to crack on. So I'll defend him on that. It's about all I'll defend him on.
Yeah, he kind of went against himself, didn't he, Massey? Like a few years earlier, oh yeah, we finished under the race under safety car because of this, and then doesn't do that what he said a few years later.
We're gonna say sorry, Jonty. We're gonna say something.
No, I was just agreeing with you.
Okay.
Do you know what I miss? I miss those driver briefings, what they did on YouTube a few years ago. I miss those. Those were so good to watch.
Yeah, and I mean they went away because of COVID and what have you, so I'm surprised they're not back.
Yeah.
fully
There's
as
so
they
many
were.
iconic things in that, like Perez, like when he cut the corner and it's like, huh? That iconic gif.
Or Lando losing it because of Danny Rick asking if he's got pubes.
Oh no, I
That
don't
was
mean those ones. I don't mean those ones. I meant the ones where it was like Charlie Whiting talking to all the drivers about the previous race.
Oh, right, yeah,
problems.
the actual.
Yeah. Sorry, I meant those.
The driver's pre-race briefing.
Yeah, those. I miss those.
There's some great memes of Checo, isn't there? His face that he's pulling at one point.
Yeah. The like Grosjean was like, yeah, he cut the corner and he didn't he kept a place and Perez was like, what did I? He knew damn right he did, but he's just like, oh, I didn't realize.
Oh, yeah, that's something people need. A lot of people need to understand about Formula One drivers. They will do something on purpose and know they've done it on purpose, and then will defend it till they're and then will deny it till their dying day because
Yeah.
they're athletes, they're sports people, they're competitive. Something else I've spotted with the incredible Albert Fabrega on Twitter. Have you seen the detailing at the edge of the Mercedes front wing?
I have not.
I'm just looking on Twitter. Sorry, I'm just searching him.
On the outside, there's a lot of trick little winglets which are being used as the structural supports, where the planes sort of hang away from the end plate. It looks very complicated for such a small piece.
What's the F1? What's the Twitter again? What's the name?
I did find
Albert
it. Sorry.
Fabrega.
So the Mercedes front wing. Let's have a look. God, he's got a lot of stuff up. He loves going through this stuff, doesn't he? He's so good at it. Is that the winglets and connections between side plate and flaps?
Yeah, that's the one.
Okay. Sorry, I realise we're looking at pictures and I've not got them on the stream, but I'm not nicking his pictures. So I'll let Jonty try and describe it as best he can.
Well, where it's kind of more like the main plane folds up as opposed to an actual end plate these days. But the sort of the secondary planes going backwards, the second, third, and fourth, where last year they were sort of hanging down from the leading edge. Mercedes have actually completely separated them now, and there's a little arm between the two, like the ones you usually see across the middle holding them together. It's just a hell of a lot more intricate than anyone else has done so far. And the other image I'd seen him put up, which looks good for Red Bull, is the flow-vis around their side pod undercut. It's super smooth and clean. There's hardly any overspill. they've got that air controlled and doing exactly what they want it to. That car is going to be quick.
Not as emphatic as you think, by the way, Jonty. The poll, I'm going to end it now. Only 60% agree with you. 40% say no. It's still a win, but it's not as... I think you were expecting a lot of people to agree, weren't you, with the neons?
Hey, at least YouTube added up the percentages correctly to 100 this time.
It says 59% on
It
my
says
screen.
59 here, yeah. It's scores 59
Oh, has it just gone wrong now? Oh.
Twitch is the worst for that. A streamer I watch, his chat always tries to sort of balance out the polls perfectly, and once he had 5 different options, and his chat managed to get all 5 of them to be 20%, and then the result was 101. This isn't difficult maths you're doing here, Twitch, and you are effectively a computer.
Logan Sargent out of the car. We'll go through the times in just a second, because we're nearly on the hour. I'm just going to put another load of pictures in for us to have a look at. Let us know what you think about the timing, by the way, the grayed out. Eru has just the only issue with changing the numbers, if they have to change them every single time that a driver moved. So it'd be having to switch between red and green and messing about with that. So grayed out. We could put the other names in red, in a light red, a pinky colour, just to make it a bit clearer. But if you can see that fine, then we'll leave it like that. But let me know. It's up to you guys. You guys are watching. I can see fine because I've got, well, I'll tell you now, I've got 5 screens.
I think that's fine.
And a phone, that's 6.
I think it'd be either making them like you have done now, or you change the background between them or something like that.
But because of the way it's all set up with the macro, you'd have to change the colours each time, and it would just get a bit much more important than we see the times. More important we see the times.
Yeah.
Everyone seems to say it's okay. It's difficult for me to tell because I know some people watch on mobile. I've got, like I said, I've got 6 screens here, and I can see it all fine, but that doesn't mean that everyone can. So
you have 6 screens?
Well, 6 with my phone. So I've got live timing and my Google Drive, so I can take things out and put them into the stream like images. I've got live timing, another live timing on another screen. I've then got my live chat, my studio. Then I've got another one with Discord and OBS on, and then I've got one running the F1 testing as well.
Okay, so after the stream, you need to take a picture of this setup so I can see it, and you need to
send it to monitors. It's like a TV production, and it's not even that, is it?
I want to see it.
Everyone sees a bat cave. Yes, Kevin, it's a bat cave. Everybody's saying it looks okay, so we'll leave it at that then. Eru, if you're listening, which you should be. Let's go. That was a bit too aggressive with words. Let me go through the times then. We are on the hour, 2 p.m. in the UK, 2.5 hours left worth of testing, which is very exciting. Not long till day 1's done, but then it's day 2 again. I'm ready for those times on Saturday. Hopefully, a bit quicker, a bit more dramatic. We've got Alonso out there at the moment. I shall tell you who's out on track. Alonso, De Vries, and Ocon at the moment. Max Verstappen still has the fastest time of the day on a 132.959. He's gone through the 100, 106 laps in total. Carlos Sainz 133.253, 72 laps for him. Verstappen has used only the mediums today, so that's where his fastest times come from. Sainz as well, his was on the medium tyre. Albon was on a soft tyre when he did his 133.671 for P3, 74 laps completed, 67 laps for Zhou Guanyu. He only used the medium as well at 133.723. Lewis Hamilton has gone up to 5th place. He's in this afternoon in place of George Russell, 133.901. He's only used the mediums as well, 20 laps so far. George Russell did 69 laps this morning, did use the prototype, which is a medium tyre, and then used a medium tyre to set his fastest time of a 134.174. Mediums as well for Leclerc, 134.352, 29 laps. He's in for Sainz. He's moved up into 7th place. We're starting to get a few more slightly quicker times. Alonso hops up on the official timing. Our time will update in a moment to a 133.764. He is on, just a second, he is on the medium with the brackets, which is a C3, I believe, to set that time. So he's up into 5th place, 11 laps so far. That drops Leclerc down to 8th. Hulkenberg 9th, 134.424. That was the medium tyre for him, 51 laps, 40 laps for Drugovic, who is 10th place, 134.564. That was the medium as well. Yuki Tsunoda 134.671, 46 laps. He's used medium and prototype tyres and a short stint on the softs as well. Gasly, 34.822, 60 laps this morning, and that must have been set on the medium tyre as well. He's only really used them, although it's as hard as well as his last tyre, so I don't know how he's only just used medium, but there you go. Piastri, 13th place, hard tyre. It says here, but he also used a medium, so it could have come from that. 52 laps, 134.888. Bottas in this afternoon for Zhou, 14th, 135.206. 21 laps on the board, has only used mediums so far. Magnussen in for Hulkenberg, 135.448, has only used the mediums as well. 21 laps as well as Bottas. 27 laps, De Vries is out there. He's only used mediums, a 136.434. Sargent doesn't say what he's on at the moment, but he has used mediums and softs, and so far has a 36.556, 24 laps. Lando Norris has only done 5 laps. I will go check McLaren Twitter in just a moment. 136.872. He's only used the mediums, and in fact, Norris is not in the car either, and doesn't look like he's getting in anytime soon. He's sort of, well, I say that he's sat on it, but he's not in it. There you go. Ocon is the last of the runners at the moment, lap time wise, 38.541, 19 laps, has used the hards, so I assume that's where that lap has come from as well. Yeah, usual housekeeping. Please do subscribe if you're new. Don't forget to drop a like. We're getting dangerously close to 1,000 likes, so let's try and get it over to that 1,000 now. 2,000 watching, 8,874 likes, so let's try and get that up. Also, if you want to support the stream, you can do through Super Chat, Streamlabs, and through PayPal. Everything appreciated. Every penny is going back into the channel to replace the crap I had to sell from a setup, including, and Dyllan will be he'll be horrified when I say this, including my Stream Deck. He'll not be impressed
with
with
that. What
that.
about your Stream Deck?
I sold it. Had to pay the rent. It's not been a good winter. And also, you can, of course, follow me on social media. If you want, I don't think the links are down there, to be fair, but just at F1 Word or the F1 Word, I will be somewhere. Twitter, Facebook, and the Instagram. I am not on TikTok. I keep being told I should be on TikTok, but even though there are people much older than me using TikTok, at 36, nearly 37, I feel too old for TikTok. I'm going to be honest.
Hey, I want to see Spudsy on TikTok.
Not happening. Jonty wants me on Twitch as well. He'll tell me in a minute, or message me later and tell me off. He needs to be on Twitch, boy.
Yep.
Yo, get that marbles racing going again.
Yeah.
Jonty loves a bit of marbles.
I'm just watching what the hell's going on McLaren.
Yeah, they've got all sorts going around the brakes, haven't they, by the look of it, on the front left as we look at it, front right.
What is that device? Is that a camera that's...
I think it's a heat gun.
Oh. I wonder if something's melted and they need to heat it up to, like, unmelt it.
I mean, it looks like they're just trying to soften the tape so they can mold it into fitting whatever they want. I don't know if it's a crack on, like, the wheel brow or something. I don't know.
So mechanic
Or
takes up
broken
the
brake
right
duct.
front wheel brow, as we're calling it. So I'll keep an eye. I'm just going to go and check some of the blogs that are doing the rounds, and they might have some info from some of the peeps on the ground. So a lot of work going on down at McLaren. Plenty of tape and heat guns being applied to the wheel brows and front wheels areas, but it doesn't look like a brake issue, which is what the team suffered here last year. So keep an eye. As soon as I see anything, I will let you know. But issues down at McLaren potentially. Well, definitely he's now on track. Thank you very much to Mike for your super chat. Says 1,000 cents for 1,000 likes. Thank you very much, mate. Really appreciate that one. And everyone who's contributed anything towards the stream, thank you so much. Thank you as well to Isaac Cummings, who's joined over on Patreon. I will get that updated. I'll try and do it for tomorrow, but definitely from the preview next week. We'll get your name at the end of the video. So thank you so much, Isaac. Massively appreciated. And to everyone dropping super chats and likes and everything. We're only 40 away from 1,000, so that's good stuff. All good. All good. We're watching a bit of Lewis Hamilton on board. Why not? Michael wants to know if it's worth purchasing F1 TV Pro. Now, I'm going to put that to chat for you, Michael, because I can't I can't say for sure because I've not got Pro. However, I can tell you that the F1 TV Lite, or whatever they call it, which is basically a big archive. It's. I know there are other ways, Jonty, before you slap me through the microphone, of watching these races, but for £2.29, it's not bad at all for the archive you get and everything like that. So,
Oh yeah,
I love the archive. I love it. I go to bed sometimes watching races, falling asleep to it. You know, who would have thought cars going ring puts you to sleep? But I love it.
yeah. I mean, I've got my own archive, which is actually bigger than F1 TVs.
I had an archive on my Skybox recording and then I'd delete the rubbish races but keep the good ones so I could go back and watch them if I was feeling it. But they have the previous season, they had them all up there pretty quick, so I was like, I'll just watch it on F1 TV.
Well, no, I found a torrent, naughty word, that's every race in full back to 1978. So there's an extra 3 years on what F1 TV's got.
What does Pro give you that the other one doesn't as well? Can we get Pro
live,
in the UK?
no, you can't get Pro. It's that's all the live races, and that we have to have Sky.
Goddamn Sky.
God's sake. Yeah, but
Do you know how much we have to pay a month for that? I mean, to be fair, at least Sky works.
It's only about
Does F1 Pro work still?
It's only about 10, 12 quid. I think it's not expensive.
Well, apparently,
Well,
Sky actually
it's all
changed
relative.
it now, where you can get F1 TV separately.
I know they did that a few years ago. Where you could get
When
just
it
the
first appeared,
Sky
it was a
F1 channel.
fiver.
Just the F1 channel.
Yeah, when it first moved to Sky, the F1 channel was a
Oh.
fiver by itself.
Because I remember when they added all of those
2011,
channels,
12.
and then they added the package where you could just pay for one channel, it was still 12, 15
I
quid
have
for just
all of them.
F1.
I don't like gold.
Yeah, I do. I pay for
But
all of them
now
as well.
it's. I think I only saw a tweet about it 2 or 3 days ago, where Sky are offering the F1 channel by itself for like $14.99, maybe a little bit less.
I'm looking into that. Then do you think that's part of the new deal they've done with F1? Do you think F1 have said, look, if you're not going to agree that we can bring F1 TV in, or we can't do an agreement on that, can you at least just offer the channel for a similar price?
I wouldn't be surprised.
I think I pay 18 quid for all of them because I get a in-deal discount, and then as soon as it ends, I just renew it with another deal. I'm going to have a look. I'm logging out of my Sky now, and I'm seeing what deal I'll get offered if I was a new customer.
I mean, I'm still using Now TV, just because as long as you keep an eye on your offers and what have you, you can get it sorted. Obviously, last year, because obviously it's month to month, and last July, I cancelled on the day of Hungary, because obviously then it would finish.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I used to watch F1, but I wasn't a huge fan of of Now TV. Couldn't record it, and then
No, that's
also, if I couldn't watch it live at that moment in time because I couldn't pause or record or anything like that, I just had to wait till when it was next live
Yeah.
on Now TV. So that was a problem.
Yeah, but then halfway through August, or I think third week of August, with F1 about to come back from the summer break, I got a deal saying 25 quid a month for 12 months. So obviously I jumped on that.
I'll have to have a look into
That's
that.
for all
'cause
of
I'm
the
paying more than
sports.
that, I can tell you that. Paying more than that.
But
Yeah.
all you have to do is just sit down and honestly and truthfully ask yourself, how much of all of these channels do you actually watch? Because if you almost never watch, the TV channels, the movies, what have you, there's literally no point.
Yeah.
There's no point at all.
Looking on Sky's website, you can get Sky F1 for 15 quid a month, but you need Sky Q, or you can get the entire Sky package for 20 quid. So you can save a £5 a month.
Yeah, it's
If
not
you just
that much of a
F1.
saving.
Yeah, depends if you watch any of the other F1 channel, any other channels like football or whatever.
Yeah, and like I say, with the offers that Now TV give you, yes, you do have to pay for 1080p, which is annoying.
It's 2023.
That's
Why are you
crazy.
paying
I
for
know.
1080p? 4K
Yeah, I know,
maybe,
it's
but goodness me.
ridiculous, But
Yeah,
because
Netflix
of
do that
how-
as well. If you lower your subscription,
Yeah.
you're only on 720p.
that was a big tut. I'm tutting on behalf of everybody.
If you do
Yep.
pay attention to the offers, I've got all the sports, all the movies, and all the entertainment, which it does have live channels, but it just use it for the box sets and what have you. All in for £32 a month until June. All of it.
Oh,
Because of the offer, I've got like the entertainment at £1 a month for 6 months. I've got the movies at £3 a month for 6 months.
How? May I
Because
ask?
those are because you've already had it once, and those are the offers they keep throwing at you to get you to come back. So all you do is
Is
you
that
take the
through
offers,
Now
then
TV
have
or is
them-
that through Sky?
That's through Now TV. So all you once the offer runs out, you cancel, and then 3 to 4 weeks later, you're going to get another offer of try this.
Yeah.
Just as a kind of an extension to add to what me and Aldas were saying earlier, actually, just a little bit off topic for that one, but Aluni Bravi is on the pit wall at Alfa Romeo Sauber, so we knew he was taking on the responsibilities of team principal, but he's not taking the title of team principal, but he is there in testing, so I just wanted to point that out, just for those who've been here all day. Lewis Hamilton, nice and wide there, on the run to the hairpin. Some Flovis. Is it on the Mercedes, the Flovis, or is that just his bright yellow? It's just his bright yellow things. That's his bright yellow accents. That's fine. But yeah, so it's Aluni Bravi is down there, so he is taking on the team representative role, was how he was described there, and he's doing the team principal bits as well. But as I said earlier, don't be at all surprised if suddenly Andreas Seidel becomes outright team principal for 2026. I wouldn't be surprised. In the summer, Sky usually offer F1 for £10 a month, says Phil. Beth, £240 a year to watch 23 races. No thanks, I'd rather pay F1 Word. Thank you very much, Beth. I appreciate that one. A few people lolling at the idea of paying for 1080p.
That I've seen a lot of people talking about, and obviously you can do it through sneaky VPNs, blah blah blah, is F1 Multiviewer, which works with F1 TV, but kind of splits up the feed, so you can have like the live cameras and the live track map and the live timing and what have you, all on
Is that like what Sky give you with a red button sort of thing?
Yeah, but like all at once.
Yeah.
On your monitor. I haven't looked too far into it, and it does take some setting up because you can manage to get F1 TV in the UK. It just takes a lot of pissing about.
Hamilton on the medium tyres has just gone third, 133.508. Or he's recently gone third. It's just updated. So yeah, he's up to third place at the moment. Half a second off the fastest time of the day so far. Again on those medium tyres. Alonso is out there. Verstappen is out there. Bottas is out there. Sargent is out there. And Ocon is out there. Hopefully Ocon's on... Official time is still on the hard, but I'm guessing he might go and give the mediums a go shortly. As we come to 2 hours and 15 minutes left. It's been a typical day one of testing, I would say. Not all that. Not the testing's totally thrilling all the time, but not all that thrilling, and a lot of people just pumping in the laps. Verstappen going slowly, I assume, to let Fernando Alonso through. I'll keep an eye on him though, just in case. It looks like he's just let Alonso through. I'm sure.
Are you watching it on the TV, or have you got it on your monitor on an app?
TV.
Because I am watching it on the monitor, and it's just no matter if I watch it on a monitor on the app or through Sky Go on my phone, it's always like 40 seconds to a minute behind my TV, and I'm like, but I can't be on my computer and watch my TV. It's awkward.
It's Sky Go is about a minute behind, I think.
Yeah, it's really annoying. Even though I'm feeding it off my Skybox, it's like, we're gonna just delay it.
Yeah, you see, I want a third monitor, but I kind of want to get like the same size TV as opposed to a monitor because it's not going to be used for gaming anyway. So having it as a TV as opposed to a monitor would be so much more useful.
Be cheaper as well, I think, wouldn't it?
And if you had it as a TV, would you connect up a box to it or a Fire Stick or something like that, or would you just use it? Because you probably might be able to do that with certain monitors as well, right?
Possibly, yeah. But I'd also run like the older consoles and stuff through it.
Just hit 1,000 likes. Thank you very much, everybody. Now I tell you, I'm charging you £1 for each. I'm not really. Thank you very much. I think that's the first stream to go through 1,000 likes since probably the testing streams last year, but possibly the year before. So thank you very much, everybody. Keep liking, though. We'll see if we can break a record. I gotta have a look at a bit and see what that record is. But yeah, that's Verstappen's on one here, by the way. I'll keep an eye on him. But yes, thank you very much for that, guys. That's nice to see. Always nice to see. Pizza for everyone on Sean. I Can't afford pizza for me, Annette. I'll tell you what, Annette, I'll make you a pizza that's just pineapple. Just pineapple all over a pizza base. And by pizza base, I mean a slice of bread that I've lightly toasted. You're getting pineapple on toast is what I'm telling you, Annette. I'm sorry. Verstappen coming through is going to watch this. Oh, big snap. By big snap, I mean big snap for testing on the exit of turn 14 there. That might have cost him some time. Not that he'll be too concerned, but he has gone purple and purple. Coming through the final corner now. Oh, wide over the curbs. Oh, kicking up dust. That's not a tidy finish. And he's still gone quicker, though. 132.837. So a little bit quicker for Max, but he had the snap at turn 14, which I hope to get a replay of, and was very wide and over the curb in the final corner, which will have cost him a little bit of time. So purple, purple, yellow is what we've got. 29.4, 40 more or less flat, and then 23.3 for Max. I want to replay that turn 14 moment. Absolutely. I'll say it again. Curious has just said, as always, take testing with a bag full of salt, with a gritter full of salt. Definitely. Just going to watch him here as he comes. Is this turn 14? No, this is up at turn 4. A slide there as well and wide. So not a bad lap at all considering. And then are they going to show it again in 4? They are. I want to see 14 again. That was a bit more dramatic. Bit of a twitch and a wobble through there. And then we'll see what he does through turn. This is turn 15, really wide. They've not gone to turn 14 yet. I mean, I say very wide, completely wide, not even close to that's my kind of line, that is. Ocon coming up to the awkward turn 10 with a lock up and goes almost into the runoff. Just about saves that, though. Not that it matters because it's all concrete anyway and tarmac, isn't it? It's not. There's no gravel there in Bahrain, really, so they'll be fine out there. I'll go through times in about 10 minutes as well, just to let you know. Got power back an hour ago. Anything interesting happened during the day? Also, Sean, the no footage button. Yeah, I need to work on that rule. I said I wouldn't I? Just anything interesting happened since Raoul was here this morning? Honestly, not really. Not exciting. I mean, we just have Max do a good lap and sliding all over the place. We've discussed the bouncing, which doesn't seem that big of a deal. There is the only thing really happening at the moment is down at McLaren. And what is going on there. So I'll have another check and see what the... I was going to do a situation. I was going to see what that is down at McLaren. Nothing else from them at the moment. Sorry, Jonty, I keep cutting you off.
I've got to say, that was an incredibly dramatic lap from Max to only go like a tenth and a bit quicker.
This morning, the Red Bull seemed a bit like he was fighting it quite a lot as well. I mean, so he's got pace in the car, but he's fighting it quite a lot.
I mean, it looked like he was really wringing the neck of the car then and didn't go that much quicker.
Thank you very much, by the way, to Raymond over on PayPal for your very generous contribution. It says, from one hard winter recipient to another. Thank you so much. Really appreciate that one, mate. That's really good of you and really kind of you. Thank you for your support on the channel. I'll make sure that goes towards what it needs to go towards. So yeah, thank you very much. I'll just have a look now for the anything else on McLaren. So the F1 official feed saying it hasn't been a smooth start to testing for the Papaya team. The Papaya team being McLaren. 52 laps Piastri, 5-4. Yeah, no major update on what is happening at McLaren. No, nothing there at the moment. So I will keep an eye. There's nothing on the official Twitter feed, but bear in mind, teams do like to be quite quiet when things go wrong in testing. I'll do a quick Twitter search for what it's worth, but there are issues at McLaren. So what's basically happened, if you are like Raoul just joining us again, or you're coming in a little bit later, they're doing a lot of work on the wheel brows, the front left as you look at it, right on the car. I don't know if they did on the other side. They might be doing. It doesn't look like a brake issue, but they've got heat guns there and a lot of tape being applied, and they're still working on it. So according to no, that's a different person. Sorry. So apparently they're repairing the brake cooling intake connection to the front wheel deflector. There's cracks, apparently. That was 5 minutes ago. Nothing official, but that's what's being said. So, real problems down at McLaren.
Begs the question of why it's cracked. Do you think that might be similar to the dimple issues, just pushing how thin they can go with stuff to save weight?
Could be. I'm not in my technical stuff, Jonty, but it very well could be. But I can't find anything unless I assume you haven't spotted anything either. I can't spot anything new on there, but it is just thank you, Annette, for sharing the Autosport one for me as well in Discord. Yeah. Mechanic takes up the right front wheel brass, so there's big issues going on down there. So hopefully things will. I'm worried. I worry about McLaren when these things happen. They've got this thing. Sometimes they have a test, don't they, Jonty? And it's brilliant. And then we see like Fernando losing his wheel one year in the gravel in Barcelona, and
Yeah.
it always seems to be McLaren that seems to have these issues. I'm sure it's not. It's just the way it feels. Everyone will have their issues, but I hope that isn't.
Last year
Yeah,
as well,
they
didn't
did.
I was just thinking that they had pretty much the same thing last year, or something similar.
I can't remember what the
I think
brake issue
brakes
was
were
last year, but it
overheating
was
very quickly, weren't they, or something?
Yeah, they were.
they struggled for the first sort of chunk of the season, didn't they? With that, or the first few races with that,
Yeah.
and they were nowhere in Bahrain last year, which really was quite bad. Thank you very much to Anthony V for your super chat. Thank you very much, mate, for your support. It says, cheers, guys. What's your biggest surprise so far for day one of testing? That's a very good question as we get close to going through the times again. Thank you for your super chat. Really appreciate that. Also, thank you for getting the stream through 100,000 views. Been a while since I've seen that on the channel. But maybe, Sean, if you uploaded and stream more often, people will come and watch your content. Crazy thought. To kind of paraphrase Jonty, get your head out your arse, Sean. It's told me more than a few times, but yes, good question. What's your biggest surprise so far for day one of testing? My biggest surprise, and I'm not just saying this to be funny or to try and make something out of nothing, my biggest surprise was how unspectacular the Red Bull was to look at. I honestly thought, and I said it this morning, I honestly thought that the way they've been so secretive over this car, they were going to come out with 8 wheels, powered by a jet engine and towed by a unicorn. I was expecting something to that level of crazy, and it just looks, it's obviously an evolution of last year's car, but there's nothing there that made me go, oh my god, what a huge shock that is. That's truly my biggest surprise so far, Jonty. What's yours?
I gotta say, my biggest surprise is Aston electing to put in Drugovic. Obviously, with the difficult situation to deal with, but I honestly thought they would have just switched to how Red Bull have split up their drivers and put Alonso in straight away to potentially give Stroll a bit more time to recover, and then put someone else in at the end if they have to, or let Alonso do all of it if the regs allow.
Yeah. What about you, Dyllan?
I agree with Jonty there, and to add to it, Alonso's got a lot of experience, so we'd be able to give more feedback sooner on how the car's performing and how to go in the right direction. But I'm also kind of surprised about how little red flags we've had, to be honest, as well. Usually you'd have a couple of cars breaking down here and there, and then they throw a red flag out, even if it's nothing major, but we haven't really had anything. Apart from the Aston Martin at the start, all the issues have been in the garage.
Just to check with you, Naughty 88, who's the hater? Because I've heard no hate on this stream, and it's you say it's hilarious to listen to. I think it's hilarious that you think there's any hate on this stream. It couldn't be any more further from the truth with that. Don't be so ridiculous. Thank you, Minty. I'm going to go have a look at the race now. Have a breakdown of the
And
RB19.
I'm going to for a yellow flag.
You're for a yellow flag. Okie dokie. I'll go for one in a bit. It's an age thing, I swear. Let me see if I can find it. So, there you go. No. Try and find it. And I will word this as well. I've come into 2023 with zero tolerance for idiots. So if you carry that on, mate, you'll get timed out. And if you carry on, you get muted. Sorry to everyone. I don't mean to take poking tax at people, but I get really annoyed with random people being idiots, which is ironic because I'm a bit of an idiot. I can't find this one, Minty. It's not on my feed, so I'll keep an eye out for it. If I can't get on it today, I will have a look tomorrow, for tomorrow, and go from there. Definitely. Yeah, you're getting blocked, mate. You've just been an absolute moron. What was I going to say then? Yeah, so I'll have a look. I'll have a look in a bit again, Minty, see if I can find the article. If not, I'll have a look after the stream tonight, and I'll go and have a read of that, and then we'll break down some of the bits of what we've seen on the Red Bull. Because you know what I'm like with my technical stuff. I can guess it, but it's not pretty. So yeah, it says session finished on my timing screen again now. I can confirm the session has not finished. We are still ticking away. We've got a green flag at the moment, so I will run through the times whilst I'm talking. Yeah, thanks, Annette. I know. 99.9% of people are brilliant, and there's just always one every year, so I'm not dealing with it this year. Max Verstappen, who I hate apparently and have never said a bad word against, is P1 with a 132.837. That was set in this session, 115 laps on the board. So getting those laps in, which is important, as I keep saying. People in chat keep pointing out times mean nothing. We know they mean nothing. It is mostly the laps, certainly early in testing. Carlos Sainz this morning, 133.253, 72 laps, 26 laps for Lewis Hamilton so far this afternoon, 133.508. Yes, only on the medium tyre there, so he definitely is a medium for his fastest lap. Alex Albon this morning, 133.671, soft tyre with his fastest time, 74 laps in total, 67 laps for Zhou Guanyu. I seem to be surprised every time I read that for some reason. 133.723. Fernando Alonso up to 6th place, 133.764, 23 laps he's in for Drugovich this afternoon. In case you didn't know, Lance Stroll will not be taking part in testing due to an injury. Charles Leclerc, 7th place. He's in for Sainz, 33 laps, 133.992. Russell, 134.174, 69 laps for him. 134.424, 51 laps for Hulkenberg. That was Hulkenberg with that time, by the way. Bottas, 134.558. He's in for Zhou, 31 laps so far. Drugovich did 40 this morning, despite the early issues and red flag, 134.564. Yuki Tsunoda, 134.671, 46 laps. 35 laps for Nick Debris. He's a 134.782. Gasly, 134.822, 60 laps. 52 laps for Oscar Piastri this morning. Looks like at the moment he will be the only McLaren to hit half a century, although Norris is back out on track, so maybe he'll get there as well. We'll see. Kevin Magnussen, 135.448, 23 laps for him. Logan Sargent, 136.170, 38 laps. Lando Norris, like I say, just gone back out on track after some issues around his brake cooling, by the look of things. Just waiting for confirmation on that. 36.872, 6 laps on the board. Ocon's done 23 laps, only a 138.541. That's on a hard tyre, though. Quietly going about his business in 19th. I'll check with Alpine ever so shortly to see when... well, I'll check Alpine actually now before I do that. I'll check Alpine, make sure there's nothing going on down there. Just the one red flag today so far. That was this morning with Felipe Drugovich stopping with an electrical issue. We did have a virtual safety car test, but it was just a test. There was no reason for that. Although we did see some debris fly off Nico Hulkenberg's Haas. He's in a Haas this year, isn't he? Early on in the session, which has eventually just got kicked to the side, and it's absolutely fine. There we go. There are your times for day one so far. If you are just joining by the stream, the slightly faded, greyed out names are the drivers who were in the cars this morning. The, let's say, brilliant white names, they are people who are driving this afternoon. Just try and make that a little bit clearer for those, and we'll hopefully, if that's all okay, we'll leave it at that. If not, we'll tweak it for tomorrow. What did I want to... I will tell you what I'm going to ask you about. No, I'm not. I'm going to save that for tomorrow. I've got it on my whiteboard. I'm going to save it for tomorrow. I'm going to take a couple more comments from the chat and a couple of questions first, because that's the point of these streams.
You've got to tell us what it was now.
No, you can wait till tomorrow. I'm going to save it now. I'm going to be mean.
I've also found out you have a whiteboard on your setup as well. So
I
that's
do,
another
yeah.
thing.
I'm incredibly organised. I have an incredible amount of things to help me be organised. So it's quite amazing how disorganised I am. Really, it's not good.
It's more than I've got around me. I've just got like model cars and a tyre.
See, I'd rather have that in some ways. Yeah, if you've got any questions in chat, do throw it somewhere. Well, throw it in the chat, ideally. X Vampire says, I saw somewhere that Stroll has broken his wrist. Is that true? It's a rumour at the moment, so nothing official. But I'm sure we'll find out when they need us to. But there is some speculation that is the case. So, again, no, nothing official. Tim C says, more Sam, less Ted, ? I mean, during testing, obviously F1 and Sky work quite closely, don't they, together? So they're probably just sharing resources and staff, if you like. But I think I wouldn't mind a bit of Sam Collins alongside Ted Kravitz, not necessarily at the same time on Sky, because I think Sam does a great job as well. They're both really good. I'll tell you what they're really good at. They're really good at helping people like me understand things technical. I think they're really good. They're not patronising with it, but they're very good at explaining things. So I do enjoy a bit of Sam Collins and a bit of Ted as well. So and good to see you as well, Tim. Thank you for your likes throughout the winter. Always pops a thumbs up in the comments to help me in the algorithm. Thank you very much as well. John says, great coverage, guys. Thank you. It's always good to sit and waffle with you all throughout testing. Let's see if we can get a question. Yes, Phil Pott. Afternoon, mate. I think it will be Drugovic that replaces him. So let's find a question that could keep us talking. Or specifically keep you two talking while I go for a yellow flag. What do you guys think of Logan Sargent? Reckon he'll be get a good season in. That's from Michael Blackman. Who wants to come in on that while I disappear? And then I'll leave you two for 2 minutes if that's okay.
You can start off if you want to, Jonty.
Dylan's like, I ain't answering that.
Sorry,
I mean, I
that.
can do, but it's just I know Jonty's usually
the question. I'm going to nip to the bathroom. Michael wants to know what you think of Logan Sargent. Do you think he'll get a good season in?
Oh yeah, of course.
I'll be back.
I
in
did
2
hear
minutes.
that. He's got the potential to do all right. I mean, honestly, there's other drivers I would have taken over him if they had the option. But I think it's good that Williams are looking to bring in someone who can grow potentially with the team as if they improve, as opposed to just sticking with a steady pay driver. I'm not hating on Nicholas, but he was never going to help the team push forward. Albon definitely can help the team push forward, and I think that Sargent is a sensible option, and it also opens up the possibility of bringing in more American sponsorship, which is a very sensible business decision. I don't think he'll be anywhere near Albon, but that'll purely be an experience thing and the Williams presumably not being that competitive. So that's fair, Dylan?
Yeah, I haven't really followed him too much, so I don't know how did he do in the F2 season? Where did he finish? Can you remember?
I mean, a lot of it will come down to how much of the F2 and F3 you've watched over the last few years.
Bits and bobs. I watched on and off, but I just couldn't remember exactly where he finished. I know that is it Hauger got kind of like screwed over a few times last season with safety cars and stuff. I can't remember if it was Hauger or not. But yeah, I don't know. I feel like it's probably one of the best teams for him to go into to kind of start off his F1 career. He's not got a lot of pressure on him, considering it's like Williams that's a back marker. But Albon's also, I think he is a pretty good driver, so it's a good benchmark for you to kind of be able to compare both of them together to kind of see how he performs. You know, if it was him and Latifi, it's very different. Whereas Albon, I personally think, is a very good driver in his first season in the Toro Rosso. I think he did very well, which is obviously why he went up to Red Bull the next season for half a season. And even that part, I thought he did well in the Red Bull. But yeah, I don't know. I just hope Williams are more competitive. So even if he's behind Albon. He's still fighting with other people and he's not just trundling along at the back on his own, you know? That's what I hope for.
Yeah, that's fair. I mean, like I said, there is a couple of people I probably would have tried to get over him, even if it meant doing a little deal with the other teams. You know,
Yeah.
someone like Jack Doohan or even Porcher, maybe.
I thought they might have fought more for De Vries. Unless
Well, yeah.
AlphaTauri just decided to pay so much money that Williams was like, okay, we can't even go anywhere near that, you know?
That sounds like it's probably the more likely scenario of what happened there.
Yeah, because they did get in contact with Ricardo as well, but he was asking for too much, right? As well.
Yeah, apparently Ricardo was asking for 10 million.
Yeah, something like
which
that.
Is
Plus, they would have had to buy out of McLaren's contract as well, or something. I think, right?
Yeah, damn it, that's a lot to ask for. Well, respect to him, a driver that looked pretty washed last year.
Yeah, definitely. But
I'm back.
Yeah, I don't know. I hope he does. I hope Sergio does good. It's nice to see an American on the track as well.
Especially with
Yes.
3 American races this year, or US races this year.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. What's your guys' thoughts on Vegas?
Sorry, I've just swallowed a pan au chocolat. That's my lunch.
I want to hate it, but for some reason I can't, because the spectacle of them going down that road is going to be something special.
Yeah.
I mean, they've actually made a proper attempt at a street track instead of the letter E in a car park, which it was before. You know, it's not tucked away in some suburb where it's not going to create too much disruption. It is slap bang on the most famous bit. We're going to have Formula One cars doing 220 miles an hour alongside the Bellagio and Caesar's
Yeah.
Palace, and you know what I mean. It's going to produce some of the best Formula One photographs we've ever seen. That is certain.
It's
Like
also,
for me, I just want it to be a good race.
yeah. It's also
Like
good as well
Monaco-
that they're investing in. They've invested in the area in that they're not the area, but they've built their own F1 pit and paddock area, haven't they? They're building that, so it's not going to be like a makeshift thing. They're actually spending some money on it, so I think they want to extend the deal too. I'm looking forward to it. I didn't think I would, but I am. I think you're right on the spectacle, but also the track intrigues me.
Yeah. I just want it to be a good, exciting race. That's the most important thing to me. And I'm probably going to annoy a bunch of people here as well. I don't know your guys' opinions, but like Monaco, yes, it's an iconic track. But if you can't even overtake on the track, it doesn't deserve to be on the grid. You know, it's like, oh yeah, but you're close to the barriers. Yeah, but there's other racetracks now, street tracks like Baku, that have very narrow parts of the racetrack where you're also close to the barriers, but you can still overtake on that track. I just hope it's a track that's exciting. You can overtake on it, and that means it's not all about, oh, it's just because it's in Vegas, you know?
Yeah, there's also big purpose-built super wide tracks that you can't overtake on.
No. That's what I'm saying. I feel like those tracks also don't deserve to be on the grid just because of their historic value. I just picked Monaco out because I know it's like the worst track for overtaking that we have, because especially with how wide and how long the cars are now, it's just impossible. I just picked Monaco just out of a hat, but there's a lot of other tracks which is the same. You know, like Spain up until, you know, recently. Even then, it's hard, but it's very difficult to overtake. Great track, but at least you can overtake more now.
See, I'd rather lose Barcelona than Monaco.
Yeah.
No, I would as well. But Monaco is probably down at the bottom of my list of tracks I'm excited for. As for the race, qualifying's great, but it's like, okay, well, the race is just going to be a procession, you know? You had a few years ago, Max's tires were dead for like 30 laps before the end. He still won the race. Ricardo lost 40% of his power, and he still won the race. You know, it obviously shows. I just wish they'd either tweak that track a little bit. You know, the chicane behind the tunnel, if they got rid of that chicane and it went deeper or something, I don't know, maybe there's chances to overtake, or they change the track a little bit more just to make it suitable for modern Formula One cars if they want to keep Monaco on the track.
Izzy, I can fix Monaco without fixing it.
What would you do?
Look, everyone, and chat, I'm including you in this, everyone complains about the racing at Monaco. Fairly. Absolutely right. That you can't overtake because the cars are too big. But I bet you would all also agree that one of the single most exciting and best sections of the entire year is qualifying at Monaco,
100%.
where we're seeing them at the absolute limit with zero room for error. You make a mistake, you're done. You're in the wall, and no other track is that tight on room for mistakes. Not even, that ridiculous mess in Jeddah. So what they need to do is have normal qualifying, but for Sunday, you have a time trial event. 5 lap. Yeah, they have an out lap and then 5 timed laps for the quickest time. So they've all got to be pumping in full on maximum attack qualifying laps, one after the other with no mistakes. That would be absolutely incredible to watch.
I guess the only thing they'd have to try and neutralize it is, let's say one person crashes, depending on where people are on the track, that's going to mess up their timed laps. If one person's just about to start a lap, so they have to slow down, that's then messed up not only 1 but 2 timed laps.
Well, I've seen me go one by one.
Time lap. Well, I mean, even if you do it 1 by 1, you'll have track evolution. Whoever goes last has probably got a big advantage as well.
Well, that's what the qualifying's for.
Yeah.
Possibly reverse it.
Yeah.
Do your normal qualifying, and then you reverse that for who in the order people go out. Even if it doesn't work as much as I want it to work, I think it would still be an incredibly good spectacle.
I feel like, regardless, though, the question is, we all agree something needs to be done for Monaco.
Yeah. I mean, the example I always go back to, I've mentioned it a couple of times in response to things on Twitter. One of the best, most exciting things I've ever watched as a Formula One fan was the British Grand Prix in 1987. And 27 laps of it was watching one car go around the track by itself, pretty much. But it was the tactics behind it. So obviously, stopping for some tyres instead of going to the end to see if you can chase them down. You had Nigel Mansell. He broke the lap record 7. He broke his own lap record 7 times. You had a car in full qualifying attack mode, non-stop for 27 laps with 0 mistakes. It was incredible to watch, and that's just watching one car. And it was more exciting than races where we've had 10 cars within a second of each other because none of them can actually do anything.
I kind of wish we could go back to, like you were saying, like certain amount of laps, full attack mode. With the state of Pirelli now, I hate this tyre saving. I wish that drivers could just go 100% every lap, constantly. And it might be a case of changing the tyre rules. Like people have said, you have to use one of every compound, which means it would be minimum 2 pit stop strategies. I think most of us hate races when it's a one-stop race. It's a one-stop race. It's a one-stop race, because everyone will just start on the same tyre, or most will start on the same tyre and then swap to the other one. Whereas if you have to use all 3 compounds, that guarantees it to be 2 stops, and then someone could go soft, medium, hard. Someone can go soft, hard, medium, and it means that people are on different tyres at the same time. I forgot where I was going with this.
I can see exactly what you mean with that. It would bring in a true strategy.
But it means that you have to have at least 2 pit stops, which means that tire degradation will be a factor, but it's not as much, which means you can push flat out more because you have to go on the hard tire and you have to go on the medium tire as well as the soft. And therefore, drivers are pushing 100% more, which means more mistakes, but it also means more exciting racing as well.
Or slightly more complicated fix, make smaller cars.
Yeah. You see, I totally get that, but you can't.
I know. So that's what I mean. It's not a
safety.
You
could if they went the right direction with the 2026 power units, which I don't think they are. As much as F1's done some good for the road with hybrid. It's the first time that F1's been road relevant since 1990. No, I'm not joking. It's literally a fact. The last thing that F1 brought in that became truly road relevant was paddle gear shift. Since then, the road relevance has been complete BS until hybrid came along. But it's not the future. It's a stopgap. The future is either fully electric or carbon neutral, potentially negative fuels. That's the direction they should be going.
What we want is cars that run off like rubbish waste that we throw away in the bins. So instead of going to a tip, you put it in your car.
Yeah, carbon recapture, use synthetic fuels that are absolutely at the bare minimum neutral, or ideally, take more out of the atmosphere than they're going to use in the fuel. Say that if you're going to take out this much for producing your fuel, then you have to take out 5-10% more, just as a payment to the system, so that overall you end up negative as opposed to neutral. So then they can go to the V8s, the V10s, so we get the dramatic noise and the smaller packaging. Then the cars could be a little bit smaller.
The cheaper to run as well.
At the back, because you can't make it smaller at the front or the sides because of the safety aspects.
I'm just trying to think of what I want to say on the Monaco. I kind of talked about it this morning on Monaco. I'm not going to keep going over it again. But I'll just go back to the track for a minute. We'll come back to conversation. Hamilton, Bottas and Sargent are out there. We're just going to watch Hamilton again down the straight. He's on an outlap, so it would have been nice to have but as I say that, we do go on board with him. So could get a nice little look on board of what the Mercedes is like. So if you're watching on Sky or F1 TV, then feedback what you reckon.
He's not really bouncing as well, just from his onboard there as well.
No. He's coming through the first couple of corners.
I've turned my TV around so I can watch it live now.
It's a good idea. He's across turn 4. All very tidy. Wide. All 4 wheels over the white line. Penalty.
The track limits the white line on that turn now? Or is it the curb?
It's usually it's white line now, isn't it? But not so much in testing. Testing doesn't... They don't enforce that in testing. It's sort of do as you like, but be careful. A little bit twitchy through the hairpin.
Is that the typical line where you don't go on the apex, or did it go a bit wide though?
It varies driver to driver through there. From what I've seen, I hate that turn 11. Turn 10, sorry. It's coming down to turn 11 now. DRS open, little bouncy, nothing major. Flicking it in quite nicely into 11. Hits the apex, nice and wide. Yeah, it's fairly steady. It's not he's not flooring it by a long way. In fact, it's about to come through, clearly coasting 4.8 seconds slower than Max Verstappen. So this isn't not that it will be anyway because it's testing. It's not a qualifying lap. So that's probably why it all looks so nicely balanced and so so smooth. He's not really.
I was going to say he's a lot less snappy on the steering wheel. It will be when he's like 7 seconds.
Well, yeah, I say he's not. I say he's not really pushing. I mean, he's still doing... This is the thing, right? Very quickly. This is the thing about Kimmer Silverstone last year when the idiots went on track and all that after the red flag and people were going, oh, it doesn't really matter. The red flag was out. The cars were coasting. Yes, but you do know coasting in a Formula One car is still 100 miles an hour. It's like, come on, people.
They're like,
it's not slow.
Safety car, speed up. And they're like, yeah, if you was in that safety car, you would still be like...
You'd be crapping yourself.
Yeah.
Exactly. I'm not sure what the specific speed would be, but coasting speed for a Formula One car is not 15 miles an hour.
No.
It's unbelievable what people...
I mean, they go in the pit lane, which looks like they're not moving 80 kilometers, right?
Yeah. Imagine standing in the middle of the M25 and waiting for a car to come through and you're going to put it on your jacks.
50 mile an hour. They go in the pit lane at 50 mile an hour.
Yeah,
and that looks like they're not even moving. So,
well, just mentioning Monaco again. You look at Lowe's hairpin, or whatever they bloody call hairpin now. They go around that at 40.
What, the one in Monaco?
Yeah, that's slow.
They're going 40 mile an hour.
Yeah. Now, if you're in the UK, go find one of those dodgy little painted mini roundabouts and try to go around it at 40 miles an hour and see what happens.
I haven't done 40 mile an hour, but confirm it will end up with your car hitting something. If you go too quick round one of them, definitely. we're coming to an hour and 40 minutes, just under left. I'll do the times again in about 9 minutes. Nothing really. We've got cars on track, but nothing significant happening. Valtteri Bottas in his ridiculous helmet, I absolutely love it, is out on a lap at the moment. So his best Bottas, what's he done? 134.558.
There's just one problem with Bottas's helmet. Big from the side and the back.
That's the problem solved, Annette. Sorry.
It looks like Homer Simpson's driving it.
Does it?
It's just got this little yellow dome sticking out above the halo.
Now you've said it, I can't unsee it. Oh. Oh my God, Jonty, the things you say to me.
So his next helmet's just gonna have like donuts on it or something, right?
Yeah, definitely. Yes, Checo's driving tomorrow. He's not in the car today. Red Bull, the only team not swapping drivers out today. Oh, why do the idiots only come out in the afternoon? Sorry, if I keep going quiet, it's because I'm dealing with chat. I'm trying to help the mods with a few interesting human beings. But I don't know why it's always the afternoon sessions. It's lovely in the morning. Not that it's lovely talking to you two, and lovely talking to most of you, but it just seems to be the afternoon that everyone rocks up. I assume they've just got out of bed.
I was gonna say like a bunch of probably just woken up or something.
Oh boy, let's go annoy Sean.
Well, they're on the
no,
lunch
the
break, right?
students.
Let's go.
I just tend to mute people for the testing streams and make a note of them and then unblock them the other side of it. Because try again tomorrow, and if they start, then I get it again. Everyone gets chances, but I've got limits. So yeah, if I do go quiet, I'm not ignoring people. I'm not bored or anything. I'm just trying to help mods with a few things in chat. But I think we're getting there. Alonso in his yellow helmet is on a lap. What did Bottas do there? I don't think he improved, did he? He's up into 10th, or he's 10th. No.
Yellow sectors. But I didn't like it at first, but that Alpha's really growing on me.
The Alpha, the black, yeah. It's I know it is it's not very imaginative, is it? Just removing the white and replacing it with carbon, but it just sort of works. But I agree, a lot of the cars actually, the renders and the studio shots, they didn't look great. They look okay. I mean, I like the Alpha, but it's the on track, it really does look good. Definitely, that's a cracking question. Have we got time? Do you know what? We'll try it now. A question from Jack for all of us. And I know, Jonty, I think you will struggle the most with this one, mate. Best season you guys have ever watched? And I know that's a tough one. Yeah. There have been some corkers. I mean, the first season I remember in full that was quite mixed and a bit dramatic at times was 97. I can't say it's the best season I watched because obviously the ending was rather devastating for me, even though he was in the wrong. Villeneuve for trying to pass Schumacher, how dare he? No, Schumacher was in the wrong. So 97 was a great season. I think 99, I think, is of my era, sort of growing up watching Formula One. I think 99 doesn't get enough love for how good that was. I know you've removed Michael Schumacher because of the accident at Silverstone, and I know McLaren. Looking back, it feels like McLaren really did just miss an open goal with that at times, with their mistakes and their issues. But that was a great season. Some real surprises in there. Irvine's win in Australia, Herbert's win at the Nürburgring, the chaos in Ferrari pit stops sound familiar, and strategy, controversy. It had all sorts. I love 1999. And I think as well, 2003 doesn't get enough love. I think that was one of the best I've watched as well, because it was just so... You had, Schumacher trying to go for another title, but then you had the young pretenders in Raikkonen and Montoya. They're in the mix, and Ferrari weren't as all-conquering as they were in 2002 and 2004, for example. So, I mean, 2003 was a great season. It's hard not to pick out 2012 as well as a season, and of course 2021 was pretty epic. But I'll go a little bit curveball. I'm not going to admit this is the best I've ever seen, but I'm going to one of the best. I'm going to say 2003. Jonty.
Yeah, you just kind of sat there and just rattled through all of the options that we were.
Sorry.
Well, not me, but
Well, no,
Dylan's
you
favourite
went
season was last year. He thought it was amazing, start to finish, non-stop.
You've mentioned all good options there. Obviously, 2021, 2012, 2003. 99 was up there, but I feel like 98 was a little bit tighter. Or possibly 2000. 2000
was
we
good.
really saw Schumacher and Hakkinen going at it. You know, Schumacher coming back from injury, Hakkinen with titles to defend. It was tight. Well, I think I'll have to go with 2012.
Yeah.
It's just been the best back and forth that I can remember. It was so close. 7 different winners from 6 different teams in the first 7 races. It's just bizarre.
Now, this
people
day and
saying-
age, you'd be like, wait, 7 different podium winners?
Yeah.
Apart from a few years ago, you know?
But a few people saying show some love to 2010. 2010 was a great season, and I'll admit, now you've said it, I'll hold my hands up. It doesn't get mentioned enough, does it, in terms of seasons? We had, you know, Hamilton was an outsider, but going into that final race, 4 drivers could have won the World Championship.
And the one that had the least amount of points was Vettel. The one was Vettel in third or fourth at that point.
I can't remember. It was third, I think. But he. The great thing about that story is he'd never led the World Championship at any point in 2010 until he crossed the line to win it. That was a great season. So it definitely gets. Jonathan Ledyard was a problem, Max. Oh yeah, that was why nobody mentions it. But no, it was a great season. And 2012 was a fantastic pick, Jonty. That's why I kind of avoided 2012, 2021, they felt obvious. That's why I went a bit curveball with 2003. But somebody said Schumacher versus Alonso was brilliant in 2005. Some great races. But what have you gone for, Dyllan?
So for me, I only started watching F1 midway through 2010. Apart from I went to my grandma's and watched Brazil 2008. So I can only go from then. So the only 2 that do stand out to me is 2012 and 21. 2012, like Jonty said, so many winners in, 7 winners in the first 7 races. Maldonado actually won a race, so, we have to obviously consider that being an amazing season. But then 2021, it was just the Max and Lewis show, but it was so good. You didn't know who was going to be ahead at any of the races. Also, with Mercedes dominating for so long, it was nice to have a title fight between 2 other drivers, which I think was refreshing for a lot of people after so long. So that was really exciting as well. But I'm going to have to go with 2021 just because it's more recent, but also even in 2012, I was watching it, but I wasn't as much of a diehard fan as I am now. Like back then, I'd watch the race, I'd watch qualifying, but I wouldn't be like I check news every day for things going on. I watch all the practice when I can, qualifying. I'll even watch it on Sky and then later on watch it on Channel 4 for different commentary. I'm a proper diehard fan, whereas I wasn't back then. So I'd probably have to go 2021, even with all the controversy. If we kind of take away controversial decisions, both of them 2 constantly on track together was exciting. At any moment they could have potentially touched and this and that, and it was just the anticipation and just the climax that happened at every race, because it was always, if Max was there, Lewis was right there behind him, or vice versa, and it was so exciting.
Purple Zebra makes a great point. 2003 to 2012, with a couple of exceptions, as a run of season absolutely spoiled us. We had that was a cracking era. And I was just going to say, actually, just before I do the times again, super quick, I'm going to say one thing and then drop a bomb, and then I'm going to read the times and come back to the reaction. But I think there is also, when you pick a favourite season, I think there's an element of you're a little bit biased towards your era as well, isn't there? So anything Michael Schumacher, I'm going to love. That's the kind of, that's what I mean by that. 2021, somebody else said it. Space has said that 2021 will age well. It will go. I mean, it was only the second time in history that the 2 title rivals have gone into the final race equal on points. It was an incredible season. Even with but the controversy was part of that story. But I'm always going to have that little. I mean, somebody I can't find where you are now. Somebody's saying as a Ferrari fan, it was like being reborn in 2000. That has to go in there for me as well. Seeing Schumacher cross the line in 2000 to take that title finally for Ferrari. But I'll just drop this. Well, I will say this on seasons, then I'm going to do the times, then I'll come back for a reaction. Talking about great seasons, can I just say, in terms of seasons I don't think get enough love, I don't think 2016 gets enough love.
I think it was exciting.
Yeah.
It was only between two drivers, but it was a great season. It was also the first year I went to Silverstone for a race day, and it had drama, controversy, had great racing, surprises. Yeah, so I'll come back for a reaction in a second. Just need to do the times for on the hour. So Max Verstappen is still the fastest of the day, and I feel like he's probably going to be the one who does the most laps as well. 132.837, 121 laps already for Max Verstappen. He has, according to the official Formula One website, only run a version of the medium tyre, so the C2 or the C3, so there is no soft tyre running there for that time. Sights are 133.2. He was in this morning. He also only ran the medium tyre. He did 72 laps. Lewis Hamilton in for George Russell this afternoon, 133.508, 37 laps. He's so far only run the medium tyre as well. Alex Albon did run a soft this morning for his fastest time, we believe, at 133.671 with 74 laps. Zhou Guanyu, 67 laps in the morning session, 133.723. He apparently only ran a version of the medium tyres as well. So again, that's the C2 or the C3. 133.764 for Alonso, 35 laps. He's in this afternoon for, I nearly said Ocon, it's not his teammate anymore, for Drugovich. Charles Leclerc, 133.992. He used the medium tyre and the prototype, which again is a version of the medium tyre. 36 laps so far today. 134.174. 69 laps for Russell. Medium tyre looks like for his fastest. Hulkenberg, again this morning, 134.424, 51 laps. He used the medium tyre for that one. Valtteri Bottas this afternoon is in the car for Zhou Guanyu, 134.558, 41 laps. He too has used just the medium tyres. Felipe Drugovich this morning, medium tyres for a 134.564, 40 laps, 46 laps for Yuki Tsunoda at 134.671, 43 laps for Nick De Vries at 134.782. So about a tenth between the two AlphaTauris, and I believe both on the same tyre, at least on a medium tyre. Pierre Gasly, 134.822 this morning, 60 laps. Only used the medium as well, apparently, even though the timing is still showing him on the hard tyre for some reason, so I don't know how that can be. But there you go. It's had if you've been watching the F1 live timing today, you know it's been a bit buggy and a bit glitchy today, so we'll trust them for now. Oscar Piastri, 134.888, 52 laps this morning. Did use the hards briefly and some sets of the mediums. Logan Sargent, 134.969, 50 laps, so far this afternoon. What did Albon do again? 74. So
74,
Sargent's pumping the laps in, so he's doing well out there. Kevin Magnussen, 35.0, 35 laps for him. Both those, by the way, medium tyres, Sargent and Magnussen. Ocon, 135.302, is now on the mediums and has completed 33 laps. And Lando Norris, a 136.210. Hard tyre at the moment, has run the hard and the medium. I think his fastest time was on the medium, 21 laps in total thus far. As for the housekeeping, if you are new to the channel, please do subscribe. Great to have you on the journey with us for this forthcoming season. 23 races, 23 Grand Prix, 6 sprints, 29 races. It's going to be a bit bumper this season, so looking forward to covering it with you. Please do drop a like. We have gone over 1,100 likes. I don't think we're breaking the record. The record is 2,692. So I think even if everybody watching now, for a live stream, you're not going to beat the record for most likes on a video. That's up at 20-odd thousand, I think. So, so for a live stream, that's the record. So not going to do it, but thank you very much to everyone who got us over 1,100 likes. You can support the stream as well via Streamlabs, Super Chats, and through PayPal. I've been asked to put a goal on the screen tomorrow, so I will do that one for you. And then if we hit it, we do. If we don't, we don't. It doesn't matter. But Your support is always appreciated. Every penny goes back into the channel, and you can follow me on social media. All the links in the description, and you can find links to everybody's channels and social medias and link trees in the description. All of those who are guests on the streams. I've got Dyllan and Jonty with me here today, tomorrow, and Saturday for the afternoons. Tomo in the morning, and then we've got Will on Saturday morning as well. So loads to come. I feel like Crofty when he does his intro to a race after the music. There you go. Yes, so my point was just that 2016, I think, doesn't get enough love.
Yeah.
I think because they were that far. Sorry, go on, Jonty.
I was just going to say, it was very similar to 2021 with how tight the fight was. I think the problem was that no one else was even vaguely close.
Yeah, it
Like
wasn't a multi-team
2021,
thing.
Yeah, we had other people in with a shout at wins. You know,
That's
Leclerc,
what I was going to say, yeah.
and Leclerc and Bottas, various people. They were up there. They were ready to take points off them, even if they get slightly close. You know, without having crashes. But 2016, no, everyone was a mile away.
Yeah.
Because they were that far away, they would let them race. And even if, you know, the team was like, don't race or something like that, but it's like, oh, well, if I lose my front wing, it's okay, I can pit, come out, and I'm still in second place, or I can still get second, you know? So they could take more risks and potentially crash or something. So they were allowed to race, and that was exciting as well, especially from a viewer's perspective. The whole drama between the team and the tension was also, you know, yeah.
I think there's another thing from other seasons as well. I think Jack Noble's on the same lines, saying the first half of 2017 and 2018. There's many other seasons where the start or the end are amazing, but then something changes and the rest ends up boring. Like 92 is a classic example. Mansell's title. It was actually pretty boring for the first half because he just stomped over the entire field without breaking a sweat. The last handful of races were brilliant, but only because the title was sewn up. And you had a similar thing in 2013. That was an incredible fight for the first half. And then after the summer break, Vettel just said, lol, there's no other cars here.
I personally think I want to do an honorable mention to 2020 as well, because I think it was first of all, we had a lot of races very close together, which was nice. Obviously not for the F1 teams, but for a driver who wants to watch races, that was exciting. But it was also nice to see a lot of tracks that weren't usually on the calendar raced, and obviously because of that, we have Imola on the track again now. That's been brought back. You know, we've had other tracks that have been on the race calendar as well. And even though it wasn't the most exciting season, you know, Hamilton won it in Turkey. That race in Turkey, for him to win it, was also incredible. Keeping those intermediate tyres all the way to the end. I think Perez did similar as well. But I think having so many tracks that, you know, we would never have ever expected to go to half of those tracks. And the fact that we got that, I think, was a nice treat as well.
I think the best thing about that Turkey race was how the weird sort of oil and stuff coming out the new track surface in the rain gave us the best flow vis that F1's ever had. And when the cars were parked up at the end, you could see exactly what every single little aero device was doing.
Yeah.
I bet the teams hated it because they're like, oh God, everyone can see our tricks now.
I've got to feel sorry for Stroll in that race as well. You know, he smashed it on pole, swaps to the intermediate tyres again, but literally pitting onto another intermediate tyres, just lost so much time.
Yeah.
You know, I don't feel like there's anything he could have done necessarily in that situation. It was just the track mixed with the conditions and the tires. It was just horrible, and it was I don't think any driver there has like experienced conditions like that, so no one could have even guessed what to expect. Any lap, anything could have happened. I think Bottas spun like 20 times in that race, right? So he didn't know what was going on.
At least. Well, the best thing from that weekend was, without doubt, in my mind, the road cars having to do the laps overnight to try and put some cover down.
And the worst thing was Massey's biggest and most egregious mistake, which made me so furious. Like, I was effing and blinding probably like the most sweary tweet I've ever put out, and I was like, sorry for swearing so much. Most of the replies were like, no, that's valid.
What was that? What happened in that? Is that the one when he let Stroll go when there was Marshall still on the track?
It was the qualifying one when there was still a tractor on the track, and the next session hadn't started.
Yes, that
was
it.
Green lit it. It's like,
yeah.
Wait 1 minute until the marshal says, "Okay, it's off the track."
Yeah, because the cars were coming through, weren't they? And their reasoning or something was, when we went green, by the time the cars would have got there, the tractor would have been gone. But it's like, yeah, but what if the tractor has an issue? What if something happens?
Yeah.
Hey, guess what? The tractor's not gone. Yeah, that was bad.
His quote was, "I was assured the track would be clear." It's like, well, that's not certain, is it?
No, anything can happen.
I was so angry on that one. And then, as it turns out, we had images of the cars going past the tractor.
Yeah. And it was like, it wasn't on a straight either. It was on the bend, so all the car needed to do was oversteer, and then they'd be going straight off into the corner where the tractor was as well. And with that track surface, we knew how slippery it was.
Norris is out there. I know he's been out there for a while now, but he's coming through the final corner. I think he's probably going to pit now, said he's out there. Lando Norris has pitted now, said that he's out there, which is about right. But I think we're a few cars out there, but we're not seeing... Got Verstappen on an out lap. Hamilton's out there. Alonso, Leclerc, and De Vries. Magnussen is as well. In terms of stints, I don't know who's doing what. Let's have a look at the official live timing. So Hamilton's current stint is 15 laps on the medium tyres. So who's having the longest stint? I think he has got the longest stint. De Vries on a 4-lap stint. Magnussen on a 7. Verstappen just going out, so he'll only be on a nothing stint at the moment. Leclerc 7 as well. So yes. Any data on whether or not Mercedes are sandbagging? No, they could be, but they're not. Nobody's given us what they've got in full. They're all working on their own programs more than anything. So never read too much into testing times.
No one's even at 85%.
No. Alpine said they were just doing aero testings this morning with Drugovic, so they weren't even putting any pace in at all. They were just making sure everything was working. So
yeah, stints, laps, reliability. That's what we're looking for, really, isn't it, Jonty?
Yeah, and the big thing to remember with specifically the aero testing is that they have to get it set at an exact speed over and over again, so they get nice, consistent data.
Yeah,
that's why you'll see, particularly when the cars have got the big aero rakes on, they'll get onto the straight and they will just sit, at exactly these revs in this gear, and they will do that lap after lap. So it can be a bit unexciting to watch, unless you're like really, really nerdy obsessed with F1, which I'm assuming most people in the chat will be because you're watching a stream about testing.
Do you know what the actual reason is why we only have 3 days testing? Because I know last year we had 6. I'm assuming they gave 6 because new regs, but they used to do 8. So have they gone down to 3 just to try and do less carbon emissions and stuff like that?
Money. I think money, freight, carbon. Okay. Yeah, it's all of that.
Because a few years ago it was 8 days of testing, then it went to 6, and now it's 3. So I was like, it's not a lot of testing, which I'm not necessarily complaining about, because if the teams have less data, that makes more exciting and unpredictable races. So I'm not complaining. I was just curious because I actually missed why it had gone down to 3 days.
It's also last year we didn't have 2 tests. We had a test and then we had a unofficial shakedown, official testing shakedown, test filming day shakedown
that
thing.
Was weird.
Which was a test, but they didn't call it a test.
They call it just like it was a sprint race, but it wasn't a race.
Yeah, it wasn't a race. Sprint. It was a sprint. So they don't have too much data as well, says FD30. Yeah, that's a factor. They don't want to. We'll say that they'll get the data anyway, won't they? On tracks they know, like Bahrain, but.
That's why they should. They should always test at a track that they're not racing at. I think.
Well, Paul Ricard is an answer for that one. It's I don't know what the south of France is like this time of year, but probably better than Silverstone. Who remembers snow in Spain? Says Kimmy. I remember snow in Spain. That was a boring day to watch, wasn't it? Nothing happened. Alonso topped the times, and that was it.
Pirelli's working on a new tyre. What's got chains on the outside?
Yeah, barely anything happened. It was
snowplow front wing.
I think they did make adjustments to the cost cap, but I think they got an allocation for sprints this year. I don't know if it was for inflation. I'll have a look tonight and answer that one for you tomorrow.
They have extra money, don't they, for each sprint? Is it 500,000 or something like that per sprint race?
I can't remember the figure. I wrote them down and I've not.
They didn't get an extra engine or anything like that, though.
Nope. Which is why I give them 4.
Which I guess in one sense it's like, yes, there's an extra sprint session, but also you're taking out a practice session, so the mileage is probably similar, right? So that could have been their argument, I guess.
You're not pushing it as hard though, are you, in practice?
Yeah. You're not pushing it as hard, but you might do less laps. It's like 20 laps instead of a practice session. You might do more. I don't know.
So if you go back to 2005, you remember that one? That's when they tried to do testing at Silverstone. Silverstone in February.
The only thing worse than that is racing at Silverstone in April.
Yeah, that didn't go too well either.
What's happened to McLaren? Good question. So Lando Norris was in the pits for quite a while with some issues with brake cooling, we think. I'll just see if they've confirmed any extras on there. Nothing extra on there at the moment. I'll go and have a look on Twitter in just a moment. But they had tape on and heating guns and all sorts. So obviously some issues there for McLaren, but they've managed to resolve them. And Norris has been out now. I mean, I believe when he was in the pits, he'd only done about 5 or 6 laps. So he's up on 25 now. So whatever the issue was, it's clearly been at least taped up, if not resolved. So that's why McLaren are a little bit down on laps at the moment. But I'm sure still 2 full days to go. It's not an ideal start, of course it isn't, but I'm just having a quick look at Twitter to see if there's anything extra on McLaren. Apparently being spotted that the shape of the Mercedes side pod is different to others, which isn't a great surprise. I think we know that one. Well, there we go.
Advantage locked in for years.
Alpine, nothing on Alpine. I thought something else there, but it's not. So yeah, nothing else on McLaren. Just that little issue they had, which has been resolved. I say little. It cost him quite a bit of time, didn't it? So again, still 2 full days. Still nothing either from Aston Martin, by the way, on who's going to be doing what tomorrow for them. Whether Alonso and Drugovich will share, whether it's going to be Alonso, or whether we're going to get a surprise and it's going to be somebody else. We shall see. I wouldn't be having said that, Jonty. If and we are speculating again, if Lance Stroll does have to miss that first race, I'd assume the team are going to put Drugovich in there. But if they do think about bringing somebody else in as a stand-in for a race or two, could they look to get them in the car at some point on Saturday to do some laps so they've at least had some time behind the wheel, if it's not Drugovich?
Maybe.
Very short notice, and it's all the way out in Bahrain, but...
I was going to say maybe, but if they do need to replace Stroll for Bahrain, it'll be Stoff.
It better be Stoff.
Despite Drugovich doing these miles in testing, I think that they would take an experienced driver over a rookie.
Here's one for you then. Put yourself in Stoffel Van Dorn's position. If Aston Martin got in touch today and said, "Hi, Stoff, unfortunately Lance won't make the first 2 races of the season. We need you for testing." Would you ditch FE, try and find a way to do a deal there to get over for testing the first 2 races, or would you say, "Sorry guys, I'm going for this championship"? I don't know what FE's like at the minute where he is, but
I'm not a racing driver. None of us are. But I am 100% certain any racing driver in any series on Earth would drop Formula E like it's a smelly turd without even blinking to say yes. No matter how high up they are in Formula E, they would just bin it off just to do 2 races in Formula One.
You've got such a way with words. I love it. Bin it off like it's a smelly turd. No, I just wonder, because we've seen before, haven't we, drivers... well, it was Albon, wasn't it? He'd signed up... Was it Albon who signed up to Nissan, and then Toro Rosso wanted him for a full season, admittedly, not just for a couple of races, but they went and got him, didn't they, and bought him, and he got out of that contract, and we've seen people sort of say no to FE before. I just wondered if he might just turn around and say to I want to say DS, or whatever they're called now. They used to be to Cheetah. Is that where he is now?
It's DS Penske now.
DS Penske. I'd imagine he's probably just going to sort of say, "Come on, it's Formula One. I want to go and prove a point." Plus, Alonso and Stoffel Van Dorn reunited as teammates for a couple of races. They gave us some good
Maybe
stuff.
he wouldn't choose that then. He'd be like, hang on a minute, I don't want
Yeah,
my Formula One career to be destroyed
I
even
don't
more.
want it to
Maybe
be
now he'll be able to beat me
22-0.
in qualifying. Yeah. He's like, I want another shot. Let's not make it like complete whitewash.
1,004 laps have been completed so far, or at count. Top three teams at the moment: Red Bull 127 laps, Williams 126, and Ferrari have 113. They are your stats. So unsurprising. Well, no, Max is only a lap clear of Sargent, who's just moved up into ninth place on a 34.3. So Logan Sargent really getting the laps in for Williams, which is great. I mean, you think back to FP1 sessions last year when he was brought in to have a go. He didn't half pump in some laps for them. He was just out there, wasn't he? So I know they needed it for the super license points, just as a bit of insurance in case things went wrong in the final race. But Logan Sargent, he's going to see a replay here of him on the slide on the way to the hairpin, nice and wide rather than slide. I keep looking at that Williams livery and seeing the Gulf logo and thinking, what a waste, but here we are. It's a bit of a slide as well out of turn 7. Valtteri Bottas into turn 10 is going to go in too deep into the runoff and keeps it going. Obviously, it's only a bit of hard runoff down there.
Screw the Gulf livery. Duracell, pay them more money. Let's have the whole car in the black and copper, because that airbox looks amazing.
I love that they made the top look like a battery. I love that. I think that's such a good idea.
You do a deal with Duracell and you do it in the fur colours of the pink bunny in their adverts. No, just me. Sean's been drinking.
Fur would definitely qualify as a movable aero device.
That's fine. It'll do. It'll look like Dietor in Robot Wars, but pink. Also on liveries, very quickly, that Alpha Tauri looks so much better on track than it did when they launched it.
No, it doesn't. It looks worse.
What? It looks so much better.
I absolutely detest it. Because I like the original Alpha Tauri livery.
Yeah.
And you see the car from the side, and it's like, yeah, that's what I expect to see. Then it turns, and it's like just random red. Like, what's that doing there? Get it in the bin.
So, no, what?
I hate it.
I'm not saying do you like it. Does it look better than it did in the renders? I think it looks better than the renders they released. It's not the best livery. I'm not going to read these. These are all about your toilet and your bin. Oh, it is the Energizer Bunny. Thank you. I was wrong. It's not. What colour's the Duracell Bunny? Is he like blue or something? There's definitely a Duracell Bunny.
I think it's like a whitey pink.
Well, they've all got too many bunnies for batteries. That's not well.
Yeah, but the problem would be people like Crofty coming out with all the bloody comments about the car being rampant on track.
Oh god! By the way, I'm just gonna say, with all these cars having like black carbon fiber, Crofty usually messes up drivers anyway. How much do you reckon he's gonna mess up now?
He's screwed between the Haas and the AlphaTauri, isn't he?
Yeah. They were discussing this earlier on today about cars looking like similar, and they're like, "Oh yeah, I think the Alfa Romeo from a distance will look like the Ferrari and stuff like that." So you'll get Crofty being like, "And that's Charles Leclerc in the barrier. Wait, no, wait, no, Sainz. No, it's a Williams." Probably.
We've all done it. When I used to do my race watch alongs, I always got it wrong. It's like,
to be fair,
Sean,
I think it was Miami.
I
think Miami last year. I think he was screaming constantly about like Vettel or someone like that overtaking another car, and I must have been screaming at my TV for about 30 seconds. That's Vettel. That's Vettel, and he kept saying Stroll or vice versa. You constant, and then about 30 seconds later, it was like, nope, sorry, that was Stroll. Sorry.
Just to clear up the Energizer Duracell Bunny controversy. So the Duracell Bunny is pink. The Energizer Bunny is only in the USA. So
yeah,
there
it's
you
a
go.
branding
That's
thing.
the controversy. There you go.
The whole lot is known as Energizer in the US, I think.
Okay. There we go. Oh,
so
controversy.
it's like Links and Axe sort of thing.
Yeah.
It's like, okay.
Alpaca spitting facts.
Can't believe America do not
Well,
have the
there.
joys of knowing Walker's crisps. They have Lay's.
Yeah. What the hell kind of a name for a brand is that? Lay's.
Don't know. I mean, they call them potato chips to start off with, so they're crisps. But they call them chips.
Purple Zebra says Crofty is a good practice and testing commentator, but bad at races. See, I can do this for hours, but you put a race in front of me, I am so bad. I'm very good at ruining it for other people, aren't I, Jonty? When people, German world champions crash out of the leader races.
Yeah, that was bad.
I'm so sorry. I still feel bad about that. All these years later, it's like, I've just ruined that for him. I should have synced the thing up, but never mind. Yeah, I'm going to come away from chat in a second and see if we can. I'm going to keep an eye on the track as well because we've got a few cars out there now. Verstappen, Hamilton, Sargent, Bottas, and Ocon putting the laps in. I don't know who's doing what. I'm looking at tyres at the moment. Let's see if anyone's putting in some interesting sectors. I imagine we're just on long runs because Max is on an 8 stint at the moment, 8-lap stint. Hamilton's been in to start a new stint and of their new tyres. Alonso did a 16-lap stint. 2 laps for Ocon so far on that one, and Bottas has done 6. So Verstappen now on 9 laps for a stint. So nobody.
Has Hamilton got medium tyres on there and the yellow's worn away, or are they the prototype tyres?
They're the C2. So the C2 is just the yellow lettering, no brackets.
Ah, okay.
Yes.
I wasn't sure if that was the prototype or it was the yellow had somehow faded.
I'll tell you what I'll do. Just so we're coming up to the last hour. So what I'll do is just for those who weren't with us this morrow, I will just read through what the tyres are and what they all mean. I'll say super quickly, as long as it takes me to get through. So, I
had missed that.
The C0, which is last year's C1, is no brackets, just the white lettering. C1, which is a new compound of tyre, which is obviously softer than the C0 but harder than the C2, is white with the brackets. C2 is a medium yellow without the brackets, if you want to distinguish between the two. The C3 yellow has got the brackets. And is in yellow, of course. The prototype tyre has no markings whatsoever and is to benchmark products from the Turkey backup factory against the standard tyres. The C4 red has no brackets. The C5 red, which is the softest in the range, has the red brackets. And then, of course, we've got intermediates and wets. They get 35 sets of slicks and 2 intermediates and 2 wets for the whole of the test. And if you're interested, your minimum starting pressures for your slicks is 21 psi at the front and 18.5 psi at the rear. There you go. That's interesting. I don't think they've seen that. It might have been on them. I've never really looked before, but your maximum heating times and temperatures is on this graphic as well. So slick 70 degrees for maximum of 2 hours.
Was it this year they was meant on changing the tyre blankets, or did that kind of get scrapped?
They'll never do it. They'll never do it.
I don't think they will either. I feel like it's going to be so dangerous, cars coming out with complete cold tyres, especially on tracks like Bahrain, where it's such like a tight corner and stuff. They're just going to go so wide, and if there's someone's trying to like either just behind them or something, it's going to be so dangerous.
They'll maybe lower the maximum temperature you can go to, but they're not going to remove tyre blankets all. I mean, if they do, brilliant, but I don't think they will. Honestly, I think that's just going to be drivers. I think there's just too many complaints from drivers about that one. Let's run through the times very quickly again. On the half hour, 3:30 in the UK, 1 hour-ish to go of testing day one. Verstappen is still fastest on a 32.8. I'm going to put the tyres back up again so I'm going to see what I'm doing. 135 laps. He's going to break 150 today. Easy, surely. 133.2 for Sainz this morning. He was not in this afternoon because he did this morning. 72 laps. Hamilton, 47 laps, 133.5. Albon in fourth, 133.6, 74 laps. Zhou, 133.7, 67 laps. Alonso, 33.7, 44 laps. 41 laps for Leclerc, 133.9. Russell, 34.1, 69 laps. Sargent on 59 laps now, 134.324. Hulkenberg this morning, 134.424. 51 laps. Bottas 50 laps, 134.5. Drugovich 40 laps, 134.5. 34.6 for Sonoda, 46 laps. 54 laps for De Vries, 34.7. 34.8 for Gasly, 60 laps. 30 laps for Ocon, 34.8. 34.8 as well for Piastri, 52 laps. 43 laps for Magnussen, 35.0. 36.2 for Norris, 27 laps. Tyre-wise, the best information we have is a medium tyre for his fastest time for Verstappen, for Sainz, for Hamilton. Albon was on a soft tyre for his fastest time. Medium for Zhou, Alonso and Leclerc. Medium for Norris as well. He's just jumped up into 8th place on a 134.097. So good luck that from Lando. Medium as well for Russell, Sargent, Hulkenberg, Bottas, Drugovich. I tell you what, everyone mediums except Albon on the soft. Gasly, I think his was on the mediums as well, and Piastri on the mid. So everybody but Albon, basically, is the best information I've got there. Verstappen, Hamilton, Alonso, Leclerc, Sargent, Bottas, De Vries, Ocon, Magnussen and Norris in the cars this afternoon. We have got Verstappen, Hamilton, Norris and Bottas and Ocon out on track. Sergio Perez, for those who keep asking, is not in the car today. He will not be in until tomorrow afternoon, and then he is in until the checkered flag on Saturday. So it's Max Verstappen for the first half of testing at Red Bull, and then Perez is doing the rest. Everybody else is swapping around, so which is interesting, actually. I thought they might have got Checo in the car today, but or tomorrow morning, but they've not. They've done it that way around, and that's up to them. So there we go. So we're now under an hour to go in Bahrain testing day 1. And guess what? Tomorrow is day 2. I know, right? Just take a second to soak that one up. Day 2
I don't
tomorrow.
have something on my soundboard to play to like some crickets chirping.
Yeah. It's a shocker. It's fun. It's been a long day though. It's 8 hours I've been here, so I'm running out of things to talk about. Because I've got loads of stuff I want to cover for later in the week, but I don't want to use it all up now. So go on, Jonty, shock me.
Well, Chapman, I think it was Purple Zebra earlier mentioning that Crofty's a better testing and practice commentator than the race. Did anyone watch? I think it was Free Practice 2 from Kota last year, where they had Mario Andretti and Danica Patrick join Ant Davidson and Natalie Pinkham in the box.
Yeah.
It was awesome. You just had 3 racing drivers just talking shop for an hour and a half. It was fantastic. They need to do a lot more of that, I think, with the coverage. They definitely need to get a lot more, drivers old and new in the practice sessions to just talk driving.
Yeah, it's when they get like Nick De Vries in and people like that during practice, it's always nice to get that insight, isn't it? Especially from those that, and we've said this before, but especially from those that have driven the cars recently. Yeah. I'm trying to think if, I mean, he is the voice of Sky F1, isn't he? So I guess they're not going to make too many tweaks, but I wonder if there's a way they could just have the practice for drivers and a different presenter just to keep it a bit more interesting, and then Crofty can do the big ones like qualifying, sprints and the main race. But then that goes against what Purple Zebra said about how he's not the best at the race. I mean,
he never does P1, does he, Crofty?
Rarely. It depends. I think it depends on whether it's a sprint weekend as well sometimes, because he's off. Sometimes sprint weekends he's in for 1 but not in for 2.
I think they should just get Alex Jakes in.
Yes.
Alex Jakes and Martin Brundle together. Oh, that would be so good.
Yeah, I can't disagree with that. Alex Jakes has always been fantastic.
Like, don't get me wrong, Crofty at times has some amazing commentary, like, and here comes Sebastian. Like, he has some great moments, but I've only watched Alex Jakes, some of F2 and then bits of F1. I'm like, he has so much passion in there as well.
Shouting isn't a great moment.
No, but you know what I mean.
I know what you mean. The line.
You know what I mean. But then other times he just completely messes it up.
Or goes over the top, like last year, the one that everyone keeps going on about. It drives me mad.
3 goes Hamilton.
Yeah, he didn't do anything.
He didn't do anything.
All
but
he
I
did
think
was
because
drive
it was
the car on the
Silverstone,
line.
it's quite dramatic. Also, can we just talk about that for a second? I don't want to go back to penalties or anything like that, but how did Perez not get anything for that? He cut the corner.
How did neither Perez or Leclerc? They basically ran each other off 3 corners in a row.
But Leclerc
I think they said
it
was. I think it was 6 to 1, half to the other, and I think the stewards just kind of went, "Do you know what? You cut the corner. You cut the corner. You're as bad as each other. We'll let it slide."
Yeah, but Leclerc didn't gain for cutting the corner. He lost out. Perez gained. He gained a place and then used that momentum to then also get Lewis. And then pushed Lewis off at the next corner as well. Like, I don't know how Perez got away with that, to be honest. I'm all for, close racing and stuff like that, but it wasn't like it was marginal. He clearly cut the corner, went a bit wide, used that momentum, and then instead gained 2 places. Gained a place.
Commentary, does Crofty scream, "And through goes Verstappen," or "and through goes Bottas" if it's somebody else?
If it's Bottas,
it would certainly be through goes Norris and through goes Russell. But you know, I'm just making the point. I'm not, you know, I will defend Sky with any of their bias they want to have. They can. They're a British broadcaster. Yes, of course they go global, but you know, they're going to be a bit biased, aren't they? So I just wonder. That's all.
Gary Hartnett in the chat. That is not a short drive. Wow, driving from Houston
How
to
far's
Corpus
that?
Christi, about 220, 230 miles.
Oh, what do
Well,
we
for
need to do for
America
Gary?
driving though, that's actually nothing.
Yeah,
you
for
know? They
America,
drive like
that's-
9-10 hours or something.
Yeah.
Where have you gone? I don't know, about a quarter of
Yeah,
one
for
of my
Texas,
states.
that's just nipping down the shop.
Yeah. They drive 10 hours and they're still in the same state. We drive 10 hours. We've gone across like 3 countries of Europe or something like that.
Yeah.
Annette says, I enjoyed Murray Walker and he made a lot of mistakes. And then Kevin says, yes, Murray was just a fan of the sport. He wasn't overly biased. He just loved the sport. I love Murray Walker and I'm fine with him being this. But in my view, I thought Murray Walker was very biased towards Michael Schumacher. When I remember commentary, not that there's anything wrong with that. I'm biased towards Michael Schumacher, but I wouldn't say he was completely without bias. Definitely.
I think for me, the dream would be Alex Jakes, Martin Brundle. I actually do quite like DC, so I'd love DC in there sometimes, and then maybe a bit of Matt Webber.
So you can scream.
Oh! You know, the first time that happened, I had no idea who was making that noise. I thought it was a woman, like in the back or something, making a noise.
Somebody
and
had
then when
trod
they
on a
released
cat.
that video of Austin, I think it was, and it's Mark. I was, oh my god, what?
I said about Logan Sargent pumping the laps in. He's still out there at the moment on his 3-lap stint. So I think he's been through the pits. The arrow definitely came up. So he's definitely been through the pits. 15 laps still, yeah. Hamilton's out there as well, 8 laps. Alonso's just going out. Norris. Yeah. And bias, by the way, bias. I must make this point. I always talk about bias. There's nothing wrong with having a bias. There's nothing wrong with it. If you can, what's important is that you're still also able to have a balanced view. You can be biased, but you shouldn't let that bias cloud your judgment. So I make jokes all the time about Michael Schumacher and how dare Jacques Villeneuve overtake Michael Schumacher at Jerez in '97. That's a joke, but I'm not biased. I know he cheated. I know that was, you know, you still have to be able to hold a balanced opinion in my view anyway. I think bias is fine, but look at both sides of the argument. You know, level-headed.
Yeah.
That's just how I feel about it. I don't know if that's just part of my coming into this year not taking any nonsense. I don't know.
But you see, CPB1 in the chat's just reminded me of who had the best kind of bias, and that was James Hunt. Because his bias was against any drivers coming up with very, very spurious excuses for just about anything, because he knew exactly what he was talking about. I think that's one of the benefits of having relatively recent drivers involved, because they can turn around and go, yeah, that's not true. You're just making that up as some excuse. It's just that he was very, very, very blunt about it.
Do you know, I was just about to say then, I've got on my TV Alonso is ahead, and I just watched it on my computer as well, and I saw Alonso weaving, so I was like, hang on a minute, he might be going for a quick time here. And he's only like, I think, half a tenth behind Max's fastest lap at the moment. I know we don't look into times, but he is on a quick one.
But that's the thing.
I'm on thinking that's why.
Yeah, it's quick for testing.
Yeah, quick for testing.
Quick for testing, but this is Alonso who was he was weaving and warming up his tyres, so
29.5 first sector. His second sector isn't coming up on the live timing, of course it isn't. Why would it?
2 tenths down, 2.5 tenths down.
So it's, what's he on? He's on the mediums. He's on a set of mediums. Looks like the C3.
You know something? Kimmy F17954 in the chat. That's a relatively good point made without sort of making much of it. I'm surprised that doesn't happen more in testing. With the amount of money involved with the sponsors now, It's surprising you don't see some of the teams, pump in a stupid fast lap on ultra low fuel
What's happening
just
with the
to
Red Bull
get
then?
their sponsors talked about and seen in the pictures. You know what I mean?
Alonso's gone second. Sorry, Jonty. Alonso's gone second, but we're currently watching the Red Bull in the pits with some very, very smoky right rear brake. They left the wheel off while they had a
had
look
to
at
pick
that.
it up with the hands
smoking.
as well, so I don't know if the jack failed as
Yeah,
well.
something going on there at Red Bull. We'll check on blogs and things, but that's a bit concerning. But Alonso up into second place in testing times don't matter, and all of that business. But still, it's nice to see him up there. Leclerc's just gone fourth on a 33.2. But you're right, Jonty. I think we've had this conversation every testing stream, but I'm going to do it anyway. I'm sure it was Prost many moons ago who, as a team, went out and did some banzai laps on low fuel and got everyone very excited. And I think they picked up some sponsorship from it as well, because everyone thought, oh my God, Prost are going to be right up there, and they turned out to be cack.
Yeah, because it also turned out that it was a completely illegal car.
Yes. So it looks like they are looking at the jacks. It looks like it was a jack issue for Red Bull. So they are looking at that. I'll keep an eye and see if we get any news on here. Nothing at the moment. So as soon as anything crops up, I will let you know. But yes, they are looking at the jacks. So an issue there for Red Bull. But that brake was smoking. So whether it was just an overheating brake because the jack had failed or something, and he was stationary for a long time, perhaps.
Yeah, I think that's what the smoking was. I think it was more they couldn't get their tyre on, so they had to get another jack, I think, but it failed.
Bottas is out there doing some lappage as well.
You said Verstappen's going to go to 150, so that's why they've got issues now.
Oh yeah, I ruined his entire week. But I saw a couple of people. I think somebody in chat. I can't remember who it was. I meant to shout out earlier, and I do apologise, making the point that, or asking the question, I guess, this lappage, as I'm going to call it, from Max Verstappen now, if they can do this through the rest of testing and then into the practice sessions this year, how much of that could work to offset this wind tunnel disadvantage they've got, Jonty? Not necessarily the cost cap penalty, but just the disadvantage overall has been the fastest team last year and been number one. Lots of laps is...
Yeah, but at the same time, if that was their plan, I would expect to see it plastered in Flovis or carrying half a dozen aero rakes all the time. And that's something I should probably check out. I don't actually know what kind of regulations there are on the use of aero rakes.
If you can only use it for a limited amount of time in testing.
Yeah.
I thought you could use it as much as you wanted to, unless they changed it. Because last year you had, was it Williams? They was using it in practice 1 as well, weren't they?
Yeah. But in theory, an aero rake would fall under the same jurisdiction as wind tunnel and CFD.
Okay.
Because it's not quite as accurate as a wind tunnel, but it's definitely going to be more accurate than CFD. No matter how good it is. Because it's real.
There's no substitute for the real thing, is there?
Yeah.
It was just a thing that I saw people discussing earlier. I thought it might be an interesting thought, but I guess the FIA aren't that daft, are they?
I guess if it could go into wind tunnel time and stuff, you'd just have it at every practice session, wouldn't you, for a little bit, so they can see what the data is for that track.
I was winking at you as I said it, Jonty, and you can't even see me. I was like, the FIA, wink, aren't that stupid.
Get face cam ready for tomorrow, yeah?
No.
But then we can see the winks. Then we can see the face palms,
Oh, you can hear the face palms. You can hear my brain melting as I say something stupid half the time. It's just like, why are you saying that? It is a good point. Thank you, Annette. It's worth mentioning because there'll be people that obviously think that as well. So that Ferrari, by the way, still looks gorgeous. Still think it should be glossy red, but it does look very nice. I'm not going to argue again over that one. I had that with Aldas this morning. Leclerc out there up in 4th place at the moment. We've got Bottas, De Vries, Hamilton, Leclerc and Alonso on track at the moment. So Alonso's time was on those mediums, the C3, which I believe is the same as what Max was running. So there you go.
Was Sainz the C3 or was he on the special compound? I think he was on that special compound.
No, Sainz was on a medium for his time, but we don't know which medium it was. The live timing thing doesn't tell us; it just tells us the tire.
It would be good if they did tell us. It'd also be good if they displayed, you know, when someone's doing a time at the bottom and it says like what they're on. It'd be nice if it showed you what tire they were on in case you couldn't see.
Yeah. I just
It's not like they don't have the space to do it anymore.
Instead, they think, I know, let's put all these resources in showing how much tire wear we have left on each tire, which is complete rubbish because they don't have data for that. I'm so glad they don't do that. The most useless graphic.
I've got a question to throw at Jack Chambers in chat, which I keep meaning to text him, but I keep forgetting. So I'm going to ask him while we're live. It's a very personal question that has nothing to do with F1. I just wonder if he's still in Lincoln. Because he moved here in the pandemic and we said we'd get together and go to the pub, and it's now 2023. We still haven't. So if he is, then, you know, feel free. Bring all your money, mate. Let's have a drink. I don't know if he is, but I thought I'd throw that one at him. We'll do, I'll tell you what we'll do then. 43 minutes left of testing. We'll just do a big 45-minute-ish Q&A. So if you've got any questions, any comments you're desperate for me to read out, please do pop them in chat. You can, of course, do it through Super Chats as well, if that is your thing. And we'll answer some of your questions for the next 45 minutes or so. Leclerc, what's Leclerc doing? What, 45-minute Q&As?
Well, no, it's about like... After we've been doing this for like a year in 2018, we're like, we'll have to get together and go for a drink and what have you. And the first time I came to visit you was 2022.
That's true. Are you coming again this year?
No, you're coming to mine.
Oh, yes, we are, aren't we? Yes, I forgot about that. Apparently, Leclerc was going for it.
This year?
He's not.
Or
no.
did you avoid those ridiculous prices, which fluctuated like 400 quid?
Yeah, no, I'm not going to Silverstone.
You could probably pay to go to a different race and include flight and hotel, and it'd be cheaper.
Rob's from Lincoln. Sorry, Rob Downs is from Lincoln. Hi, Rob. I don't know why I said that in such a weird way. A fellow Lincolnite.
Fellow cheat.
Oh,
Jackie's
don't you
not
start
in
on
Lincoln
that
anymore,
cathedral.
but he's not far away as well.
Jonty's got a real issue with the cathedral, Rob. It's unacceptable. Even though when he came, he admitted seeing it in person, it does look a lot bigger than he thought it did. A lot taller. So, yeah, I've thrown you under the bus there.
Cheats are cheats. Just like Red Bull overspending on catering. If you're going for the tallest building in the world crown, you can't measure the hill the thing is built on.
You can. Look, let us have something. We haven't got much over here in Lincolnshire. We've got some farms. And the Red Arrows are here. That's about it for now. CPB1 says, Jonty's Corner. I remember Jonty saying Senna would never go to Ferrari. Why is this? And how would Schumacher's career would have been if he joined McLaren?
You get told what to do at Ferrari.
That's true. That's an issue.
It's simple as that.
Yeah, and they also tell you what not to say, whereas a lot of the other teams are just more lenient. I still can't believe when they said to Vettel not to say something. You know what? I think it was it on Drive to Survive, and there was like, don't say this or something like that about something. And it was like, bruh, Vettel, say what he wants.
Vettel will say what he wants.
Yeah.
The Schumacher to McLaren thing, that was the thing, wasn't it? That was discussed.
Yeah, that was definitely on the cards.
I think he wins 98, 99, 2000. One.
You have to believe
He'd do the same, wouldn't he, with when he did at Ferrari? He'd take all his knowledge with him. He'd probably take Ross Brawn and that with him as well.
Well, yeah, that's the thing. I mean, if he goes there, does Ross Brawn also go there?
Rory Byrne.
Yeah, and Rory Byrne. Because it was the trio that built Ferrari up. But with someone like Dennis, or who was it? Yeah, it was still Ron Dennis at that time, wasn't it?
Yeah. I saw Hazel make a point on Twitter about Ron Dennis, about what he would make of the shots of Lando Norris and Oscar Piastri with their wavy hair and their hoodies and their jeans, and how he'd feel about that. Because she was pointing out, I think it was that you couldn't enter the McLaren Technology Centre without a tie on under Ron Dennis.
Yeah, that's true.
So, that's, and if you remember back to when, you had Hamilton and Alonso in 2007. I think Hamilton had his head shaved anyway, but Alonso shaved his head, didn't he? And how much of that was Ron Dennis?
Weight saving, less hair, right?
Well, I think it was about he had a very...
Certain
Well, I say that Alan
appeal thing.
Prost and Ayrton Senna did they? Oh, big moment for Lewis Hamilton on the exit of 14. Have a look at that again. He's got, oh, yes,
Ooh.
big slide. He's okay. He's kept it going. I was going to say, Ayrton Senna still had his long wavy hair, didn't he? So maybe that's just, it was coincidence. I don't know. But Ron Dennis was very strict. Alonso's in the garage at the moment. And I'm saying it again. I'm so pleased he's back in his yellow helmet. It looks like Alonso again. We'll not get too excited about where he is in the timings. It doesn't really mean anything. Let's come to you guys in chat. Would have loved to have seen Senna at Ferrari. Not to be, says Platalobium. Yeah, you're not alone there. I think a lot of people would have quite liked to see what happened there. Or do you know what? Just Senna still around.
I'd have preferred to see Senna at Benetton, to be honest.
I mean, he might have gone there. If he decided end of 94, didn't really trust that Williams. But then that, I've said it so many times. If Hill came close to winning the title in 94, Senna would have. That's my view. Nothing against Hill. Just he's not on the level of a Senna. So, how long do you think McLaren drivers will stay with the team if the team carries on with the course it's on, says Nick. I said some point over the winter, I said in the video that it will be interesting to see how long specifically Lando Norris gives them before he says, look, I've given you, in some ways like Lewis Hamilton in 2012, sort of like, I've given you everything I've got. You've promised me this, you've promised me that, and it's not really come to anything. I'm off to Mercedes or Ferrari or Red Bull. I mean, Verstappen Norris at Red Bull could be quite a powerhouse, couldn't it? If that ever were to happen, as unlikely as it might seem. Ocon's he was on a good lap. He's a little bit down, 2 seconds in the middle sector now. We had a green first sector. What was I saying? Yes, I think it'll be interesting what Norris decides on that. But I think he's got a contract for a while yet, a couple more years, hasn't he, Norris? Is he 25?
I'm going to have a look now.
Something like that. So
I think if they don't get, if they're not closer this year, then I don't think he's going to finish that contract. I think he's going to get.
I think he'll finish his contract. I think Lando Norris, I think he will see out his contract because the team have kind of stuck by him. I know loyalty in F1 is a big question mark over that, but I think he will stick with him till his contract is up because it's not like he's not 32.
I think
it
depends on the driver market as well, because right now Max is at Red Bull, you've got Leclerc at Ferrari. If Leclerc's like, you know what, I'm sick of Ferrari, I'm leaving, which I think could happen, Norris might try and swoop in there, or if Hamilton only does like a 1-year renew or doesn't even renew or something like that, he might want to try and swoop in there, because it's like each team's got a big driver, so it's like if Norris goes to any of those teams, he's going to come in as the number 2, which he wants to be the number 1.
You say that, but you've also got the point that Warren and Raul are sort of floating in chat is, does Lando stay until the end of 2025 with McLaren, and then if things haven't improved, go and join Andreas Seidel at Audi?
Do you think they would be competitive straight away?
Did you think Mercedes would be competitive when Lewis Hamilton moved there?
Yeah, but they were already in F1 for a few seasons, weren't they?
Yeah, but it's still the Sauber team, just with an Audi engine. It's not...
Yeah, but before Lewis moved in, you still had Mercedes... I think did Rosberg get a win?
Yeah.
Michael Schumacher got a pole. You was getting things like that. Whereas Alfa Romeo right now, they're like fighting for 8th place or something like that.
Yeah, what I'm saying is though, it's very difficult to sort of say this team will or won't be competitive when you look at examples. Like I say, with Hamilton, why is he going to Mercedes? That's crazy. And then you look back and you go, actually, that was probably the best decision of his career. So right now you could say it might take Audi a couple of years, but then it might take Audi a couple of years, but Norris might feel in 2025 like it's going to take McLaren another 5 years. And if you're thinking 2 or 3 years at Audi, 5 years McLaren, you go for it. I think a lot depends as well on what McLaren do with their power unit supplier, because a lot of talk about Honda possibly teaming up as well. They're talking about teaming up with Red Bull powertrains, but McLaren works backing.
Can we talk about the whole Red Bull engine thing? Because for me, I think they've tried to be a bit cheeky.
We'll do that tomorrow afternoon. That's
Okay,
on my list.
okay.
We'll do it tomorrow.
Okay, that's
we'll
fine.
do.
That's fine.
Yeah, no, it's fine. I'm not telling you off. No, Dylan.
No, I'm
Down.
sorry. I'm sorry.
We'll do Q&A with chat, and then we'll do that tomorrow afternoon because we can have a good chat. We've only got sort of 35 minutes left, and still got to go through the times again in a minute. So we'll get a couple of quick comments in, and then I'll do the times, and then we'll do a few more. C3 tyres for Alonso for that fastest lap. Unpopular opinion: Piastri will another moment for Hamilton up at turn 4 this time. He's kind of come round. Max Verstappen's well out of the way, and he's sort of had a slide. So whether a bit of dirty air, I don't know, but bit of a moment. A couple we've seen now from that Mercedes, or a few. So not looking as stable as it was earlier now that he's pushing, but only test these things out. Unpopular opinion: Piastri will struggle this year and do worse than Danny Rick did, says Platalobium. It's only testing. Aston will be closer, but not near the top 3, says Andreas. Will you guys be doing pre-season predictions again? Not sure at the moment, mate. I'll be doing mine, I'd imagine, unless... Oh, it's quite a quick turnaround, isn't it? Maybe. I'll see. Lando will stay... Oh, I've read that one. L plan, says Lord Flatus. Lando must have an escape clause if the car does not perform, says Cited Canvas. I think a lot of drivers have clauses these days, don't they, for things like that one. Curious says Verstappen Norris is inevitable, in their opinion. I think it'd be a great lineup. Whether he'd want to go and risk being a number 2 at Red Bull to Verstappen, I don't know, or whether Verstappen wants him there. We shall see. Could be interesting, though. I think that'd be a great lineup. A lot of fun. How long was Piastri's contract, says FD30? Multi-year? That's... I mean, I do not mean this in a condescending way, but that's obviously at least 2 years. When you get multi-year, it is generally 2 with an option, isn't it? I tend to feel is what we hear a lot. 2 with an option, so yeah, maybe 3 years. Because
when it's a bigger one, they usually extend until this year.
Yeah,
like
that's
Norris and Verstappen.
Well,
it was like,
Verstappen's 2028, isn't he?
Something like
Verstappen.
that, yeah.
I think I might be wrong.
And then Leclerc was till 2024, 25, and that was a few years ago, and everyone was like,
Leclerc end of next
never
year.
done a big contract that big with someone so young or anything like that.
Yeah, that's another good point. We'll talk about this tomorrow, but just to keep this in your head and have some thinking overnight with it. But Charles Leclerc contract up at the end of next year, so is this a big year for Ferrari? Have they got to give him a car, even if he doesn't win the championship, a car that can compete to win it? Think on that. That's for tomorrow. Max and Lando are friends. I'm not sure if it would be a good move to be in the same team. Look at Lewis and Nico. That's fair. You're having a conversation. I'm not going to read that one out. I think Sainz to Audi is more likely, says CPB1. I think any team would be good. Would be quite lucky to have Sainz on board. I think he's a quality driver. Another one I don't think gets enough, not hype. Hype's the wrong word. Enough coverage, generally. Mercedes and Red Bull side pods must be the way to go. Talk they might try and change that, actually, Kenny, at some point in this season. They've got the option to, is what we said. Warren says the TV comms make a point. 2 races this year. We'll have a test qualifying using hards in Q1, mediums in Q2, and softs in Q3. Yes, indeed. If you caught my almost everything you need to know video, we are going to have that trial this year. So it'll be mandated. So for 2 sessions, they'll have to use, as was explained there by Warren, the hard in quali 1, the medium in quali 2, the soft in quali 3, and I think the reasoning behind that is costs and all the rest of it, but also I think it's just I think it will bring down the tyre allocation for the weekend. I might be wrong, because I think, I haven't got it in front of me again, I'll have a look in a bit, but I think they go down from 13 to either 12 or 11 for the weekend in that case, I think.
I'd reverse that just for the memes.
Soft, medium, hard. Why not?
Everyone's qualifying like 3 seconds slower in Q3 on the hard tyre.
Yeah, Albon's got the fastest time of the day. I'll do the times then, because I'll let some more comments and questions come out. I'll do the times quickly. Penultimate one, I'll do them, of course, when the checkered flag comes out. Half an hour to go. Verstappen is still top of your times. I will go back to the tyre screen so I can tell you at least what tyre, what tyre they're on, possibly not what compound. Verstappen, Medium tyre, did a 1:32.837 as his fastest time. Jack Doohan being interviewed at the minute. Good to see him there with Alpine. 144 laps. He's 6 away from that 150 I predicted. So there you go. Fernando Alonso, 1:32.866. He's on a 7-lap stint and has done 51 laps at the moment. His fastest time on the medium, which we know because we watched it, is the C3. Verstappen is out there on a C3 at the moment, a used set. Carlos Sainz, 1:33.253, 72 laps. He did his fastest time on a medium tyre. Charles Leclerc, 1:33.267, 53 laps, medium tyre for him as well. Lewis Hamilton, 1:33.508, 66 laps, medium tyre. You're going to see a pattern here for most of these. Hamilton out on the hard at the moment, interestingly though. Alex Albon, apparently. I thought it was on the medium, but anyway, I'll have a look in a minute. Albon, 1:33.6. His fastest time was set on the soft tyre, 74 laps. Not thus far. That is it for him. He did this morning. Zhou, 1:33.723. 67 laps on the medium tyre. His time was set. Norris, again on the medium tyre. Fastest time of 1:33.880. 36 laps, 69 laps for Russell. His fastest time was a 1:34.174 on the medium. Logan Sargent, 1:34.324, again on the medium, 70 laps. 51 laps for Hulkenberg, 1:34.424 on the mediums. Bottas, 34.558, also on the medium, 63 laps for him. De Vries, 71 laps. His fastest time was on the medium tyre, I think, yes, 1:34.559. Drugovic, also on the medium tyre, did a 1:34.564, 40 laps, 46 for Tsunoda, 1:34.671 on the medium tyre. Pierre Gasly, 1:34.822 on the medium tyre, 60 laps, 44 laps for Ocon, 1:34.871. His fastest time, I believe, was set on the medium tyre. Oscar Piastri, 1:34.888, 52 laps. His fastest time was set on the medium tyre. And Kevin Magnussen, 43 laps, 1:35.087, and his time was set on the intermediates. It was not, it was set on the medium tyre, but there you go. In terms of who's run what today, it has been, shock horror, largely the C2 and C3 compounds, with the prototype being run by a number of drivers. That is a medium tyre as well. Yuki Tsunoda ran the softs, and of course Alex Albon ran the softs as well. So that's what the official timing page is saying. Again, just a heads up on that one. It's been a little bit glitchy and buggy today, so it may not be 100% accurate, but I can only give you the information I've got at the moment. For example, in terms of 100% accurate, it's currently telling me the session has finished, and the session has now been running for 4 hours. So it hasn't finished. Last time today, please do subscribe if you are new. Really do appreciate that. I had lots of subs today, so thank you so much to everyone, including Eric, who has just subscribed. Thank you very much, Eric. Great to have you with me for the season. Lots to come this year. I'm very much determined to get lots of content out in 2023. Please do leave a like as well. We're at over 1,200 at the moment. If we can get that up to, let's say, 1,400, big ask. That would be amazing in the last half hour. So let's try and do that one. You can also support the stream through Streamlabs, Super Chat, and via PayPal. All the information is in the description. And you can follow me over on social media. And everybody else who's on these streams on their various channels, all the links for those are also in the description. And I will be back after this one tomorrow morning with Tomo, I believe. I will be live from 7:30, and I think he's on from 8 o'clock for a couple of hours. Then Dyllan's joining me slightly earlier tomorrow, and Jonty will be with me and Dyllan for the afternoon. I said Gillan, not Dyllan. Jonty and Dyllan, you're just Gillan now. There you go. It was that or Donty, so
I'll change my name.
So there we go. Yes, let's have a look at what we've got. Thank you very much to Sad Mariners fan. Mariners, Grimsby Town, am I right? You'd think I'd know that, being in Lincolnshire. And
what?
The Mariners are Grimsby Town, aren't they? Football club.
I don't know.
I grew up 16 miles from Grimsby, so I should know that. I may be wrong, but thank you. Doesn't matter. Thank you very much for your super chat. It says, happy testing day. I'm going to come with the dumbest critique of a livery ever. I hate how the blue lines on the McLaren go in 2 separate directions. Here's to a good season. Thank you so much for your super chat. I just thought you may not be from the UK, so that whole Grimsby Town thing may not mean anything. So I've just it's a worldwide stream, so I don't know what I'm on about. But the
only
Mariners
I know is the only Mariners I know is Seattle baseball team.
There you go then, and they've just said Seattle
Yes.
US baseball team. There you go.
Oh, that sad Mariners fan, right? Well, I mean, I don't follow baseball, but from things I've seen, he has every right to be sad.
Oh, I've not watched baseball for a long time, but yeah, I'm sorry that you're it's not going well. Well, thank you for your super chat. I'll just have a look at hate how the blue lines on the McLaren go in two separate directions. Grimsby Town, for God's sake. Sorry. Yeah.
I wonder how many Americans have actually heard of Grimsby. Probably not many.
It's often best forgotten.
Odd towns.
Yeah, but the McLaren livery, the blue, two separate directions. I don't want to load too much more up in PC, but I'm not. The McLaren livery this year, okay, it's better than last year, but that's because the carbon is part of the design of the livery, whereas last year all the exposed carbon was just let's just remove paint and that'll do. Whereas at least it's been designed as part of the livery, if that makes sense. I'm not a big fan of the McLaren blue papaya one anyway that they came out with. That feels a bit like everyone wanted a Gulf livery and they were like, well, we're not doing that because we haven't done a deal, so we're going to get as close as we can to it and do a really bad job at it. It's how the McLaren livery feels to me. But this year I prefer it to last year's, but not necessarily to last year's launch spec livery, which was a fully painted car basically. Bit of a moment out of the final corner for Fernando, or through the final corner for Fernando Alonso. Wheel adjustments going on as he goes through there. What's he done? Yeah, a bit always wide, really wide actually. Going over the curb and then into the runoff area. He's got a snap at all, and no, just drifted wide. And then the car's got a bit wobbly, a bit unstable over the curbs.
Bit of wheel spin when he got on the power.
I thought he'd lost it, but he's just drifted wide, and like you say, and then lit it up, and there you go. Yeah, but still a good lap actually, to be fair, despite that from Alonso. So he's on the pace. A lot of Alonso fans will be happy with this tonight, even though testing, we can't read too much into it. There'll still be people that it's still nice to see your favourite driver up the top end of the timesheets, isn't it? Whether it's testing or whatever, but don't get too excited.
So Aston Martin are getting P3 in the championship, not Alpine, right?
I mean, do you know, wouldn't it be lovely if just for once Alonso made a call like that team-wise and got it bang on?
I think he's due one, right?
Yeah. I mean, all his career moves haven't been bad. Sean's now frantically trying to think of a good one. I mean, technically, his move to McLaren in 2007 was a good move because he nearly won the championship. But everything after that, sort of Renault in 2008, Ferrari. I don't think Ferrari was a bad move. It was just Ferrari were Ferrarying. I don't think it was necessarily a bad move. He nearly won the title in 2010. Very nearly won it in 2012.
Yeah, but was that because of him or because of Ferrari?
That's what I mean. Ferrari were Ferrarying. So if
so he could have gone to any team and probably done better and won the world championship.
I think if you any team's a push. I don't think it'd
maybe
won the championship in a Caterham. Yeah, but there could be an argument for if Ferrari had. I mean, it's the strategy in 2010, and I imagine it's the case for Fernando Alonso fans in general. But if you look at 2010, that strategy call by Ferrari in Abu Dhabi covering Webber, which you can sort of understand. You can sort of understand what they're thinking. Webber was to them the biggest threat in the championship at that point. And it's easy saying it with 13 years of hindsight, but it was a bit of a baffling call, wasn't it? And that ultimately is what cost him, because he got stuck behind Petrov, didn't he? Who I bet he still sees in his nightmares. I bet he still sees the back of that Renault in his nightmares.
Yeah, I mean, 2010, 11, and 12. It's very hard not to think that if he'd been in either of the other teams that were competitive, he takes the title with ease. You know
like
what I mean?
Red Bull, for example.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or the McLaren. Because he was strong in those 3 years.
Do you reckon that would have been spicy if it was Alonso and Vettel, because Vettel
Oh, yeah.
didn't, like team orders, like multi-21 and stuff like that. If Alonso was in that team as well, ooh.
Yeah,
I should have put a klaxon on. Sorry, Max Verstappen's just gone through the 150 laps.
but at the same time, if it had been someone like Alonso instead of Webber, then Seb wouldn't have been sat bimbling around behind him because he's crawling. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Webber's one of the most overrated we've had in the last sort of era of Formula One. There's a reason Seb was all over him and just passed him. It's because he was going too bloody slow.
But I think he been told he's not to overtake him, so he was taking it easy, right? He probably could have gone quicker, but didn't because he was under the impression he wasn't being overtaken.
Yeah, but
That covers that one race.
Yeah, that one race. Yeah.
Yeah, the bit that
I
always
thought
sticks
that's
out
what
to
he was
me
talking
is-
about. Yeah.
The bit that sticks out to me is like how far off he was in every drivers' championship that year.
Yeah.
Like people say, "Oh, with Vettel, it's just the car." It's like, well, why is Webber fifth?
Live F1 fans, as F1 YouTubers used to get way more viewers watching F1 testing, or is it just me? No, well, no, I think the views are the same, but it used to be, I think, pretty much just me. And now there's a lot of channels that do it, so it's we've all sort of spread out, which is very rude. I'm joking. People have spread out, but also when I started doing them, there was little to no TV coverage of testing, which is why I started doing it, because people were like, have you got any testing updates? Will you do us updates on testing? I don't really know what's going on. We can't watch it. There's nothing. So I was like, oh yeah, go on then. And that's when they started. But then, of course, F1 started to broadcast it on Sky and F1. So there's people like you guys, and I appreciate every single one of you who are here to listen to us talk nonsense for 9 hours a day. But then there are those who maybe listen to us initially, who may have gone to another channel, or who initially listened to us, but now because it's on TV, they'll sit and watch it and listen to the official one as well, which is completely fine, each to their own. So I think the record viewership for a stream was just over 8,000, which was for a Bahrain race reaction. I can't remember which Bahrain race reaction, but it was quite a dramatic race. It could have been that one that Leclerc nearly won. It was me and you, Jonty. It was 8,000 odd, but the testing streams used to do sort of 4,000 to 6,000. So
Which Bahrain is Leclerc almost won?
the one where he was leading comfortably, and then sort of was like, something feels weird with the engine, and then that was it. He slowed. And
Was
it
that
game over?
Oh, I honestly can't remember. Was this when Bahrain was towards the end? Was it? Did it?
No, it's first race of the season.
So,
2019. Thank you, Sad Mariners fan. It was 2019, yeah. Yeah, I have done, JM. Don't worry. Thank you for the heads up. Or Jonty did. He beat me to it, but yeah. Yeah, I'm just trying to think. I'm looking for questions that we've not, because we've got a few questions keep coming that we've sort of already answered or been over, if that makes... I'll subscribe if you pronounce my name right. I'm going to put Varun Mishra. That was terrible, but it's the best I can do. Or Varun Mishra. There you go. That's the best I can do for you. He's not subscribing. Yeah, I'm just trying to look for a question that we haven't answered. Do you know what I mean? We've been talking for 9 hours between me, you two, and Aldas, and we've been over quite a few of these bits. And I know not everyone's here all day, but I wouldn't mind finding something just a bit different for the last sort of 10 minutes or so. But I've not really...
Did you want to talk about something not F1 related?
Again, save that for when we run out of F1 stuff completely. Hey, I got it right. Thank you very much. I'll never try it again in case you unsubscribe, but thank you very much. Best as I took the day off to listen to you waffle. Sadly, I have to go back to work tomorrow. Gutted. Thank you for being here, Beth. Thank you for the membership as well. Really appreciate it. But of course, well, I'm sure I'll see you on other streams. I've seen you about, so it would be good to have you back for race reactions and whatever this year. If you're not working Saturday, then we'll see you then. If you are, then hopefully see you for Bahrain. Thank you for your support. Is Aston doing well compared to Red Bull? Says Aspiring Bank. Very difficult to say. Very, very difficult to say. I mean, what have they done lap-wise? That's the thing we want to look at. So Alonso 56. Drugovic 40, so that's 96 laps. They've got some good laps on the board. Not the best out there, but they've got some good laps on the board. you know, if you look at the lap times, then yeah, he is. But that doesn't really tell us anything because we've got a yellow flag. Is that another VSC test? I'll keep a brief eye. But yeah, it's difficult to tell with the testing times. But I think Aston Martin will be pleased with their first day, despite their electrical problem this morning. But they've had no issues really since then that I've heard of. But you can't get too excited. I'd love to. I'd love to sit here and tell you that Alonso versus Verstappen for the championship, but I'm not going to do that after one day of testing. Sorry, Jonty.
Someone asked me a question, which I think is a very, very hard question that you two should answer as well. Mathieu Cole, would you rather have the whole field close first to last but evenly spaced, or a wider total spread with a few tight groups?
Wait, would you rather have everyone close?
So you got like the top 6, the middle 4, and the back 4, or an even spread over everyone?
As in, like, everyone's close together, or it might be like half a second between each team?
Yeah, but it's like the same difference between each team.
I prefer the groups. I'd rather have not one team clear of the next or whatever. I'd rather have it where a couple of teams are close fighting, you know? I thought you meant initially every team's close together, and it was like the whole...
That's an easy question.
I was like, yeah, I'd rather have all 20 drivers have a chance of winning.
Virtual safety car test, that's what the yellow is. But yeah, it's like I said earlier, my hope is for Red Bull, Ferrari, Mercedes, top 3 fighting for wins in the championship, and then like Alpine, McLaren and Aston fighting for P4, and then the rest. I'd rather have sort of 3-ish groups like that, because I think then if you do have a race where a team up front disappears, you've still got action going on behind. So if Red Bull dominate a race, you're still going to have Ferrari versus Mercedes. If you've got those 3 disappear, you've still got some great battling behind, even if there's some good field spread at the front. So groups for me.
A few years ago when we had Hamilton clear of Bottas in the Mercedes clear of Max like on his own, we had nothing to watch. You hardly ever saw the top 3, but it was still that Harry Potter it's always you 3 meme. But at least we had some entertainment with the midfield.
Yeah, that's fair.
I think clusters of groups is the best thing. But I would rather have, instead of like one small group fighting for like 9th and 10th, I'd rather it just be like a much bigger midfield group and then the top teams group, if possible. But I would like it, and I would love it, that it would never happen, that any team has a chance of winning every race. We can dream, right?
Yeah, you could dream.
Imagine that having like 10 drivers have a chance of winning the World Championship in the final race. I think everyone would be losing their mind.
I've just seen another good question which says, if you could give one team 0.5 second boost per lap, which team and why? That's a tricky one to answer, because my answer now is Williams. But if Williams get that boost and we have Haas towards the back, I'd then want to give it to Haas, because I'm a bit of an underdog router, so that would change season to season. So if I could move it around, then I'd go with Williams now, but then I'd want to give it to Haas, for example, next year, and maybe AlphaTauri the year after that, just so that the team at the back gets that boost to kind of get back in the mix with the teams ahead in the midfield. So it's actually a trickier... I first read it, I was like, oh, that's Williams, but I was like, yeah, but you wouldn't want that every year.
What boost was this, sorry?
So if you could give one team 0.5 seconds per lap as a boost, which team and why? I should say like the underdogs there. So looks like we're getting a pit stop from Red Bull on the virtual safety car.
Yeah, but with how everyone's spread or whatever, it did remind. I'm sure it was someone in chat this morning that made it, because you were obviously reminiscing about the good old days. And someone says, "Yeah, go back to the good old days when we had 5 decent drivers and everyone else was crap." And I thought, that's actually pretty true. If you go back to sort of 95-ish and before, that's pretty accurate.
I would love to have like a charity race where everyone was in sort of like exactly the same F1 car. You know, sort of like they do with the specs in like what they did in W Series and like Formula 3, where they're like all the same. I would love like a charity race where every single driver's in the same car and you could just... everyone's on an even playing field. I'd love to see that.
Well, there's been a similar thing that's happened twice. There was a Mercedes race in, I think they were 190Es, about 83, 84, with all the F1 drivers, and Senna obliterated everyone.
Yeah.
Like, it wasn't even close. But there was a hell of a lot of people not really trying because they got to keep the car at the end.
Yeah. They didn't want to like smash it up or something.
There was another one earlier that involved Bruno Giacomelli, so you know exactly who found that. No, you sure? Good old just joshing on Twitter. I can't remember what cars they were in now. But it was a legit race, and you had Bruno Giacomelli beating multiple F1 world champions, and it was all dead even. It's like, wow, well, mate, you know, what if he'd had a top car during his career? You know, things like that are always kind of depressing because you see the raw talent and ability that some drivers have, and they never got the chance to show it.
Mm-hmm. It can all come down to being in the right car at the right time. You know, like if Hamilton didn't move to Mercedes and with McLaren, how bad were McLaren? You know, I think the year he moved into, was it 2013 he moved? McLaren was okay, and then, like, what was it? They got a podium the first race, but then they went nowhere. And if Lewis hadn't have moved, I think people would have just kind of forgotten about him, you know, and he might not have got any decent race car again.
What are Ferrari up to here? It's obviously something to do with testing. I don't know. They've got like sort of 4 cables coming from the nose onto the front wing, like supports, like they're holding the front wing up. I know that's not what it is, but it'll be something. I assume it's testing. They're testing.
Mercedes had some cables,
wing, but it's I'm just wondering what that is.
To the steering wheel this morning as well.
Could that be to measure?
Apparently, it was measuring porpoising vibrations and stuff like that on the Mercedes steering wheel. So maybe that's a similar thing. Is they're measuring all the bouncing so they can make sure they keep under the limit they need to be.
Warren says front wing deflection. Purple Zebra says testing aero load. Just was really, I've not really, I didn't see it on the Mercedes. I've not really twitchy through there. Is Leclerc? I've not really seen that on the Ferrari before. That's interesting. They're not stays, but they look a little bit like it from a distance. That's what I thought. Oh dear, you've got problems there, but no. Interesting. Is Leclerc gonna open his DRS? No, he's not. At the moment, we have got 7 minutes remaining of day 1 of testing. Thank you to everyone for sticking with me through the day. Everyone that's visited, especially those that have been here since 7:30. You're as mad as I am, but it's appreciated. Thank you for your support. 2 more to do, and then that's it. No more talk. Well, they'll still be talking. I'm not going to not talk, but you know what I mean. No more speculation. We're going to be going racing in just over a week's time, so season is almost here.
Yeah, that's a good point. Where are the crazy devices we saw only a few years ago? Remember we had the, I think it was Racing Point who had the massive, great big camera pods on top of the airbox, and we had another team with the huge hump in the nose for measuring stuff.
Well, even like we've seen some big aero rakes, but can you remember the one that Kubica ran? And it looked like he'd driven through a fence. It was enormous. I'm really intrigued by what Ferrari did with the front wing. Apparently there are some... Yeah, Warren again saying, looks like there's 2 high-speed cameras on the Ferrari looking at the front wing.
Yeah.
It's a deflection test?
Not that high speed. They're only GoPros. These are F1 teams. You think they could afford better than a bloody GoPro Hero 11?
I'm going to ask you two then, before we wrap up, before I do the times and wrap up for the day. I asked Aldas this morning. The fastest time we have so far is a 1:32.837. I'll come to you first, Dyllan. Why not? Who is going to have the fastest time of the week? So come Saturday night, who's going to have the fastest time and what will that time be? Aldas this morning picked Leclerc and a 1:30.5.
I am going to go Alonso and a 1:30.2. I think Alonso's just going to want to floor it and get his name out there just to get his name talked about more. So I reckon he's going to floor it, and 1:30.2 is what I'm going to say.
And who are you going with, Jonty? We did this last year. It was good fun.
I think Verstappen. It'll be a 130 flat. But Hamilton will have purple for Sector 1 and 2.
Ham, I'm writing it down. PS1 and 2.
Hey, you could lose points here. If Hamilton's only purple Sector 1 and 3, you don't get the point. Not even half a point, Jonty.
Wow. Bit of friendly competition, and Dyllan's already laying down the rules. You're getting no points, Jonty.
130.24. I'll go to the 1,000.
Yeah, whoever's furthest
that's
away
Max.
buys the beer at wherever we end up meeting up.
That seems fair. We're well inside the last 5 minutes now. We're coming up to approaching 3 minutes. And then we're done for today. Back tomorrow, like I say. Very much exciting.
What was the time we got last year in test? I'm actually curious. I'm going to have a look. 1 second.
I can't remember, mate. It's a year. There's bits I remember and bits I don't. Over the line. Who we got coming over the line? Let's watch some cars as we come towards the end of the session. Hamilton over the line. I really need another XLR cable. I'm coping, I say coping, with a 1 meter one, but anytime I get a longer one, it picks up a ton of interference and static. So, just saying, if there's anybody out there who knows how I can resolve that, please do let me know. But it's a bit awkward trying not to rip it out of the interface. Wrap it in foil? What, like a conspiracy theorist?
It'll either fix it or make it worse. Well, the only way you'll know is testing.
Exactly. That's true. Ooh, big slides from Hamilton lighting up the rear tyres there. I don't know if that's deliberate. Might have been having a bit of fun. It's been a long winter. But yeah, a lot of wheel spin there off the hairpin, wasn't it? Turn 8-ish, somewhere around there. I always get mixed up in Bahrain on my corners.
Fastest time we got day 1 last year at Bahrain was 1:33.9.
So we're through that. Oh yeah, I knew that one. I didn't know what it was overall was the fastest time. But yeah,
overall was a 1:31.7.
Oh god, yeah, we're gonna get under the 1:31s then.
Yeah, if we're already in...
Almost certain.
That was max 7/10 quicker than Charles in second as well.
Yeah, if we're already in 32.8s. Yeah.
It went 1:33.9 for day 1, 1:33.5 for day 2, and then 1:31.7. So 1.8 seconds quicker between day 2 and 3.
And I know that Verstappen went on to win the championship quite comfortably, but you say 7/10 clear?
7/10 clear
yeah.
in the third day, yeah.
Who got pole and won in Bahrain? Charles Leclerc. That's what you can't always read into testing. Why you can't always get overexcited about testing, as much as we inevitably will.
Well, it's nice to see the times are significantly lower now, which means they'll probably keep coming down. So how much faster are the cars going to be? And like Jonty said, how much quicker they are in a straight line now versus qualifying last year is pretty crazy.
Yeah, that was interesting. That was quite surprising actually. Was it 11
kilometers
for the Alpine? Yeah, which was.
I'm
quite
curious
surprising.
how much they lose in the corners to like overall, or did they from improvements they haven't lost much.
Looking at chat, System says I think pole at Bahrain will be in the 129s. Space thinks 128s might be a bit optimistic. I think that's what Space went with earlier. So, yeah, I think you're all about right being in the 30s. You know, I kind of I was like blooming heck Aldas, but looking at the times now, it's very possible. Very possible.
Pole position last year was 1:30.5.
I think low 29s for pole then.
Ferrari did predict to be a second quicker. And they've also had a whole year of development before last year, haven't they? So obviously, even if they wouldn't have changed the cars from Abu Dhabi last year, they'd probably still be quite a bit quicker.
That is the checkered flag. That's what I was pausing for. That is the checkered flag for day 1 of testing. We are done for the first day. 2 more to come. We've got a fight at the moment between Nick de Vries and Charles Leclerc. And by fight, I mean they're battling in testing, so like they're 50% at it. basically. But I'm going to watch this because the laps will count because they are on their flying laps. But De Vries all over the back of Leclerc through turn 10, nearly in the back of Leclerc at turn 10. Follow him down to the super fast turn 11. He's got his DRS open, I believe. Has a little look and Leclerc backs out. Oh, you wimp. I'm joking. He backs out of it at the end and De Vries, off he goes into the distance. So that was a little bit of fun towards the end there. Why not? Bit of a battle. We did, Annette. Thank you for your company, everybody, but also Annette. I know what time is it where you are now? Like crazy o'clock. Been up with me all night where you are all day here, so I appreciate that, Annette, as always. Hope you're well. Missing the apex totally there, Esteban Ocon. Ooh, and a slide as well as he gets the power down, lighting up the rears at the exit of the hairpin. A few of the drivers had a bit of fun. I wonder if they have just had long winters and want to... He's doing it again, yeah, on the exit of 10. He's having a bit of fun by the look of it, or he's got a serious issue and I'm really misreading it. It's a good one. Lighting up the race from Ocon. Enjoy that. I do it 3:30 a.m. Goodness me, Annette. I better get this stream finished so you can go to bed. Just watching to see if there's anything else to keep an eye on. It looks like we might get a practice start. That's what I'm hanging on for a second. And then we will call it a day. It doesn't look like it. Everyone is on their way in. So Verstappen's car in the garage. So there we go then. That is it for day one of testing in Bahrain. Let's have a final run through the order, see if we can beat Crofty before he gets there. Max Verstappen tops day one with a 132.837, completed 157 laps in total. Did that on the medium tyre, the fastest time. Alonso 132.866, medium tyre as well, 60 laps for him, with Sainz this morning doing 72 laps, 133.253. Charles Leclerc this afternoon, a 133.267, 64 laps, all of those on the medium tyre for the fastest lap, as was apparently Lando Norris, who did a 133.462 and 40 laps. Lewis Hamilton, fastest time of 133.583 laps in the afternoon, so a busy afternoon for Hamilton there. His fastest time looks like it was on the mediums. In fact, it was, because we watched it live, didn't we, as it was happening. So, Alex Albon, 133.6. His was on the soft tyre. His time, 74 laps this morning. 67 laps for Zhou on a 133.723 as his fastest. That was the mediums too. George Russell's fastest times was also set on the mediums, 134.174. He did 69 laps this morning. 75 laps for Logan Sargent in the Williams. He posted a 134.324 as his fastest time. Hulkenberg, 134.424 was his quick time. 51 laps, that's not 7, that's 1. 51 laps for Hulkenberg. They were both on the medium tyre for their quick lap. Bottas, 34.558, 71 laps. 85 laps for De Vries, 134.559, a 134.564 for Drugovich. 40 laps. He red flagged the session early on with an electronic issue or electrical issue, which was resolved, and he got back out on track. Sonoda 134.671, 46 laps. He was on the mediums, although he did do some laps on the soft, so that could have been the soft, but he's quite low down for that. Gasly 34.8, 60 laps medium tyre. Ocon 34.8 on the mediums, 53 laps. It was 52 laps for Piastri, 34.888. I believe that was medium tyre, fastest one as well. And Kevin Magnussen brings up the rear, 135.087 on the medium tyre, did 57 laps. Really the headline for the day. We had I mentioned the Drugovich one. Norris's potential issues with the cooling of the brakes, which looks to have been resolved. He got 40 laps in the end this afternoon, so it wasn't a million miles away from Piastri's morning total. And Max Verstappen, 157 laps this morning. 157. Sorry, for the whole day. Quite a total there. And I think really looking at the standout times, whilst we're not going to read anything into the times, I've got to admit, Jonty, it is quite nice seeing Fernando Alonso up there in P2, even if it is just testing.
Yeah, very much so. Well, just coming to the end of stuff there with Leclerc coming in and stopping. Did you see the new guns that Ferrari got?
No.
There's a bright, very, very obvious LED ring right at the end, like on the bit for the gun, that's either red or green, to tell them whether the wheel's on or not. Looks like they really are taking the whole team mistakes thing seriously.
That's good. That is good. We'll keep it out for that tomorrow as well. But yeah, I think we'll just leave it there. I've been on all day. I can go now. Thank you very much, Dyllan, mate. It's been a pleasure. I won't say goodbye forever. You'll be back tomorrow with me, mate. Morning and after, well, part of the morning and then the entire afternoon. So thank you very much, mate. It's been a pleasure. Great to have you back on.
Yeah, you'll be sick of me by the end. You'll be like, oh, it's going to
sick of myself, mate. I shouldn't worry about it. It won't be you I'm sick of it. Me. Shut up, Sean. And thank you as well as always, Jonty. I know you're back as well tomorrow, but always great to have a good chat with you. And thank you for bringing that information on the speed traps. That was good stuff early on.
Yeah, well, I do keep my eye out to see anything interesting. And I can close it out with Philip Horton kind of breaking it down. Day 1 testing roundup. Everyone has new team kit. Weather was hot. AlphaTauri has good cheese. Max was fastest.
That'll do. Absolutely perfect.
That sums it up pretty well.
Absolute perfection. But yeah, that is it for the stream. Don't forget to drop a like before you disappear and subscribe as well. I'll be back at 7:30 a.m. tomorrow morning, obviously, because I said AM. Tomo, as things stand, will be with me at 8 a.m. tomorrow for a couple of hours. Dyllan will be with me shortly after that. And then Jonty will join us both for the afternoon. I've said subscribe and like. I've done that. You follow me on social media. All the links for guests as well are in the description down below. Take a breath, Sean. But as ever, thank you for watching. I've been Sean. This has been the F1 Word. And until next time, goodbye.